Mubai was hired by a platform called Dimensional Video Site.by publishing videos on this site. He could be seen by individuals from various dimensions and even receive rewards from powerful beings within those realms. With a commitment to scientific inquiry and a refusal to spread rumors, Mubai uploaded a video titled Top 10 Villain Ninjas in the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1. The Top 10 Villain Ninjas. What on earth is the tomorrow's front page? Chun Mo pondered, staring at the website displayed on his computer screen, a look of confusion etched across his face. He had stumbled upon this site accidentally. Its name sounded rather dubious. However, as the site was conducting a writing contest for anime categories, he decided to give it a try. If he could make it onto the anime ranking list, he would earn a prize of 10,000, with additional commissions for view counts. What if he succeeded? With this thought in mind, Chun Mo hastily gathered some of his previous writings, stitched them together, and submitted them onto the title Top 10 Villain Rankings in Naruto. After hitting publish, he promptly shut down his computer and went out for a meal. Upon returning half an hour later, he opened his computer to check the results and nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The site's backend displayed that his article had claimed the top spot in the anime category, with a total prize of 100,000 yuan, including the commission from view. Counts point 100,000. Is it truly 100,000? Chun Mo murmured in a daze, his astonishment mingled with disbelief. He hesitated before clicking the withdrawal button. Moments later, his phone chimed with a notification message from the bank. Dear user, your account ending in 8888 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Wow, I finally made it big. Chun Mo exclaimed, leaping up in excitement, his limbs flailing joyfully. Previously, Chun Mo had been an obscure creator, primarily writing marketing-type articles across various platforms, often focusing on trending topics like Naruto. Yet, apart from some trivial comments, he had gained nothing substantial. Now, having earned 100,000 from a single article, it was a first for him. Quickly, he returned to his computer to explore other information on the back end. Beyond the 100,000 he had just withdrawn, he noticed nearly 400,000 new followers. Goodness, I thought this platform was merely a knockoff of others, yet it has such significant traffic. Chun Mo marveled, pondering deeply that he decided he should capitalize on this momentum and publish another article. As for the topic and title of this new piece, inspired by the success of Top 10 Villain Ninjas, he resolved to create Top 10 Ninja Techniques instead. As the saying goes, 1,000 readers yield 1,000,000 interpretations. What constitutes the most powerful technique is a matter of endless debate. Yet, that was precisely the kind of contentious topic Chun Mo sought. Without delay, he opened his writing software and rapidly typed out a lengthy article, hitting publish once more. Moments later, his phone rang again. He picked it up to find yet another message. Your recently published article has surpassed 1,000,000 views. We are rewarding you with 200,000 in creative funding. What? So soon? Chun Mo exclaimed, glancing at the clock. He had just published mere seconds ago, yet it had already garnered 1,000,000 views? Although perplexed, he recognized that if the site claimed it and had awarded him 200,000, it must be true. With this newfound fortune, Chun Mo returned to his computer to contemplate what topic to tackle next. Meanwhile, in the Naruto world, a purple cube enveloped a large area above the tallest building in Konoha. Inside the cube, Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, were engaged in a fierce battle. Outside the cube, the ninjas of Konoha were embroiled in a chaotic clash with the Sand Ninjas and other factions. As this intense battle raged, a black vortex suddenly appeared beneath everyone's feet, pulling them all in. Upon regaining consciousness, every inhabitant of Konoha found themselves gathered in one place. Orochimaru, it seems you truly possess remarkable talent to have developed a technique capable of transporting so many individuals to another dimension, Hiruzen Saratobi observed. Addressing Orochimaru, who still seemed to be casting the jutsu.no. To be honest, I was attempting to use the impure world reincarnation technique. This is not my doing, Orochimaru protested. At this juncture, others began to arrive, and Kakashi, Irika, and others quickly surrounded Orochimaru. Like Hiruzen, they suspected Orochimaru was behind this anomaly. Wait, look, the ninjas from the Cloud Village. How did the Rock Village ninjas appear as well? Have they conspired with Orochimaru too? Even the Mist Village is here? Why are they all gathered from such distances? The Konoha ninjas exchanged astonished remarks as they beheld ninjas from every village, including top-tier shinobi and even ordinary jounin. There were also ominous figures cloaked in black robes, along with individuals from the Land of Iron. At this point, Hiruzen Saratobi had to concede that this was beyond Orochimaru's capabilities. Even the first Hokage could not execute such a high-level technique. As he pondered who had enacted this jutsu, a monotonous voice resonated through the space. Please be quiet. You are currently within a dimensional rift, disconnected from the reality you know. I am the system AI, and I shall now announce 3 edicts. First, no fighting amongst yourselves within this dimensional rift. Second, you must obey my directives while in this space. Third, failure to adhere to the above rules will result in punishment. As these 3 edicts were proclaimed, the once hostile crowd retreated, merely observing one another without engaging in further conflict. These ninjas were unfamiliar with the concept of a system AI, but they recognized that a jutsu capable of summoning everyone to this space must be top tier, and its caster, undoubtedly an elite. Thus, compliance seemed the wisest course. As the atmosphere settled, Sasuke, also present in the rift, caught sight of a familiar face. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then, upon closer inspection, realized the face belonged to his brother, Itachi Uchiha. You bastard! Sasuke erupted in fury, charging toward Itachi. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto rushed to restrain him, but regrettably, they were too late, and Sasuke surged forward. However, he barely made it a few steps before an unseen force slammed him to the ground. Detected hostility from Sasuke, he has been restrained and given a warning. Should he persist, he will be eliminated. The system AI's voice echoed, but Sasuke remained defiant, intent on attacking Itachi, despite the immense pressure pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. My foolish little brother, if you seek revenge, do so wisely, do not court death, Itachi remarked coolly. You bastard! Sasuke seethed in anger. Sakura watched with concern, anxious for the usually composed Sasuke. Now overtaken by impulsive rage, Mubai was hired by a platform known as the Dimensional Video website. By posting videos on this site, he could be seen by individuals from various dimensions and even receive rewards from powerful beings within those realms. Adhering to a truth-seeking attitude rooted in scientific belief, Mubai uploaded a video titled Top 10 Villain Ninjas in the Shadow Realm. Chapter 1. The Top 10 Villain Ninjas. What on earth is this tomorrow's front page? Chinemo gazed at the website displayed on his computer screen, his face a mask of confusion and skepticism. He had stumbled upon this site by chance, and though its name sounded rather dubious, he decided to give it a try since it was hosting a writing contest for anime categories. If he could secure a spot on the anime category leaderboard, he would earn a prize of 10,000. Moreover, any views garnered would translate to additional commissions. What if he succeeded? With this thought in mind, Chinemo hastily compiled an old article, stitched it together, and submitted it under the title Top 10 Villain Rankings in Naruto. After posting, he promptly shut down his computer and went out for a meal. Upon returning half an hour later, he opened his computer to check the results and nearly dropped his jaw to the floor. The site's backend revealed that his article had claimed the top position on the anime leaderboard, netting him a total of 100,000 yuan in prize money and viewership. Shares point 100,000, I can't believe it. Chun Mo muttered in a daze, astonished yet hesitant to fully grasp the reality of it. He clicked to withdraw the funds. Moments later, his phone chimed with a notification from the bank. Dear user, your account ending in 8888 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan. Wow, I finally made it big. Chun Mo leaped up in excitement, dancing with joy. Previously, he had been an obscure creator, publishing marketing-style articles across various platforms, primarily focusing on popular subjects like Naruto. Yet, apart from some trivial recognition, he had received nothing of worth. Now, having penned an article that earned him a substantial sum for the first time, he quickly returned to his computer to explore further details on the site. Aside from the 100,000 he had just withdrawn, the backend showed nearly 400,000 new followers. My goodness, I thought this platform was merely a knockoff, but it has such tremendous traffic? Chun Mo exclaimed, then closed his eyes in contemplation, realizing he should seize the moment and write another article. As for the topic and title, since Top 10 Villain Ninjas had gained traction, he decided to mirror that success with Top 10 Ninja Techniques. As the saying goes, 1,000 readers yield 1,000 interpretations. What constitutes the strongest technique is a matter of endless debate. But that is precisely the kind of contentious topic Chinemo sought. He immediately opened his writing software and began typing fervently, quickly publishing the new article. Shortly after, his phone rang again. When he answered, he found it was another message. Your recently published article has surpassed 1 million views, rewarding you with 200,000 in creative funds. What? So soon. Chinamo checked the time he had published mere seconds ago, and already it had amassed 1 million views. Although perplexed, the notification's legitimacy, accompanied by the promised funds, assured him of its truth. With the newfound wealth, he returned to his computer, pondering what topic to tackle next. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, above the largest structure in Konoha village, a purple cube enveloped a vast area. Inside, Orochimaru engaged in a fierce battle with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi. Outside the cube, Konoha's ninjas clashed with Susanoo ninjas and other factions. As the fierce battle raged on, suddenly, a black vortex appeared beneath everyone's feet, pulling them into its depths. When they regained consciousness, all individuals from Konoha found themselves gathered in the same place. Orochimaru, it appears you indeed possess remarkable talent to have developed a technique capable of instantaneously transporting a multitude of people to another space, Hiruzen noted, observing Orochimaru, who remained in a state of casting that, to be honest, I was attempting to use the reanimation jutsu. This is not my doing, Orochimaru protested. Others soon arrived, surrounding Orochimaru, including Kakashi and Irika, who shared Hiruzen's suspicions that Orochimaru was up to no good. Wait, look, it's the ninjas from the Cloud Village. How did the Rock Village ninjas appear as well? Are they colluding with Orochimaru? Even the Mist Village? What are you all doing here from so far away? Konoha's residents voiced their astonishment as they observed ninjas from all villages, including some of the strongest and even ordinary chunin, gathering. There were even mysterious figures clad in black robes and individuals from the Land of Iron. Hiruzen was compelled to accept that this was beyond Orochimaru's capabilities. Even the first Hokage could not execute such a powerful technique. As he pondered who had unleashed this jutsu, a monotonous voice echoed through the space. Please remain silent. You are in a liminal space, disconnected from the reality you know. I am the system AI, and I will now announce 3 edicts. First, no fighting is permitted within the liminal space. Second, you must comply with my directives while in this space. Third, failure to adhere to these rules will result in punishment. Upon the proclamation of these edicts, the previously antagonistic crowd promptly retreated, watching each other warily without further aggression. Though the ninjas were unfamiliar with the concept of system AI, they understood that a technique powerful enough to draw everyone into this space must belong to a formidable individual, leading them to comply obediently. As the atmosphere settled, Sasuke, also present in the space, caught sight of a familiar face. He could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously, confirming that the face belonged to his brother, Itachi Uchiha. You bastard! Sasuke erupted in fury, charging towards Itachi. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Sasuke was already in motion. However, he barely advanced before a sudden force slammed him to the ground. Detecting hostile intent from Sasuke, he has been restrained and warned once. Should he persist, he will be eliminated. The system AI's voice rang out, but Sasuke refused to relent, still intent on attacking Itachi. Yet the overwhelming pressure kept him pinned to the ground, immobile. My foolish little brother, if you seek vengeance against me, do not court death, Itachi remarked coolly. Bastard, Sasuke shouted in anger. Sakura looked on with concern, worried about the usually composed Sasuke suddenly acting so impulsively. Chapter 2. Reincarnation of impure soil. The system paid no heed to Sasuke's ire. It merely summoned a certain force of law, pinning Sasuke to the ground without further concern, as it commenced its own affairs. The reason you have come here is not to be harmed by this system, but rather to fulfill its tasks. You need only acquiesce. For this system will not only refrain from troubling you, but will also bestow rewards upon you. Upon the system's pronouncement, a chorus of inquiries erupted among those present. What does acquiescence entail? If you expect us to turn against one another, must we comply? Who exactly are you? Can you refrain from masquerading and reveal yourself to us openly? Such questions resounded in abundance, stirring the sentiments of the crowd, with many joining in the chorus of demands for clarification. However, the system remained indifferent to the multitude of inquiries. In the next moment, a resounding sonic boom echoed, drowning out the clamoring voices and instilling fear into the hearts of the assembly, compelling them to silence and adopt a battle-ready stance, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Yet, the sonic boom did not resound again, nor did anyone emerge to engage them in combat. The period for trivialities has concluded. We shall now proceed to the formal guessing segment. From this moment forth, any individual who utters meaningless drivel shall be obliterated. Inquiry. Who are the top 10 villains in the Naruto universe? Please respond. Though the attendees harbored dissatisfaction towards the system. Having witnessed Sasuke being forcefully subdued by an enigmatic power, none dared to test whether voicing their grievances would indeed result in annihilation. Thus, the majority concluded that since the system possessed formidable power and exhibited no hostility, it would be wiser to comply. The top 10 villains? I believe Orochimaru surely qualifies as one, Naruto asserted, pointing at Orochimaru, who stood before him. This individual had left a profound impression on the Leaf Ninja. They had just engaged in battle with Orochimaru's subordinates prior to entering this mysterious realm. Consequently, not only did Naruto hold this belief, but others echoed it as well, collectively denouncing Orochimaru. Correct answer. Following this, a line of bold black characters materialized in the dark expanse of the system's domain. Villain rank, 7th, Orochimaru. In the next instant, another Orochimaru manifested within the pitch-black space, forming hand seals and uttering the incantation for impure world reincarnation, from which several coffins emerged from the ground. As the coffins opened, the legendary ninjas of the shinobi world lay within. Moments later, both the coffins and Orochimaru dissipated into the wind. It was merely an illusion, while the real Orochimaru remained stationary. Impure world reincarnation? That is a forbidden technique. Why would Orochimaru employ it? The Leaf Village ninjas pondered, despite Orochimaru being a rogue ninja. Why would he resort to such a technique? Surely, it could not be unrelated to you? Furthermore, it is an advanced form of impure world reincarnation. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's projection, ninjas from all villages launched a barrage of accusations against the Leaf Village. Faced with such blame, Hiruzen Saratobi found himself at a loss for words, glaring furiously at Orochimaru. I never anticipated that I would achieve such success with impure world reincarnation in the future. How delightful. Orochimaru chuckled, flicking his tongue. The first respondent, Naruto Uzumaki, has received a random reward, Ninja Technique Aptitude. As the system's voice faded, a mysterious blue aura enveloped Naruto's form, and upon its disappearance, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. Ninja Technique Aptitude? I must put this to the test. Naruto mused aloud, then swiftly formed hand seals, executing his somewhat unpolished shadow clone technique. Upon completion, 3 corporeal Narutos suddenly materialized before the crowd, each possessing their own consciousness and autonomy. Following Naruto's command, they could even form hand seals independently and summon additional shadow clones. Naruto, you. As Naruto's former teacher, Iruka was left speechless, and he was not alone. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi shared his astonishment. As a child, Naruto had demonstrated little aptitude for ninjutsu, summoning shadow clones that lacked color and lay motionless like corpses. Yet now, the shadow clones he summoned possessed their own forms, awareness, and even an independent chakra system, enabling him to conjure multiples at will. Everyone, the system's rewards are genuine. We must answer promptly. Naruto's words snapped everyone into action. I believe he is undoubtedly a villain. Sasuke, pinned to the ground, strained to raise his arm, pointing at his brother Itachi Uchiha. This scoundrel murdered our parents and slaughtered our clan. He is unquestionably a villain. Correct answer. In the next moment, bold black letters appeared, identifying the 5th-ranked villain. Simultaneously, Itachi's image emerged before the assembly, alongside a figure resembling a shark, capturing a Jinchuriki before the scene faded away. The first respondent, Sasuke Uchiha, has received a random reward. The Manjiki Sharingan is unlocked. Instantaneously, Sasuke, who lay on the ground, began to scream in agony, blood streaming from his eyes. Seeing this, Sakura gasped and rushed to check on Sasuke's condition. Itachi, too, stepped forward with concern, only to find his brother lifting his head, revealing eyes that had transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. How could this be? Why? A look of shock spread across Itachi's face, as if he had encountered a specter, unable to believe his eyes. The other ninjas, too, gazed at Sasuke in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that a mere utterance from the system would grant the young Uchiha the Manjiki Sharingan? Anyone familiar with the history of the shinobi world knew that the Manjiki Sharingan was an exceptionally potent ocular technique, requiring no extraordinary abilities from its wielder. Merely possessing this would suffice to elevate one to the status of a top-tier ninja in the world. Izuna Uchiha, Shursui, both possessed this eye. Brother, you have inherited a curse that draws countless envious gazes. Itachi did not perceive Sasuke's awakening of the Manjiki as a blessing. He understood the reasons behind Shirsue's demise and how his own Manjiki had been unlocked. Now, with Danzo still alive, the young Sasuke could easily become a target for him. However, for the other shinobi from various villages, they did not seek to eliminate Sasuke to seize his eyes. Rather, they recognized the potential of the system through Sasuke's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. As long as they answered the questions correctly, they could receive rewards capable of altering their fates. Who would not covet such prospects? Chapter 3. Villains. Is that old man from the Lightning Village also one of the villains? Mei Terumi inquired loudly. Yet, the system offered no response, clearly indicating he was not. Could I be considered one of the top 10 strongest villains? Kakuzu's voice rang out from the Akatsuki side. As he spoke, all eyes turned to Kakuzu in astonishment, including Itachi Uchiha and other members of the Akatsuki, who were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that Kakuzu would disclose his identity. This was not a favorable development. The Akatsuki members were all aware that they were no innocuous characters, certainly ranking among the villains. However, their reluctance to reveal their identities stemmed from a desire to avoid attracting undue attention before the organization had fully matured. At this juncture, the other shinobi from different villages realized that this system was not merely an opportunity for rewards, but also a source of intelligence, prompting individuals to document the proceedings meticulously. Both Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha had been noted, awaiting the system's confirmation of Kakuzu's villain status. Correct answer. The 7th ranking of the villain list materialized before everyone. In the next moment, the figure of Kakuzu appeared, directly attacking his own village and ruthlessly eliminating many. The first respondent, Kakuzu, received a random reward, a wish opportunity. I desire an endless supply of wealth, Kakuzu declared loudly. The mere revelation of his identity was astonishing enough, but his wish for money, rather than power or status, left everyone even more shocked. Ultimately, a golden brick manifested in Kakuzu's hands, capable of splitting and multiplying at will. Overjoyed by this miraculous item, Kakuzu nearly leaped with excitement. Yet, sensing the murderous glares from the other members of the Akatsuki, he reluctantly stowed the brick away. Meanwhile, other ninja villages promptly recorded Kakuzu's name and documented the abilities he had just showcased. Those not tasked with recording were racking their brains, pondering who else might appear on the villain leaderboard. Members of the Akatsuki, please gather, Pain called out, prompting the other members to assemble and prepare to heed the leader's command. This is an opportunity. Itachi has already made the list, and now Kakuzu has as well. We have captured everyone's attention, and there is no longer any need to conceal our identities. I propose we all reveal ourselves, Pain commanded. Upon hearing this, the other Akatsuki members exchanged glances, seemingly skeptical of Pain's directive, but after some contemplation, they ultimately chose to comply. I, Deidara, certainly belong on the villain leaderboard. Deidara stepped forward confidently. Correct. Deidara was announced as the 10th ranked villain. The subsequent imagery depicted his battle against an adult Sasuke, culminating in a cataclysmic self-detonation. The blaze reflected in the scene was so intense that it blinded those present. Ah, how beautiful, how artistic. Deidara forcibly opened his eyes, gazing with fervor at the explosion he had created, laughing maniacally. Am I truly destined to fight this guy? Sasuke pondered, frowning at Deidara. The vision vanished swiftly, leaving no one to ascertain whether Sasuke had survived the explosion, igniting his own concerns about his future. The first respondent receives a random reward, the ultimate artistic creation. The system announced, revealing a function that granted a single resurrection opportunity post-explosion. Upon hearing this, Deidara was delighted, exclaiming, "So, does this mean I can create such magnificent art twice?" Congratulations are in order, Kakuzu remarked sarcastically, seeing 2 members of the Akatsuki reveal their identities and another being accused. Everyone else quickly realized that the Akatsuki was far from simple. Although the current environment prevented them from acting aggressively, there were still ways to profit from the situation. Hey, among those oddballs, there must be a villain, Killer Bee speculated. Am I right? Oh yeah, the Raijin's brother, Killer Bee, suddenly pointed at the Akatsuki members. Please name them specifically, the system prompted. Hearing this, Killer Bee immediately wilted, realizing he had no idea what to call these robed individuals, especially since several wore different masks to conceal their identities. Since no one can accuse me, I shall step forth and admit, I, Toby, should be considered a villain. Toby proclaimed, striking a pose. Correct. Toby's name and rank soon appeared, astonishing the Akatsuki members. Not only was Toby among the top 10 villains, but he was ranked third, surpassing Itachi, Deidara, and Kakazu. Toby is third. How can this be? Deidara thought, puzzled, as he regarded his partner. Someone he perceived as merely comedic and lacking in real capability. Toby merely smiled without responding. In the next moment, imagery of Toby appeared before everyone. A figure clad in a white mask and bearing a white fan sped across the battlefield. Upon encountering hundreds of ninjas, he swiftly retreated, spewing forth a torrent of flames. And with a flick of his fan, the flames coalesced into a fiery tornado that engulfed the multitude. Beneath Toby's white mask lay a Sharingan and a Rinnegan. Toby, how do you possess a Rinnegan? Pain inquired, stepping forward. Controlled by Nagato, Pain recognized that the Rinnegan was a unique ability exclusive to him. Yet the recent imagery indicated that Toby would wield the Rinnegan in battle in the future. This could very well be a prophecy. I cannot say. Who can truly predict the future? Toby feigned ignorance. Congratulations to the first respondent for receiving a random reward, a Rinnegan, the system announced. And a vial containing nutrient fluid and 2 Rinnegan appeared in Toby's hand. Perhaps this is how I acquired the Rinnegan. Given the system and this space are incredibly powerful. Toby pointed at the vial, chuckling. At this moment, witnessing Toby obtain a Rinnegan, the other ninja village members could no longer contain their curiosity, vigorously contemplating who else might be featured on the villain leaderboard. I wonder if I qualify as a villain, a shadowy voice echoed, drawing everyone's gaze as Danzo slowly emerged. Upon seeing him, Saratobi was mildly astonished, not anticipating that this individual would also be brought to this space. Villain ranking, 10th place, Danzo. Congratulations to the first respondent for receiving a reward, a Mangeki Sharingan. As the system's voice faded, a Mangeki Sharingan suddenly appeared in Danzo's hand, transforming his expression from indifference to astonishment, and finally to overwhelming joy as he burst into laughter. I never expected to obtain this eye. What a marvel! Danzo exclaimed, carefully storing the Mangeki Sharingan, planning to implant it in his arm upon returning. Simultaneously, the system displayed an image of Danzo. The scene depicted a grand bridge where Sasuke and Danzo stood face to face. Subsequently, Danzo unwrapped the bindings on his arm, revealing an entire arm adorned with Sharingan. What? How can this be? Sasuke and Itachi, both descendants of the Uchiha clan, gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. Yet, the system's ability to grant Sharingan and Rinnegan suggested that the imagery must be authentic. Why do you possess so many Sharingan? Itachi coldly questioned Danzo, now engulfed in fury, his chest heaving as if he wished to consume Danzo whole. However, in response to Itachi, Danzo merely smiled, disdainfully replying, "Do you believe you have the right to question me? I owe you my gratitude. Had you not annihilated the Uchiha clan, I would not have acquired so many eyes." You bastard. Itachi seethed through gritted teeth. He had initially believed that Danzo's collection of Sharingan was merely for research purposes, but he never anticipated that so many Sharingan would be implanted into his arm. Each pair of eyes belonged to a once great clan member. You bastard. Sasuke shouted angrily at Itachi, then roared, "If it weren't for you killing our parents, if it weren't for you slaughtering our clan, would we be in this situation? It's all because of you." As he spoke, the veins on Sasuke's forehead bulged, and he exerted himself to rise, determined to deliver a fatal blow to his family's nemesis. Yet, regardless of his intentions, he stood no chance against Uchiha Itachi. Now, trapped within the confines of the system space, his hostility only intensified the oppressive weight upon him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Itachi remained silent, unsure of how to respond, turning away to ponder in silence. How infuriating. I can't believe the rules allow me to speak of myself. Isn't that cheating? Kuratsuchi complained. This is dictated by system rules. You have 5 minutes remaining. After 5 minutes, the answering phase will conclude. Upon hearing that only 5 minutes were left, everyone grew anxious. Is Kuratsuchi considered a villain? Reikage inquired. However, the system promptly answered, "No, fool. If I were a villain, I would have simply revealed myself without needing you to waste breath." Kuratsuchi retorted, clearly irritated by Reikage's implication. Enough shouting. Among those robed figures earlier, several were villains. Didn't you notice? Saratobi Hisashi pointed out, directing attention to the members of the Akatsuki organization. His comment prompted everyone present to focus on the Akatsuki members. However, Saratobi was not the first to notice this. Others had speculated that the Akatsuki members were certainly not up to any good, and if spoken, they would surely be among the answers. The issue, however, was that apart from Itachi Uchiha and those who had revealed themselves, the rest were masked, making identification impossible. At that moment, Scorpion from the Akatsuki stepped forward, eager to announce his name, but was swiftly halted by Pain. With Itachi, Kakazu, Deidara, and Haiden having already received their rewards, the rest need not disclose their identities. Pain commanded. Understood, Scorpion nodded, refraining from further comment. Although the identities of the Akatsuki members remained unknown, Scorpion's being stopped was indeed a relief. If all the members of the Akatsuki were villains, their self-revelation would significantly bolster their strength, making future misdeeds quite troublesome. As the 5 minutes passed, others continued to call out names of villains, but none were among the top 10 rankings. Ultimately, when time was up, everything came to an end. The guessing phase has concluded. More than half of the answers have been guessed correctly, thus granting you an additional opportunity. Please guess the 5 strongest ninjutsu in the Naruto world. Fortunately, it wasn't about guessing people. I am quite familiar with the knowledge of ninjutsu. Reikage smirked with pride, then named a ninjutsu, Raijin no Kiba. Incorrect answer. The system immediately declared the answer wrong. Wait. This is a ninjutsu I take great pride in. It can't possibly be outside the top 5. Reikage questioned, somewhat irate. Yet the system offered no response to his inquiry. While Raijin no Kiba was indeed a powerful ninjutsu, it was not the strongest among lightning techniques. There were others that surpassed it. Therefore, when Reikage declared Raijin no Kiba, Kuratsuchi found it amusing, and upon hearing the system's verdict, she laughed out loud. I know a powerful ninjutsu. Kakuzu stepped forward once more, disregarding Pain's objections, and exclaimed, it must be Tenchi Nibansatsu. Correct answer. Tenchi Nibansatsu ranks second among the strongest ninjutsu. The respondent receives a reward. Tenchi Nibansatsu Ninjutsu Learning Manual. The system's voice echoed, and a scroll appeared in Kakuzu's hands. At this moment, except for the Akatsuki members and a few older shinobi from other villages, everyone else was bewildered as to why Tenchi Nibansatsu was ranked second. The next moment, they witnessed a simulated image produced by the system. On a vast battlefield, ninjas from various villages gathered, surrounding a lone shinobi. That shinobi stood tall, unafraid, with hands clasped behind his back. Uchiha Madara? Saratobi Hizashi recognized the figure, astonished. Not only Saratobi, but also other seasoned ninjas recognized the besieged shinobi as Uchiha Madara. Chapter 5, Susanoo Attack. The shinobi erupted with shouts, charging forward like a tide, ready to tear Uchiha Madara apart. However, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand signs, and behind him, a colossal figure made of chakra emerged, mimicking his movements. Just as the crowd was perplexed by the unfolding event, a meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, growing larger as it descended, ultimately crashing toward the ground like a celestial body. Such a ninjutsu exists? How terrifying. Can't we locate the user of that ninjutsu and eliminate them beforehand? The crowd murmured, their faces etched with horror, as the might of Tenchi Nibansatsu was overwhelming. However, the footage presented by the system quickly faded. No one knew the outcome of Tenchi Nibansatsu, as even Saratobi Hizashi and Reikage understood that the scene was not a remnant of the past, but a glimpse of the future. Kakazu, how did you know about this ninjutsu? Pain asked in a low voice. Do I even need to explain? Naturally. I deduced it from the historical records of the ninja world. It's quite simple, Kakuzu defended. Yet at that moment, Pain sensed that Kakuzu was certainly not telling the whole truth. Behind that seemingly carefree and jester-like persona, there might lie a tremendous secret. I believe there must be a ninjutsu that ranks within the list. Saratobi Hizashi stepped forward, declaring loudly, does Shinra-tensei count? Correct answer. Congratulations to the respondent for receiving a reward. Would release learning manual. A scroll also appeared in Saratobi's hands, followed by a new image. In a dense forest, Uchiha Madara confronted Senju Hashirama. After a fierce exchange, Uchiha Madara suddenly summoned the Nine Tails and enveloped it with Susanoo. Nine Tails Susanoo has such an application? Orochimaru murmured in astonishment. Simultaneously, not only he but also the other 5 villages ninja were equally shocked. While some failed to recognize the Nine Tails and Susanoo, they understood that summoning such a powerful tailed beast and manifesting chakra into armor required immense ninjutsu experience and a vast reservoir of chakra. Facing the nine tails clad in Susanoo, Senju Hashirama appeared significantly more vulnerable. He merely stood there, hands clasped together, exclaiming, "Shinra Tensei." The next moment, a gargantuan Buddha statue erupted from the ground, its arms numbering at least 1,000. Thus, Senju Hashirama towered over Uchiha Madara, and the two roared as they launched their attack. The multitude of arms from the Buddha statue surged towards Uchiha Madara. As dust swirled and the ground shattered, the scene came to a close. What a terrifying battle. Is this the clash of the two strongest in the ninja world? I had known of the fight between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but I never realized it was so intense. The ninjas discussed, utterly astounded by the visuals they had just witnessed. Today, everyone was suddenly transported to a peculiar space, where each individual could receive rare rewards by answering questions. The revelations that followed displayed images capable of causing a great uproar within the ninja world. As these events unfolded, the astonishment among the crowd had already reached considerable heights. Yet, the speculations were far from over. Based on the recent information, I surmised that the third ninjutsu must indeed be Susanoo, suggested Conan. Correct answer. Reward for the responder, Susanoo Learning Manual. Immediately, an image appeared, depicting a grand bridge where Sasuke confronted Danzo. As Danzo unveiled the bandages around his arm, revealing his Sharingan, Sasuke unleashed his ultimate technique, Susanoo. Witnessing this battle scene, Itachi's face revealed an unexpected expression, perplexed as to why Sasuke would engage in combat with Danzo. However, since Sasuke had utilized Susanoo in the vision, it was evident that he would inevitably clash with Danzo in the future, necessitating preparation. The learning manual offered little distinction from having no reward at all. As the image faded, Conan, dissatisfied, muttered her complaints, for she had no intention of pursuing the Sharingan or developing Susanoo. Thus, the reward felt inconsequential. Itachi, if I am not mistaken, you must find this manual quite necessary, said Zetsu, directing his words towards Itachi. No, I do not require it. Itachi firmly shook his head, but his gaze then shifted towards his brother, Sasuke, as he solemnly remarked, however, he has acquired the Manjiki Sharingan, and I believe he will undoubtedly need it. Upon hearing the words from the Akatsuki group, Conan cast a displeased glance at Itachi, coldly stating, if you intend to seize this, you may try. We are not to be trifled with. To ascertain whether one is worthy of trifling, one must first engage in the attempt. Itachi noted Conan and the other ninjas beside her, recognizing the growing hostility yet refraining from action, for the system forbade conflict. They could only devise a plan once they exited. Meanwhile, Conan grew increasingly dissatisfied, lamenting her misfortune, having finally answered a question correctly only to receive an unhelpful reward, all while attracting unwanted attention. Currently, Itachi had yet to publicly demonstrate his combat prowess. Aside from the Hidden Leaf Village, no one was privy to his capabilities or jutsu, and relevant intelligence would surely not be shared by Konoha. This posed a dilemma. Sasuke, I find it peculiar that the scenario of you opposing me has appeared twice. Danzo coldly inquired, gazing down at the restrained Sasuke. At that moment, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, yet Sasuke was merely a youth, evoking an impression of Danzo bullying a child. Enough, Danzo. Saratobi Hiruzen interjected, stepping protectively in front of Sasuke, demanding, you have yet to explain the state of your arm. There is nothing to discuss. It was a necessary act for the protection of the village. Danzo replied, his expression unyielding and resolute. He then directed his gaze toward Sasuke, continuing, if this boy is destined to become an enemy of the village, regardless of his age, I shall eradicate him in his infancy. You scoundrel. Saratobi furrowed his brow, though he was at a loss, turning to contemplate Sasuke's fate. Chapter 6. The Vision of Destruction of Konoha. The images depicting the future had just concluded. Saratobi, despite his reluctance to believe that Sasuke would oppose the village, was compelled to acknowledge the vision that indicated Sasuke would battle Danzo. While Danzo was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, he would never turn against the village. Thus, he was undoubtedly aligned with the Hidden Leaf in his conflict against Sasuke. Consequently, Saratobi found himself forced to reconsider Sasuke's situation with grave caution. Grandfather, how could Sasuke turn against the village? This man before us does not appear to be virtuous. What if he is the one opposing the village? Naruto couldn't help but interject. Mind your tongue, brat. Danzo's expression darkened instantly, and combined with his imposing demeanor, he caused Naruto to take several steps back in fright. Yet, rather than yielding, Naruto stood firm in defense of Sasuke, arguing, if this man truly wished to protect the village, he would never resort to embedding eyes into his arm. Those eyes belong to the Uchiha clan and deserve a proper burial. Upon hearing this, Saratobi nodded silently, refraining from further comment as he diverted his gaze from Sasuke. He resolved that, regardless of Sasuke's future actions, he could not be excessively harsh on the boy at present. Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's defense, felt compelled to speak but ultimately chose silence, swallowing his words. Enough with the idle chatter, let us guess the next ninjutsu, Danzo urged, his brow furrowed. Could it be the shadow clone technique? Perhaps one of Konoha's forbidden jutsu? Could it be the impure world reincarnation? I surmise it is the flying thunder god technique. The crowd voiced their guesses, yet none were correct, eliciting no response from the system. At that moment, Pain suddenly stood up, declaring loudly, it must be Almighty Push. Almighty Push. What ninjutsu is that? And who is this individual who has been pointing fingers at the robed figures from the beginning? Could he be the mastermind? The crowd speculated. Correct answer. Congratulations to the responder for receiving the reward. 2 uses of Almighty Push without injury. Almighty Push, ranked 5th in power. As the system's voice faded, an impressive image showcasing the technique emerged, far grander than previous displays. The entire system space transformed into a stage for this revelation, and the individuals found themselves within the scene, albeit as mere spectators unable to interact with their surroundings. They observed Tsunade facing a figure clad in a black robe. You once believed yourselves to be the masters of the world, thinking death was distant, yet when you take lives, you must be prepared to face death, Pain intoned gravely. We too shall confront death. Do not seek to burden us with your excuses, Tsunade retorted angrily. However, Pain merely turned his head slowly, uttering a single word, ridiculous. In the next moment, he ascended into the air, hovering above the hidden leaf village, murmuring, embrace pain, understand pain. Upon concluding his incantation, Pain erupted in a radiant burst of light, and a visible, transparent force radiated outward. This immense power, emanating from beneath Pain, obliterated the surrounding structures. Once the technique was executed, Pain descended gently, revealing Konoha transformed into a vast crater, devoid of any standing buildings. What? Such terrifying power! Capable of leveling the village in a single stroke? No, this is impossible. If this vision foretells the future, then at that time, where are our village's ninjas? Will no one rise to halt this fiend? The ninjas of Konoha were left in utter shock, gravely discussing the harrowing implications of the vision. The imagery depicted a terrifying future, the complete destruction of the Hidden Leaf Village, and alarmingly, not a single individual intervened as the figure with the black steel pipes executed his technique. It is difficult not to ponder whether the primary force of the Hidden Leaf Village has already been annihilated by the enemy. At this moment, only the inhabitants of the Leaf Village are in shock and heavy-hearted, while those from the other ninja villages either watch with glee or revel in their misfortune. Oh, it seems I have failed to destroy the Leaf Village, but it matters not. At least others have taken on that task on my behalf, which is satisfactory. Orochimaru remarked with a smile. The Leaf Village has indeed encountered a formidable challenge. Your future appears rather bleak, Tsunade mockingly commented. Ha ha ha, the Leaf Villagers deserve this. You thought you could inflict such suffering on us during the last Great War, yet you never anticipated that your entire village would be brought to ruin. The ninja from the Earth Village expressed their joy, relishing the impending calamity awaiting the Leaf Village. Despite their taunts and derision, the Leaf Ninjas, though enraged, chose not to dwell on their words. Is the destruction of the Leaf Village a manifestation of the Rinnegan's power? Saratobi Hiruzen gazed at Pain, utterly astonished. At this moment, he had come to realize the identity of the individual who had uttered the name Shinra Tensei. Who was this monkey? Danzo, observing Saratobi's perplexity, concluded that he must know the identity of the cloaked figure leading the organization. I once learned that during the Ninja World War, Jiraiya fought against Hanzo of the Salamander and rescued 3 children. I have long forgotten where those children came from, but Jiraiya mentioned that one of them possessed the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei must indeed be a power of the Rinnegan. However, I find it perplexing that he could wield a technique capable of obliterating an entire village. This is nothing short of divine power. That child's name is Nagato. Saratobi shared all the information he possessed regarding the Rinnegan, which had been meticulously reported by Jiraiya, given that he had taken in 3 orphan children from outside the village. Was it Jiraiya who nurtured him? That fool. Why didn't he simply eliminate him? Danzo coldly complained. He believed he would have directly killed Nagato to prevent him from potentially becoming an adversary to the village. Danzo, you remain as you have always been, Saratobi observed, his voice grave. The latter immediately sensed Saratobi's piercing gaze and amended his statement. If those 3 orphans were brought to the village for nurturing, I could train them to become the sharpest blades of the Leaf Village, transforming them into the deadliest weapons. Upon hearing this, Saratobi's gaze towards Danzo did not soften. Rather, it intensified with dissatisfaction. He replied, "Are you certain you are not merely seeking to turn him into your own eye?" However, he added, "Moreover, Nagato's parents were killed by our own village. Do you truly believe he would come to the Leaf Village?" Danzo furrowed his brow upon hearing this and, after a moment of silence, replied coldly, "Then I believe Jiraiya should have killed him. It is only due to Jiraiya's foolishness that our village may face annihilation in the future." The conversation between the two from the Leaf Village reached the ears of the other ninja villages. Although these ninjas regarded Danzo as a nefarious individual, they did not oppose his notion of eliminating Nagato. After all, if the Leaf Village were to be destroyed, the other villages would likely not escape a similar fate. Recognizing this, everyone collectively redirected their hostility towards Pain. "My esteemed comrades, since you have turned your attention towards me, I shall no longer pretend." Pain stepped forward, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembly, and continued, "You may consider me Nagato, but my name is Pain. My purpose is simple, to exact vengeance upon this world and to create a realm of absolute peace." Upon hearing these words, the crowd immediately began to murmur in astonishment. "How do you intend to achieve this goal?" Saratobi inquired. "Very simply. I shall create a military force that surpasses the 5 great nations and impose peace through coercive deterrence." Pain candidly articulated his thoughts. At this, Uchiha Itachi could not help but caution, "Pain, are you certain this plan is foolproof?" Pain did not respond to him but directed his attention back to Saratobi, saying, "Lord Hokage, decades ago, Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts among the great ninja villages to maintain a balance of power, thereby fostering peace." "Indeed, that is correct," Saratobi nodded in affirmation. "However, therein lies the problem. Such an approach is exceedingly naive. It has failed to establish lasting peace. Wars continue to erupt, disputes persist, and countless lives are lost, homes destroyed." Pain bluntly rejected Hashirama's vision. Yet Saratobi found himself at a loss for words, for as Pain stated, Hashirama's measures had not yielded enduring peace. "Do you understand what this signifies?" Seeing Saratobi's silence, Pain continued, "It signifies that we must seek an alternative means to forge permanent peace, such as diminishing the strength of one faction while bolstering another." "Enough, Pain." Itachi, standing behind Pain, quietly urged him to refrain from further discourse. Should he continue, the true objectives of the Akatsuki organization might be revealed, potentially jeopardizing its future plans and actions. "Do you think the system space will not unveil any images related to us? Rather than allow everyone to recognize our threat and speculate wildly about our intentions, it would be more prudent to obfuscate the truth, leading them into confusion," Pain murmured. Upon hearing this, Itachi pondered carefully and found no fault in the reasoning. Thus he nodded in agreement and ceased to obstruct Pain's words. "What means do you intend to employ to realize this everlasting peace?" Saratobi pressed. "Very simply. Our goal is to destroy the Leaf and support the weaker ninja villages." Pain fabricated a rationale to obscure his true intentions. This explanation aligned with the imagery presented by the system space, ensuring that no one would doubt the validity of Pain's claims. "Regardless of your intentions, since we of the Leaf Village are already aware, we shall not permit your plans to unfold unimpeded," Saratobi stated coolly, before contemplating the defensive strategies for the Leaf Village. "Suit yourself," Pain replied nonchalantly as he turned away. Thus concluded the discourse regarding Pain's intentions, and the rankings had revealed 4 answers, leaving one final mystery. Everyone was engrossed in contemplation, recalling any particularly formidable ninjas they were acquainted with, as well as the techniques they employed. Does the Rasengan count? The tailed beast bomb must surely rank first, right? What about the creation technique used by the Sage of 6 Paths? They speculated, yet none of their guesses proved accurate. "We have no means of discerning. There are no hints provided. What a farce." Someone complained in frustration. As the number of individuals opting to give up increased, Kakashi, who had maintained silence throughout, suddenly turned to Naruto and exclaimed, Does the mouth of Uzumaki Naruto count as the strongest ninjutsu? Huh, my mouth. Naruto looked at Kakashi, bewildered. Yes, precisely your mouth. I have witnessed your battle with Gaara. Ultimately, you persuaded him. I believe your eloquence is commendable, possessing a knack for convincing others. Since we cannot deduce another answer, why not give it a try? Kakashi chuckled. Answer correct. Naruto's mouth ninjutsu, the top-ranked ninjutsu. Respondent receives a reward. Duel Manjiki Sharingan. In the next moment, Kakashi suddenly trembled and removed his eye patch, revealing his eyes transformed into the mesmerizing kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Simultaneously, an image was projected. The scene rapidly shifted, transitioning from Naruto's childhood to his adulthood, from the serene woods to the bustling city, and finally to the desolate battlegrounds left in the wake of war. On the screen, Naruto's lips moved incessantly, while the person opposite him listened with a repentant expression. The figures depicted included Gaara, Zabuza, Haku, Sasuke, Pain, Nagato, Konan, and Obito, especially Obito, whose imposing and peculiar attire belied the weight of his past. Upon hearing Naruto's words, he unexpectedly began to fight for Naruto against a pale-skinned woman. Akatsuki's leader, surprised, gazed at Naruto, never expecting this youth could sway him. How could this be? It must be an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. Nagato, who controlled Pain, was equally astonished. He witnessed the image of himself being persuaded by Naruto to utilize the rebirth technique, sacrificing his own life to resurrect the fallen villagers of Konoha. Naruto, you have done well. Hiruzen Saratobi patted Naruto's head, feeling a sense of solace as he watched the resurrected villagers brought back to life by Nagato, swayed by Naruto's words. Chapter 8. A greater scale of inquiry. I believe this must be a false future. Pain shook his head in disbelief, choosing to reject the vision presented by the system. Yet the accuracy of the imagery was indisputable. Every detail about the past was precise, leaving no doubt that the future it depicted was equally valid. Consequently, Itachi, Kakazu, and several other members of the Akatsuki regarded Pain with peculiar glances. This could pose a significant problem, Kakuzu lamented. Indeed, sigh, Pain, Deidara sighed. What do you mean? Pain coldly surveyed the group, then spoke in a low voice. Rest assured. If the imagery is true, I will remain vigilant, ensuring I do not fall prey to that man's words. That would be for the best, Itachi nodded, casting a glance at his brother and then at Naruto, increasingly finding this exuberant youth to be rather unusual. Who would have thought that Pain and Nagato could be so easily swayed by mere words? Could it be that Naruto's tongue possesses a bloodline limit, granting him formidable powers? While the Akatsuki members speculated wildly, Naruto remained unfazed. He looked at Kakashi's two kaleidoscopic Sharingan with excitement, exclaiming, with both eyes available for use, "This is indeed fortuitous." Yes, thanks to your influence, what I said in jest turned out to be true, Kakashi remarked, pleasantly surprised as he touched his head. Initially, he had merely joined in the speculation, never anticipating it would lead to such a revelation. This sensation was akin to casually picking up a piece of paper on the street and discovering it to be a winning lottery ticket. Kakashi, do not grow complacent. Now that we have deduced the 5 strongest ninjutsu, we are uncertain of the challenges that lie ahead. We must remain fully focused, Hiruzen admonished. Understood, Kakashi nodded, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Hey, now that we've guessed the ninjutsu, is there anything else? If not, please return us. Orochimaru, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke up. Indeed, we must return quickly. Our village is still engaged in battle against that scoundrel Orochimaru. We cannot afford delays, Hiruzen added. With their calls for the system to release them, the other ninjas joined in, but the system remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in silence. With no alternatives, they could only wait patiently. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen's gaze swept across all present, addressing Danzo. This mysterious system space is indeed remarkable. It encompasses not only the ninjas from the 5 great nations, but also those from smaller hidden villages. Even Hanzo of the Salamander has been brought here. Hanzo? Danzo followed Hiruzen's gaze, which landed on a figure wearing a breathing apparatus, remaining silent as he observed. Hanzo, recognizing their scrutiny, returned the gaze. The distance between them was too great for any words to be exchanged. Meanwhile, in a separate room, Chunemo had just settled into bed when he received a text message. Hello, creator of tomorrow's front page. May I request an additional article on the Naruto theme? With a prepayment of 200,000? After reading the message, He received a notification of the bank transfer. What is there to discuss? The money has been transferred. Declining would be unreasonable. Shun Mo grumbled as he got up, approached his computer, and began writing. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to write about the 5 most tragic deaths in the Naruto world. Once completed, he submitted it to the author's backend for the next day's front page. I wonder how much profit this will bring me. Shun Mo mused before returning to bed, eager to check in the morning. Within the system space, as boredom settled among the gathered individuals, a sudden bright light flashed, and many more people were drawn into the system space. Initially, only representative figures from various factions were present, but now the number had doubled, with all notable names making their appearance. Jiraiya and Tsunade, Hiruzen's former students, were among them. Lord Hokage, we searched everywhere in the village for you. We feared something dire had occurred. Seeing you safe brings me relief, Tsunade sighed deeply. Her gaze scanning Hiruzen and the others, reassured to find them unharmed. Jiraiya-sensei, you've been brought here too? Naruto asked. Indeed. I was just walking when I was suddenly brought in, Jiraiya replied, curiously surveying his surroundings before approaching Naruto. By the way, how have you progressed with the summoning technique I taught you before I left? Naruto hesitated, unsure how to respond, before shifting the topic. Jiraiya-sensei, I can now use a much more powerful shadow clone technique, far superior to before. No matter how impressive the shadow clone technique may be, it remains just that, shadow clones. You should focus on practicing the summoning technique, Jiraiya advised, intending to inquire about the system space. However, the system then manifested, announcing the prohibition of combat within the space and outlining new arrangements. You have not completed the guessing of the 10 major villains, but you have guessed the 5 strongest ninjutsu as an additional query. This is a checkpoint system, therefore, you will face the next challenge. Strive to guess and earn more rewards. Once the system's voice faded, a moment of silence enveloped the gathering, followed by a chorus of dissent. Absolutely not. We have been here for at least 2 hours. Each of us has our own matters to attend to. If we do not return, everything will be postponed. Indeed, we must be allowed to leave. You scoundrel, can't you at least show yourself? Keeping us trapped here in this desolate, pitch-black space. Are you trying to starve us? The protests echoed relentlessly. However, the system remained unresponsive, ignoring their outcries. Observing this, Meitarumi declared, everyone, since he won't let us leave, we shall not cooperate. Let's simply refrain from answering the upcoming questions, and when we lose, we can leave. Upon hearing these words, those present immediately expressed their support, each sitting cross-legged on the ground, resolutely refusing to answer any questions posed by the system. Chapter 9. The tragically doomed. The enigmatic nature of the system's space instilled a profound sense of distrust and fearing the dire consequences of further speculation. Everyone unexpectedly acted in unison. Their collective response was to resist cooperation and decline to answer. Yet, the very next moment, just as the group thought their defiance would grant them freedom, a palpable pressure barrier suddenly manifested above them. By the time anyone noticed the barrier, it had descended, pinning everyone firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. Now, all were sprawled on the ground, just like Sasuke. You may answer the system's questions incorrectly, but deliberate refusal to respond will result in the implementation of extreme measures, leading to your total annihilation. As the system's voice echoed, the force of the pressure barrier intensified, causing several frail ninjas to cry out in distress. Even those as formidable as Hiruzen Saratobi struggled to endure. You need not worry about food and water. Within this system space, your bodily needs are entirely static. Even if you remain here for a millennium, upon exit, you will find yourself unchanged from when you entered. As for your situation, while within the system space, you must concentrate fully on the questions posed by the system. Once the rules were articulated, the pressure barrier vanished instantaneously. Who was this entity? What manner of creation was this? Hiruzen Saratobi gasped in astonishment, deeply perplexed by the existence of the system. He was not alone in his bewilderment. Others shared the same astonishment. To have the power to transport everyone into this space, to sustain them without sustenance, and to conjure such a formidable pressure barrier. The capabilities of this system were unfathomably potent. Unbeknownst to them, the system was merely a system, devoid of humanity. New question. Who are the 5 individuals who met the most tragic deaths in Naruto? Commencing responses. Upon hearing this new query, the chastened individuals could no longer afford to hesitate and hurriedly scrambled to guess the answers. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, pain furrowed his brow. perceiving this as an opportunity for substantial rewards. Yet he remained uncertain about who would ultimately meet a tragic fate. It was impossible to predict. I believe Hanzo of the Salamander must surely be among them, Kakazu murmured thoughtfully, suggesting a candidate. Why? Pain's gaze fixated on Kakazu. Need you ask? Consider this. Hanzo killed Yahiko, and you have long sought vengeance for him. With our assistance, along with Pain's, how could we not achieve revenge? Kakazu analyzed, articulating his reasoning. After listening, Pain bowed his head in contemplation and then declared loudly, Hanzo of the Salamander will undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Answer correct. Responder receives reward. The Outer Path Golem gains the skill, Enhanced Tailed Beast Bomb. With the system's confirmation, an image materialized, as was customary. In the vision, Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop a mountain, ambushing Nagato and his companions alongside his allies, ultimately forcing Nagato to kill Yahiko. Devastated, Nagato summoned the Outer Path Golem, annihilating nearly everyone present, yet Danzo and Hanzo narrowly escaped. Witnessing this most sorrowful past, Pain gasped heavily, his fury evident. Danzo, you once inquired about Nagato. It seems you not only knew of him, but also ambushed him. Hiruzen glared at Danzo with anger, his voice cold. Danzo remained expressionless, unresponsive, as if he had merely committed an inconsequential act, displaying neither remorse nor regret. At that moment, the vision continued. The scene shifted to several years later. In Hanzo's abode, he slumped against a wooden wall, while before him, Pain was slaughtering his kin. Regardless of age or gender, each was mercilessly killed by Pain and Akatsuki members, including even the dog Hanzo had raised. Hanzo, did you foresee this day coming years ago? Pain coldly inquired as he stood before Hanzo. Behind Pain, a salamander was reduced to ashes by the Amaterasu flames. You are Yahiko? I never anticipated that I would fail to kill you then, but truth be told, ambushing you and Nagato is my greatest regret in this life. Hanzo weakly replied. No, I am not Yahiko, I am Pain. Nagato squatted down, locking eyes with Hanzo, and coldly stated, Yahiko is dead, and now you shall accompany him in death. With that, he tightened his grip around Hanzo's neck and, with a powerful twist, severed it. Thus, the vision concluded. Lord Hanzo, how could you be slain? Is our Rain Village's defense truly so feeble? You even spared neither children nor dogs. How cruel. The news of Hanzo's demise triggered an uproar within Rain Village. The ninjas of Rain Village shouted in outrage, while the central figure, Hanzo, merely stood calmly, exchanging glances with Pain not far away. The leader was none other than Yahiko, whom he had slain. This perplexed him. How could a deceased person return to life? Curious, isn't it? Just as I once wondered why you allied with us only to betray us and ambush us. Hanzo, your death is inevitable, Pain stated solemnly. It matters not. When I ambushed you, I prepared myself for your vengeance. I am always ready, Hanzo replied, appearing indifferent, accepting his fate with equanimity. Seeing this, Pain ceased further discourse. Turning his gaze toward Konoha, addressing Hiruzen, I shall not forget the grievances between Konoha and myself. Await your reckoning. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen did not lift his gaze to meet Pain's, but closed his eyes, lost in thought. With Hanzo's identity revealed, who would the next 5 be? Surely they were not all slain by those cloaked figures? Terumi May inquired. Yet no one responded, and had anyone known the next answer, they would have refrained from speaking. As everyone pondered, the silent Hiruzen suddenly realized something and spoke. I must surely be among those destined for a tragic death, am I not? Answer correct. Responder receives reward, doubling of ninjutsu strength. Upon the system's affirmation of Hiruzen's answer, astonishment swept through the others. Monkey, how did you predict your own demise? Danzo queried incredulously, harboring doubts about whether Hiruzen possessed foresight into the future. Chapter 10. The third Hokage. Hiruzen attentively sensed the changes occurring within his body. The amplification of his ninjutsu power propelled his chakra beyond the peak of his former prowess. As Orochimaru had noted, had Hiruzen been a decade younger during their last confrontation, the outcome would have been uncertain. Now, Hiruzen, whose strength had once dwindled to a mere fraction, experienced a remarkable transformation. Even the lingering after-effects of past battles evaporated in an instant. At this moment, Hiruzen had truly reached his zenith. As a ninja of common origins, his power now ranked among the top 3 across all ninja villages. With a hint of self-mockery, Saratobi Hiruzen recited the names of once proud ninjas of Konoha: Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kakashi, Minato, and Shikaku. Upon hearing this, Danzo fell silent. Had these individuals remained in Konoha, he would have had no chance at contending for the title of Hokage. If they had not departed or had not been manipulated by Danzo, Konoha would not have been so brazenly bullied at its doorstep. The Hokage, my esteemed predecessor, would never have allowed such a disgrace. Naruto's bond with Saratobi, Hiruzen, ran deep. Even after learning the entire truth, Naruto chose to forgive his mentor. His gaze, momentarily vacant, reflected upon the death that had befallen Saratobi Hiruzen. The imagery portrayed Konoha as though it had been besieged, while it lacked the sheer devastation wrought by Pain's Shinra Tensei. The scene of the ANBU guiding civilians away was enough to indicate that Konoha was indeed in trouble. The scene shifted to a nearby high-rise, where Orochimaru and Saratobi Hiruzen exchanged cold glances. "Humph, it seems I've succeeded, teacher," Orochimaru hissed, his tongue flicking ominously. Initially, he believed his plans to dismantle Konoha had failed. Yet Pain's destruction of the village brought him a modicum of solace. He had not anticipated successfully bringing Konoha to ruin before Pain's actions, and now he found himself within the very scene of his mentor's demise. "You villain, I shall not allow you to harm the Hokage," Naruto declared, his fist raised in anger. In an instant, the previously brave Naruto began to sweat profusely and fell silent, feeling the weight of pressure directed towards him. Though not as beleaguered as Sasuke, he was nonetheless in a dire predicament. Saratobi Hiruzen's gaze darkened once more. His once favored disciple, the one he took such pride in, had turned against him, and years later, posed a threat not only to Konoha but potentially to his own life. The scene continued, showcasing a verbal exchange between Orochimaru and Saratobi Hiruzen, followed by a series of signature jutsu from both sides. Just as they seemed unable to gain the upper hand, the entire rooftop was ensnared by a barrier around them. 4 purple flames formation. Danzo recognized the technique prepared by Orochimaru, while Hiruzen lamented the circumstances. He felt a flicker of joy. At least this former ally would not be eliminated merely for being an obstacle. Even with his newly acquired Sharingan, he knew that Saratobi Hiruzen's jutsu prowess had multiplied. In his prime, Saratobi Hiruzen was hailed as a master of ninjutsu, and now he was even more formidable. Among their former comrades were members of the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan, and none had ever surpassed him. Simply relying on the Sharingan would not suffice against the now superior Saratobi Hiruzen. As Hiruzen found himself trapped and sought to break the formation, Orochimaru summoned 2 coffins, revealing the first and second Hokage. The ninja world was instantly stirred. The names of the first and second Hokage commanded immense respect and fear throughout the realm. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable as he watched the scene unfold, missing no gesture or movement. Has Orochimaru truly succeeded in his research? Danzo mused, his expression complex. His Sharingan had been successfully implanted thanks to Orochimaru's efforts, and while he had contributed to the latter's experiments, he now possessed a complete set of Sharingan. Should he continue collaborating with Orochimaru? Was it possible that the old man had been slain by his former comrades? Tsunade's expression grew grave as she observed the continuing footage, where Saratobi Hiruzen was being relentlessly suppressed by Hashirama and Tobirama Senju. This is merely a potential reality. We must contemplate how to respond to the multitude of queries and how to counter those adversaries once we emerge from here, Jiraiya whispered to Tsunade. With rogue ninjas from various villages and a group of terrifying individuals wielding the Rinnegan, no village could currently withstand such overwhelming might. Orochimaru, you ultimately did not heed my warnings. Saratobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, his resolve hardening. In the footage, he sacrificed his own soul to the Shinigami in a desperate bid to ensure mutual destruction with Orochimaru. Had it not been for Orochimaru's escape technique, he would not have merely sealed the latter's hands. "Humph, monkey, you've regressed. You only managed to seal away his hands when facing Orochimaru?" Danzo could hardly contain his swelling pride. In his view, even if he faced Orochimaru and was overpowered, he would never have settled for merely sealing away a pair of hands. "Third Hokage, you truly raised a remarkable disciple," he sneered. Only the third Hokage could produce 3 legendary ninjas. To die at the hands of one's own apprentice, unable to bring him down and merely leaving with 2 hands, is a unique legacy indeed. Laughter erupted among the other village leaders. What does it matter if you answered the questions correctly? You remain powerless. Saratobi Hiruzen scoffed. Feeling the shift in his strength, he began to place all his hopes on answering questions, believing that correct responses might resurrect the deceased. Yet, wouldn't it be more advantageous to continue enhancing his own power? If he could answer a few more questions correctly, wouldn't he rightfully earn the title of the strongest Hokage? As the video concluded, the ninjas of the world fell into silence once more. If the earlier events were to be seen as inevitable, the depiction of the third Hokage invoked profound reflection. Chapter 11. A golden flash. Orochimaru could never be a match for the now vastly empowered Saratobi Hiruzen. In this realm, all possibilities abound. The future holds its secrets, yet what lies ahead is contingent upon fortune, much like Saratobi Hiruzen himself. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could have believed or imagined that so many formidable beings could emerge within a single day? No one could have known that such a powerful rogue ninja organization existed within the ninja world. The quiz continues. Each question may be answered only once by each participant. The voice of the system resonated once more, prompting everyone to engage in deep contemplation, while the members of the Akatsuki also began to ponder. Am I included? Deidara asked timidly. Incorrect answer. Haiden. Kakuzu answered without hesitation. Baka, Kakuzu, it must be Kakuzu. Haiden retorted without reservation, and the duo continued their usual banter. Incorrect answer. Repeated answers are prohibited. Haiden's fate mirrored that of Saratobi Hiruzen and his companions. Do not squander this opportunity. We await the next question, Ping commanded, evidently confident in the outcome for his group. As the Akatsuki members ceased participating in the quiz, the tension among the others eased, even if rival ninja villages answered correctly. It was preferable to allow these madmen to gain strength. After all, they proclaimed their intent to change the entire world. If not for the constraints of the rules, this place would have been the Akatsuki's tomb. No matter the cost, the ninja villages would not let a single member of the Akatsuki escape. Is the fate of the most tragic deaths upon us? Teacher. Kakashi gazed at Naruto with remorse, recalling that he had once been entrusted with the safety of Kushina Uzumaki and her child, Naruto. Ultimately, he had been reassigned to protect the villagers. Failing to fulfill his teacher's directive and feeling helpless regarding Naruto's subsequent trials in the village. The tragedy of Naruto's birth cannot be altered, nor can the perception of him by the villagers, which has led to further misfortunes. Kakashi, burdened by his own inadequacies that have resulted in the loss of comrades and forced to take the life of a fellow companion, is overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions as he recalls the suicide of his father. Minato Namikaze, my teacher, the fourth Hokage. Kakashi chokes out, his voice hoarse and trembling, suppressing tears as he calls out the name of his mentor. Unexpectedly, Kakashi finds himself rewarded with an enhancement to his ancestral swordsmanship, a skill he thought would involve an upgrade to his Sharingan. In that fleeting moment, his understanding of the Konoha sword technique deepens remarkably, as if he had practiced it for decades, surpassing any previous comprehension. How amusing, Dan's muses, initially concerned that Kakashi might gain a pair of Sharingan like his own, but now reassured. After all, the legendary Tsukumo Hatake had been vanquished from history through the machinations of himself and the third Hokage. The scene shifts back to Konoha, where the masked man reappears amidst chaos, accompanied by the crimson-eyed Nine Tails. The village is thrown into disarray, with even the Umbu and the guard forces struggling to maintain order as the villagers flee. The devastation rivals that of a large-scale battle. As the masked man wreaks havoc alongside the Nine Tails, a flash of golden light streaks past, causing both to retreat from the center of Konoha. The scene now shifting to the outskirts of the village. You again, masked man. Saratobi Hiruzen, filled with rage, recalls the earlier broadcast where this figure declared war on the entire shinobi world. He realizes that all the calamities Konoha has suffered are the result of this man's actions. If not for him, the fourth Hokage would not have perished, and Konoha would have retained one of its most stable Jinchuriki. The elite fighting force of Konoha would not have diminished, and even the prodigy Kakashi would not have fallen from grace. Had Minato been alive, perhaps Naruto could have grown normally, fostering harmony within the village. The trajectory of the Uchiha clan might have been different as well. Wait, you had the Sharingan all along, Deidara exclaimed in surprise. The previous footage showed Akatsuki possessing the Rinnegan, which could be explained by his correct answers. But now he wonders if this seemingly innocuous individual is truly as simple as he appears. Pain and Konan exchanged knowing glances, as they were the only ones in the Akatsuki aware of Akatsuki's true identity. You are indeed a villain of the highest order. No wonder you rank third on the villain list. Just wait. Once I become the strongest Hokage, I shall avenge the fourth Hokage, Naruto declared, raising his fist in indignation. From a young age, Naruto has aspired to surpass all previous Hokage, pursuing the dream of becoming the strongest through unwavering effort. Unlike the self-aggrandizing claims of the third Hokage, Naruto fought valiantly and ultimately succeeded. Akatsuki scoffed, now unperturbed by the potential exposure of his identity, as possessing the Rinnegan grants him the ability to execute many of his plans independently. As for the teacher's child, Akatsuki once feared Naruto would be cold upon birth. He had prepared an extravagant explosive tag warm-up package. Had Minato not forcefully rejected it, Naruto would have felt the world suffering from the very start. Akatsuki had pondered whether, had he not been restrained and rescued, he could have protected Rin. Perhaps the trio from back then would have remained by the teacher's side. But why did Minato arrive so late? Had he not rushed in, Kakashi might have perished. If Kakashi had acted more decisively, perhaps Rin would have been safe. Clenching his fists, Akatsuki's resolve solidified. Once he escapes, if the Akatsuki follows orders, he might not mind bringing the tailed beasts into that utopian world. If they do not heed his wishes, that Sharingan. Kakashi gasped, shocked into silence, having observed the unfolding scenes intently. Chapter 12. Who are you really? Whether it was the fierce clash between Minato and the masked man or the latter's apparent immunity after being struck by the flying thunder god technique, every detail suggested to Kakashi that this individual possessed abilities identical to his own. While similarities in other areas might be acceptable, the Sharingan's powers could not align perfectly unless they were the same pair. Impossible. Obito sacrificed himself to save me, giving me one of his Sharingan. Why, Obito? Why won't you return? Kakashi spiraled into confusion, tormented by guilt over his long-lost friend, who might still be alive and had launched a devastating assault on Konoha years later, targeting their shared mentor. Even as Kakashi desperately sought justification for Obito's actions, he knew that if the Sharingan was not handled or transplanted promptly, it would become useless. And not just anyone could wield the Sharingan. Half of Kakashi's was a gift from Obito, while the other half was sheer luck. Obito, is it really you? Why are you doing this? Kakashi bellowed, slowly rising, though the oppressive aura surrounding him had diminished. Yet, without unleashing his full power, he could not stand. Now, Kakashi staggered forward, demanding answers from Akatsuki, his Sharingan activated, revealing a striking resemblance to the masked man's right eye. Konan and Pain closely observed the two, while Deidara began to suspect that Akatsuki's identity was far from simple. Why? Why do this? Why not come back? Why turn against our teacher? Kakashi's chakra surged, creating an imposing presence that momentarily startled Saratobi Hiruzen. Previously, Kakashi was recognized as a formidable elite shinobi, but after Tsukumo's suicide and the loss of two comrades, his descent into despair had diminished him to the level of an elite genin. Now, however, the chakra he exuded, while not at the Hokage level, radiated a pressure akin to that of the strongest. Kakashi took a faltering step forward, the overwhelming pressure making it difficult for him to speak. Akatsuki fell into a long silence, knowing that had Kakashi been present back then, he might have recognized his identity. But so what? This hypocritical village, irresponsible teachers, and everyone, including Kakashi, should bear the blame for Rin's death. Akatsuki, I believe you owe us an explanation. Pain stepped forward, surrounding Akatsuki with the 6 paths of pain. The Akatsuki members finally realized that Akatsuki's identity was undoubtedly a fade, but the information they received from Pain had to be false as well, or else they would not be so enraged. What now? Do you wish to dance? Under the mask of Afe, the Rinnegan locked gazes with Pain, and Nagato could sense through Pain's line of sight that Obito's Rinnegan power and physical condition far surpassed his own. Moreover, the current situation did not lend itself to conflict. At least for now, neither side had a reason to escalate tensions. Why hesitate? Strike him. The fourth Raikage, observed the scene with a mocking smile. Even Saratobi Hiruzen, usually at odds with him, refrained from making sarcastic remarks, for the strength exhibited by the Akatsuki was undeniably extraordinary. It was evident from previous encounters that their so-called tailed beast capture plan had already reached fruition, suggesting that no village at that time could defeat them. Yet, now signs of internal strife were surfacing, and if they could weaken the enemy without losing a single soldier, why not seize the opportunity? That junior Kakashi is quite impressive. If he can stand despite his struggles, I surely can. The fourth Raikage, felt as though struck by a revelation. Kakashi's reputation for being evenly matched was well known throughout the ninja world, yet Kakashi's physical condition was widely acknowledged as subpar. As the mightiest man of Kumogakure, how could he yield to a junior? With that thought, the fourth Raikage forcibly resisted the oppressive aura surrounding him, but the system remained silent. Just as A was on the verge of success, everyone within his vicinity suddenly felt an unprecedented pressure. Except for the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, everyone else was rendered speechless. The fourth Raikage, A, fared the worst, collapsing unconscious. If he did not leave the area, he would likely never awaken. Kai, listen to me. Summon all the Jonin from Konoha, along with Naruto and Sasuke. Saratobi Hiruzen strained to communicate with Kai. Understood. Kai nodded vigorously, activating the fifth gate of the 8 gates, transforming into the Azure Beast to swiftly escort everyone to Saratobi Hiruzen's side. They could not proceed further, for they would also be affected by the overwhelming pressure. Listen to me. No matter the question, you all take turns answering. Saratobi Hiruzen managed to utter, internally lamenting Kakashi and the fourth Raikage. Kakashi's bravado was somewhat excusable, but what business did a Raikage from Kumogakure have interfering? Did he truly think he could not rise? After receiving his reward, Saratobi Hiruzen felt the pressure on him diminish significantly, yet he sensed that if he forced himself to stand, the consequences would be dire. Looking at Kakashi, the first to falter, who could no longer speak, and then at the Raikage, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, it became clear to everyone present. Killer B, Rasha, Inoki, and others immediately grasped Saratobi Hiruzen's intentions. Now, the high-ranking officials and elite fighters from each village were rendered mute, with the Raikage having fainted. If Konoha succeeded, the ensuing dialogue would solely involve the Akatsuki and Konoha. Is this the reason everyone fears me? Naruto gazed regretfully at the fading image. The scene depicted Minato and Kushina, having separated the Nine Tails with sealing techniques, infusing it into their own bodies. Unfortunately, the image was about to dissipate, and the words spoken by the fourth Hokage couple became inaudible to outsiders. Chapter 13. The Return of the Dragon. Jiraiya. Naruto, it's all right. Jiraiya gently reassured. Stroking Naruto's head, he had no intention of revealing the truth to Naruto before he matured. His duty was to guide him well. Old man, if that's the case, I'll take the questions, Jiraiya said with a carefree smile, observing his former students take the stage. As well as the image revealing nearly half of the organization as future, Jiraiya was acutely aware of how he would act. He had a clear vision of the outcome. I, Jiraiya, wonder if my name will be among the honored. Jiraiya looked forward with anticipation, believing that since the conclusion was already fated, why not enhance his strength while he still could? Jiraiya. Tsunade regarded him with a complex expression. If she had any lingering concerns, aside from Konoha, it was likely Jiraiya himself. Correct answer. Reward granted. Enhanced Sage Mode. Jiraiya's Sage Mode activated in an instant, surprising even himself, and as he marveled, the image resumed. The scene unfolded in Amigakure, where torrential rain poured, and the streets were nearly deserted, with only a few shops open for business. Yet, Jiraiya's presence was conspicuously absent. Gradually, the attentive onlookers noticed that the camera followed a frog. Wherever the frog leaped, the image trailed behind. Moments later, the frog halted near a dilapidated shop in a narrow alley. In the fleeting instant when no one was watching the rain outside, Jiraiya's arm emerged from the frog's mouth, followed by his entire being appearing within Amigakure as the frog vanished. This rain, both Jiraiya outside the image and Jiraiya within it deduced the rain's purpose. The moment he infiltrated, he had likely already failed. Jiraiya, why did you infiltrate alone? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Since this was Jiraiya's death scene, it was evident that something had gone awry during the mission. Given Konoha's strength, there was no need for Jiraiya to engage personally. Unless Tsunade dared not think further. Whether it was Konoha being trampled by pain or Jiraiya's current predicament, the outcomes would hardly be favorable. Otherwise, it was unnecessary, let alone a waste, to send a quasi-Kage-level powerhouse for infiltration and intelligence gathering. Regardless of the reason, if it concerns Konoha, it is my unshakable duty. Moreover, Pain, Nagato, and Konan are all my former students. If they err, it is the responsibility of their teacher to intervene, Jiraiya stated with an unexpected lightness. Perverted sage. Naruto felt a surge of emotion. Even when facing his former students, now the antagonists, Jiraiya showed no sign of relinquishing hope. What would he think of his current disciple? Naruto's resolve solidified. Although the third Hokage and the perverted sage answered correctly, they merely received enhancements based on their existing abilities. In contrast, he gained a reward of advanced ninjutsu talent. In that brief moment of elevation, Naruto sensed that any ninjutsu he had previously seen or learned could now be mastered at an astonishing speed. Let me observe their capabilities. Jiraiya's expression turned tense as he watched the unfolding scene. Within moments of his appearance, he found himself surrounded. Suddenly, a massive hellhound summon was called forth by one of Pain's subordinates, forcing Jiraiya to retreat. Pain, seemingly indifferent to the battle, merely pressured Jiraiya, who still had the strength to counterattack. Soon, Jiraiya was driven into a large building, compelled to summon Fukasaku and Shima for assistance in entering Sage mode, which slightly shifted the tide of the battle. The strength of this group is astonishing. Tsunade gazed ahead in astonishment. The Rinnegan in their possession was clearly a counterfeit, yet their abilities were exceedingly formidable. It is well known that during the Third Great Ninja War, encountering any of the legendary Sannin would allow one to abandon their current mission without facing any retribution. As everyone pondered this revelation, the scene shifted to Jiraiya, who, utilizing the hypnotic technique of the Mizuki couple in conjunction with Sage mode, successfully launched a surprise attack that eliminated Pain, who had been performing the summoning technique. The perverted sage is remarkable. Defeat them all like this, Naruto exclaimed excitedly to Jiraiya, while Tsunade's expression softened slightly, but Jiraiya remained increasingly silent. Merely dispatching one Pain had required nearly all of his trump cards. It could be said that Jiraiya could no longer execute the same techniques again. He had clearly discerned the opponent's weaknesses from these images, yet the Akatsuki organization was simultaneously observing as well. If they did not assist him in achieving Sage mode and preemptively attack the Mizuki couple, just as Jiraiya predicted, the scene shifted to a vast lake, presumably an inner sea, where all the Pains gathered. Except for the Pain that had been eliminated, who was isolated within a toad, the remaining Pains, Hell Realm, Hungry Ghost Realm, and Deva Realm, were all present. Jiraiya was taken aback by the appearance of Deva Realm Pain. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they engaged in battle, only for Jiraiya's surprise tactics to be rendered ineffective by the presence of Deva Realm Pain. Their vision was shared. Suddenly, Jiraiya spoke in a low voice. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was struck down in an instant. After a fierce struggle, Jiraiya was utterly defeated. Just when everyone believed Jiraiya's fate was sealed, he, relying on his formidable willpower, managed to leave the information he had gathered on the back of the Mizuki sage. Subsequently, he faced the final deadly blow, and thus, Jiraiya vanished into the depths of the ocean. Chapter 14. Drawbacks and Chaos. Even though Jiraiya had not suffered any harm at that moment and had gained strength, witnessing his death left Tsunade's heart in turmoil for a prolonged period. Jiraiya, it's all right, Saratobi Hiruzen said with a complex expression, gazing at this student who resembled him so closely. Both were born of humble origins and shared a penchant for women. What do you truly seek? Jiraiya, devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze on his former student and the entirety of the Akatsuki organization. The prior two segments had demonstrated that the masked man of the Akatsuki had engaged in conflicts with various villages, and his students had launched a devastating assault on Konoha. The recent footage and the hints he left behind made Jiraiya acutely aware that something was amiss. As expected of a teacher, to achieve this without knowing my abilities. Teacher, if you cannot feel pain, then cease to exist. Pain declared, arms outstretched, regarding Jiraiya and the others from a divine vantage point. Capture the tailed beasts. Attack Konoha. It must be connected to the tailed beasts. And in front of me, are you truly who you claim to be? Jiraiya advanced toward Pain in Sage mode, reasoning that if malevolent intentions could be suppressed, he should maintain as much composure as possible to discern the truth. Jiraiya? Tsunade attempted to reach out to him. And as the footage continued to play, every word Jiraiya uttered left not only Tsunade, but even the most familiar figures like the third Hokage and Orochimaru perplexed. Yet, they could all read one thing from Jiraiya's expression. He was furious, and exceedingly so. 2 opportunities to showcase art. Should I? Deidara looked at Pain with excitement. If this artistic endeavor succeeded, he could derive an even more exquisite art from this moment. With a mere word from Pain, Deidara would not hesitate to unveil his passion for art to the world. As for the threats and warnings from the system, since they were all doomed, perhaps the assistance of the system would enhance the masterpiece. It is unnecessary, Pain replied coldly. In Nagato's heart, he had always held great respect for Jiraiya. If Jiraiya could comprehend that pain and embrace the Akatsuki's ideals, his status within the organization would surpass even Uchiha Madara. Jiraiya? Akatsuki's Tobi regarded the advancing Jiraiya with his Rinnegan. At this moment, Tsunade silently followed behind Jiraiya, and aside from Deidara, it seemed no one else wished to engage. The secret of Hell Realm pain had already been exposed, and with the segment depicting the destruction of Konoha, Jiraiya had nearly revealed the abilities of Deva Realm pain. If an opportunity were seized now, how long would it take to reform Deva Realm pain? Indeed, is this how it is, Nagato? Do you still wish to hide from me? Jiraiya declared sternly from a distance of 7 feet from the Akatsuki organization. At this moment, he had recalled each of these individuals. They included Pain, who now led the group, all of whom he had encountered during his journeys in search of the destined child. Pain, Nagato, and Konan were the 3 orphans he had taken in during his time in Amigakure. Jiraiya-sensei. Konan greeted him with a respectful bow. Nagato. Who is Nagato? Do you know Nagato? This time, it was the Akatsuki members who were bewildered. Aside from Konan and Tobi, no one was aware of Nagato's existence. At least, until now. Nagato was the true leader of the Akatsuki, and even Tobi refrained from clashing with him. If the previous Kimui was still his trump card, now, for the sake of that grand ideal, he had to relinquish it. After all, once the Rinnegan was implanted, it could never be removed. The nourishment had dissipated the moment the Rinnegan was acquired. Tobi dared not gamble, nor could he. Konan, who is Nagato? Deidara inquired eagerly, while the gazes of Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori all converged on Konan, and even the somewhat dull Deidara began to entertain small suspicions, such as the true mastermind behind the organization. When the time is right, we shall meet again, teacher. Pain suddenly addressed Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya cast a deep glance at a certain location behind the Akatsuki members, resembling the natural environment of the space they occupied. With his enhanced sage mode, Jiraiya sensed a tremendous chakra continuously being transmitted to the 6 pains. What do you intend to achieve using corpses as mediums? This time, Jiraiya turned away from the Akatsuki members. Yet, his words, imbued with special technique, resonated throughout the entire space, reaching the ears of nearly every ninja present. Ladies and gentlemen, these beings with Rinnegan I have encountered before. I can assure you, they are not alive. From the previous segments, you all witnessed that their objectives extend far beyond merely Konoha. If we cannot unite, it is likely that no one will be able to subdue them. Jiraiya approached the higher-ups of each ninja village, calmly conveying everything he knew. Humph. Inoki exerted all his strength to turn his head away, letting out a soft grunt. Although Jiraiya's words held some merit, there were always those who clung to a sense of false hope. What if they were merely retaliating against Konoha? Previously, when the Akatsuki was ambushed by Hanzo, he was swiftly eliminated, and Danzo was also involved. Was it not natural for Konoha to be destroyed? Where did these orphans come from? Amigakure. Who was the most ruthless in attacking Amigakure? Konoha. 2 powerful Rinnegan users and 6 pseudo-Rinnegan users, all fearless of death. Along with the elite rogue ninjas of each village. May I ask, which village could stand alone against them? Jiraiya's voice grew increasingly intense, as regret and boundless remorse filled his heart. Once filled with hope for the world, the trio who once considered themselves the chosen ones of destiny now yearned to rebuild hope upon the ashes of destruction. Jiraiya, if this place can foretell your future, then it can also alter it. As long as we achieve accomplishments that surpass theirs here, I believe their plans will no longer be feasible. Tsunade quietly comforted Jiraiya from the side. Old hag, you seem quite concerned about the lecherous sage. Do you have feelings for him? Naruto gossiped from the sidelines. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson. Ahem, let us first discuss the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 15, Have I Succeeded? Saratobi Hiruzen feigned a cough, interrupting Naruto's gossip. One is the granddaughter of his teacher, who is also his student, while the other resembles himself the most. If the two could unite, it would indeed be a good thing. Yet, there is a matter of greater importance at hand. First, we must answer as many questions correctly as possible. Second, we must combine our strength to search for their whereabouts. Once we leave here, I cannot guarantee that we will all appear in the same place again. It would be ideal if we could, but we must prepare for contingencies. At this moment, I hope everyone can set aside their differences. If we cannot confront them together, we will inevitably be picked off one by one, just like those images. Jiraiya addressed everyone like a leader. Humph, I now possess eyes akin to that man's. I shall surely slay him. As Jiraiya spoke, Sasuke's vengeful fury was ignited, and he began to sense a powerful transformation within his ocular abilities. At this moment, Sasuke envisioned how he would exact his revenge. But what does that have to do with us? Yes, this trouble was caused by you from Konoha. Why should it concern us? Exactly. Konoha only knows how to shift blame onto others. The last time I attempted to conduct business in Konoha, they insisted I could not. The last time our village's ninja negotiated with yours, Konoha ninjas even attempted an assassination at midnight. Indeed, I tell you, as long as there is one dissenter, one person with an attitude of indifference, such a mindset will quickly spread within a circle. If such a person were present before, I doubt they would dare to confront Jiraiya even if they were given 100 chances. Even the warlike faction of the Cloud Village remains quietly at Jiraiya's side. Thus, an exceedingly interesting scene unfolded. Jiraiya, leading the higher-ups of various ninja villages accompanied by numerous ninjas, stood on one side, while the loyal villagers of each village followed closely behind. Many perspectives shattered, and desires were amplified as ambitious individuals congregated, hoping to reverse their fates through answering questions. The members of the Akatsuki organization stood apart, yet no matter how inflated the ambitions of the others became, they ultimately dared not confront the Akatsuki directly. The source of their current audacity lay in the pair of Rinnegan recently acquired by Obito. Countless ambition-driven individuals fantasized about obtaining the strongest ocular technique in the ninja world, just as Obito had. You scoundrels! Tsunade exclaimed angrily. Tsunade, are you not going to repay your debts? Indeed, Tsunade, you have the audacity to criticize us here. Yet you do not repay your debts? In an instant, the ambitious individuals turned their hostility towards Tsunade. They dared not provoke the Akatsuki. Yet targeting Jiraiya was akin to wagering their lives, and Tsunade alone among Jiraiya's camp owed money to nearly all the ambitious individuals present. The one nicknamed the Big Fat Sheep, Tsunade was left speechless. Previously, she had been unwilling to engage with these commoners, for she knew she was in the wrong. Now, with fighting expressly prohibited, she chose silence, believing others could do nothing to her. Even Pain had been instantaneously defeated. Who could stir up trouble here? I, Danzo. Might meet a tragic end. Danzo, with a mindset of trial and error, stated his name, having already acquired the Sharingan. If he could ascend to a higher level or double his abilities like Hiruzen, it would be quite delightful. After all, if he answered correctly, his powers might enhance and alter his fate. If he answered incorrectly, at least he would have foreseen his own demise, and it would not be too tragic. Correct answer. But not on the list of tragic deaths. The system's voice abruptly halted, then slowly resumed moments later. Ha 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 ha, this is hilarious. Answered correctly, but not on the leaderboard. What luck? Died tragically, yet not tragically enough? No, it's a death that won TB too tragic, but still quite miserable. Third Hokage, is Konoha's way so wild? Inoki chuckled intermittently, despite the discomfort of the current limitations. Under ordinary circumstances, he had not laughed in years, but this was simply too amusing. At this moment, Danzo's face turned ashen as he glared at the crowd, yet he could not afford to explain further due to his pride. He believed that with his Sharingan, he would not be easily defeated as before. Who else wishes to answer? Next, Jiraiya struggled to suppress his laughter. This might be the best news of the night. The villain who had committed countless misdeeds while eyeing the Hokage position would ultimately meet a tragic end? With this thought, Jiraiya suddenly felt a joy exceeding that of merely answering correctly. Humph, that fellow deserves it. Clearly not a good person. Naruto made a funny face at Danzo. In the previous unfavorable scenes, Danzo had been present, and the death of Sasuke's relatives might well have involved this villain. In Naruto's eyes, a tragic death was his rightful end. Humph. At this moment, Sasuke proudly lifted his head. If his family were to suffer tragic fates, then the culprit and this hideous villain would surely be dealt with by him. Uchiha Sasuke, Itachi observed Danzo, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, and suddenly pondered aloud. If others can use this to predict their fate, perhaps I should see if my beloved younger brother will encounter misfortune. Incorrect answer. Hee, I knew it. Sasuke, how could anything happen to you? You are destined to surpass all previous Hokage and become the strongest Hokage's comrade. Naruto grinned foolishly at the subdued Sasuke. Humph. Who wants to hear that from you, Itachi? Sasuke shouted proudly, having felt his heart leap when Itachi first mentioned his name. He had acquired the Manjiki Sharingan. If he were to die tragically without avenging his clan, it would be utterly disgraceful. Correct answer. Responder reward. Random resurrection. As the system's voice faded, the young Sasuke and Itachi encountered one another once more. Wow, Sasuke looks so cool. Sakura gazed at Sasuke with admiration, her cheeks flushed, her mind swirling with fantasies of their relationship. Yet at this moment, Sasuke felt invigorated. The image of his future self appeared in the scene where Itachi was on the brink of death. He would surely succeed in killing this man. Ha ha ha, Itachi Uchiha. I have finally slain you. Sasuke shouted at Itachi in a frenzy, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. Why would my beloved brother turn his blade against our clan, against our parents? Was it merely to test his own capacity? Chapter 16. The Duel of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi sat as if awaiting this day, calm as a seasoned warrior, while Sasuke, unlike his current recklessness, resembled a sword sheathed, poised and ready, but not impulsively rash. The two remained silent until Sasuke fully stepped inside, at which point they locked eyes. What is that on Sasuke's waist? Kakashi observed closely, noting that it resembled something from Orochimaru. Ah, has he come to seek me out? Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke with excitement. He considered Sasuke to be the most promising vessel he had encountered thus far. Before Kakashi could ponder further, the scene unfolded as Sasuke and Itachi engaged in their first clash. Itachi rose slowly from his seat as Sasuke approached, the distance between them diminishing until Itachi suddenly seized control of Sasuke. He pressed Sasuke against the wall with force, seizing the moment. Itachi slowly placed his hand around Sasuke's right eye, as if he intended to forcibly remove the Sharingan. Let go of Sasuke. Naruto shouted angrily at this sight. My dear brother, with your Mangekyou Sharingan, you should be significantly stronger, Itachi remarked expressionlessly, casting a glance at Sasuke. No way. With my Mangekyou Sharingan, I can definitely defeat him, Sasuke thought, fully activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, his gaze locking with Itachi's. Yet Kakashi sensed something was amiss. Firstly, Team 7 was absent. As companions, Naruto and himself, as a mentor, would never allow Sasuke to act recklessly without intervention. Secondly, no matter how anxious Sasuke was, he would not seek revenge against someone of Itachi's caliber. That would be tantamount to courting death, a notion that was not characteristic of Sasuke. Thirdly, Kakashi discerned another presence lurking in the background as he observed closely. Someone had been discreetly watching upon Sasuke's entry. Ultimately, it was unavoidable. Saratobi Hiruzen sighed internally. Sasuke's continued existence in Konoha was entirely contingent upon some agreement between the village and Itachi. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated the very night of the massacre. For such an event could not have been executed solely by Itachi. Itachi, I never expected you would spare even your own brother, Deidara said, surprised at the usually taciturn newcomer. He was only marked as a rogue ninja after exterminating the Uchiha clan. That was when he was absorbed into our ranks. Konan remarked coldly. To outsiders, Sasuke's survival seemed a result of Itachi's mercy. Only Tobi understood that Sasuke lived because of Itachi. Deidara gasped, contemplating that even if he possessed the power to annihilate a clan, he would never do so. With such power, he could continue his artistic endeavors unopposed. Would that little Tsuchikage dare to confront him? He would swiftly be rendered mute. Scorpion, hearing this, wore a peculiar expression hidden beneath his puppet. At that moment, he felt an unusual animosity towards Itachi. The familial bonds he yearned for, this man so carelessly obliterated. Meanwhile, Haiden and Kakazu gazed at Itachi with bright eyes. They had long abandoned the notion of family ties and viewed Itachi as a kindred spirit. Itachi, join me in revering the divine. Haiden earnestly invited Itachi. With the power of the divine, combined with your Sharingan, the dark god shall surely gain more followers. Haiden's gaze burned with fervor. I do not believe in gods. Itachi replied indifferently. Trust me, as long as you worship the divine, you shall not be disposed of. Haiden continued, passionately outlining the benefits of faith in his deity. Itachi, with no choice, cast a deep glance at Haiden as the latter's fervor escalated. Meanwhile, Itachi had already ensnared Haiden in a genjutsu, and to outsiders, Haiden appeared to be speaking fervently to thin air. Be careful, Sasuke. Naruto's emotions surged as he watched the confrontation unfold. Suddenly, Itachi removed Sasuke's eye. At the same moment, Sasuke had vanished from his previous position, reappearing not far from Itachi. Genjutsu, perhaps? Itachi smiled with satisfaction, continuing his assault on Sasuke. Has Sasuke grown this much? Yet, it was still insufficient. Itachi effortlessly countered Sasuke's attacks, both appearing to exert their utmost effort. While the members of Akatsuki exchanged puzzled glances at Itachi. If Itachi possessed only such strength, then the Uchiha clan of Konoha might be less formidable than rumored. As expected, after a brief exchange of playful jabs, Itachi and Sasuke quickly distanced themselves. Sasuke initiated his offensive, first using kunai to disrupt Itachi's line of sight, followed by throwing shuriken as a concealed attack, culminating in a fire technique. His movements flowed seamlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Itachi acted swiftly. Whether it was the probing kunai or the final killing shuriken, he skillfully deflected each one, responding with his own fire technique. The fire techniques of both appeared evenly matched, yet each was merely a test of strength. While Itachi focused on teaching his brother a lesson, Sasuke suddenly executed a retreat and a pulling motion. The shuriken Itachi had struck down spiraled back towards him. Itachi swiftly turned, countering with a shuriken of his own. An uncanny event transpired. Sasuke smirked wickedly as his shuriken split into two massive shuriken, launching towards Itachi. A raspy voice echoed as countless crows took flight from Itachi's previous position. Sasuke's attack missed its mark, and nearly everyone, both within and outside the scene, had been deceived by Itachi. How is this possible? Sasuke roared in frustration outside the scene, knowing he had executed numerous tactics to outsmart Itachi, only to find himself ensnared in a genjutsu. Indeed, Kakashi chuckled self-deprecatingly. This former junior of his likely possessed a genjutsu that was beyond his capacity to face alone. Itachi, your Sharingan is truly formidable. Deidara glanced begrudgingly at Haiden, who was still conversing with thin air. Chapter 17. Do you see that sea? At this moment, Itachi sat in the seat he had previously vacated, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Sasuke felt his face burning with humiliation. He had initially tested Itachi with genjutsu, and upon being defeated, engaged him directly, yet after such a prolonged battle, he had not even realized he had fallen victim to a genjutsu. The power of his opponent's eyes surpassed his own. My foolish brother, you do not possess eyes like mine. You should not have come. Itachi gently admonished Sasuke. If not for his own physical limitations, Sasuke would have found it exceedingly difficult to locate him, let alone pursue revenge. Regardless, this battle must continue, for there were more than two individuals engaged in combat here. Kisame was outside assisting in fending off Sasuke's allies, and the one known as Zetsu was somewhere, lurking unnoticed. Do not underestimate me. Sasuke's pride felt trampled. After years of arduous training, even risking being taken over by Orochimaru to enhance his power, to gain strength for vengeance, betraying his village and comrades, ultimately eliminating his own teacher to test his vessel, was it not enough to vanquish this man? Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke, unwilling to relent, launched an assault against Itachi, who effortlessly countered with fire techniques and explosive tags in a surprise attack. Boom. The rocks surrounding Sasuke crumbled instantly, burying him beneath the rubble. Lightning style, Chidori. Sasuke drew his blade with fluid grace, the white edge adorned with blue lightning, striking down against the incessantly falling rocks. Meanwhile, Itachi's assault continued unabated. Remaining below to engage in combat would surely lead to Sasuke's exhaustion. Feeling the chakra within him dwindle, Sasuke resolved to abandon resistance. In the fleeting moment before being buried by the rocks, he substituted himself with a white serpent, leveraging its power to shatter the ceiling above, leaping into a broader battlefield. Kakashi, what is happening? Jiraiya inquired. Curiosity etched across his face as he approached Kakashi, the young leaf shinobi, who had successfully answered two questions. Not only received Kakashi's genuine teachings, but also became a disciple of Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru was still a rogue ninja of the highest order, having previously slain the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, in the original timeline. How could Leaf Village allow him to instruct its students? The only explanation was that Sasuke had become both Kakashi's prized pupil and a rogue ninja. At the very least, I can assure you that such a situation will not recur, Kakashi replied, somewhat resigned. It was widely known among Team 7 that Sasuke's extreme pursuit of power led him down a perilous path, ultimately seeking Orochimaru after feeling inadequate against Itachi despite mastering the Chidori. Ironically, Itachi was his junior and Sasuke was his student, yet even at his peak, Kakashi doubted he could rival Itachi. Now, Only through combat could he ascertain the capabilities of his newly awakened Sharingan, which he had yet to test. As the scene unfolded, Sasuke's anxieties surged, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster. The prospect of being denied revenge weighed heavily upon him. In the visualization, Itachi's expression momentarily shifted upon seeing the serpent skin, and he accelerated to pursue Sasuke. Humph! Sasuke scoffed, feeling a heat radiate from his neck, transforming him entirely. His formerly handsome visage twisted into a menacing countenance, and a pair of black wings sprouted from his back. My foolish brother, utterly useless. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. Summoning, hidden serpent hand. As Sasuke launched a ranged attack, he summoned a beast to strike at Itachi from behind. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Itachi swiftly retreated, evading Sasuke's lightning attack, countering with a barrage of fire that accompanied the serpent meal Sasuke had sent his way. Just as Sasuke contemplated his next move, Itachi, having engaged in a battle of illusions, physical prowess, tools, and jutsu, seemed to grow weary of the game. His Manjiki Sharingan flared to life once more, and suddenly, Sasuke felt an instinctive urge to flee as if sensing imminent danger. Everywhere Itachi's gaze fell, black flames erupted with a bizarre intensity. The distant trees, the nearby crumbling rocks, and Sasuke's tattered attire were all engulfed in this sinister inferno. Even those watching from outside the scene felt the terror of these flames. Behold, the immortal black flames of Amaterasu! Jiraiya exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Itachi. Amaterasu, one of the abilities of Itachi's Sharingan, incinerated anything it touched, extinguishing only through extraordinary powers of yin and yang release. Even water release could not quench its fire. Sasuke had previously subdued Killer Bee using Amaterasu's might. Hey, isn't this a bit excessive? Deidara remarked, his irritation directed at Itachi. A boy moving swiftly nearby, you could easily predict his trajectory to end this battle. Yet, it seems Sasuke anticipated Itachi's movements, guiding the flames of Amaterasu, and despite Itachi's eyes bleeding, he allowed no harm to come to Sasuke. Do you have an issue with that? Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan turned towards his teammate outside the frame. No. Deidara hastily shook his head. Although he could unleash art twice, falling victim to an illusion now would likely leave him in a state of isolation. Gasping for breath, Sasuke glanced at Itachi, realizing his evasion strategy had seemingly succeeded. Itachi's ocular strength appeared unable to maintain Amaterasu, his eye gradually closing as he ceased its activation, granting Sasuke a momentary respite. Sasuke began to attune himself to Orochimaru's stirrings within him. After a brief contemplation, Sasuke resolved to conclude matters swiftly with one decisive move. He distanced himself from Itachi, forming a peculiar hand seal as dark clouds gathered above, lightning slowly converging in the sky. Thunder rumbled ominously, and at that moment, Sasuke appeared as if he were charging a formidable attack. Meanwhile, Itachi remained unfazed, observing Sasuke's actions while taking a moment to rest. Lightning release, Kirin. The heavens shifted dramatically as Sasuke channeled the lightning above, harnessing its chaotic power for himself. Within the scene, Itachi revealed a barely perceptible smile, while those watching outside no longer regarded Sasuke as merely a child. Chapter 18. Is this considered revenge? To think someone could independently create a high-level ninjutsu. This technique I cannot replicate. The likes of Raikage and others fell silent, acknowledging the magnitude of Sasuke's jutsu. To execute a high-level ninjutsu, one merely required sufficient chakra, a compatible chakra affinity, and expert guidance. Such individuals were often dubbed geniuses. Sasuke, having crafted a powerful high-level ninjutsu at such a young age, was deemed a prodigy among prodigies. As long as he wasn't eliminated by stronger adversaries, he would inevitably ascend to the ranks of the Kage. What kind of family does he come from? Deidara muttered under his breath, quickly scanning the crowd for the only child Sasuke, burdened by the system, struggling under the weight of his youth. It was difficult for him to reconcile the innocent boy with the emotionless youth displayed in the scene. Their power, demeanor, and even their gazes were worlds apart. Sasuke, impressive. You'll surely be half as formidable as I am. Naruto exclaimed, genuinely pleased for his companion's success. In his heart, he believed that if Sasuke could devise the high-level ninjutsu spoken of by Kakashi and the others, he must have already become Hokage. After all, he was a man of exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Kakashi felt pride for his student, yet his focus had shifted away from the duel between Itachi and Sasuke. A figure, illuminated by Kirin's radiance, stood out distinctly, a person with hair half white and half black, exuding an eerie presence. This individual was undoubtedly a member of the Akatsuki. Otherwise, Itachi would have sensed him from such proximity. The figure seemed uninterested in the battle, merely observing the outcome. However, Kakashi had memorized this individual's ability to traverse space at will. With a thunderous roar, the scene erupted in chaos, smoke enveloping everything. At some point, a colossal red figure had taken the place where Itachi once stood, emanating a powerful chakra that instilled a sense of despair within Sasuke. Despite exhausting his efforts and witnessing the narrowing gap, was even a high-level ninjutsu insufficient for revenge? At this moment, not only was the Sasuke within the scene engulfed in despair, but the Sasuke watching from outside fell into a profound silence. He had no knowledge of this towering giant. Within his clan, he held no position. Had it not been for the massacre, he might never have awakened his Sharingan, leaving the secrets of its power unresolved. This is Susanoo. Jiraiya, well-versed in the lore, explained to the onlookers. His heart was shaken as well. This entity surpassed even the summoned beasts like Gamabunta, having sustained no damage from the previous attack. At this moment, Sasuke lacked the strength to suppress Orochimaru, who seized the opportunity to surge forth from within Sasuke's body. Orochimaru emerged like a spectral white serpent, captivating the attention of those around. Itachi, seemingly having anticipated the entire scenario, refrained from launching another attack after parrying Sasuke's strike, instead biding his time for Orochimaru's appearance. "You detestable Sasuke, hand him over," Orochimaru exclaimed, a hint of indignation in his voice. His earlier attempt to possess Sasuke had failed, leaving him trapped, but now he had evaded capture. Orochimaru had witnessed everything Sasuke endured. Years ago, he had been bested by Itachi at his peak, and now, facing Itachi who had unleashed Susanoo, he harbored no desire for combat. With a venomous remark, Orochimaru contemplated retreat, but Itachi seemed to predict his every move, commanding Susanoo to engage Orochimaru in a one-on-one confrontation. The pent-up frustration from their earlier skirmishes was now unleashed upon Orochimaru, who, having just escaped a den of wolves, found himself ensnared within a den of tigers. Even in his serpent form, he appeared as nothing more than a malleable white toy in Susanoo's grasp. Ten-Fist Sword. Orochimaru exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible. How could the Ten-Fist Sword be in your possession?" Itachi, seemingly weary of the game, chose not to linger any longer. At that moment, Orochimaru resembled a mouse cornered by a cat, confronting the very artifacts he had spent his life pursuing. One sealed by an old man in the realm of death, and another residing within one of his most coveted vessels. What he sought was now poised to seal him instead. The scene widened, revealing a divine perspective as everyone noticed Orochimaru's attempted escape alongside the observing Zetsu. "What is that?" someone remarked. "I'm curious if Orochimaru relies on that thing to return each time." Another chimed in. "That's disgusting. Hey, there's a piece falling off. Turn around. He's trying to flee." Naruto shouted at Itachi on screen. Before he could finish, Kakashi, with a mortified expression, covered Naruto's mouth and ushered him to a secluded corner. The members of the Akatsuki exchanged bewildered glances. Even the aloof Konan appeared confused. Why resort to the most basic taijutsu when a powerful technique could resolve the matter? This was no life-and-death struggle. It resembled a mere training session. Moreover, with Orochimaru fleeing, an exhausted Sasuke, and the observing Zetsu, who else remained? As the scene reached its climax, was Sasuke merely pretending to be weak in order to strike a fatal blow when Itachi let his guard down? Itachi, feeling the weight of his comrades' scrutinizing gazes, maintained his composure, thinking to himself that as long as he remained unembarrassed, it was his companions who would feel the awkwardness. Pain. Observing Susanoo, chose to turn a blind eye, letting events unfold as they may, planning to address Sasuke's actions later. A formidable ally with shared ideals was rare in the ninja world. What followed left everyone in a state of disbelief. Itachi, connecting with Susanoo, slowly descended before Sasuke. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then gently placed his bloodied hand upon Sasuke's forehead. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time." It was reminiscent of their childhood. As the elder brother offered an apology to his mischievous younger sibling, Itachi gazed deeply into Sasuke's eyes before collapsing, marking the end of the scene. "Is that it?" Deidara gulped, stealing a glance at Itachi with an expression of discomfort. The screen flickered back to life, revealing a hazy shadow, making it impossible to discern clothing, only allowing a vague distinction between genders. Chapter 19. The elusive truth. Two figures rapidly appeared on the screen, followed by two colossal coffins manifesting before Sasuke. Please select. The system's voice faded, replaced by a 10-second countdown atop the coffins. Uncertain whether they would randomly open after 10 seconds or vanish entirely, Sasuke dared not gamble. His heart racing with fervent prayers. Sasuke, make your choice wisely. Saratobi Hiruzen blushed as he directed a gaze towards Sasuke. The rewards given to participants had always been directly linked to them, and if the resurrected individual bore a connection to Sasuke, it would undoubtedly impact Konoha's reputation, potentially affecting Itachi as well. One should not ponder if they cannot choose. The dead ought to rest in peace. Danzo interjected, his words ill-timed. He was more anxious than Saratobi, fearing that if Konoha's reputation suffered, he might face dire consequences. A genius ninja who would later develop formidable offensive jutsu, coupled with Sasuke's newly acquired Manjiki Sharingan, was not someone Konoha could afford to lose. In that moment, Danzo felt acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Itachi. Despite sharing the same ocular power, Danzo could distinctly sense the difference in their abilities. I choose this one. After much deliberation, Sasuke made his choice just as the countdown neared its end. One coffin vanished, replaced by a blinding light, and a figure gradually emerged. Mom. Sasuke's tears flowed freely as Uchiha Mikoto appeared, bewildered to see her son ensnared. Sasuke, how did you end up here? Could it be you? Uchiha Mikoto struggled to accept her resurrection, especially since this was not Konoha. Yet, as she looked around, she realized something was amiss. Everyone was present, and she even spotted her eldest son among the crowd. Cough, cough. Saratobi Hiruzen suddenly began coughing, prompting members of Danzo's route to squeeze forward. Uchiha Mikoto found herself distanced from the crowd, but none dared to take action, instead employing sheer numbers to isolate her. Don't you dare touch my mother, Sasuke screamed, his hatred intensifying with each word, rendering him increasingly subdued by the system. It became progressively difficult for him to articulate his thoughts. What's happening? Jiraiya glared at the seemingly oblivious Danzo and Saratobi. Most of the root members had transitioned from the shadows, bound to Danzo's orders, yet none dared defy Saratobi's command. Stand back. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly lashed out at several root members. Although her strength as a Nin was formidable, the root members varied in skill. Fortunately, rules governed their actions, and she found herself swiftly subdued. What on earth is happening? Uchiha Mikoto gazed at her son in alarm, witnessing Sasuke's apparent defeat, while she herself had been swiftly overpowered. It was only now that she began to believe in her own resurrection. Kakashi, what is going on? Uchiha Mikoto asked, her tone direct as she sought out Kakashi amidst the crowd. Previously, she had been close friends with Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto's mother, and Kakashi, having trained under Namake's Minato, held deep respect for her. Allow me to explain. Kakashi succinctly relayed the situation, subtly advising Uchiha Mikoto to be cautious with her words. For the sudden demise of the Uchiha clan was fraught with intrigue that even the higher-ups of Konoha could not overlook. Even from the very beginning, the external world was rife with speculation regarding Konoha. Had it not been for Itachi Uchiha assuming full responsibility and the lack of witnesses to counter his claims, Konoha's reputation would likely have been irrevocably tarnished. Itachi, your mother has returned. Pain's icy gaze bore into Itachi. Just one more kill will suffice. Itachi met his stare unwaveringly. At this moment, aside from Haiden, who remained ensnared in an illusion, all members of the Akatsuki harbored varying degrees of suspicion towards Itachi. Is Sasuke all right? Is this child from Little Chile? Mikoto Uchiha gazed at Naruto with astonishment. The genes of Minato are indeed formidable. Huh, Auntie, what are you talking about? As Mikoto expressed her myriad emotions, Naruto looked at this resurrected aunt with confusion, questioning her familiarity with him and his mother. Do you know my parents, Auntie? Naruto began to struggle against Kakashi's restraint, eager to seek clarity from this woman who might hold the key to his lineage. Was he truly the nine-tailed fox since childhood? And what manner of individuals were his parents? Mikoto gazed at Naruto with a pang of sorrow, despite her deep friendship with Naruto's mother. She had never had the opportunity to meet Naruto after his birth, just as she intended to encourage Sasuke to befriend Naruto and invite him over to play. Tragic events unfolded. At that moment, Kakashi could only gently shake his head. Naruto, you are not yet ready to learn about your parents. Hey, Was it truly Uchiha's massacre that he orchestrated? Deidara suddenly inquired of Mikoto. The villagers of Konoha became the center of attention yet again, with their responses dominating the discourse. And Konoha's strength visibly increased. The resurrection of the deceased had captured everyone's attention, and with Deidara's loud exclamation, all present gathered around the people of Konoha as mere spectators. Itachi Uchiha, you demon, I shall slay you, and I will not let you escape. Mikoto Uchiha suddenly yelled at Itachi with the fervor of an actress. Though her heart was torn with anguish, she had no choice but to act for the safety of her two sons. Itachi, too, held back tears, quietly supporting his mother's performance. Chapter 20. Itachi, is it true? Congratulations. You have successfully identified the 5 candidates who met the most tragic demise and have advanced to the next level. As the system's voice faded, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated for everyone except the unconscious fourth Raikage, A. Yet, no one dared to relax. Even those with the Rinnegan could be instantly vanquished, and even a mere ill while lacking the strength of a genin would be suppressed. No one was willing to challenge the rules again. At this moment, members of the Root organization continued to encircle Mikoto, attempting to isolate her from the others. If you do not mind being suppressed again, feel free to try, Mikoto declared, activating her Sharingan, which immediately cast an illusion on all surrounding Root members. In the next instant, all Root members collectively turned their aggression towards Danzo. Damn it, you scoundrels. Danzo's furious rebuke was futile. The overwhelming pressure rendered several unable to utter a word, and he was astonished to feel his chakra depleting rapidly. Clearly, since passing the previous question, the pressure had intensified, and within 10 breaths, Danzo's chakra could only sustain his life. In both speech and spirit, Danzo felt himself gradually losing coherence. The other members of the Root organization were less fortunate, as they fell into a state of apparent death. Although Danzo did not succumb to such a fate, the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan had been significantly diminished. Although his Mangekyou Sharingan still appeared intact, its potency paled in comparison to Mikoto's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Let the fights begin. Once you are done, I may consider taking in Konoha, Inoki remarked contentedly, stroking his small mustache. Oi, old man, it will definitely be us who take Konoha, not you. Killer Bee quipped with exaggerated expression. For even though the fourth Raikage showed no signs of awakening, his identity as the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails commanded respect from all present. Konoha does not require your concern, Jiraiya retorted with authority, empowered by his Sage mode. This enhanced reward had elevated his once lackluster Sage mode to an entirely new level. Previously, without the aid of the Sage couple, he found it exceedingly difficult to activate Sage mode in battle, and the duration was far too brief to be of any strategic value. Mom. Tears streamed down Sasuke's face as he clung tightly to Mikoto Uchiha. That fateful night was a memory Sasuke could scarcely bear to revisit, yet now, his mother's resurrection ignited a glimmer of hope within him. As long as I can answer the questions correctly, my family and my clan may return to how they once were. Mom, look at my eyes. I will surely exact my vengeance. Sasuke proudly showcased his Mangekyou Sharingan to his mother. Sasuke, do not harbor hatred for your brother, Mikoto whispered gently, embracing him tightly. Why? Sasuke struggled against her embrace, questioning why he should forgive the sinner of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he soon realized that his mother was holding him with all her strength, making it impossible for him to escape her grasp. Gradually, Mikoto's tears soaked Sasuke's clothing, and he relinquished his resistance. The two embraced, weeping together in silence. And at that moment, no one dared to interrupt their reunion. Such a poignant scene, is it not, Itachi? Deidara began to probe Itachi, and neither Pain nor Konan showed any intention of stopping him. The two most talkative members of the organization, Haiden, who had just awakened from the illusion, seemed lost and bewildered. Had he known what had transpired, he might have confronted Itachi with hostility. Unfortunately, Haiden now wore a perplexed expression, and as Deidara addressed Itachi, Haiden's demeanor shifted noticeably. Deidara, what do you mean? Are you planning to attack a follower of the evil god? Haiden brandished his scythe menacingly at Deidara. Hey, get a grip. What follower of the god? You were under an illusion, don't you realize? Deidara explained with exasperation, his greatest concern being Haiden and Kaku, the immortal duo, along with their overwhelmingly powerful leader, Obito, who possessed the Rinnegan. The latter two would not provide him the opportunity to display his art, while the former two were entirely unperturbed by it. 2 opportunities to showcase my art? I'm afraid not. I have 3 hearts. Kako, do you dare to perish with me, Haiden? If not for Shikamaru's sealing of Haiden beneath the rubble, he would undoubtedly be one of the most troublesome opponents for everyone. Illusion? What illusion? I was just worshipping the evil god alongside you. How could there be a mistake? Kakuzu, sensing the shift, urged Haiden to reconsider. Kakuzu, are you looking for a fight? What is with that foolish expression on your face? Haiden began to realize that something was amiss. Itachi remained perpetually silent, while the gazes of others seemed rather peculiar. Itachi? Haiden cautiously glanced towards him. What they spoke of was indeed true. Before Haiden could finish his statement, he found himself ensnared in an endless illusion. In this moment, he erupted into wild laughter, drawing the attention of everyone present. Within the illusion, Haiden absorbed countless followers, and their numbers continued to swell as he tirelessly preached to each one. Now I comprehend why so many desire the Sharingan, Deidara remarked, casting a furtive glance at Sasuke. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my brother shall not escape my wrath. Itachi retorted coldly, his Manjiki Sharingan fully activated. Unlike his previous demeanor, Itachi now radiated an aura of imminent lethality. Ha, I was merely jesting. Is humor not permitted? Deidara quickly conceded, his bravado waning. Having tested the waters sufficiently, he realized the leader had not intervened in his interactions with Itachi, thus he deemed it unnecessary to continue being the scapegoat. Chapter 21. The shift in mindset. The atmosphere within the Akatsuki organization had grown quite delicate. The newcomer, Akatsuki, whose true identity even the leader had yet to discern, was now known to the members as a potential ally of the deceased Kakashi Hatake, Uchiha Obito. This newcomer had inadvertently revealed his true identity through a series of questions, and his strength likely rivaled that of the leader. Although the organization now boasted 2 powerful users of the Rinnegan, the dynamic between them was not as hierarchical as many presumed. As for Kakuzu, the members of Akatsuki harbored a desire to eliminate him, presenting an opportunity for wishes to be fulfilled. A simple wish for the organization to achieve its goals would suffice, or perhaps enhancing one's own strength could also suffice. Ultimately, he had procured a piece of gold capable of division. He thought to himself that at least he could contribute something to the organization. That piece of gold seemed more precious than his own life, as none had yet dared to touch his prized possession. Haiden had become a marginalized figure, manipulated by Itachi, and had scarcely participated in any discussions, likely remaining oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Meanwhile, Deidara's respect for the leader had diminished considerably. He had joined the Akatsuki to realize his artistic ambitions, and now, through answering questions, he could not only achieve that dream, but do so twice over. The system's directives held far more sway for Deidara than the leaders. At this moment, Itachi was perceived by all as a traitor. Yet the displayed combat prowess of Itachi was undeniably formidable. Moreover, he seemed unburdened by injuries. Should he utilize Susanoo, there were scarcely a handful capable of vanquishing him within the organization. As for Sasori, he appeared to share Deidara's renewed hope. Having reunited with Uchiha Mikoto as if she were alive, Sasori had resolved never to forfeit any opportunity to answer questions. The true mastermind behind pain, the actual controller of the Akatsuki, Nagato, found himself in a quandary. If answering questions could yield his desires, then what significance remained for the establishment of the Akatsuki? If the questions could resurrect pain and grant greater power, what would become of the agreement with Uchiha Madara? Whether this Akatsuki was Madara or merely a puppet selected by him, the individual had now acquired a new pair of Rinnegan. Meanwhile, due to his physical condition, each use of ninjutsu and the drain on his ocular power was a tremendous burden. Konan, too, contemplated matters akin to Sasori's. She had chosen this path because of pain and Nagato. Without these 2 friends, even if she had not perished in war, she would have succumbed to starvation. The thoughts of all 3 factions present were strikingly similar. The ninjas who joined Jiraiya's faction were considered conservatives, believing that answering questions would not only enhance their strength, but also improve their treatment upon returning to their village. Conversely, the faction comprised of wealthy merchants, thugs, ronin, and some idle ninjas was gambling with their lives. This disparate group, united by a common goal, sought to answer more questions than ever before. Meanwhile, Chinemo, who had just risen that morning, stared at the message on his phone, rendered speechless. Your recently published article has surpassed 5 million views, rewarding you with 600,000 in creative funds. Chunemo immediately opened his computer to continue his writing. What a jest! Once the rankings are sorted, I shall count my earnings until my hands cramp. Question. Who are the top 10 ceilings in Naruto? Please respond. Ceilings? Are they the strongest Kage in that group of cloaked individuals? Surely they must refer to the Kage of each ninja village. Hadn't we seen that group of cloaked figures? The masked man previously acquired the legendary Rinnegan. Do you know his name? Did you not see? In an instant, villagers from each ninja village began to debate. While the Kage bore varying expressions, logically, the 5 great ninja villages and their 5 Kage should represent the pinnacle of combat strength. Yet with the emergence of Akatsuki members, Naruto, who possessed exceptional ninjutsu talent, and the masked man who had recently gained the Rinnegan, everything was cast into uncertainty. This question also presented a logical dilemma. Does the strongest in the ninja world refer to the present, this very moment? Or does it encompass the past and future as well? Is the ceiling merely a measure of combat power? In this moment, everyone pondered intensely, unwilling to relinquish any opportunity to answer the question correctly, nor to allow anyone else to claim the glory. 10 ceilings? Does Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, count? Naruto mused. A teacher who trained the 4th Hokage, celebrated as one of the legendary Sannin during the 3rd Great Ninja War, and whose power had only grown, certainly seemed to meet the criteria for a ceiling. Correct answer. The respondent receives a reward, enhanced Rasengan. As the system's voice echoed, Jiraiya's name appeared in 9th place, accompanied by the title of Sage of Mount Myaboku. Subsequently, the scene depicted Jiraiya's childhood connection to Mount Myaboku. In those days, he was youthful and naive, having spent countless years grappling with the initial sensation of natural energy. The fast-forwarding continued, and before long, Jiraiya had matured into a young man, becoming more composed. Unfortunately, regarding sage techniques, Jiraiya remained only a novice. Without external aid, he could never enter sage mode. Humph, that guy truly has all the luck. Sasuke cast a begrudging glance at Naruto. However, Naruto's actions instilled a sense of balance among the crowd. If even the now-enhanced Jiraiya could only place 9th, then the strongest Kage should undoubtedly rank higher. Plus, with that group of cloaked figures, perhaps they represented the correct answer. At that moment, many resolved to express their thoughts once the footage concluded. The screen displayed a comprehensive overview of Jiraiya's life, and the audience beheld his transformation from an inexperienced youth to one of the legendary Sannin, from being oblivious to natural energy to mastering sage mode autonomously. Gradually, everyone began to understand why Jiraiya could attain such a status, and a subtle change transpired within Jiraiya's mindset. Lord Jiraiya, look. Minato Namikaze showcased his self-created ninjutsu, the Odeless Rasengan. The two engaged in fervent discussion, and under Minato's guidance, Jiraiya successfully executed the Rasengan, thereafter offering additional insights and suggestions to Minato regarding the technique. Chapter 22. Coincidence? Lord Jiraiya, did you name our child? Naruto Uzumaki gazed excitedly at his mentor, reflecting on the opportunities and changes in his strength, including his potential to become Hokage. All of this was intricately linked to Jiraiya's influence. It was Jiraiya who introduced him to Myaboku Mountain. And a significant reason for his aspiration to be Hokage was his lineage as the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi. I need to think this over. I shall tell you more upon my return. Jiraiya chuckled, and the scene abruptly shifted, emphasizing the moments of Jiraiya's mentorship, which included significant figures like Pain, Nagato, and Konan. As the scene paused, silence enveloped the audience, who had assumed that the legendary Sannin were merely renowned for their fame and prowess. Little did they realize that Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3, possessed such exceptional ability in mentoring his disciples. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was not necessarily inferior to Jiraiya. The individual known as Pain now stood arrogantly, with few in the ninja world daring to confront him. The girl with purple hair was also formidable, as the 3 of them had once defeated a clone of Jiraiya in their youth, and their current strength was certainly formidable. Additionally, another red-haired man in the scene possessed the Rinnegan, which was one of the most critical pieces of information revealed. If that individual with the Rinnegan was indeed in the Akatsuki, it meant they had 8 powerful Rinnegan users. Why bother fighting? Surrender would be a wiser choice. Panic began to spread among the crowd, while the leaders of various ninja villages silently observed the Akatsuki, realizing the vast disparity in power. Itachi Uchiha, too, felt perplexed. The existence of 6 Paths Pain had only been fully revealed today, and even he had been unaware of such a trump card within the organization. With 6, no, 7, Rinnegan wielders. They could challenge all the ninja villages without the need to capture the tailed beasts first. Moreover, apart from the 9 tails, the missions for all other tailed beasts had been delegated to them, the Akatsuki members, in pairs. If one were to claim their Rinnegan was a fabrication, Itachi had secretly felt Pain's ocular power, which far surpassed his Sharingan. Such power could not be feigned. In Itachi's understanding, it was impossible for the deceased to possess Rinnegan. Jiraiya calmly analyzed the intelligence he had previously gathered, and through the replay of the memories he had just witnessed, he identified the 6 individuals. Regardless of the Akatsuki's acknowledgement, these were the 6 people he had encountered in his quest for the Child of Destiny. Some had borrowed money from him, while others had even become his disciples. Nevertheless, they all shared a commonality. They had completely departed from the ninja world. Now, these 6 individuals not only shared vision but appeared expressionless, yet they had once been vibrant, living beings with aspirations. Particularly Pain, whom Jiraiya had once believed to be the child of destiny he sought. Jiraiya could not fathom that such a passionate, ambitious youth would transform into a soulless, extreme destroyer upon acquiring power. In Jiraiya's heart, there was only one explanation for such behavior. Pain was being controlled. And the one behind this was likely Nagato, who also possessed the Rinnegan. Naruto, give the Rasengan a try. Jiraiya turned away from the commotion, gazing calmly at Naruto. Having previously acquired the talent for high-level ninjutsu, Naruto had now received an enhanced version of the Rasengan. Logically, he should be able to execute this technique with ease. However, even at full capacity, the size of Naruto's Rasengan remained disappointingly small. I'll handle it. Jiraiya stepped forward, reminiscent of the time he trained the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The visual transmission had concluded, but the legacy continued beyond the screen. At the moment Jiraiya made contact, Naruto's Rasengan expanded dramatically. While Naruto's Rasengan had been small, yet highly concentrated in chakra, with Jiraiya's assistance, it grew several times larger without any dilution in chakra. What an impressive Rasengan! Jiraiya marveled at the sight. As an unmarked ninjutsu, the Rasengan not only required wind element chakra, but also demanded an exceptional level of chakra concentration from its user. Yet, whether it was Jiraiya or Minato, their Rasengan still belonged to the wind release category. In contrast, Naruto's Rasengan now incorporated 5 chakra elements: wind, lightning, fire, water, and earth. What do you feel now? Jiraiya inquired earnestly. Perverted sage, what are you talking about? Naruto replied, baffled. In that split second of distraction, the Rasengan in his hand morphed into a colossal shuriken. Naruto stared in shock at the massive weapon, while Jiraiya was even more astounded. As the second individual to successfully master the Rasengan, Jiraiya deeply understood what this transformation represented. Over there, throw it. Jiraiya pointed slightly away from the Akatsuki members. Rasengan, Naruto shouted, launching the colossal attack at Haiden, who happened to be standing on the edge of the formation, while Itachi swiftly dispelled the illusion that had ensnared Haiden. Huh, where are the followers of the god? Itachi, Haiden exclaimed, bewildered. What is this madness? He gazed at the suddenly appearing Rasengan, feeling the first chill of impending death since he had embraced his dark faith. In an instant, both Naruto and Haiden were suppressed, while the suffocating Rasengan hovered ominously nearby, leaving Haiden breathless. Fortunately, the system treated all equally, and after a brief moment, the Rasengan dissipated, leaving Naruto with an indelible psychological scar on Haiden. Perverted sage, you set me up, Naruto exclaimed, visibly irate. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, feeling a mixture of emotions. If only his disciple, Minato, could witness this moment, he would surely be delighted. I answer, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Almost simultaneously, 3 individuals declared Naruto's name. Chapter 23. Unexpected? Huh. Naruto turned back, bewildered, only to see Sasuke, Kakashi, and Shikamaru blushing profusely. Kakashi, however, appeared somewhat unfazed. Ahem, I believe in you, he declared. Come on, Kakashi-sensei. While Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance at Kakashi's boldness, he was genuinely pleased with the recognition of his strength, wearing a proud expression. Ahem, I merely spoke off the cuff. Sasuke turned his face away, feeling embarrassed. The decision to name Naruto had actually been made by his mother, Mikoto Uchiha. Otherwise, he would not have chosen Naruto as the answer. One must try. What if it succeeds? Shikamaru remarked nonchalantly, although this was not his original intent. He had initially planned to name Senju Hashirama, following his father's instructions. But after witnessing Naruto's Rasengan, he changed his answer on a whim. At that moment, everyone held a skeptical attitude. As not all were aware of Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, many merely recognized him as the Demon Fox. It was precisely due to his youth and unfortunate title that Naruto had become an isolated figure. That little brat? Don't joke around. Is there no one left in Konoha? I would rather refer to a young lad who has just received a talent reward for ninjutsu than mention you, the Hokage. Anoki retorted sharply at Saratobi Hiruzen. The other Kage present discreetly observed Naruto and Saratobi, marveling at Naruto's previous use of the Rasengan. However, they attributed the success primarily to the reward and Jiraiya's assistance. As no one thus far acknowledged Naruto's own merits, Saratobi's rebuttal was something the others relished. A Kage whose ambitions had waned alongside his diminishing power was precisely what his adversaries wished to see, one who would continue to hesitate and falter. Our Konoha is brimming with talent. Naruto merely picked a few promising students from this cohort. Do you have anyone of note in your Tsushigakure? Saratobi Hiruzen replied with a sardonic edge. After the Third Great Ninja War, his once fierce demeanor had softened. Although his strength had waned, his verbal prowess remained unmatched. Correct answer. Reward received. Ninjutsu enhancement, shadow binding. The three individuals who had initially been anxious now felt a twinge of regret upon witnessing the signature ninjutsu of the Nara clan. Kakashi and Sasuke shared a moment of disappointment, as Nara Shikamaru was the fastest and the only one among them to answer the question correctly. Subsequently, the next announcement baffled everyone, as a small reward for passing. Those who correctly guess Naruto Uzumaki's rank may make one wish. Only winners of the quiz may participate. The system's voice echoed, and Naruto's name appeared on the outer edge of the leaderboard, while Jiraiya's name held steady at 9th place. Why must only quiz winners participate? That's unfair. Someone protested. No, it's quite fair. As the first person to question the system's fairness emerged, they vanished just as quickly when a second was about to concur. Warning: any further inquiries regarding fairness will result in immediate eradication. Following this declaration, all who had participated in the quiz and answered correctly were gathered together. Kisame, if you wish for gold again, I shall certainly kill you. Pain warned Kisame sternly before the quiz began, as Kisame's previous wish had been quite excessive. Rest assured. Leader, I will certainly complete the task. Kisame replied. Have you already won? It's not just your Akatsuki members here. Others might mistakenly think your organization has unified the ninja world. Saratobi and Jiraiya retorted fiercely at the two Akatsuki members, while Tobi remained silent. Logically, there were only 3 members of Akatsuki, with 9 spots to guess, while Konoha had 7 participants. However, the unconscious Danzo was present, yet showed no signs of awakening, indicating that the victor would undoubtedly emerge from among the few remaining, including Naruto himself. The quiz begins. Time limit is 5 seconds. The positions from left to right were Sasuke, Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Kakashi, Tobi, Jiraiya, Danzo, Saratobi Hiruzen, Kisame, and Pain, with the countdown commencing from left to right. 8th. Sasuke recalled the scene when Jiraiya witnessed Naruto's Rasengan. Reflecting on the astonished expression that Jiraiya wore, he had seen it clearly from the side. However, Sasuke hesitated to rank too high, considering that someone who always lagged behind in school was fortunate to even be listed at all. Sasuke, I knew you admired me. Naruto exclaimed, pleased with Sasuke's response, as his companion began to acknowledge him, placing him ahead of the perverted sage. Incorrect answer. Sasuke exclaimed in frustration, lamenting that he should have said 10th instead. No worries. It's perfectly normal to answer incorrectly. I am surely the one in first place, Naruto declared, brimming with confidence. Naruto, let me suggest you first say 10th place, and then I will declare you first. How does that sound? Saratobi Hiruzen proposed kindly. You old fool, how shameless. This is clearly biased. Kisame wanted to comment on the absurd arrangement, but chose silence, recalling the ninja who had recently vanished. But, Grandfather Third. No buts. Just listen to Grandfather Third, okay? Saratobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a twinge of empathy, as Jiraiya's recollections of his interactions with Minato brought a flicker of warmth to his otherwise hardened heart. To him, aside from Kakashi and Jiraiya, the only one he could truly trust was Naruto, whom he had instilled with the will of fire since childhood. Grandfather Third, Naruto felt a void within him as he listened to Saratobi. If his friend's words had previously uplifted him, the words of Saratobi, whom he considered family, now pierced his heart. Why do you not follow your own inner voice and instead heed the words of such a hypocritical politician? Tobi suddenly spoke, directing his gaze at Naruto. Chapter 24. Feel the pain, Naruto. Do not speak of Grandfather Third in such a manner. Naruto's emotions surged. His birthday was solely remembered by Saratobi, who provided funds each year for his celebrations. Whenever he was bullied, it was Saratobi who consoled him with grilled fish on the mountain, teaching him valuable lessons. And the aspiration to surpass all previous Hokage and become the strongest Hokage was also a dream nurtured under Saratobi's guidance. Without Saratobi, Naruto believed he would have perished from starvation long ago. Thus, he would not allow anyone to disparage the third Hokage before him. Someone who cannot even solidify their own convictions wishes to become Hokage. The brainwashing of the third will of fire is indeed potent. Tobi sneered beneath his mask, while Naruto began to waver under Saratobi's words. Saratobi's expression hardened. Cease your nonsensical babbling. Once this matter is resolved, I will see how you, a bunch of filthy bugs lurking in the shadows, dare to threaten the ninja world. At that point, Konoha will settle both new and old grievances. Saratobi declared with righteous indignation. Just as the debate intensified, an astonishing development unfolded. The countdown, which should have moved to the right, appeared before pain. 5, 4, 3. 10th place. I want the entire world to feel pain. I want all tailed beasts to vanish. I want to rebuild order. Pain declared his wishes aloud. Incorrect answer. The system's voice resonated through the arena, leaving an eerie silence. Almost everyone, except for Naruto, harbored no hope for him, doubting he could possibly surpass Jiraiya. Impossible. You little brat, Kisame exclaimed incredulously, staring at a somewhat smug Naruto, who had just contradicted a multitude of expectations. I am undoubtedly in first place. Naruto's resolve solidified, while the others felt a mix of emotions, igniting Sasuke's competitive spirit. I believe I can give what he said a try. Tobi suddenly directed his words at Kisame, as the countdown reappeared on the right, rather than returning to the left. Kisame hesitated, glancing at Pain, who was equally perplexed. Hurry up, you fool. There's no time. Tobi urged Kisame, his frustration palpable. The previous sequence had been left, right, even if it returned to the left. As long as Kisame could prove Naruto was not in first place, the Akatsuki still had a chance, especially since Konoha had an unconscious Danzo. 5, 4, 3, 2. 4th place. After a moment of silence, Kakuzu finally articulated the answer he had pondered for a long time. After all, Kakuzu was the man who had thrown shurikens at the god of ninjas from 800 miles away. He was one of the few remaining ninjas in the world who understood the formidable powers of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly peculiar. To their astonishment, Naruto was not in the last position, nor was he fourth. Could it be that Naruto, as he believed, had truly become the pinnacle of the ninja world? Fool. At this point, Haiden could only hope that fortune would favor him. But he found himself exasperated by such self-righteous teammates. He had already decided that if Pain and the others became disobedient and uncooperative, he would go solo. To hell with Madara Uchiha, and to hell with peace in the ninja world. Naruto. Nara Shikamaru suddenly looked down at Naruto, who at that moment was receiving considerable attention from him. Indeed, this confident Naruto was now seen as the foremost in Shikamaru's eyes. Why are you staring at me? The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Sasuke, witnessing this scene from the side, felt an indescribable sensation. He knew he was somewhat unhappy, but couldn't pinpoint the reason. Naruto, answer the question. Shikamaru exclaimed, astonished at the solitary digit displayed on Naruto's chest. I'm first. Uzumaki Naruto is in first place. Naruto shouted with all his might, and the moment they were grouped together, their conversation would echo throughout the entire ninja world. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the system's response, and Naruto's unparalleled confidence began to sway even those who were convinced he would rank at the bottom. Correct. This round is concluded. The system's cold voice rang out, inciting the most fervent wave of excitement across the ninja world. At this moment, everyone went wild, while the villagers of Konoha stood in stunned silence. The demon fox, whom they had scorned and bullied, would become the apex of the ninja world, the strongest among all. As surrounding ninja villages expressed curiosity and awe at this unexpected turn of events, fear, panic, and even embarrassment began to wash over the commoners of Konoha. Impossible. That demon fox has killed so many people. How could he become the strongest ninja? We will surely face retribution. Run, flee. I don't want to be avenged by the demon fox. Help. In an instant, Konoha was thrown into chaos. The earlier failure to contain the demon fox's news, combined with the higher-ups' complete lack of control and their ineffective education and punishment of those who bullied Naruto, had led many villagers and ninjas to accept the painful reality of losing their homes and loved ones, with the hope of reclaiming it through that young boy. Now that they learned he would become the strongest, who wouldn't feel trepidation? Third Hokage. Before Naruto could rejoice, the panic-stricken expressions of the villagers and even some ninjas dragged his spirits back down. I won't harm anyone. I just want to be acknowledged. Naruto's voice grew increasingly despondent as he curled into himself, beginning to sob. He had once believed that gaining strength would earn him acceptance, but reality had dealt him a harsh blow. Humph. Jiraiya glared at Saratobi Hiruzen, feeling angered. He had refrained from interrupting Haiden earlier because he had spoken the truth. His former mentor had gradually become a politician who would stop at nothing for power. Do you feel their hatred? Have you seen their true faces? Is this village worth protecting? Haiden stepped in front of the curled-up Naruto. Stop trying to sway people's hearts. Naruto, everyone will accept you. Saratobi Hiruzen whispered comforting words to Naruto, while Jiraiya and Kakashi positioned themselves protectively in front of Haiden. Even amid the tense atmosphere, they would not resort to violence, especially given their profound understanding of the weight of pressure. The doors of the Akatsuki organization are always open for you, Pain said to Naruto before leading Kakazu and Haiden back to their base. Keep them steady. Jiraiya signaled to Tsunade, and under the dual intimidation of Tsunade and Saratobi, a small portion of people, while still fearful of Naruto, were no longer as agitated as before. However, rules were rules. Detected a significant amount of hostility, erasing now. The system's voice faded away, along with those villagers and ninjas harboring hatred for Naruto. In an instant, Konoha's population diminished by 30%. Others were merely frightened, not harboring hatred, while some fantasized about a time before Naruto had grown stronger. You Konoha truly are brimming with talent. Dato mocked the higher-ups of Konoha, and this time, no one from Konoha could muster a smile or rebuttal against him. Gaara, Raza looked at his youngest son with mixed emotions. To prevent destruction from other ninja villages, Tsunagekyu's ultimate weapon was none other than his own son, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Enough. To everyone's surprise, Killer Bee stepped in to halt Dato's tirade. When did the relationship between Kyumogakure and Konoha improve? Dato asked, bewildered. You can mock Konoha. No one will stop you, but do not involve that boy. Killer Bee said earnestly to Dato. Huh. Dato observed Killer Bee, who was gradually radiating tailed beast chakra, and slowly closed his mouth. Naruto. Uchiha Mikoto gazed at the child who seemed abandoned by the world with a complex expression. Scenes belonging to Uzumaki Naruto began to unfold before everyone's eyes. The first scene, Naruto stood up to protect Hinata and was beaten. The second scene, Naruto activated his first tail to protect his comrades. The third scene, Naruto faced off against Sasuke in their first duel at the Valley of the End. The fourth scene, Naruto diligently trained under Jiraiya, significantly enhancing his power. The fifth scene, Naruto returned to ravaged Konoha in a kingly manner. The sixth scene, Naruto battled Pain fiercely for the sake of Konoha. The seventh scene, Naruto achieved full six-tail transformation and defeated Pain. The eighth scene, it wasn't until this moment that the people of Konoha realized why they had perished and who had rescued them. Yet this time, no one could laugh. The one who had saved Konoha, who had finally become a hero, was now pushed back into a corner by the various gazes of the crowd. Naruto. Sasuke softly called out, silently sitting beside him. Nara Shikamaru, Niji, Sakura, Hinata, Tenten, Rock Lee, Kakashi, and Guy, the 12 ninjas of Konoha, along with all their guiding teachers, quietly gathered around Naruto. When Naruto was hurt, they had not kept him away from that pain. Now, they could only prove through their actions that Konoha was worth it. Naruto, rise and see these hypocrites. When you had no strength, they trampled on you and imposed baseless accusations upon you. Now that everyone knows of your strength, they are afraid that you might settle scores later, and thus they have repented. Do not be deceived by their facades, just as they once treated you. Return, Naruto, for this is your true home. Pain has embraced the previous thoughts of Akatsuki, seeking to win Naruto over, which would be immensely beneficial for the organization. A potential pinnacle warrior of the ninja world, coupled with a wish that could be realized. Final warning, no combat is permitted. Violators will be erased without exception. It may be that the overwhelming presence of Konoha's forces, or the earlier transgressions by others, has triggered the system, rendering everyone incapable of utilizing their abilities. Chakra remains. Yet one cannot wield it. The Rinnegan persists, yet one can merely perceive. At this moment, the ninja world has achieved true equality among all. I respond, Uchiha Madara. Akatsuki, after careful consideration, prioritizes the enhancement of strength. Others' suffering and prowess are irrelevant, as our paths diverge. The previous recruitment was solely to diminish Konoha's power, nothing more. Correct response. The responder is rewarded, Sage Chakra. The illustrious name of Uchiha Madara appears as third on the leaderboard. At this juncture, a fire release tag appears behind Madara's name, while Sage Representative is affixed to Jiraiya's, visible only to him. A unique screen showcasing Uchiha Madara unfolds before all. The first scene depicts the brutality of the Warring States period. The second scene reveals the struggle against the Nine Tails, with Susanoo battling Hashirama Senju to a standstill. The third scene shows him single-handedly confronting the Ninja Alliance, overpowering all 5 Kage. The fourth scene displays Uchiha Madara, cloaked in white robes, wielding a black staff. His Rinnegan commanding the 10 Tails, challenging the entire ninja world. The initial visual grants the audience a glimpse into the harsh realities of war during the Warring States, providing a clearer understanding of Madara's might. The second scene elucidates the strength of the god of the ninja world and the absurdity of Madara's power. The third scene reveals 2 critical pieces of information. First, that the Hokage is Tsunade. Second, that Uchiha Madara does not appear to be alive. The fourth scene leaves the audience bewildered. You are not Uchiha Madara. Konan gazes at Akatsuki, questioning fiercely. While the system rewards Akatsuki with the powers of the Rinnegan and Sage Chakra, marking Akatsuki's entry into the 6 Paths mode, his form glowing white. With the sudden emergence of the black staff, could it be that he is Uchiha Madara? Impossible. He was slain by my grandfather. Tsunade's face reflects terror as she gazes at the masked Akatsuki. Am I mistaken? Kakashi's thoughts swirl, questioning his earlier judgments upon seeing the staff's sudden appearance. Akatsuki, are you truly Uchiha Madara? How could this be? Deidara is filled with uncertainty regarding his partner. The odds are too coincidental. Earlier, he possessed the Rinnegan. And now the reward is the Rinnegan. The appearance of the black staff, the white hair, the suddenly donned white robes. All evidence points to Akatsuki being the protagonist. Chapter 26, An Unraveling. Since the Shinobi era, no one has achieved the 6 Paths mode. Black Zetsu has exploited this gap for millennia, finally ensnaring Uchiha Madara. Yet now, the system in this space instills fear in Black Zetsu. He understands that this power surpasses even that of his mother. This suggests that he may not need to manipulate those he has long toyed with to resurrect her. Nonetheless, for safety, Black Zetsu stealthily approaches Uchiha Obito. This power. At this moment, Obito is wholly immersed in the transformative force he senses. He realizes that he could easily defeat at least 10 versions of his former self. Apart from a slight alteration in appearance, the 6 Paths mode has imparted no adverse effects on Obito. My esteemed friends, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. Akatsuki slowly removes his mask. You, who are you? All members of Akatsuki are taken aback, with Deidara exhibiting the greatest panic. Meetings in Akatsuki are conducted via image transmission. Yet in pairs, teammates are always together, and Deidara's partner is indeed Akatsuki. Obito. Kakashi's mind buzzes. His long-deceased comrade, whom he honors annually, is alive and has joined a nefarious organization. Moreover, his power has undergone a radical transformation. From witnessing the familiar single Sharingan to this incomprehensible form, the image of Uchiha Madara conveys that he is capable of single-handedly challenging the entire ninja world. Due to Obito's actions, all eyes return to Akatsuki. The perceptions of everyone have been endlessly refreshed. The emergence of a top-tier warrior is enough to leave everyone in shock, yet his next proclamation sends shivers down their spines. I, Uchiha Obito, declare war upon you. Obito gazes fiercely at all present, capable of declaring war on the entire ninja world alone. Uchiha Obito, do you include us among those you speak of? Pain calmly addresses Obito, while Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan, is the quickest to sense the shift in power dynamics. The gap between them has transformed from merely physical prowess and ocular strength to an insurmountable chasm. Obito's power has undergone a qualitative change, one capable of overwhelming everyone present. Obito, if you are alive, why do you not return? Why do you not come back to the village? Rin, silence. No one can speak to me of Rin. Obito bellows at Kakashi, even at the risk of being subdued. He witnessed Rin's self-sacrifice, understanding her intentions to protect the village at the cost of her life by the hands of a comrade. Yet, Obito harbors no plans to forgive Kakashi or Konoha, nor his master. To create a beautiful world solely for Rin, Obito has chosen to become Madara's puppet for revenge against Rin. He targets his teacher and his newly born child. Warning, the recipient of rewards has repeatedly disregarded the rules and will have their rewards revoked immediately. The system's voice resounds once more, and Obito's white robe and staff vanish instantly, leaving only his black hair and Rinnegan, along with a bewildered expression. Phew. That seemingly ineffective Leaf Village Jr. has inadvertently done something commendable. Inoki sweats profusely. In the previous battle, the non-six paths mode Madara nearly claimed the lives of 5 Kage. Had they faced Obito or Madara in 6 paths mode, the 5 Kage would have likely perished in unison. Kakashi. Obito's voice is tinged with reluctance. Yet he cannot harbor hatred. What he has gained has been stripped away. This Rinnegan is his final trump card. You are no longer a member of Akatsuki. We shall fully assist in purging the scum of the ninja world. Pain remains expressionless as he speaks to the group, while Nagato, controlling him, breathes a sigh of relief. The suddenly formidable enemy has reverted to a mere shadow of his former self in an instant. This power came swiftly, yet departed just as quickly. I can provide coordinates. We are currently near Sunagakure. Friends from Sunagakure and Konoha should take note, and those from Kumogakure are welcome to join. Deidara swiftly betrays his teammate, suddenly realizing that his 2 artistic displays are now the most meaningful rewards. With Obito now expelled, the war he seeks to incite is audible to anyone with ears. Neither scenario is one Deidara wishes to engage in, and he is no match for Obito. Remaining passive could lead to his demise. He must seek a glimmer of hope. We shall not spare any of you. Stay tuned. Pain and Jiraiya, the master and disciple, stand resolutely against each other. At this moment, Jiraiya would certainly not meet his demise as depicted in the scene. He has gained a considerable understanding of the 6 paths of Pain's abilities. Furthermore, the entire Akatsuki organization is beyond what Jiraiya can confront alone. However, Jiraiya intends to flee. Unless Itachi unleashes his full power, it seems no one can detain him. Naruto. Look up. Jiraiya gently caressed Naruto's head with his hands, and gradually, everyone began to gather around him. They exchanged words, reminiscing about their daily lives. Notably, after entering the Ninja Academy, Naruto's experiences of scrutiny and unfair treatment had slightly improved compared to before. At school, aside from his discord with Sasuke and his slower understanding of concepts, everything seemed harmonious. However, people gradually noticed that Naruto was emanating an unusual chakra. Hatred and resentment manifested as a powerful, malevolent chakra that flowed through him. This is bad. It's the Nine Tails. Naruto, listen to me. You are not alone. We will always be by your side, so do not be afraid. Jiraiya's voice, imbued with an enchanting quality, reached deep into Naruto's heart. Yet within, a voice incessantly tempted him. Tear it apart, Naruto, and you will gain more of my chakra. With your exceptional ninjutsu talent, no one will dare speak ill of you. Go on, tear it down. The Nine Tails, observing Naruto sobbing outside the door, spoke with beguiling words, steadily channeling chakra into him. Chapter 27. The Wave Wind? The Whirlpool? At this moment, Naruto was nearly deaf to the outside world. Only Jiraiya's urging words not to give up penetrated his consciousness. While the Nine Tails began its seduction, the moment Naruto withdrew into himself. Enough. All of you get away quickly. Inside, Naruto felt the immense power transmitted by the Nine Tails. And on the outside, he was slowly enveloped in a layer of red, malevolent chakra, a tail materializing behind him. Where's the sealing team? Hiruzen Saratobi felt a twitch in his eyelids and quickly called for the sealing team. Aside from Jiraiya and the couple, Minato and Kushina, only the sealing team and Yamato could control the rampaging Naruto in his tailed beast form, although he was currently only in one-tailed state. Naruto's brief, four-tailed transformation had nearly cost Jiraiya his life. I believe in Naruto. Jiraiya grasped the hand of a sealing team member as they arrived before Naruto. Do you understand that if the seal loosens, the nine tails? I know better than you what could happen. I, Jiraiya, will bear the consequences alone. This time, Jiraiya would not heed the decisions of Konoha's Hokage. He believed in Naruto and trusted the system. Previously, the 6 paths of pain had been annihilated in an instant. And even the formidable libido had been suppressed in that fleeting moment, his powers stripped away. Jiraiya did not believe a mere nine tails could stir up any significant turmoil. Tear it down, tear it apart, and gain strength. Only then can you prove to everyone that you mean them no harm. This is the only way to demonstrate your worth. Tear it down. With a somewhat dazed expression, Naruto gradually approached the high point where the seal was located. After a moment's hesitation, he tore off the entire seal. Simultaneously, the external Naruto experienced an accelerated transformation into the tailed beast, jumping from 1 tail to 4. The chakra emanating from him was incomprehensible to the recently graduated students of the Ninja Academy. You all need to leave here. At this point, the volume of chakra radiating from Naruto far surpassed that of an average jonin, and the chakra of the nine tails was laced with boundless hatred for humanity. Even Jiraiya felt his emotions being affected, let alone these children. Do you want Konoha to continue to be humiliated? Hiruzen Saratobi was now 3 parts displeased. It seemed that his disciple, after gaining strength, was increasingly disregarding his words. In terms of sealing the nine tails, there was likely no one more suitable than me and Konoha. I will manage it. You take them away. Jiraiya's thoughts were entirely on Naruto. If Naruto sprouted even one more tail, he would act immediately. Kakashi, take Sasuke and Shikamaru. Leave here quickly. Hiruzen Saratobi's anger had reached its peak, and his tone lost all warmth. Kakashi, get them out of here. Here is not safe. Hokage-sama, I choose to defy the mission to stay with my comrades. Naruto is my student. I cannot leave him now. Jiraiya-sama, both Sasuke and I possess the Manjikyu Sharingan, which should at least allow us to prevent the worst-case scenario. If Sasuke cannot hold on, we will retreat, and I will use Jinjutsu to temporarily put them to sleep. I will not let them come to harm. Kakashi removed his mask, his expression serious as he addressed Jiraiya and Hiruzen Saratobi. In that moment, Kakashi suddenly understood why his father had made such choices in the past. Shikamaru. Choji watched their unyielding companion approach Naruto with chips in hand. Hey, Choji, don't make things worse. Shikamaru has his own considerations. We cannot be of help. Ino pulled the reckless Choji back, her eyes filled with concern for Shikamaru. Even if Shikamaru received rewards, he and Sasuke were still far from being classified as chunin. I need to concentrate. Shikamaru formed an unusual cross with his fingers. But this peculiar stance heightened his mental focus, slightly diminishing the Nine Tails chakra's influence over him. Damn it. Sasuke activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, but the Nine Tails chakra's influence remained overwhelming. Currently, Sasuke wielded a blade akin to a child, and if mishandled, he could inflict harm upon himself before even dealing with the enemy. Meanwhile, Naruto had completely torn apart the seal, and in that instant, the Nine Tails aura surged violently. The external Naruto's visage became blurred, and everyone's hearts raced. Just as Jiraiya was about to intervene, damn it, this chakra is... The Nine Tails' reluctant voice echoed in Naruto's ears. When Naruto regained his senses, he found the Nine Tails bound tightly by countless golden chains. The red barrier gate once again pressed down upon the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails gazed resentfully at a man outside the gate. You are the 4th Hokage. Naruto looked at Minato with a bewildered expression. 4th Hokage. Naruto, we have finally met. Minato's voice was tinged with sadness, as he feared that Naruto's resentment stemmed from the absence of childhood companionship. Why are you here? Naruto asked, perplexed. I am sorry, Naruto. Sealing the Nine Tails within you was a decision made under duress. 4th Hokage, what name did you give your child? Is Kakashi-sensei your student? Who is that person named Obito? How powerful is Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto couldn't help but barrage Minato with questions, even feeling a strange sense of familiarity towards the 4th Hokage, whom he had never met before. Did the 3rd Hokage tell you nothing? Minato quickly realized something was amiss. Resentment should not manifest in such ignorance. What did Grandpa 3rd tell me? Grandpa 3rd told me. In that moment, Naruto began to pour out his memories and impressions to Minato, and the latter's expression grew increasingly somber, especially when he heard Naruto recount how the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, had told him that his parents perished in a war. Minato could no longer contain himself. Naruto, I am your father. Do not jest, fourth Hokage. My surname is Uzumaki, while yours is Namikaze, which are entirely different. Please, do not make a fool of me. Moreover, everyone calls me the Nine Tails, claiming I brought about your demise. Naruto's voice dwindled to a whisper. Chapter 28. The Old Man Enough, Naruto. The roar from Namikaze Minato startled Naruto. Listen to me, Naruto. You are my child, not a demon fox. We had no choice but to seal half of the Nine Tails within you. You are not a demon. You are a hero. Minato gazed at his son with a twinge of guilt. Years ago, he had resolved to eliminate the Nine Tails for the sake of the village. Even at the cost of his own child's life, despite the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, promising to care for Naruto. The child bears none of his father's name. And the villagers treat a mere child as an object of vengeance. Even the truth about his biological parents is shrouded in fabricated lies. Naruto received none of the inheritance. Only a meager sum of 100,000 for his birthday, hardly enough to cover a fraction of his father's salary. Furthermore, he had never heard Naruto mention their former home or any of the savings. Saratobi Hiruzen. Minato chuckled helplessly, sensing Naruto's confusion. He spoke gently. You will soon meet your mother. Allow me to finish this last task first. Remember, do not easily trust others, especially those who always smile at you. As he finished speaking, the space around Naruto shifted once more. The Nine Tails and the ceiling gate faded from view, and a radiant light appeared, revealing a red-haired woman, from whom Naruto felt an unmistakable familiarity. Mother? Naruto ventured tentatively. The aura of her bloodline was far more potent than that of his father. Foolish child. Uzumaki Kushina embraced Naruto tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Like Minato, she inquired about Naruto's well-being, but unlike him, her temper flared with indignation. I always knew that old fool was unreliable, treating our Naruto this way. You have suffered, my child. Kushina wept as she held him close. Mother, why do you and father dislike third Hokage? Bah, what third Hokage? He is merely a heartless old man. Kushina replied indignantly. Yet, Naruto's face bore an expression of grievance. Do you know, Naruto, when you were born, evil men came to Konoha mother. I know. It was a masked man. And then father and I sealed the Nine Tails to save Konoha. But what does that have to do with third Hokage? He was the one who treated me the best in the village afterward. Naruto lamented, his voice trembling. Let me tell you a story, Kushina gently soothed him. Once, there was a couple who sacrificed everything for their village. The husband was its leader. After resolving the village's crisis, they entrusted their only son to an esteemed elder. But that elder failed to fulfill his promises and instead usurped their wealth. Do you think that is right? It's not right, but, Naruto, there is no but. You must keep your distance from that person. Do not resent your mother. We had no other choice. Kushina held him for a long while. In the next moment, Kushina led Naruto back to the Nine Tails. Actually, your father and I left you a gift, which you can accept now. Kushina's eyes softened as she looked at Naruto. After you emerge, you can seek Aunt Mikoto, but you must not lose to Sasuke. Why? Well, you will understand in due time. Kushina smiled gently, and the Nine-Tails seal reopened, revealing a more formidable sealing mechanism. Defeated in your own way. Minato's voice resonated in Naruto's ears, with Kushina encouraging him from the side. Rasengan. Naruto unleashed an unprecedented potential, the terrifying Rasengan instilling fear in the Nine Tails, which could not muster an effective counterattack. Meanwhile, Naruto's appearance in the outside world was nearing normalization. And in an instant, the Nine Tails chakra enveloped him again, but this time he radiated a soft, golden light. This is the tailed beast cloak. Killer Bee marveled. Currently, only he could reach the perfect Jinchuriki state in the entire shinobi world. Others previously succumbed to the tailed beast's power to gain strength, but now, another perfect Jinchuriki emerged, Uzumaki Naruto. Teacher. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who exuded a golden aura, momentarily dazed. Perverted sage, thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, nearing perfect tailed beast transformation, reappeared before everyone. Unlike the original perfect harmony with the Nine Tails, this time Naruto had compelled the Nine Tails to yield through sheer force, aided by his parents. At this moment, Naruto was perfect, yet not entirely so. However, the ability to freely harness the Nine Tails chakra signified his exceptional ninjutsu talent, allowing him to effect transformative changes in the briefest time. Sasuke, Shikamaru, thank you. Naruto flashed his signature smile at the two. I was merely worried about the worst-case scenario. Sasuke turned his head away. though a smile betrayed his true feelings. Naruto, I'm glad you're okay. Sasuke, let us go see Aunt Mikoto. Naruto cast a furtive glance at Saratobi Hiruzen, hesitating briefly before choosing to heed his mother's words. After all, many matters could not withstand scrutiny. Hello, Aunt Mikoto. Ah, Naruto. Hello. Your mother and I are the best of friends. Uchiha Mikoto smiled warmly as she observed Naruto interacting harmoniously with her son. Meanwhile, Saratobi Hiruzen was left bewildered, sidelined. Obito, I require an explanation. Kakashi, donning his mask again, approached the detached Uchiha Obito. An explanation? When I was pinned by a boulder, did my teacher offer me one? Rin, when you were killed, did anyone provide an explanation for you, or the village? Obito shouted in frustration. Rin willingly died at your hands, but what of it? You are merely a waste incapable of even protecting your comrades. Chapter 29. I guessed it speak. Why are you silent now? Aren't you the brilliant Jonin from Konoha? Why the hesitation? You are nothing more than a coward unable to face reality. Obito grew increasingly agitated, his mask shattered, his face flushed, veins bulging at his neck, glaring at Kakashi with disdain. Yet, none of this changed the situation. Obito, my brother, he is gone. Kakashi silently picked up the scattered mask nearby and approached Obito, coldly placing the mask back on his face. After your death, I will bury you where you belong, Kakashi declared, drawing a kunai towards his left eye. Just as young Uchiha Obito selflessly gifted his Sharingan to Kakashi as a congratulatory gesture for becoming a Jonin. Kakashi, resolute, removed the Sharingan. The blood stained the kunai in Kakashi's hand, droplets from his eye continuously falling to the ground. Kakashi returned the Sharingan, a symbol of friendship and hope, to its original owner. Kakashi-sensei. In that moment, the people of Konoha gazed at Kakashi with complex expressions, yet none believed he had erred. The copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, was often mockingly referred to as Konoha's 50-50, having possessed only the strength of a J-nin before acquiring the Sharingan. Afterward, he gained the power to contend with anyone. Though he could not reach the level of a Kage due to certain limitations, yet he remained a paragon among elite J-nin, the backbone of Konoha. Although the reward he received was a pair of Sharingan, what Kakashi was now discarding was an eye he had grown accustomed to over the years. It also represented the courage to live on for his dear friend. After Rin was struck by Kakashi's Chidori, following the sacrifices of his master and mistress, Kakashi completely covered his left eye. All of Tobi's earlier curses were a true reflection of Kakashi's self-reproach during his darkest times. Yet, for Naruto's sake, Kakashi persevered. After receiving a pair of Sharingan, he yearned for the chance to make a wish, even if it meant sacrificing everything he currently possessed. Kakashi would trade it to restore his original team of 3. Alas, reality played a cruel trick on him, gifting him with the hope of a friend, a bond forged in life and death, who survived beneath the boulder, only to witness him kill Rin with his own hands. Years later, he pointed the blade of vengeance at his master and mistress, and even Naruto was not spared. Without the 4th Hokage, Konoha might not have survived. Was this deranged individual truly the same one who once pushed him away, aspiring to be the first Uchiha Hokage? Did he partake in the Three Tails trap? At this moment, Kakashi staggered toward the people of Konoha, his chakra beginning to wane, as if all vitality had been suddenly drained from him. That guy from Konoha is a man, Terumi May quietly remarked, observing Kakashi's retreating figure. Humph, foolish, Inoki scolded with disdain, closing his mouth after receiving the scorn of those around him. The weakening of Konoha's power could be seen as a blessing. Kakashi, don't move. I will treat you. Tsunade stepped forward to assist Kakashi, but the weakened Kakashi pushed her away. Subsequently, he stumbled and fell headlong to the ground. Humph, hypocrite. You have acquired a pair of Sharingan. And now you feign sincerity in returning an unmatched pair. You are as duplicitous as that old man. Uchiha Obito mocked Kakashi mercilessly. Enough. What right do you have to speak of Kakashi? You call him worthless, yet when you saw that girl named Rin rushing toward him, why did you not stop her? You just happened to arrive as Kakashi killed her? You are the worthless one, a fool who imposes his grievances upon others. Tsunade's voice grew louder, chastising Uchiha Obito before she approached the still fallen Kakashi. Don't cry. Take out the Sharingan, and I will replace it for you. Tsunade gently spoke, gazing at the silently weeping Kakashi, her heart heavy. If her brother or lover had feigned death and attributed all the blame to Konoha, only to later discover that the one she missed was still alive and had killed the 3rd Hokage, causing immeasurable harm to Konoha. She feared she would suffer even more than Kakashi. Congratulations to everyone for answering correctly. An additional minigame. What is Naruto's greatest strength? Those who answer correctly will have all negative effects lifted. The system's voice echoed, and the leaderboard reappeared. First, Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd stared at the parentheses behind Naruto's name, momentarily stunned. Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the two characters he saw. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, seduction technique. Saratobi Hiruzen blushed and took a bold guess, pondering that Naruto's seduction technique could make even him, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and even Otsutsuki blush. You perverted monkey, you truly have a unique taste. Inoki mocked shamelessly, while Terumi Mei and the other female ninjas cast looks of disgust towards Saratobi. Cough, cough, it must be a secret technique, definitely a secret technique. Saratobi quickly corrected himself. His face still flushed. Ha ha ha, the seduction technique is a secret technique. You are quite the clever one. Correct answer. The responder receives the reward. All negative effects lifted. Before Inoki could finish his mocking, Obito's voice suddenly rang out, followed by the system's announcement. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito, previously suppressed, stood tall once more. The sense of powerlessness that had plagued him vanished entirely. In the blink of an eye, Obito, wearing his mask, returned to the ranks of the Akatsuki members. To the others, it seemed as if nothing had transpired, and Kakashi's fallen Sharingan had disappeared. Obito's failed attempt at showmanship had seemingly erased any trace of his revealed identity. Kakashi felt a dull ache in his left eye, as if his heart was being cruelly torn. With the system's reward, unless a scene involving Uchiha Obito reappeared, everyone, including Kakashi, would continue to suspect his identity, unaware that Akatsuki's Obito and Uchiha Obito were entirely different persons. Chapter 30, Hesitant Naruto. Saratobi Hiruzen keenly sensed an issue with Naruto's demeanor. Previously, he had assumed that Naruto's sorrow stemmed from being told he was ranked 10th and not receiving support for his decisions. However, the recent events were far too suspicious. First, why had Naruto's transformation into a tailed beast suddenly intensified, only to dissipate swiftly? Second, Naruto's current state bore a resemblance to the perfect Jinchuriki form of Killer Bee, akin to the fourth Hokage, yet not entirely the same. Third, why had Naruto suddenly grown close to Uchiha Mei? Was it possible that Uzumaki Kushina had left Naruto with a contingency plan? No, both of them were gravely injured and barely able to speak. Had he not arrived in time, they might not have even been able to leave behind a final message. Saratobi began to pace thoughtfully. Something seemed to have occurred, but he instinctively began to dismiss it, growing increasingly concerned about Naruto's situation. Naruto's transformation prompted Saratobi to consider the worst-case scenario. Aunt May, when did you and my mom meet? Naruto asked curiously. Oh, that? Of course, I can tell you. But you must tell me, have you seen your mom and dad? Uchiha Mei inquired with concern. The previously shattered resolve of Naruto had nearly pushed him into the Six Tails mode, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that monumental changes had occurred in just a short time. Naruto nodded gently, the disappointment in his eyes fading. Realizing that there were still many companions who cared for him, Naruto's resolve solidified further. Are you not afraid of me becoming Hokage? Then I shall prove it to you. You truly resemble the fourth Hokage, Uchiha Mei remarked, stroking Naruto's golden hair, astonished. Earlier, Naruto had radiated a golden glow, and in that moment, Uchiha Mei almost believed that Minato had returned. The most iconic trait of the Uzumaki clan, their vibrant red hair, is not reflected in Naruto at all. One cannot help but marvel at the powerful genes of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, while others, like Konan and Nagato, could be identified as members of the Uzumaki clan merely by their hair color. Naruto's golden locks obscure his lineage. Without inquiry, one would never guess that he harbors the blood of the Uzumaki clan within him. Michiru Annie, are you well acquainted with the fourth Hokage couple? After a moment of silence, Naruto chose to heed his parents' advice. Revealing his identity at this juncture would be ill-advised. Attempting to reclaim the identity of a heroic child while bearing the identity of a fox demon is fraught with difficulty. If Konoha truly intended to protect him, they would not have allowed him to endure such prolonged indignities, nor would they have permitted him to be labeled a fox demon for so many years. The myriad occurrences surrounding him do not withstand scrutiny. Upon reflection, Naruto would quickly comprehend why his parents were so enraged. Of course, little Naruto, Michiru Andy, and both the fourth Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, were contemporaries. Moreover, I share a close relationship with Kushina, Uchiha Michiru playfully remarked to Naruto. But, Michiru Auntie, the fourth Hokage couple is known as Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, right? Naruto queried, gazing at his mother's friend with confusion. Could this be a case of superficial sisterhood? You've been deceived. Surely you've met Kushina before? Michiru suddenly leaned closer to Naruto, whispering conspiratorially. Humph. Sasuke averted his gaze, wishing to remain oblivious to the exchange. He silently pitted Naruto. Inwardly, Sasuke glanced at his brother. If their father were not present, he might be led to believe his brother was on a mission outside. Narashikaku, come here. Saratobi Hiruzen, with a somber demeanor, led Konoha's foremost strategist away from the crowd. Fear not, Hokage-sama. I have devised a solution regarding Naruto. Narashikaku replied calmly, having been pondering various strategies since the onset of Naruto's transformation. If Naruto's identity were revealed prior to the video's broadcast, the acceptance of this fact would be facilitated, thereby minimizing the impact. Afei, I believe you owe us an explanation. Upon returning to his companions in the Akatsuki, Pain immediately confronted Afei. Our objectives align. Uchiha Obito, in silence, addressed the group. Pain and others refrained from exposing or deliberately ignoring his true identity, which itself signaled a compromise. Possessing the Rinnegan, he was not a foe that Akatsuki would prefer to confront, an adversary intimately familiar with them all. Do not forget our agreement. Pain fixed a penetrating gaze upon Uchiha Obito. At that moment, the Akatsuki members, influenced by previous events, including Kakashi's demeanor towards Afei and Obito's sudden suppression, were acutely aware of Afei's complex identity. Kakashi, is that individual the deceased Uchiha Obito? Narashikaku inquired softly as he approached Kakashi. Yes, but, rest assured, Kakashi, I will not disclose his identity. At least not for now. Narashikaku gently patted Kakashi's shoulder before striding towards the now unconscious Danzo, the god of shinobi. Senju Hashirama. Just as everyone was processing the situation, a voice resonated from the land of mist. Correct answer. The respondent receives a reward, bloodline limit fusion enhancement. The system's voice echoed, and Hashirama Senju's name appeared outside the leaderboard, much like Naruto, whose name had not directly graced the ranks. Instead, a brief video concerning Hashirama began to play. Is this the sensation of acquiring power? At that moment, Terumi Mei was too engrossed in her own transformations to focus on the video. She felt an irreversible change within her, her bloodline limit evolving. Lava release, lava monster technique. Boil release, skilled mist technique. Suddenly, a terrifying chakra erupted from Terumi Mei, radiating intangible crimson waves around her. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. Ao swiftly turned to instruct everyone to evacuate. Even if Terumi Mei harbored no ill intentions, the transformations she underwent posed a threat to everyone present. At that instant, the broadcast momentarily paused for Terumi Mei, with everyone hastily distancing themselves from her vicinity. Even Nagato and Uchiha Obito struggled to discern Terumi Mei's precise condition. Chapter 31. Enhancement of bloodline limits in the space around them. A region of lava emerged, centered on Terumi Mei. Gradually, the thick mist dissipated, revealing Terumi Mei's form returning into view, accompanied by the expanding lava. Her two unique bloodline limits appeared to have transformed. Saratobi Hiruzen gazed intently ahead. Although the opponent had executed two techniques in one go, he had clearly observed that the final phrase was uttered only after the mist had enveloped them. This lava is extraordinary. Doton, Earth-style wall. Inoki attempted to alter the terrain or to directly submerge the lava with earth techniques. Impossible. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the lava, which seemed to grow even more animated. Fear not, everyone. With a wave of her hand, Terumi Mei instantly solidified the lava, halting its advance. This maneuver left the other four Kages in awe. Is it a power akin to that of the Hungry Ghost Path? Pain mused. Through the formidable perception granted by his Rinnegan, Nagato perceived what Inoki could not. He recognized that the earth technique was being devoured by Terumi Mei's lava release. Fascinating. Uchiha Obito's perception surpassed that of Nagato, allowing him to discern that it was not merely the absorption of chakra and soil, but rather the transformation of everything into sustenance for her. Yet another adversary has emerged. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's list of foes grew, as he recalled the moment he had acquired Sage Chakra, feeling an overwhelming sense of supremacy above all. However, that potent sensation, the vast chakra, was undeniable. If he could reclaim such power, he would fear none, not even Nagato, and certainly not Terumi Mei, who now posed a significant challenge. Furthermore, after the emergence of the mist, even with his full strength, he could not penetrate Terumi Mei's current state. Moreover, the questioning persisted. If he continued to observe others answering questions and earning rewards, unless he could immediately enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, capturing tailed beasts would prove exceedingly difficult. Haha, congratulations. With this maneuver, the fifth Mizukage may very well expand the territory of the Land of Mist exponentially. Saratobi Hiruzen quickly approached Terumi Mei to offer his congratulations. While Konoha and the Land of Mist were not neighboring nations, Terumi Mei's abilities could potentially alter the status quo of the Land of Mist, significantly enlarging its territory. To put it plainly, she could easily surpass her current self. Although Konoha and the Land of Mist had experienced considerable strife, the bond between the fourth and fifth Mizukages was anything but ordinary. Furthermore, Terumi Mei harbored a profound animosity towards Uchiha Obito. The Blood Mist policy had rendered the Land of Mist a place of despair, drastically reducing both its population and the number of shinobi. Under the oppressive regime, the faction led by Yuan Shi could no longer endure and initiated a coup, while the shame of the Land of Mist had left an indelible mark on Terumi Mei, forever linking her to the masked man. Heh, you and Konoha must be fearful of being consumed by the mist. Humph, spineless wretch. Noki scoffed disdainfully. Although Terumi Mei's bloodline limit had seen a significant enhancement, what was there to fear when one could soar through the skies? Bloodline limit? Dust release, anyone? When it came to fear, the true party that ought to tremble was the Hidden Cloud Village. Saratobi Hiruzen swiftly shifted the topic. It was crucial to maintain composure at this moment. If they let their guard down, it could lead to complications when they stepped outside. If you wish to test your mettle, feel free to come forth. Killer Bee cast a casual glance at the assembly. While Terumi Mei had indeed grown stronger, the overall strength of the Mist Village remained feeble as ever. As long as he and his brother could stall Terumi Mei, the remaining ninjas from the Mist Village would likely face overwhelming defeat. However, if Konoha launched a surprise attack now, the Hidden Cloud would suffer catastrophic losses, which was precisely why the 5 great shinobi villages had maintained a delicate balance of power. We have yet to resolve a common foe. Why are we so eager to turn against one another? The smile on Terumi Mei's face contrasted sharply with the chill in her gaze. Indeed, we should unite our efforts against those rogues. Hiruzen's expression gradually turned steely. Those peculiar individuals would find no return if they dared to venture into our Tsushigakure. Noki declared with arrogance. Just you? An old bone boasting. If I were them, I would choose Tsushigakure as a base. No need to leave. You insolent monkey. Care to test your luck? Do you think I fear you? If you have the guts, strike. Hiruzen cast a derisive glance at Noki. Once, Hiruzen had been considered. Apart from the Kazekage, the weakest Hokage, younger than Noki, his strength paled in comparison. Were it not for Naki's advanced age and fear of being outmaneuvered by other ninja villages, Konoha would have become a coveted prize for competing forces. Since you were so eager to fight, why not answer a few questions? If you happen to get them right, we can skip the rewards and go straight to a duel. A battle between the two leaders, with the victor claiming the territory of the vanquished. What a splendid idea. It saves a fortune and bestows great renown. Terumi Mei quipped with sardonic flair. Hiruzen and Noki fell silent. Neither feared the other, but the stakes were high. Losing in such a public setting would not merely be a matter of pride. It would be an embarrassment witnessed by all the shinobi in the world. Do not be deceived by the apparent silence of the daimyo gathered here. They had become the least noticeable group. However, Hiruzen had arranged for observers to monitor their every move. An unwritten rule of the shinobi world dictated that each village's leader was appointed by the daimyo, and in turn, the village provided protection to the daimyo. The daimyo could issue tasks to the villages, yet if a daimyo were to gain formidable power, the likes of the Fire Country's daimyo could transform from a mere puppet into a powerful ninja, leaving Konoha in a precarious position. Furthermore, this would send an ominous signal to the other villages. After all, previous conflicts had only involved clashes between villages. If one daimyo gained immense strength while the other remained stagnant, it would mean that one village would have to bear the brunt of 2 villages' assaults. Chapter 32. The Mightiest Hokage? Stop, Madara. Senju Hashirama gazed forlornly at Uchiha Madara in the distance. Hashirama, you cannot halt my ambitions. Come, let us battle. Summoning the nine tails through the summoning technique, Madara's Sharingan activated, and the beast manifested, its eyes reflecting the same pattern as Madara's. Hiruzen observed the unfolding scene with a grave expression. Uchiha Madara. Noki felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the formidable duo on screen. In his youth, he had once visited Konoha, brimming with youthful bravado until he encountered Madara. That fateful meeting had deterred him from returning to Konoha, a harrowing brush with death. Was this truly the god of ninjas? Terumi Mei, watching the two, felt a surge of inadequacy despite her own enhancements. The sheer chakra emanating from them was overwhelming. Was this the first Hokage? If the first Hokage was this powerful, how formidable could the so-called strongest Hokage, the third, truly be? Naruto's brow furrowed as he scrutinized the two with astonishing chakra. Since achieving perfect tailed beast transformation, his sensitivity to chakra had sharpened remarkably. Yet these two appeared far superior to the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. What? The strongest Hokage? Uchiha Makoto gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Yes, Aunt Makoto, haven't you heard? Our school teaches that the third Hokage is the most powerful of all. Naruto replied earnestly. Sasuke, tell me this isn't true. Makoto felt her worldview shatter. Indeed, mother. If you doubt it, you can ask. Sasuke trailed off, realizing that the title of the strongest Hokage had gained traction during Kakashi's era. The rapid graduation of Konoha's prodigies was partly due to this. Living under the constant pressure of being the strongest would undoubtedly influence their future missions. The promotion of the strongest Hokage was also aimed at bolstering Hiruzen's standing among ordinary villagers. Shameless. Uchiha Makoto muttered under her breath about Hiruzen. Regrettably, her exclamations in Naruto's surprise had caught the attention of the assembly. Hiruzen shot a glare at Makoto before adopting a nonchalant demeanor, as if the matter did not concern him. The strongest Hokage? Ha ha ha. Forgive me, you wretched monkey. I seldom laugh, but I cannot help it. The idea of the strongest Hokage is laughable. Before you claim that title, could you even best your disciple, Minato Namikaze? I could almost die from laughter. You'd be at the top of any list for shamelessness. Noki mocked Hiruzen without restraint. Third Hokage, you truly are shameless. Terumi Mei attempted to voice her sentiments delicately, but her sincerity broke through. Ah, the strongest Hokage? No, the most shameless. Killer Bee chimed in, adding to the laughter. Among those present, the one suffering the most was the Wind Shadow, Raza of Sunagakure, whose own strength was the weakest. Sunagakure was currently second to last among the 5 hidden villages, while the Mist Village had remarkably improved. Unbeknownst to him, he had slipped into the penultimate ranking, wondering about his once great ally. If he ventured out, he might be obliterated in an instant. Once, Sunagakure had dared to fight. They had battled and lost. And had it not been for the intervention of the hidden cloud, Sunagakure and Konoha would never have allied. In fact, Sunagakure might have become a mere footnote in history. At that moment, Hiruzen's face flushed crimson, while Jiraiya, standing behind him, felt a headache coming on. His master had boasted for years, and now it appeared he was on the verge of a massive social faux pas. As expected, you Hidden Stone Village cannot stand to see us Konoha thrive. How dare you treat our strongest Hokage this way? Once we step outside, our Hokage will obliterate your Tsuchikage. Indeed, if the first Hokage is this powerful, how could the thirds might be fathomed by the likes of you? We shall first eradicate the Stone Village, then trample the Cloud Village. The voices of the populace of Konoha have grown increasingly loud, and Saratobi Hiruzen's expression has become increasingly strained. Today truly brings me to the brink of laughter. A seemingly feeble Hokage dares to proclaim himself the strongest. Ah, you shameless monkey, teach us a thing or two. Our villagers could never muster such unwavering support for us. Your audacity and brainwashing skills are equally impressive, remarkable. Noki exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. A heartfelt thanks to the unashamed third Hokage for the delightful spectacle. Welcome, Konoha. Killer Bee smiled faintly, quietly observing the reddened face of Saratobi Hiruzen. Do not speak so lightly. Konoha has already been trampled by that organization. Are you rubbing salt in the wounds? Oh, my apologies. I misspoke. It is the future, the future. Koharume's final note lingered heavily. Cough. Everyone, please be quiet. We should prioritize peaceful development. Our common enemy now is that group of cloaked individuals who threaten us all. Saratobi Hiruzen called out, and the villagers of Konoha fell silent, their praises ringing out. Hiruzen, your audacity is indeed worthy of a Hokage. For the first time, Noki felt genuine respect for Saratobi Hiruzen. Not every village leader possesses such thick skin to deceive their own people. This is a unique trait of Saratobi Hiruzen, one that cannot be replicated elsewhere. After all, the strong should possess a sense of dignity. Everything is arranged. Third Hokage. Just as Saratobi Hiruzen felt the awkwardness, Narashikaku approached him and whispered a reminder. Saratobi Hiruzen nodded gently and stepped aside to collect his thoughts. Another Susanoo. But why does it seem different? Naruto keenly observed that Uchiha Madara had summoned his Susanoo, intent on a 2-on-1 confrontation. At this moment, Uchiha Mikoto fell silent. This was her first time witnessing such a massive Susanoo, even more formidable than the legendary version she had heard of. This Susanoo is far larger than yours. Deidara gazed at Itachi, somewhat entranced. Previously, Itachi's red armor had successfully intimidated everyone, but now, in comparison to Madara's Susanoo, it felt as if a child stood before an adult. Chapter 33. Why can't you? Huh? Senju Hashirama pressed his hands together and shouted, instantly entering sage mode. The chakra emanating from both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama was unmatched in the vicinity. Why can the first Hokage enter sage mode so swiftly? Naruto pondered again, recalling that Jiraiya's transition into sage mode had been quite troublesome. Even if enhanced, he cannot achieve the ease of Hashirama. He is a god. It is no disgrace to be less than him, Jiraiya softly remarked. This statement awakened everyone to the truth. Indeed, the Senju and Uchiha clans were the two strongest during the Warring States period, with Hashirama being the most powerful among the Senju. After the Warring States, the tailed beasts were distributed to all ninja villages by Konoha. Thus, the moniker God of Ninjas was bestowed upon Hashirama. This title does not signify mercy. Rather, when in battle, Hashirama was incredibly serious and relentless. The reason he dared to distribute all tailed beasts except for the 9 tails was due to his confidence in his own strength. Hashirama achieved this feat during his lifetime. Countless assassination attempts and hidden schemes were rendered powerless, akin to paper tigers. Even when someone dared to issue an assassination order, none could approach Hashirama. He single-handedly instilled fear throughout the ninja world, the god of ninjas, truly deserving of the title. Then, the third Hokage is the most. Do not say it. Jiraiya hastily covered Naruto's mouth. While Saratobi Hiruzen may indeed be audacious and shameless, he remains the face of Konoha. Repeated humiliation would be less than ideal. Look, what is that? A gasp drew everyone's attention back to the screen. Wood release secret technique. Birth of the world of trees. In sage mode, Senju Hashirama unleashed a wood release secret technique that summoned a tree even larger than the 9 tails. Centered around Hashirama, massive branches erupted from beneath the rocks and rivers, seemingly animated, swiftly ensnaring the 9 tails in a fierce struggle. Is this the power of wood release? Noki stood in stunned silence. Grandfather. Tsunade felt a wave of sadness. Had the Senju clan not dwindled, Konoha would not have faced such hardships during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars. The Second War was fought for revenge for her grandfather. And at that time, Konoha feared no one, overwhelming the Cloud Village. Yet the ferocity of that battle left Konoha with significant losses. Consequently, during the Third War, Konoha struggled to assert dominance, even being bullied to their doorstep during negotiations, forced to swallow their grievances. In this gathering, perhaps only Tsunade truly comprehended the might of Senju Hashirama. Everyone else, including the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, merely imagined Hashirama's strength based on tales and legends. Initially, all myths were regarded as exaggerated glorifications of the past, yet the visuals presented now transformed many of their preconceived notions. The strongest Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, after the Second War, he rarely took action, and it was precisely due to his infrequent involvement that he maintained a rear guard. With the once glorious figures of Konoha having passed on and Tsunade disinterested in power, Hiruzen's vanity swelled immensely. First Hokage. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen reminisced fondly about his master. Although Tobirama Senju's strength and influence did not match Hashirama's, Konoha was still vibrant during his era. Now, Saratobi Hiruzen felt a profound shock. He once believed that the first Hokage, frequently mentioned by his master, including students like Danzo, was only slightly stronger than his teacher. Yet, the current disparity in strength between the two was vast. Regardless of their prowess, they were not someone he could contend with, even if his own strength had doubled. Just his master's flying thunder god technique and various forbidden jutsu were more than enough for him to handle. In my opinion, this is the true strongest Hokage of Konoha. TSK. Noki glanced at Saratobi Hiruzen while watching the video. Fortunately, most people were absorbed in the visuals, and this time, Saratobi Hiruzen did not face further humiliation. I believe the first Hokage is formidable, but the third Hokage's shuriken technique is undoubtedly the most impressive. Naruto quietly spoke in defense of Saratobi Hiruzen. Though he chose to trust his parents, years of companionship made it difficult for him to harbor hatred. Naruto's words touched Saratobi Hiruzen, who looked towards him with gratitude. But in the next moment, the scene in the video once again dealt a heavy blow to Hiruzen's pride, demonstrating to all what it meant to be a god. In the footage, Hashirama addressed Madara, "Madara, it is not too late to give up. Come back to the village with me." After subduing the Nine Tails, Hashirama made a final attempt to persuade Uchiha Madara, even now not employing his true strength. Enough said, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara wasted no time, closing the distance. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama swiftly utilized his immense bloodline ability to overpower Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, forcing Madara to alter his approach. Here comes my attack. Uchiha Madara dispelled his Susanoo, instantly escaping the control of the wood dragon. With a flame fan in his left hand and a scythe in his right, he launched a new offensive against Senju Hashirama. Shadow clone technique, shuriken jutsu. As Senju Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals, countless shurikens imbued with his chakra soared towards Uchiha Madara's scythe, while the wood dragon technique dissipated in the valley of the end. Clang, clang. After deflecting 2 strikes, Madara hurled his scythe at Hashirama, and at that moment, the shurikens also sped towards Madara's weapon. With 2 thunderous impacts, Madara's scythe fell beneath the valley, while he approached Hashirama with a fiery fan. Clang, clang. Hashirama, wielding a straight sword, engaged Madara in a fierce battle, their weapons clashing in a display that captivated all onlookers. Is this the might of the god of shinobi? Kurenai Yuhi felt a profound admiration for Hashirama swell within her. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of relief that Konoha lacked anyone with Hashirama's formidable power. Had Hiruzen Saratobi or Danzo Shimura acquired such terrifying strength, the entire shinobi world might have united not against the Akatsuki, but for darker ambitions. Chapter 34. The White Eyes. No one dared to delve deeper into the prowess of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, at least. Everyone was grateful that even the mysterious black-cloaked organization they faced was not insurmountable. In their time, either Madara or Hashirama possessed the capacity to annihilate all other Kage. Anoki now found himself enveloped in profound silence, unable to forget Madara's past assault against him. Yet the disparity between the Madara from the video and the one he faced was immense. Madara. Hashirama gazed at Madara with a hint of resignation. Even now, he hesitated to strike a lethal blow against his old friend, with decades of camaraderie and the shared creation of Konoha weighing heavily on his heart. Beyond his village and his closest kin, Madara was the most significant person in Hashirama's life. You have made your choice. The reminiscing is over. Let us dance. Madara suddenly retreated, discarding his fiery fan, while Hashirama refrained from pursuing him. After casting a reluctant glance at Madara, Hashirama's expression hardened, and they both retreated in unison. Why are they withdrawing? Naruto stammered. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, Sasuke interjected, "Fool. They are preparing to unleash powerful ninjutsu that requires distance to maximize its effect." Sasuke's eyes burned with intensity as he fixated on the 2 figures on the screen. If I had such power, revenge would be effortless. He mused. Hey, stop talking. Jiraiya feigned anger, lightly tapping Naruto on the head. Perverted sage, why are you hitting me? Naruto protested, somewhat indignantly. Do not blame the old man. He has his reasons. Jiraiya replied, his expression complex as he regarded Naruto. I am not blaming the 3rd Hokage. I am just frustrated that he falsely accused my parents of dying in war, when they sacrificed themselves for the village's safety, and they exerted the greatest effort during the battle. Yet, why is it that no one will tell me who my parents truly are? Naruto's voice trembled as tears threatened to spill from his eyes, but he held them back resolutely. At that moment, Jiraiya hung his head in silence, recognizing that silence was the most fitting response. If only, just if only, Naruto were not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could have been publicly acknowledged. He might have experienced a vastly different childhood. Alas, there are no ifs. Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's distress, felt a pang in his heart, finally comprehending why Naruto's words had impacted him so profoundly when he had sought to console him. The thought of how most villagers harbored animosity and fear towards Naruto was unfathomable. If his parents were still alive, they would surely be heartbroken. Naruto, one day, you must seek justice for yourself, Mikoto Uchiha whispered as she approached Naruto. Konoha has never harbored malice towards you. It is merely a misunderstanding. Jiraiya's gaze hardened as he turned to Mikoto. The Uchiha clan had been viewed with suspicion since the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju's, time, and this animosity persisted into Jiraiya's generation. Despite the attempts made by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to mend relations with the Uchiha, unfortunately, all previous efforts crumbled. And even the misdeeds of the late Uchiha Obito were attributed to the entire clan, plunging the relationship between the Uchiha and the village into a new low. Believe in Naruto. One day, everyone in Konoha will accept you, and there will be no more hostility directed at you. Jiraiya's voice grew softer. Are you suggesting we serve as lapdogs for the higher-ups? Mikoto continued to taunt. Though the Uchiha clan's demise was ostensibly orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha, signs indicating rebellion had begun surfacing long before, with neighboring non-Uchiha clan members mysteriously vanishing and security patrols failing to return. The Uchiha had been too proud for too long, relying solely on their Sharingan. Jiraiya's gaze turned icy and sharp, like a blade fixated on Mikoto, who felt a chill run down her spine. Were it not for the prohibition against combat or malicious intent in this place, she would never have dared to speak so boldly to one of the legendary Sannin, especially in her vulnerable state. Jiraiya, Sasuke suddenly called out, and Jiraiya's expression became somewhat vacant. Sasuke activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes as he unleashed his full strength against the unsuspecting Jiraiya. At this moment, it would have been impossible for Sasuke to trap Jiraiya in a Genjutsu without the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke, stop! Mikoto exclaimed, shocked as she rushed to intervene, never having imagined her son would resort to violence over a mere verbal dispute. Mother, I will not allow anyone to harm you again, Sasuke declared defiantly. Just then, Itachi moved with lightning speed, hurling a shuriken towards Sasuke. Thud! The shuriken narrowly missed Sasuke's head. Itachi suddenly writhed in pain from a distance, his anguished cries resonating deeply within everyone present. The unexpected shuriken and Itachi's heart-wrenching scream interrupted Sasuke's Genjutsu. Jiraiya shot a look of disdain at Sasuke. Perverted sage, Naruto pleaded, desperately trying to regain his composure as he sought Jiraiya's gaze, which had briefly reflected malevolence, an unsettling sensation that only a perfect Jinchuriki could detect. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto before shifting his focus back to Itachi, his demeanor now chillingly cold. Mikoto held Sasuke tightly, her gaze fixed on Itachi. Itachi-san, are you alright? Kisame asked urgently, but no one dared to approach to ascertain what had transpired. After a while, Itachi ceased his cries and slowly stood up, his once blood-red pupils now faintly pale. Chapter 35. Has the inevitable finally arrived? Itachi, your eyes. Kisame looked at the pallid Uchiha Itachi in sheer terror. This was the most disheveled he had ever seen Itachi since they began their partnership. What is the meaning of this? Pain inquired, perplexed. It's nothing urgent, Itachi replied, choosing to close his eyes. At this moment, he felt no regret. If he did not promptly interrupt Sasuke's perilous actions, the repercussions of Jiraiya forcibly altering his chakra flow within the illusion would be catastrophic. The backlash from the Mangekyou Sharingan was far beyond what Sasuke could currently endure. For his brother, Itachi was willing to risk it all. Mother, brother, does he truly wish to kill me? Sasuke gazed helplessly at his mother. Previously, he had masked his weakness with unending hatred, arming himself with vengeance. Yet now, even with the Mangekyou Sharingan, he still revealed his most vulnerable side before his mother. Sasuke, do not fear. I will explain everything to you later. For now, set aside thoughts of revenge and focus on strengthening yourself. You must understand, our enemies are formidable. Uchiha Mikoto comforted Sasuke sorrowfully. Upon witnessing Itachi collapse in agony, Mikoto instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, the unique circumstances and Itachi's special status prevented her from rushing to her wounded child's side, leaving her without even the courage to steal a glance. At that moment, the members of the Akatsuki exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Itachi had indeed thrown a shuriken, which now lay embedded in the ground mere inches from Sasuke's head. narrowly missing. Yet, the imminent danger did not vanish, nor did Itachi himself disappear. These were all enigmas, but at the cost of losing his eyesight. What was his intent? To frighten his brother? Did he truly wish to kill him? No one was vigilantly monitoring the activities of the young ninjas in Konoha, and White Zetsu's surveillance was merely mingling among ordinary villagers, lacking the opportunity to witness the conflict between Mikoto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Chun-Imo was utterly astonished as he stared at the additional 500,000 on his phone. Thank you for your creation. As of this afternoon, the views on your top 10 Naruto characters have surpassed 3 million. This is the previous balance. Please create even better works. Chun-Imo, filled with excitement, began preparations to move. He handed over the details of his new home and the move to his family, while he went to a computer store to assemble what he believed to be the fastest computer. Subsequently diving into a frenzy of research on all things Naruto, as rankings were about to be revealed. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto rushed over with concern. His eyes filled with envy as he looked at Sasuke cradled in Mikoto's arms. Unlike before, this envy was now tinged with a sense of contentment. The presence of parents and conversation had mended much of Naruto's spirit. Sasuke stubbornly shook his head, eyes reddened. He means no harm. Naruto whispered urgently as he approached Sasuke. How can that be? Did you see? It was less than an inch from me. If that shuriken had been any closer, I would be gone. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with tears as he glared at Naruto. But he truly meant no harm. Naruto insisted, pouting as he looked at Sasuke. At that moment, Mikoto quickly intervened, separating the two. Sasuke, regardless of the circumstances, you will learn the truth. I only hope you do not harbor such hatred for your brother. But mother, why? There is no why. Are you no longer listening to your mother? A fierce glance from Mikoto silenced the defiant Sasuke. Naruto, don't take his outbursts to heart. She quickly turned to comfort Naruto after chastising Sasuke. By the way, how do you know Itachi means no harm? Mikoto asked curiously. Well, it's alright. If you don't want to say, I want to pry. If it's your secret, you must keep it safe. Mikoto said understandingly, observing Naruto's hesitance. Yes, thank you, Aunt Mikoto. Aunt should be thanking you, Naruto. Can you promise me something? Of course, Auntie. I will do it. Silly child, it's nothing grand. I simply hope you won't share what just transpired. Mikoto gazed at Naruto with tenderness, recognizing how understanding he was. Given his circumstances and personality, Naruto must have endured unimaginable hardships. Had the little pepper known the outcome of entrusting her child to Hiruzen Saratobi, she might have taken him away in the end. I promise you, Aunt Mikoto. Naruto earnestly extended his small hand. Little Naruto, what did you just promise, Auntie? Hiruzen Saratobi stealthily approached, compelled to confront the matriarch of the Uchiha clan due to Itachi's outrageous actions, the formidable strength of Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan, and the closeness between Mikoto and Naruto. What brings you here, third Hokage? Mikoto's demeanor instantly hardened as she shielded Naruto and Sasuke behind her. Do not worry. I merely wish to assess your current condition. After all, you know that matters of death and resurrection are exceedingly esoteric. Hiruzen chuckled and shook his head. But Mikoto cautiously surveyed her surroundings. If Hiruzen were to exploit the rules at this moment, she could very well find herself back to square one. Rest assured, I remember our previous agreement. The previous actions of Danzo were merely his own intentions. If I truly wished to deal with the Uchiha clan, you would have been obliterated during the first confrontation with the Cloud Village. Hiruzen chuckled again, while Naruto and Sasuke remained baffled. Yet Mikoto grasped the deeper implication of Hiruzen's words. Itachi had previously stated that as the cost of the clan's extermination, Sasuke could survive. Clearly, Hiruzen was using this to threaten her. Lord Hokage, I would like Tsunade to examine you, if you have no objections. Hiruzen did not grant Mikoto a moment's respite. Waving his hand, summoning Tsunade, who appeared with an expression of disdain. Just moments ago, Tsunade and Hiruzen had reached a certain agreement, and as a price, Tsunade was obliged to undertake a task. Chapter 36, left? Right? Extend your hand, please. Tsunade endeavored to maintain her composure in the presence of the Uchiha clan. Raised in a family steeped in tradition, she had inherited and magnified the gambling proclivities of Hashirama, becoming renowned as a formidable figure. Simultaneously, the disdain for the Uchiha clan instilled by Tobirama had also influenced Tsunade, and coupled with Hiruzen's later teachings, she felt no fondness for any member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mikoto hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to trust Tsunade, desiring to understand her current state. What? How can this be? Tsunade's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she utilized medical ninjutsu to examine Mikoto's body. What is wrong, Tsunade? Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he regarded Mikoto. Should Tsunade find any issues, his contingency plan would be activated, enforcing a one-for-one exchange to remove Mikoto. This is not right. Not right at all. Tsunade became more agitated as she spoke. Hiruzen lit his pipe, his demeanor steady. It's completely normal, as if nothing is amiss. Not even a trace of hidden injuries. Stop. Stop. Cough, cough. Saratobi Hiruzen choked on a puff of smoke, perplexed as he found no issues after a thorough examination. Meanwhile, the hidden ninjas of the Umbu swiftly ceased their advance towards Uchiha Mikoto upon Hiruzen's command, turning and vanishing into the crowd. Hokage-sama, what did you mean by stop just now? Uchiha Mikoto inquired with an impassive expression. Oh, I merely got a bit too excited and inhaled some smoke. Hiruzen replied dismissively. Tsunade then began treating Sasuke's recent eye injury. Also checking on Naruto. Why are you so willingly helping her? Jiraiya quietly questioned Tsunade as he approached her. Do I not appear to be a compassionate person? Tsunade retorted indignantly. How much did the old man give you? Jiraiya pondered aloud. Get lost. Tsunade angrily raised her fist before striding towards the group of businessmen running a gambling operation near Konoha. Hiruzen had directly promised to resolve all debts within the village, and Tsunade only needed to assist by examining Uchiha Mikoto and Naruto's conditions. Initially, she had refused, but Hiruzen raised the stakes, offering her a share of the profits from certain shops belonging to the Senju clan as year-end dividends. Under the influence of monetary power, Tsunade capitulated, and she also found a reason to act against the Akatsuki organization. It was not merely for the peace and safety of the ninja world. Acquiring unexpected spoils during the battle with Kakuzu would be advantageous as well. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, one of her future actions would lead to her being ostracized by all merchant guilds and casinos in the ninja world. As the scene neared its conclusion, the system's voice suddenly echoed, pulling Konoha's higher-ups back into the video. The legends surrounding Senju Hashirama were abundant in Konoha, yet in recent years, under Hiruzen's promotion of the Will of Fire, few in the new generation remembered the glory of Hashirama's era. My grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Fat Sheep saw the dawn of victory for the first time. After the battle at the Valley of the End, Hashirama returned to Konoha. While Uchiha Madara was publicly declared dead, the Uchiha clan faced some oppression as a result, and these events were etched in the young Tsunade's memory. What about the rewards? Tsunade gazed bewildered at the paused image in the video, waiting in vain for the system's prompt confirming a correct answer. How could this be? Hiruzen stood frozen, realizing that the answer was merely a choice between two options. If it was not Hashirama who survived, then it had to be Madara. However, during their training under Tobirama, Hiruzen and his companions had repeatedly heard the final outcome of that battle. Hashirama, with tears, slew his dear friend. And Konoha continued to thrive and develop. Hashirama even taught his granddaughter Tsunade how to play cards at a time when the average lifespan was only 30. How could Madara possibly have lived longer than Hashirama? It was impossible. Tsunade had witnessed Madara's corpse, having seen her grandfather slay him. Tsunade's emotions began to spiral out of control. Incorrect answer. The system's cold voice recounted the story following that battle. Hashirama triumphed, yet Madara did not perish completely. In fact, he lived longer than Hashirama. Even when no one opposed the Uchiha clan at that time, the loudest voices for the next Hokage were not for Tobirama. Madara could only assume the mantle of Hokage in his twilight years. And at that time, no one would allow such a decrepit old man to become Hokage. Uchiha Madara. Obito declared the answer just as Tsunade reached her breaking point. Impossible, it cannot be. Correct answer. Responder receives reward. Random resurrection. The system's frigid voice rang out. And akin to Uchiha Mikoto's revival, two large coffins materialized before the crowd, and this time, no one knew who would emerge from within. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lin, could it be you? Obito, after a brief moment of distraction, made his choice with anticipation. Where's this? A man clad in crimson armor and with dark hair appeared before everyone. Obito's expression shifted to one of tension. The renowned god of ninjas had finally made his appearance. First Hokage. Hiruzen exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape. Grandfather? Tsunade, overcome with joy, rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Little Tsunade, where's this? Hashirama looked around with a somewhat bewildered expression, unable to match the scenery with any memories he could recall, even from the Warring States period. Little Tsunade, you haven't perished, have you? What has happened to Konoha? What transpired? Hashirama asked Tsunade earnestly. Grandfather, what are you saying? I'm alive. You were resurrected. This is Konoha's current Hokage, Tobarama's disciple. Tsunade began explaining to Hashirama the circumstances of their arrival and everything she had witnessed. Ah, really? You mean, in that battle, it was Uchiha Madara who emerged victorious? No, he merely survived until the end. Tsunade replied, a headache forming as she looked at her grandfather, who seemed fixated on Madara. Chapter 37. Grievances have a head, debts have a master. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Hashirama declared in disbelief. In that fateful battle, he had made a harrowing choice between his village and his dear friend. To protect the village, he ultimately chose to take the life of his closest companion. To honor his friend, he had not buried Madara's body in Konoha. It was precisely this that led Hashirama to experience profound self-doubt at this moment. Could it be that in that battle, he had truly not slain Madara? Yet he distinctly remembered watching the blade pierce Madara's heart, feeling his chakras cease to flow. Grandfather, please do not dwell on this. You are the one who lives now. Thus, you have won. Tsunade gently reassured her troubled grandfather. By the way, who was the Hokage you mentioned? Hashirama asked, regaining his focus as he looked at Tsunade. First Hokage, greetings. I am a disciple of Lord Tobarama. Hiruzen approached Hashirama with a flattering demeanor. Just a brief segment had already showcased the prowess of this god of ninjas. Who wouldn't he wish to ally with such a formidable figure? Greetings, First Hokage. I am Terumi Mei. I answered that question correctly, leading to your resurrection. Mei hurriedly joined the conversation. Oh, thank you. And you are? Hashirama inquired. Grandfather, she is the fifth Mizukage, Tsunade softly clarified. Oh, I see. Lien. Is that old fellow still around? Hashirama asked. Ahem, Lord Bai has passed away many years ago, Mei replied awkwardly. At that moment, no one doubted Hashirama's authenticity, not solely because of the system, but because only those who lived in that era could remember Bai Lien. I see. In any case, thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, I, Senju Hashirama, shall certainly lend a hand. Hashirama chuckled heartily, turning to his granddaughter. Tsunade, why do I feel as though I am not sensing any particularly strong bloodline from the Senju clan? As the strongest of the Senju clan and possessing the purest bloodline, Hashirama could sense those related to his lineage in the shortest time. At this moment, Senju Hashirama found himself in a state of bewilderment, for he could scarcely sense anyone here, aside from Tsunade, who bore a slight resemblance to his own bloodline. What on earth had transpired with Tsunade? I distinctly recall that after my time, Tobarama ascended to the position of Hokage, did I not? Yet, the Hokage title has only reached the third generation thus far. Why is that? Hashirama's tone was tinged with irritation. The welfare of his village and kin was of paramount importance to him. For the village he and his dear friend had painstakingly established, Hashirama would even draw his blade against his closest ally. Yet now, in the village he had nurtured with such dedication, there was not a single outstanding successor to carry on the legacy. In fact, at this very moment, it was not merely a lack of successors. There were no men among his kin with even a modicum of shared bloodline. Had the Senju clan's lineage, which had once thrived in Konoha, gradually faded from the stage within mere decades following his departure. The first Hokage could not comprehend that as the inaugural Hokage, the Senju clan had once held unparalleled strength in Konoha. With his brother Tobarama succeeding him, he understood well that the Senju clan could not possibly diminish under his stewardship. Yet now, the third Hokage was a disciple of Tobarama. Had the Senju clan truly fallen into oblivion? Hashirama ceased his speech, casting a cold gaze ahead. As no one dared to meet his eyes, a formidable chakra enveloped him. After your demise, my grandfather, the second Hokage, took up the mantle of Hokage. Without your deterrent presence, the ambitions of those from the Cloud Village swelled, launching frenzied assaults upon Konoha. Under the leadership of my grandfather, we achieved victory. But during the signing of the peace treaty, those Cloud ninjas laid an ambush and struck us. My grandfather sacrificed himself to save them. From that moment on, the Second Great Ninja War erupted, and most of the Senju clan perished upon the battlefield. That conflict was devastating. Konoha suffered grievous losses. As Tsunade spoke, tears streamed down her face. Even in merely recounting the tale, she could not forget the tragic fates of her beloved and brother, who had both fallen in battle. those rogues from the Cloud Village. At this instant, Hashirama strode purposefully toward the Cloud Ninjas. There was no alternative, since the Warring States period, aside from the Sand Village. The Cloud Village ninjas had undergone the least transformation. Do not act rashly here, or we shall face severe repercussions. Tsunade hurriedly grasped Hashirama's arm. Would release, would clone jutsu. Hashirama summoned 3 clones, and along with his original self, the force surged toward the Cloud Ninjas. Initially, Killer Bee harbored a sense of unfounded optimism, observing Hashirama's approach, secretly hoping to witness the so-called god of ninjas falter in public. However, contrary to his expectations, as Hashirama closed the distance to a mere 10 feet, panic finally seized Killer Bee. He dared not gamble. Previously, Uchiha Makoto had been subdued because a member of Root had struck first. The rules were clear. This was a place where they could not engage in combat. But did that include the resurrected individuals? No one knew, and the Cloud Village had no desire to be the scapegoat. Everyone retreat. Retreat. Killer Bee shouted frantically. Reluctantly, he forced himself to charge toward Hashirama. Lord First Hokage, it was our rogue ninjas from the Cloud Village who besieged the second Hokage, Tobirama. Our rakeage perished in that battle. In the aftermath, we also targeted the forces of Kin and Jin. Such occurrences were not what we wished to see. Yet the true instigator has long since met his demise, and the Cloud Village has paid its dues. Killer Bee spoke, drenched in sweat. At that moment, the 4 Hashiramas had effectively surrounded him. And after the Third Great Ninja War, you seized the opportunity to attempt to snatch away the Byakugan secrets of the Hyuga clan on the very day we signed the peace treaty, Tsunade interjected sharply. This matter does not involve me. However, I am aware of who was responsible. Killer Bee waved his hand, and the squad responsible for the wrongdoing was promptly expelled by the Cloud Village ninjas. For every grievance, there is a source. After uttering this phrase, Killer Bee hastily retreated, burdened with the weight of responsibility. Chapter 38. Apparently passive, yet truly proactive. Humph, coward. Inoki scoffed from the sidelines. Shorty, haven't you had enough of a beating in Konoha last time? After all these years, you're still so diminutive. Hashirama cast a dark, disapproving glance at Inoki, the child who had once provoked Madara into action, an impression that lingered vividly in his mind. You still remember me. What an honor. However, I had no part in such affairs. Inoki quickly shook his hand, casting a disgruntled look at Tsunade. At that moment, Saratobi Hiruzen hid behind Hashirama, stifling his laughter. These shadow-level powerhouses, who often mocked him, now appeared as mere children before the true pinnacle of strength in Konoha. Inoki, I recall you once declared your intention to completely obliterate Konoha, did you not? Saratobi Hiruzen remarked with a sardonic tone. Hashirama regarded Inoki with a puzzled expression, finding amusement in teasing the younger generation. In honor and disgrace together, my Tsushigakure shall pledge a century-long alliance with Konoha. Inoki earnestly extended his hand to Hashirama in an oath. So shall my Kirigakure. I concur, from Sunagakure. I too, from Kumogakure. Thus, with the assistive efforts of Saratobi Hiruzen and the push from Inoki, the 5 great ninja villages inadvertently formed a cohesive alliance. An alliance of the 5 great ninja villages? It seemed an unprecedented occurrence. Grandfather, listen to me. Tsunade pulled Hashirama aside, meticulously explaining the rules established by the system and the formidable powers exhibited by the Akatsuki members. She genuinely feared that her grandfather would not last long before being sent back by the system. It must be those individuals. Hashirama turned directly toward the direction of the Akatsuki members. Is that truly the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? By the way, Kaku, I recall you mentioned that you once attempted to assassinate Senju Hashirama, did you not? It seems you even fought him before eventually retreating due to exhaustion, Deidara remarked excitedly. Glancing at Kakuzu, this was his scoop. Moreover, no one had a concrete understanding of Kakuzu's strength, only knowing that he was the longest surviving member of the organization. Having lived through the same era as Hashirama and once undertaking the task of assassinating him. Ahem, that is inconsequential. Kakuzu's expression began to shift. You're not just boasting, are you? Deidara sensed something was awry. Ahem, what boasting? I truly did engage him in combat, Kakuzu said, looking somewhat dismissively at Deidara. Oh, so you managed to fight him and survive until now. Your strength must surely rival that of the leader then? Upon hearing this, the gazes of Pain, Abito, and others all turned to Kakuzu. The strength Hashirama had displayed was sufficient to deal with any member of the Akatsuki, Frankly speaking, aside from Nagato and Obito, anyone in Hashirama's presence was akin to a mere child. If Kakuzu could indeed contend with Hashirama and had previously been tasked with assassination, then perhaps the three of them combined stood a chance. Long-range assassination? Kakuzu's face flushed. He realized that if he did not clarify soon, matters could spiral out of control, and he knew well which option to choose between social death and survival. Long-range. Like just now, throwing a shuriken at Sasuke? Deidara gazed at Kakuzu in disbelief. A little further than that. I feel like you all are misunderstanding me. That is indeed the god of ninjas. If you possess the capability, why not confront him and survive? Kakuzu's face flushed, yet he would not forget to salvage his dignity. At this moment, the crowd fell utterly silent. The foremost assassin, who had once boasted of attempting to assassinate the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, had failed, and yet his reputation had soared since that day. Ultimately, it was a misunderstanding without witnesses. Now that the principal had arrived, I couldn't help but notice the god of ninjas drawing ever closer. Deidara suddenly remarked, somewhat dazed. Who are you? Is your aim to disrupt the prosperity and stability of Konoha? Senju Hashirama wasted no words as he approached the Akatsuki members, getting straight to the point. Much like when he and Uchiha Madara aimed to transform the entire shinobi world, Hashirama's audacity and formidable strength supported his boldness. It's up to you, Kakuzu. Deidara gently nudged Kakuzu, as Obito and Nagato prepared themselves for combat. Since Hashirama's resurrection, all attention had converged on this awe-inspiring god of ninjas. As he charged toward the Cloud Village ninja, the scene of his not being suppressed was vividly etched in the minds of the Akatsuki members. They had witnessed how, despite being at such proximity, he remained unrestrained, while Nagato and the others had been utterly obliterated in an instant. Had it not been for the ability of the Hell Path, they might have completely vanished. Unbeknownst to them, Hashirama harbored no malice or hatred. He merely sought to clarify matters and, if possible, exact vengeance, given that so much time had lapsed and the individuals from that era were no longer present. Hashirama curiously regarded Kakuzu, who had been staring at him with an odd expression since his arrival among these peculiar figures cloaked in black. Have we met? I have no recollection. Following their awkward exchange, the atmosphere in the room plunged to a freezing point. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shan't press further. However, I have just learned that you plan to destroy Konoha in the future. Hashirama turned to face pain. Only by allowing the entire world to experience suffering can peace and order be restored to the shinobi realm. Pain declared with a fervent expression. Oh, so I have not mistaken my target. Hashirama unleashed the wood release, wood dragon technique upon them. The sudden onslaught of the wood dragon and the overwhelming chakra nearly knocked Kakuzu and the others off their feet, and in the next moment, all members of the Akatsuki, including Pain and Hashirama, were instantaneously subdued. Hashirama appeared to sustain grave injuries, his arms severed in half. The Akatsuki members also fared poorly, each suffering grievous, irreparable wounds. While Hashirama, due to his unique constitution, seemed to exhibit an almost unfair resilience. Despite being suppressed and with a broken arm, Hashirama's recovery speed soon outpaced the damage he had suffered. Chapter 39. The strongest Hokage of Konoha? No. Just as Deidara was about to utter the words "it's unfair," the pressure suddenly intensified, causing Deidara to vanish entirely from the sight of the others. In that instant, no one dared to speak. Even the typically brash Hashirama comprehended the terrifying nature of this rule. I shall no longer indulge you. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Hashirama gradually rose to his feet, and then the pressure escalated further, leading to a resounding bang. Hashirama vanished completely before their very eyes. It was merely a wood clone. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth, watching ahead. At this moment, Hashirama, having survived the ordeal, looked at the controlled individuals, and Deidara reappeared, albeit with a rather dismal expression. Deidara, what has happened to you? The art is gone. I can only use it once. Deidara lamented, then donned his mask and lay down in a corner, appearing almost withdrawn. Think of something. Haiden expressed his discontent. I cannot defeat him. If you have the capability, you resolve it yourself. After venting his frustrations, Deidara turned his back to the others. Oniai-chan, Sasuke looked anxiously at Itachi, who, despite being blind, had not distanced himself from the Akatsuki group. And the others had made no moves to dismiss him either. How did that Uchiha brat end up among that group? Hashirama inquired with curiosity. Lord First. It's like this. He is an undercover agent. I had long suspected something was amiss with that group, but did not know their exact location. So I intentionally let him infiltrate. Saratobi Hiruzen clandestinely explained to Hashirama. Oh, what of the other Uchiha? Why are there only these two young ones? Hashirama said, glancing at Sasuke, who was not yet 12, having awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and displaying considerable prowess. Had Uchiha Madara awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at such an early age, combined with his physical prowess and extensive combat experience, one might question whether the first Hokage truly belonged to the Senju clan. However, this also puzzled Hashirama. How had the two largest clans in Konoha dwindled to such a degree? The Uchiha clan fared slightly better, having produced a genius, while the Senju clan seemed devoid of any worthy successors to carry the banner. Well, Lord First. The reason he is wanted and able to be an undercover agent is that he annihilated the Uchiha clan, Saratobi Hiruzen reluctantly stated. From Hashirama's earlier remarks upon his resurrection, Hiruzen understood that the first Hokage's attitude toward the Uchiha clan was entirely different from that of his teacher, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Annihilated the clan? Do not jest with me. A single Mangekyou ninja could not possibly wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. Why not say that the Uchiha had long since perished? Hashirama vigorously patted Hiruzen's back. At this moment, he interpreted Hiruzen's words as a jest to lighten the mood. Tsunade, grandfather, everyone in the shinobi world is gathered here. You should have answers in your heart, Tsunade declared before falling silent. She had witnessed the zenith of the Senju clan and, as she matured, observed its steady decline, ultimately leading to the present state of disarray. In these years, what has transpired? Do share with me, third Hokage. Hashirama's demeanor shifted dramatically. The once affable and simple-minded man had become reserved and sharp. Yes, Saratobi Hiruzen steeled himself and recounted all significant events that had transpired in Konoha post-Second Great Ninja War. Of course, omitting the dilution of the Senju bloodline and the claim of being the strongest Hokage. Are you saying the Hokage still needs to consult the advisory council for decisions? Furthermore, you were bullied right at your doorstep and had to begrudgingly compensate others with more benefits? A Kage-level powerhouse would commit suicide at home? The fourth Hokage and his wife were actually slain by that nine-tails creature? Hashirama gazed incredulously at Saratobi Hiruzen, the previously fierce aura dissipating entirely. In that moment, Hashirama comprehended why the Cloud Village dared to entertain thoughts of attacking Konoha, because Konoha was far too weak. It was not only their lack of strength, but, more critically, the feebleness of the higher-ups. Hashirama looked at Tsunade, his eyes revealing a hint of despair, and she could only nod helplessly. Is the matter of the advisory council Tobirama's idea? No. Did Tobirama designate you as the next Hokage? At that time, it was said to be proxy Hokage. But never mind. From now on, you may retire. Senju Hashirama waved his hand with evident impatience. From the matters previously mentioned by Saratobi Hiruzen, Hashirama sensed a long-forgotten and loathsome odor, an insidious schemer. The reasons Hashirama and Uchiha Madara ceased their battles were threefold. First, for peace. Second, for fairness. And third, due to the fear that an expansive territory would lead to the rapid corruption of Konoha. Little did he anticipate that Konoha had now devolved to such a state. Devoid of capable fighters, save for the somewhat tolerable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, while the rest could not even compare to Madara. Are you questioning my decisions, Lord First? Hashirama retorted without reservation. Konoha is what it is because of the Senju and Uchiha clans, not the Saratobi clan that joined midway. At this moment, Hashirama was enraged. He could not bear to witness Konoha's decline in the hands of these individuals, were it not for Tsunade still being in this village. And the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki belonging to the Whirlpool clan, with the Uchiha clan still possessing talents, Hashirama might have refrained from involving himself in Konoha's affairs. When the bloodline is severed and the legacy is lost, no powerful ninja of the Kage level would choose to remain in such an environment, including Hashirama himself. The third Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Even if the first established Konoha, he should not undermine the contributions of the third. At this moment, the air was eerily silent. And amidst the unwavering support of Saratobi Hiruzen's diehard fans, Hiruzen wished only to find a hole to hide in. The strongest Hokage? The Hokage with the greatest contributions to Konoha? Are you speaking of him? Hashirama could not help but laugh in anger. Chapter 40. The Gathering Indeed. It is said that many years ago, the students of the Ninja Academy propagated the legend of the strongest Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. Moreover, I have heard that he fervently supported the intermarriage of the Senju clan members with outsiders, arranging numerous gatherings for them. At this moment, Inoki, adept in political maneuvering, conjured up a rough outline of the strategy and sent Hiruzen a grand package of social embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Hashirama suddenly burst into laughter, though his laughter echoed with a profound sense of desolation and sorrow. Tsunade, tell me truthfully, what has Konoha endured in these years? Hashirama gazed at Tsunade with a somber expression. The old man was not like this before. Back then, when great-grandpa had just passed away, he led the elite Jonin in a frenzy of retaliation against the ninja from the Cloud Village, and Konoha had not yet undergone any significant changes. Our clansmen volunteered for battle. The old man could not stop them. The more he tried to dissuade them, the more eager they became to charge to the front lines. Later, when the Cloud Village, knowing they could not win, set countless traps targeting the Senju clan members, they succeeded in that battle, leading to a drastic reduction in our numbers. Eventually, the old man grew older and more fearful, becoming obsessed with power, seldom participating in the Third Great Ninja War. He and the three advisors began to suppress various clans, and the struggle for power commenced. Tsunade recounted most of Saratobi Hiruzen's transgressions in brief. But given the current sensitive circumstances, she could not allow her grandfather to harm her mentor. Such an act would not only cost Konoha a powerful ninja, but would also shatter the villagers' morale. Others might be unaware, but Tsunade was acutely aware that Hiruzen had excelled in instilling the will of fire in the villagers and ninjas of Konoha, fervently brainwashing them. Although he often boasted, many villagers developed a deeper bond with Konoha, and the outsiders also cultivated a sense of belonging, all thanks to Hiruzen's efforts. However, in his relentless pursuit of personal gain, he inevitably lost himself. So, you call yourself the strongest Hokage? That is not my fabrication. It is mere flattery. Hiruzen retorted, his face flushed. At this moment, the man who once wielded immense power in Konoha stood before Hashirama like a wayward child, unable to muster any thoughts of rebellion. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and if Hashirama spoke a word further, revealing the truth to more people, Hiruzen's carefully constructed image and long-held beliefs would gradually crumble, eventually crushing him like a rolling snowball. Thus, Hiruzen decisively chose to remain silent and admit his faults. Whether Hashirama despised or insulted him mattered little, as long as he refrained from taking action against him. Relinquishing power was all that he desired. His strength had already seen considerable enhancement. Oh, our strongest Hokage can admit his mistakes? TSK, TSK, TSK. Inoki observed Hiruzen with a smirk, having cleverly aligned himself with Konoha, seemingly under duress, yet actually turning the tables to his advantage. Hashirama's acceptance of his earlier proposal indicated that he was not a leader who sought to expand aggressively. And being the first to propose, it would surely leave a favorable impression. Hiruzen kept his head lowered before Hashirama, ignoring everyone else's words and treating Inoki's comments as though they were inconsequential. Hashirama cast a displeased glance at Inoki, who immediately straightened up and closed his mouth, causing the others to look on in astonishment. Is this the benefit of immense power? Sasuke gazed at Hashirama with excitement. The moment he appeared, he had intimidated this detested Hokage, and even the cloaked figures were no match for the first Hokage. Sasuke felt as though he had found a new goal to strive for. Can I truly surpass him? Naruto began to doubt his ideal aspirations for the first time. The capabilities Hashirama had just displayed were profoundly awe-inspiring. A wooden dragon conjured from a wood clone could effortlessly overpower members of the Akatsuki. Although the rules of strength and weakness were yet to be clarified, the image of Hashirama in battle had left an indelible impression on everyone. You two, come here. Hashirama turned to Naruto and Sasuke. Sasuke dashed over, while Naruto hesitated for a second before quickly following. Tell me, how is Konoha now? What do you think of this Hokage? Hashirama smiled as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the two children. I think Konoha is not doing well. What do you find lacking? Those renegade ninjas are not brought back. We are only subjected to bullying. Anything else? I just feel it is not good. And what do you think of this Hokage? Not good either. Why? He makes it seem as if our Uchiha clan is encircled, and all the offenses fall upon us. Oh, for instance, the Konoha Guard is entirely composed of our Uchiha clan members. Oh, and what of the Senju clan? Hashirama inquired with keen interest at the boy who was generally unafraid of him. I have never seen one. If Tsunade-sama counts as one of the Senju, Then I have only seen her. Sasuke replied honestly. Then, have you seen any Senju clan members in school? No. Have you heard of them? The textbooks mention that Konoha was established by the Senju clan, and I have also heard legends of Tsunade-sama as one of the legendary three. Sasuke continued with his truthful account. Good, very good. Little one, what about you? Is he speaking the truth? Hashirama asked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Well, I am not the best student, but I have heard. The third Hokage has spoken of Konoha's origins, and it aligns with what Sasuke said. And you? Where did you come from? Me? I came from my mother's belly. Naruto proclaimed with great pride that after being labeled a reclusive demon fox, he had once again encountered his parents. He had asked both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki a particular question, chuckling at the thought that the members of the Uzumaki clan had diminished in number. Is the Nine Tails within you still obedient? Senju Hashirama inquired, glancing at the seal on Naruto's abdomen. At that moment, the once boisterous Nine Tails lay as tranquil as a contented Garfield. Chapter 41. This is the disparity Nine Tails. What troubles you? Naruto found himself back in the realm of his mind, having nearly lost all perception of the Nine Tails chakra, yet he could distinctly sense its profound fear. Out of concern, he momentarily disregarded Hashirama's inquiry. He was afraid. A foreign voice suddenly echoed beside him. Huh, Lord First Hokage, how did you enter? Naruto stared in bewilderment at Hashirama, the first person to breach his mental sanctuary in all these years. Oh, my wife was once a host for the Nine Tails. Hashirama remarked with a smile. Do you know my mother? Huh, who is your mother? Kushina Uzumaki. She was the previous host for the Nine Tails before me. Naruto gazed at Hashirama with eager anticipation. My wife lived far longer than I did. Hashirama chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that apart from his brother Tobirama, who had perished in conflict, his family had enjoyed remarkably long lives. How did you manage that? Hashirama suddenly inquired. Recalling that Uzumaki Mito became a perfect host due to his influence, and Killer Bee achieved the same with the Eight Tails acknowledgement. However, Kushina was not a perfect host. Much like Naruto, she had confined the Nine Tails within her through a series of seals. Yet, Hashirama could not shake the feeling that Naruto did not possess the demeanor to earn the Nine Tails' willing cooperation. What is your name? Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Your mother is Kushina Uzumaki? Yes. Then your father is of the Uzumaki clan? No, my father is Minato Namikaze. He is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Naruto beamed as he shared the truth he had recently discovered. For reasons unknown, he felt more at ease in the presence of the first Hokage. Why are you named Uzumaki Naruto when your father is Namikaze Minato? Hashirama queried, perplexed. Due to certain circumstances, it doesn't matter to me. I am content knowing who my parents are. Naruto replied with a satisfied smile. I initially intended to assist you in dealing with the Nine Tails, but it seems that won't be necessary. Nine Tails, shall we spar? Hashirama provocatively challenged the Nine Tails. At that moment, the Nine Tails, resembling an enraged husky, bared its teeth at Hashirama before swiftly turning its back on the two. Nine Tails, are you afraid? Naruto was astonished as he sensed the Nine Tails' current emotions. The once proud creature was indeed fearful. I sealed it because it was too strong. Hashirama patiently explained to Naruto the implications of sealing a being of such immense power. In simpler terms, it meant, you obstructed me. I would strike you, yet could not defeat you. If I killed you, you would merely resurrect. So I had no choice but to seal you. In the next moment, the Nine Tails forcibly expelled both individuals from the confines of the three-person room. In previous times during the sealing, the Nine Tails could not utilize its abilities. Even moving was a challenge. However, now, having chosen to cooperate with Naruto, the Nine Tails found itself with newfound freedom of movement. Now, tell me about the matters concerning these two youths, Hashirama said kindly, patting Saratobi Hiruzen's shoulder as they walked away. Congratulations to everyone for answering the questions correctly. Here's a bonus leaderboard. Who is the most shameless? The system's voice echoed as the original sealing leaderboard vanished, replaced by the query of who was the most shameless, with only 3 blank spaces available. Undoubtedly, this question sought to identify the 3 individuals with the most shameful reputations. Hashirama and Saratobi Hiruzen's gazes were drawn to this new leaderboard, and Hashirama, who had been reborn due to answering questions, understood the immense power that accompanied such an opportunity. Would you like to convert your wish into an answer or gain priority in answering? A choice appeared before Naruto. I do not require it. I will make my wish after passing. Answering begins. 5-minute countdown. With the system's announcement, a 300-second countdown appeared before everyone. The most shameless. I know this one. It's the strongest Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing he could answer, Noki confidently declared Hiruzen's name without a moment's hesitation. Correct answer. The respondent receives a reward, 20 years of youth. Lifespan increased by 10 years. In an instant, Naki's once pale beard and hair showed signs of improvement. And he felt the incredible transformation within his own body. Feeling youthful is marvelous. Thank you, strongest Hokage, he said with a smile directed at Hiruzen. The next moment, Hiruzen's name indeed appeared at the top of the leaderboard. What? The third Hokage is truly the most shameless person? Could it be that the Hokage's words were all lies? No way. Hiruzen hung his head in shame as he listened to the villagers' doubts, unable to fathom why he was perceived as the most shameless. The images on the screen did not showcase Hiruzen. Instead, they began with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who had fought valiantly during the Warring States period. His prowess striking fear into all within the ninja world. Subsequently, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, appeared on screen, demonstrating his remarkable achievements on the battlefield while employing Flying Thunder God and various forbidden techniques. The scene shifted back to before the Second Great Ninja War, where Tobirama faced a trap laid by the hidden Cloud Village without fear. The imagery suddenly split in two. On the left was Hashirama, and on the right, Tobirama. Both faced the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. When Hashirama confronted the lord, the latter appeared to treat Hashirama as a subordinate, while Tobirama, though not as commanding, was still favored by the lord. In the next moment, a third frame appeared. Saratobi Hiruzen, like a sycophant, approached the lord's residence bearing gifts, trailed by a cadre of ninjas carrying offerings. Chapter 42. I will ruin you. Is this how Konoha once was? Did the lord personally come to congratulate the village? Could it be a fabrication? Hiruzen felt shame wash over him as he absorbed the villagers' uncertain remarks. Indeed, he had once ingratiated himself with the feudal lord to ascend from acting Hokage to Hokage. However, times had changed. Konoha no longer possessed the standing to challenge the feudal lord, even if they regressed 2 decades. The village's former glory was but a memory. Without his own gifts and bribes, how would Konoha sustain its vast population of ninjas with missions each year? You are truly pathetic. I am curious how you ever caught Tobirama's eye. Hashirama remarked disdainfully. The scene continues to unfold, revealing how the former daimyo of the Fire Country sought to curry favor with the first Hokage, while the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, chose to disregard him, all the while striking a blow to the faces of the villagers and ninjas of Konoha who supported Hiruzen Saratobi. For regardless of Hashirama Senju's enthusiasm or Tobirama's aloofness, the daimyo only responded with greater sums of money and forced smiles. The third image, however, left the audience with a stinging sensation on their faces. This marked Konoha's first instance of sending money to the daimyo, and in subsequent scenes, Hiruzen Saratobi's monetary offerings increased, gradually leading him to delegate these tasks to his trusted aides, with each year seeing stronger bodyguards accompanying the daimyo. In the footage, Asuma Saratobi, the son of the third Hokage, even took pride in training alongside the daimyo. Furthermore, the correspondence from Hiruzen Saratobi was made public. At that moment, the screen abruptly went black, transitioning to scenes of Minato Namikaze battling with Killer Bee and the still unofficial Raikage. The golden radiance of Minato's legacy was revisited for the audience. Moments later, the footage of Minato's battle against the Nine Tails reappeared, along with the first Hokage Hashirama Senju facing off against Madara Uchiha and the Nine Tails, and Tobirama Senju standing alone to confront the elite forces of the Cloud Village. Ultimately, the final sequence contrasted Hiruzen Saratobi sealing Orochimaru's hands and sword at the cost of his life with the previous 3 scenes. Grandfather, how weak you are, Naruto remarked, disappointment evident as he gazed at Hiruzen Saratobi. He had not anticipated that the Hokage, who was so revered in the school textbooks, would turn out to be the weakest among them. Oh, how painfully humiliating. Inoki lamented, acknowledging that at the very least, he was certainly not the weakest Tsuchikage. The strength of one's abilities matters not. What is essential is that the Hokage acts for the benefit of Konoha. Indeed, it matters not. Third Hokage, I shall always support you. Hiruzen Saratobi, though somewhat comforted by these words, felt a renewed weight in his heart as the footage showed no signs of ceasing, causing him to feel apprehensive once more. What? This cannot be. The third Hokage is such a person. The crowd fell silent, gazing at the unfolding scenes. while Hashirama's fury visibly escalated. Jiraiya nudged Kakashi, and both reluctantly approached Hiruzen Saratobi's side, recognizing that the now empowered Hiruzen Saratobi was not someone to be discarded lightly. The screen began to rewind, presenting a series of disconcerting scenes. In the first act, Hiruzen Saratobi was seen cradling an infant before the couple Minato and Kushina, only for the child to vanish in the subsequent footage. In the second act, Hiruzen personally coerced the Nara clan to apologize to the ninjas of the Cloud Village. The third act depicted him ejecting Minato from the Hokage's office, while the fourth showed him conspiring with Danzo in a dark cavern, with a weeping child in the background. Numerous scenes showcasing Hiruzen's betrayals of Konoha unfolded before the entire shinobi world. No wonder you chose to defect. If I were in your position, I would flee as well. I misjudged you, Itachi, Deidara said earnestly as he approached the now-blind Itachi Uchiha, who remained oblivious to the events outside and was lost in confusion over the footage being presented. Hiruzen Saratobi, my grandson, you certainly know how to play this game, Hashirama remarked as he grasped Hiruzen's shoulder. At that moment, Kakashi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, momentarily affecting Hashirama, but the next instant, blood gushed from Kakashi's eyes as Hashirama's overwhelming chakra shattered the illusion. Jiraiya seized this fleeting opportunity to separate the two. Tsunade rushed forward to restrain Hashirama, exclaiming, "Grandfather, we cannot fight here. Are you aware of everything he has done?" Hashirama looked at Tsunade with disappointment. "No, I have left Konoha. I no longer have a home there." "Very well. Once we exit, the Saratobi clan shall cease to exist," Hashirama declared, stepping forward, unleashing a massive wave of chakra that caused the ground beneath Hiruzen and Jiraiya to collapse. "Do you have any objections, grandfather?" He glared at his granddaughter, recognizing that Konoha's afflictions ran deep, necessitating sweeping reforms, with the eradication of the Saratobi clan being paramount. In previous scenes, Hiruzen had exploited the Hokage's position to seize significant territory in Konoha, retreating first in battles, receiving the most protection, and fielding the fewest combatants. Following this were the so-called advisory council members, whom Hashirama grew increasingly exasperated with, having expected them to genuinely support the Hokage, only to find them a group of parasites exploiting their connections for personal gain. "I stand with you, First Hokage." Sasuke summoned his courage to step forward. "I also support you, First Hokage, though I hope you will refrain from taking lives," Naruto softly implored, cognizant that despite his resentment towards Hiruzen, his very existence was sustained by the third Hokage's provisions. "Abolish the third Hokage! Abolish the third Hokage!" Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cried out, and soon, nearly all of Konoha echoed their shouts towards Hiruzen Saratobi. At this moment, Hiruzen's face grew pale, although the uprising was initiated by a mere few. It indicated a significant decline in his credibility within Konoha. Reinstate Hashirama Senju as Hokage? Throughout Konoha's history, every Hokage, save for my own pupil, the puppet Hokage Minato, has sought to advance their respective clans. The Senju clan's golden age occurred post-Konoha's founding, enjoying privileges and adoration before the Second Great Ninja War. That era coincided with Tobirama's peak in power. After taking over Konoha, he had not only advanced the Saratobi clan but also the Shimura, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and others. Even the elder members of the advisory council profited alongside him. Hashirama's vision of universal peace and development was utterly unattainable unless he could suppress the entire shinobi world. Now, not only Hashirama but even the Akatsuki posed a formidable threat, uniting all ninja villages. Should the balance of power be disrupted at that moment, the question would not be who would join forces, but rather who would surrender first. "Tsunade, silence everyone." Tsunade gently tugged at Hashirama's arm, and with her furious shout, the few who had rallied to Hashirama's side instantly fell silent. Both Hashirama and Hiruzen turned their attention to Tsunade, as nearly all eyes in the room converged upon her. "Grandfather, let us silence these dissenters." Tsunade surveyed her surroundings, recognizing that Konoha had become a whirlpool of chaos. Illusion, dark path technique. In the next moment, even Uchiha Obito and Nagato found themselves momentarily dazed, with only the two of them experiencing the least impact. The others felt as if the world had suddenly darkened before. In the blink of an eye, the inhabitants of Konoha seemed to vanish entirely. The space they once occupied was replaced by a colossal wooden mask, and within that mask, only a select few were spared from being targeted by Senju Hashirama. The rest felt increasingly engulfed in darkness. Speak. Senju Hashirama looked curiously at Tsunade. Grandfather, you. Tsunade gazed at Hashirama, bewildered by his swift casting of illusions upon everyone, followed by a large-scale defensive would-release technique. Was this the advantage of abundant chakra? At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen felt a profound sense of despair. Just as he had revived Konoha's top combatants, others sought to strip him of his power, and his own dark past was being unearthed. Now, he could see nothing at all, and he vaguely sensed that his range of movement was being constrained. If he exceeded it, he would be instantly controlled. Why has it become so dark? I can't see. What is happening? Is this the end of the world? Run. The chaos not only gripped the Konoha residents, but also struck fear into those outside the mask. The Akatsuki members began to panic to varying degrees. And in the next moment, those outside the mask were forcefully subdued, while the panicking individuals inside were ensnared by countless branches that bound their limbs tightly. Everyone, remain calm. It's all right, Hashirama shouted, and the previously bewildered crowd halted at his command. Yet, no one knew what transpired within the mask. Even Nagato and Uchiha Obito could only barely sense the presence of people inside. At this rate, I cannot hold on much longer. There are two powerful individuals who may soon break this illusion. I can last for at most another 15 minutes. After that, I'll have to release all techniques. Hashirama spoke earnestly to Tsunade. 15 minutes. The first Hokage is so impressive, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, witnessing such a protective jutsu that safeguarded so many for the first time. To Naruto, Hashirama was the most formidable person he had ever encountered. Lord Hashirama, please take me as your disciple. Sasuke suddenly rushed to Hashirama's side, his expression earnest. To take in a member of the Uchiha clan as a disciple? Please wait a moment. Let Tsunade finish speaking first. Hashirama regarded Sasuke with a warm smile. If he perceived hatred in Sasuke's eyes towards Konoha, he would not have shown such patience. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Sasuke smiled brightly. He had initially considered taking Jiraiya as a mentor, but upon noticing Jiraiya's disdain for the Uchiha clan, he abandoned that thought. He had even contemplated following Orochimaru's advice and seeking him out when necessary. However, after watching these video clips, Sasuke decided against it. Someone who could be easily outmatched by Itachi, and whom he could surpass, was not worth his time. Hashirama's overwhelming strength was something Sasuke could not yet aspire to, and his character and integrity were beyond reproach. Was he not the best ally and guide on the path to vengeance? Even if his target was not Itachi, he should still leverage his master's strength. What? Sasuke, have you decided not to recognize Kakashi as your mentor? Naruto immediately became unsettled at Sasuke's declaration, unwilling to relinquish the bond they had forged. Fool, who says one can have only one master? Sasuke shot back at Naruto with mock annoyance. Hashirama smiled warmly at the playful exchange between the two. At the moment Konoha's inhabitants were shielded by him, he also gleaned the current overall condition of Konoha, which bore little resemblance to its former self. Yet, these two children illuminated his perspective, bringing a bittersweet feeling. Grandfather, although the old man has made many mistakes, it is unnecessary to annihilate the entire Saratobi clan. Simply returning their unjustly taken land would suffice. Is this what you wish to convey to me? Hashirama looked surprised at his beloved granddaughter, who was unexpectedly defending him, even though she had been the most dissatisfied among his three disciples. Lord Hashirama, I also have something to express. A voice emerged from behind Hashirama. Oh, Hashirama turned to find Kakashi, whose demeanor seemed somewhat off. Kakashi? What do you wish to say? Tsunade inquired, puzzled by Kakashi's appearance, even though she was not affected by the illusion. Well, I'm afraid I cannot answer that. Kakashi said, his voice dual-toned. Body flicker technique and shadow imitation technique. I wonder what the heads of Inoshikacho have to say to me. Hashirama's gaze turned icy as he looked at Kakashi. Under his technique, no one could conceal their intentions from him. Honorable First Hokage, you misunderstand. I merely sought to minimize the number of individuals aware of this matter. If the three of us were to come, it would likely disturb many more. At this moment, Nara Shikaku's voice abruptly ceased, and a deer appeared beside Kakashi, adorned with messages pinned by Nara Shikaku. Please forgive me for explaining the situation regarding the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. In this manner, Kakashi murmured, raising the letter in his hand. In the next moment, the technique binding him dissipated, and he continued reading Nara Shikaku's letter to Hashirama. When the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was still in Konoha, I overheard my father mention the intermarriage between the Senju clan and other clans, a matter I believe you are aware of, and which originated from you. The notion of using the Senju clan as cannon fodder is an affront to the Hokage and the Senju clan. All those who went to the front lines from the Senju clan did so voluntarily. It was through the collaborative efforts of the Senju and other clans that Konoha did not meet its demise in the Second Shinobi World War. Furthermore, the drastic reduction in the Senju clan's numbers was a driving force behind the third Hokage's vigorous promotion of intermarriage. At that time, individuals from the Senju clan, regardless of age or gender, fought on the battlefield, which led to a skewed gender ratio. Thus, this desperate measure was agreed upon by the higher-ups of Konoha. Should you wish to punish anyone, I am willing to stand with the Inoshikacho clans alongside the Saratobi clan to bear your wrath. As Kakashi concluded, the letter reached its end, containing a plea from Narashikaku for Kakashi to adapt his response based on Hashirama's reactions. Kakashi held 3 additional letters in his hands. Grandfather, what about this matter? Tsunade, having only a vague understanding of the promotion of intermarriage, knew that prior to Hashirama, the Senju clan, much like the Uchiha clan, would not intermarry with outsiders due to their blood vendetta. Hashirama's ambition was to transform the entire shinobi world, leading him to implement numerous reforms at the dawn of Konoha, such as distributing tailed beasts and promoting intermarriage, which seemed imprudent to his clansmen. However, at that time, Hashirama's strength was unparalleled, and as the Senju clan flourished, this matter received little attention. Were tailed beasts truly remarkable? We have Hashirama, invincible. Do as you please. This sentiment encapsulated the collective mindset of everyone in Konoha at that time. Please, continue. Senju Hashirama patiently turned his gaze towards Kakashi. The territory of the Senju clan had merely shifted in location. Although it was relatively smaller than before, this was balanced according to the population of the Senju clan. Comparatively, their residence was not insignificant. I have no interest in this. Spare me the roundabout discussions and get straight to the point, Hashirama declared, his expression betraying some displeasure, prompting Kakashi to halt and draw out the third piece of paper. Firstly, the reason the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, hesitated during the Third Great Ninja War was that several other villages had witnessed Konoha's vulnerabilities. Had Konoha engaged in a fierce battle against the Cloud Village at that time, victory would have been assured. However, Konoha could not withstand the ensuing pressures from the other villages, and the sacrifices in terms of ninja and villagers would have been far greater. Therefore, after careful consideration, the third Hokage had no choice but to allow one member of the Hyuga clan to be sacrificed to alleviate the wounds Konoha had suffered. Upon completing his reading, Kakashi cast a somewhat guilty glance at Hashirama. Continue, Hashirama urged, closing his eyes to reflect. The subsequent events involving the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, were entirely unexpected. At that time, the Nine Tails attacked the village, and Konoha had already been left with scant high-level combatants after 2 wars, resulting in a severe breakdown of the village's combat capabilities. The Umbu and the Uchiha clan's guard were entirely occupied with evacuating the civilians. For the safety of the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, resolved to confront the masked man and the Nine Tails alone. After Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport both the masked man and the Nine Tails away, we rushed towards the village's outskirts. However, upon arrival, the battle had already concluded. The Nine Tails had been divided and sealed within Naruto and Minato himself, while Minato and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, paid the ultimate price of their souls to permanently seal the Nine Tails, thus ending the sudden assault. Kakashi, after receiving a prompt to pause, ceased his reading and discreetly glanced at the still meditating Hashirama. The orphan of the fourth Hokage was none other than him. At that time, with Tsunade and the other Sannin, one having defected from Konoha, Jiraiya pursuing Orochimaru, and Tsunade having left before the Nine Tails incident, alongside the death of the fourth Hokage. Konoha's shadow-level combat strength dwindled to just the third Hokage. If other villages had learned of the disappearance of the Nine Tails host, Konoha would have been swiftly devoured and fragmented. Kakashi expressed the weight of this past reality with a sense of helplessness. What about the Uchiha clan? Hashirama's expression turned cold as he glanced at Kakashi, while Sasuke focused intently on him, perhaps the most eager among them to uncover the truth. Kakashi paused for a moment, then tucked the letter away. I believe she can provide you with a reasonable explanation, he replied, turning to Uchiha Mikoto. Apologies, first Hokage, but it would be best if the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi. Explain this matter. Mikoto redirected the question back to Saratobi. Chapter 45. A moment of clarity. So, Kakashi, what exactly is the purpose of all this? Do you wish for me to spare him? And what is your silence all about from the beginning? Hashirama observed Kakashi and Saratobi with an air of displeasure. I believe your return to lead Konoha is the best choice. Saratobi responded after a brief silence, forcing a smile that was more bitter than it was pleasant. Since you say that, from this moment forth, your position as Hokage is hereby revoked. With a wave of his hand, Hashirama's technique dissipated, just as two uninvited guests appeared. First Hokage, we are disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Two elderly figures, one male and one female, leaned on their canes and approached Hashirama. Tsunade's expression shifted uncomfortably. These were the two perennial figures of the advisory council. Unlike Danzo, these two lacked the ambition for the Hokage position but were often embroiled in self-serving agendas when handling various matters. You are the so-called elders of the Konoha Advisory Council, Hashirama stated calmly. Indeed, we believe your unilateral decision to revoke the third Hokage's position does not align with the regulations for selecting a Hokage and abolishing the role. Hashirama chuckled lightly. And who is the first Hokage? Of course, that would be you. Tsunade replied flatly. Do you know why I became Hokage? Hashirama inquired. Because you established Konoha and possessed the greatest strength. In everyone's hearts, you are the best candidate for Hokage. Mito Uzumaki affirmed. Are you truly Tobirama's disciples? Hashirama asked with skepticism. We are akin to elite bodyguards and are no different from his disciples. Mito explained to Hashirama. So you, and he are all part of the team? No, the guard team consists of us three along with Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Choza, and Uchiha Kagami. Mito interjected. And in that moment, the previously amiable Hashirama's surroundings began to crack ominously. Is this monster strength? Jiraiya stammered, sensing the overwhelming chakra emanating from Hashirama, which instilled a profound sense of mortality. Enough. You have erred in two matters. First, Konoha was not founded solely by me or the Senju clan. Second, my strength is not the reason I became Hokage. If strength were the only requirement, the second Hokage would be Uchiha Madara. With these words, everyone in the ninja world, including those in the audience from the Akatsuki organization, stared in bewilderment towards Konoha. Since their entry into the system space, Konoha had been the epicenter of intrigue, and now, with the revival of its former strongest figure, the atmosphere was anything but pleasant. Has the first Hokage lost his temper? Isn't it said that he has a gentle disposition? Gentle? Huh. You have no idea what he was like on the battlefield. Inoki scoffed at Meitarumi and Raza, the man who single-handedly established the 5 great shinobi villages during the Warring States period. Do you really think he relied solely on benevolence? Previous videos made me realize that when I encountered Uchiha Madara in Konoha, he likely did not regard us as significant. I nearly lost my life during that encounter. To be regarded as both a friend and rival by a man who views combat as life itself. Do you truly believe it was merely his would-release techniques? Don't be foolish. Inoki, shaking his head in dismay, pondered the potential chaos that might erupt if conflict arose here, as the Akatsuki would undoubtedly plunge the entire ninja world into turmoil. Isn't that the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi? Why does he seem so reticent in the presence of the first Hokage? Inoki approached the group leisurely. Humph, Lord Sachikage, this is a matter concerning Konoha, and it is not your concern. Kakashi was the first to step forward to intercept Inoki. Wait, the strongest Hokage? Are you referring to him? Hashirama's eyes gleamed with a fighting spirit. Certainly, this individual has inscribed his prowess into the textbooks of the Ninja Academy, none other than the illustrious Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. As the first Hokage, you must exercise caution, lest you inadvertently fall to the formidable third Hokage, whose strength has undergone a remarkable transformation. Furthermore, there exists a cadre of dark-robed figures intent on dominating the entire ninja world, a matter I believe the first Hokage would find particularly intriguing. Inoki smiled faintly, and after performing a good deed, he swaggered away from the vicinity of the Hidden Leaf Village, where no one could successfully engage in combat, except for Deidara, who had only utilized one opportunity. The third Hokage, the mightiest Hokage? You certainly have a flair for theatrics. Senju Hashirama chuckled. Grandfather, old man, please elaborate on the matters at hand. Senju Hashirama turned to Tsunade, having just sensed the surrounding environment. Here, there was evidently no chakra flow. Yet his recovery in this place was remarkably swifter than in the outside world by a factor of 10. Kakashi had acquired a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, while the masked man possessed a complete set of Rinnegan, and Jiraiya had attained an enhanced Sage mode. Tsunade meticulously recounted all the questions, rankings, and rewards received by everyone. Here, combat was prohibited, but could one engage in battle through answering questions? Perhaps, if you were to answer, it might be possible, as Naruto still held one wish. After a brief silence, Tsunade addressed Senju Hashirama. Oh, what is my ranking? 4th. And who holds the 1st position? Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama inquired with some concern. No, it is I, dear 1st Hokage. I aspire to surpass all predecessors and become the strongest Hokage. Naruto interjected joyfully, casting a beaming glance at Senju Hashirama. Well, aside from his apparent lack of intellect, this child is quite commendable. At the very least, he surpasses Saratobi Hiruzen. That old fellow wouldn't he even qualify as clan leader in my era? Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement with Naruto. His voice resonated loudly, seemingly intentionally, ensuring that all the villagers of the Hidden Leaf heard his assessments of both Saratobi, Hiruzen, and Naruto. Chapter 46. The Awakening of Humanity. Saratobi Hiruzen, Part 4. 1st Hokage, your strength is undeniable, but must you belittle me so? Saratobi Hiruzen remarked somewhat disgruntledly. Casting a worried glance at his two companions, his expression a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude, as the combat prowess of the Konoha Advisory Council, including Danzo, had significantly diminished. Even before entering this system space, Saratobi Hiruzen's strength had been rapidly declining, yet he remained the most composed among them. In contrast, the elder duo had lingered too long in their past glories and strengths. They were the true veterans who had not graced the battlefield for many years. Do you have an objection? Senju Hashirama shot a sidelong glance, compelling Saratobi Hiruzen to close his mouth in resignation. Monkey, we support your continued tenure as Hokage. Even if you may no longer be suited for the role, we should select another leader from within. Mito Kazuhana stated confidently. I must clarify. I have no affiliation with them. These are their sentiments. As long as you do not eradicate the clan, the decision of who becomes Hokage rests solely with you. Saratobi Hiruzen hurriedly positioned himself beside Senju Hashirama, absolving himself of any responsibility. Is this still the 3rd Hokage, who once coveted power? Kakashi observed the unfolding events in bewilderment. At this moment, what he held felt as inconsequential as scrap paper, including the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, along with the elder duo. They all secretly wished for Saratobi Hiruzen to retain his position, or for the Saratobi clan to remain a part of Konoha's history. Thus, they stood against the pressure of the god of ninjas. However, the narrative seemed to diverge from their expectations. Even Nara Shikaku began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their greatest confidence lay in the belief that if Saratobi Hiruzen stood firm and united with several clans, leveraging his doubled strength to confront Senju Hashirama head-on, he could compel Hashirama to abandon the idea of clan extinction or replacement, potentially securing a prominent position within Konoha's upper echelons. This formed the crux of their strategy. What does Saratobi Hiruzen's respectful, even fearful demeanor indicate? It suggests that deep down, he understood that even a coalition of several clans could never rival Senju Hashirama alone. We miscalculated. Nara Shikaku solemnly gazed ahead. At this moment, the leaders of the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans stood leisurely beside him. Old man, are you certain? Tsunade regarded Saratobi Hiruzen, who had so decisively relinquished his grasp on power. It was well known that when the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, ascended to the position, the retired 3rd Hokage had exercised significant power under the guise of advisory, claiming all the merits while shifting the blame onto Minato alone. How could Saratobi Hiruzen, capable of such maneuvering, so readily forsake authority? Monkey, what do you mean? Mito Kazuhana erupted, having witnessed Senju Hashirama's displayed strength and combat prowess, only to find the individual in question surrendering outright. I propose Tsunade as the next Hokage, and to abolish the so-called Elder Council. The Uchiha clan's residents shall be retained, allowing all clans to establish businesses within, with all rental income saved for the Senju and Uchiha clan's reconstruction. Should the Uchiha clan face insurmountable challenges, these funds will be donated in joint name during times of crisis or conflict. The specific locations for the businesses will be proposed by Uchiha Mikoto and Tsunade, with rental rates set at a moderate level within Konoha. The lowest prices will be offered to members of the Uchiha and Senju clans. What do you think? Saratobi Hiruzen disregarded Mito Kazuhana and turned to Senju Hashirama. Is there anything else? Senju Hashirama responded, a bit taken aback. He was not well versed in commerce. Yet continuing to raise bids while holding an advantageous position was a requisite skill for a seasoned gambler. I request that you assume the position of principal of the Ninja Academy, with specific terms to be negotiated between the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, and yourself. Furthermore, any educational content within the academy will be solely your prerogative, and no future Hokage shall have the authority to contest or interfere with your decisions. Is that all? Indeed. I represent the Saratobi, Shimura, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Hyuga clans in restoring the war-torn areas of the Uchiha and Senju clans in Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth, acknowledging that this was his utmost concession. Even relinquishing the title of Hokage was a preferable choice for him. The enhancement of his strength and the healing of his hidden wounds had unveiled a new path. This was a position of Hokage trapped in a cage, incomparable to the liberation he now sought. Moreover, having served long enough in the role, it had lost its allure. It was better to relinquish power entirely. And should Senju Hashirama become the principal of the Ninja Academy, the new generation of Konoha would undoubtedly experience a significant surge in strength. Of course, under normal circumstances, Senju Hashirama would never acquiesce to such a request. However, presenting this proposal with genuine sincerity could very well hook him. Very well, since you sincerely acknowledge your errors, I shall generously grant you this reprieve. Senju Hashirama patted Saratobi Hiruzen's shoulder, a look of triumph on his face. Saratobi Hiruzen smiled through the pain, for just moments ago, he had nearly coughed up blood from the encounter. Grandfather, I do not wish to become Hokage. Tsunade's voice was as faint as an ant's whisper at that moment. No, you will become Hokage, whether you desire it or not. Is it not enough that I am the first Hokage? Do you wish for me to take on the mantle of the 5th Hokage as well? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? You have already died once. The girl retorted. Come here, you. The temper of Senju Hashirama flared up instantly as he approached Tsunade. Old man, impressive. Jiraiya stealthily approached and patted Saratobi Hiruzen on the shoulder. When Hashirama had lost his temper earlier, Jiraiya had already prepared himself to face this legendary god of ninjas alongside his teacher. Hiruzen's calm demeanor kept Jiraiya composed. His mentor never suffered in silence and would certainly not allow Jiraiya to be wronged. Do you think I am like them? Are you out of your mind? Wake up. You must understand who we are truly facing, Hiruzen said with annoyance. Chapter 47. I believe you have misunderstood me. I believe there may be a misunderstanding regarding me, Hiruzen said, gazing earnestly at Jiraiya. Huh. Jiraiya scoffed. That old man is quite cunning. If I hadn't stuck by your side, I might have fallen for your tricks. Not to mention the way you used to undermine the 4th Hokage. Your subservient attitude towards the daimyo of the Land of Fire was indeed real. Hiruzen's stability in the Hokage position was largely due to the support of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Moreover, the establishment of the Elder Advisory Council in Konoha was not merely a matter of Hiruzen's nostalgia. It was a strategic move to gather more allies to his side. During Hiruzen's tenure, the Saratobi clan had surged from a typical noble family to one of the most formidable forces within Konoha. Had it not been for the inadequacies of his own children, the 4th Hokage might not have been an outsider. Uchiha Madara had seen through this and understood how Senju Tobirama felt about him and the entire Uchiha clan, which led him to abandon the village. Ironically, when Uchiha Madara chose to leave, he convened a meeting within the Uchiha clan, offering them a choice, to follow him or not. At that time, the relations between the Uchiha and other clans were exceedingly poor, with many believing that Konoha had been jointly established by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Leading to an arrogant demeanor, Madara sensed a hint of danger, while the Uchiha clan lacked his foresight. Consequently, no one stood by Madara's side during that critical moment. To make matters worse, the Uchiha clan began to berate him, and apart from Madara, all the Uchiha chose to side with Konoha. Disheartened, Madara departed, leading to a climactic confrontation with Senju Hashirama. A century later, the Uchiha clan finally comprehended the severity of the situation. In a joint effort with Akatsuki, the Uchiha clan was reduced to merely 4 survivors in less than a night. Meanwhile, the Saratobi clan had persistently played the role of hunters, alongside the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, feasting on the spoils from the Uchiha clan. From that point on, whenever the Saratobi clan enjoyed a hearty meal, They ensured that the others partook in their bounty. The Uchiha clan continuously faced losses in every meeting within Konoha until their eventual demise. As Hiruzen and Jiraiya were engaged in their tug-of-war, Tsunade was taken aside by Senju Hashirama. Despite Hashirama's deep affection for her, he understood his granddaughter well enough. Under Hashirama's persuasive approach, Tsunade ultimately relented. "Grandfather, were your words sincere?" Tsunade questioned, still somewhat apprehensive. "Of course. As long as you agree to become Hokage, I will grant you a day off every 6 days and establish a dedicated place for your leisure, where the games and rules will be entirely at your discretion." Hashirama continued to entice her. "Then, can I not visit every day? There are so many matters to attend to in Konoha. Do you think they can all be resolved in a single day?" Hashirama scoffed. "If I had not relied on my wise wife and a dependable group of subordinates, Konoha would not have flourished as it has. Moreover, it is best that you do not harbor any ulterior motives. I would not hesitate to place a bounty on your head across the entire ninja world. You understand, they have witnessed a portion of my strength. Should I choose to be ruthless, I believe the great lamb will vanish from the ninja world henceforth. The choice is yours. Become Hokage with exclusive privileges, or face a worldwide manhunt." Step by step, Hashirama lured Tsunade into compliance. "Old man, I am willing to return," Tsunade declared, slapping her palm, causing her chest to jiggle. "You are willing to return?" Jiraiya looked at Hashirama in astonishment. It must be noted that both Saratobi, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya had previously tried to persuade Tsunade to take up the Hokage position for an extended period. But after the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, became part of Konoha's history, Hiruzen had even sent someone specifically to find Tsunade, including Jiraiya, but in the end, their efforts were in vain. Yet, Hashirama managed to convince Tsunade in less than 10 minutes, an utterly astonishing feat. "Are you certain you wish to reside in Konoha and are willing to become the 5th Hokage of the village?" Hiruzen inquired cautiously. "Of course. I, Tsunade, am a woman of my word," she responded confidently. "Very well, I will inform everyone of the details later," Hiruzen said, pausing for a moment before turning towards the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Once the 3 clans came to an agreement, the advisory council would either follow suit or be disregarded entirely. "I find this unwise," Mito Minyen insisted stubbornly. "Is there anyone within Konoha more suitable than Tsunade?" Jiraiya supported him. "However, the enhanced strength you possess should make you the prime candidate," Nara Shikaku remarked, gazing at Jiraiya. "Oh, when did I ever express a desire to become Hokage?" Jiraiya replied nonchalantly, glancing at the 2 members of the Konoha Advisory Council. "The village needs you. The current situation in Konoha is dire," Mito Minyen lamented. "Enough. The old man acted far more convincingly than any of you back then, and I did not remain. Now you expect me to stay? Do you believe I could defeat Tsunade, or dare to disrespect the first Hokage?" Jiraiya rolled his eyes at the 2 oblivious elders, quickly making his way to Naruto's side. "Jiraiya, you will regret this," Mito Minyen threatened. Jiraiya waved him off. Knowing that, including Hashirama, his strength ranked among the top 5 in Konoha. The 2 elderly gentlemen, who had not fought in who knows how many years, would hardly compare to even an average Jainin. "Perverted sage, I have resolved my wish," Naruto exclaimed. "Oh, what is it about? Wait until I answer more questions, and you will naturally know." Naruto laughed heartily, momentarily forgetting about his wish amidst the shock brought on by Hashirama. However, after Hashirama's commotion, Naruto's desire would not be overlooked. Meanwhile, the unconscious Danzo remained unaware of the events he had missed and was once again forced to shoulder his burdens. Chapter 48. Infinite Firepower. All the villagers of Konoha now held a handwritten letter from Saratobi Hiruzen, which explained Hashirama's earlier outburst as a manifestation of homesickness. It also interpreted Hashirama's display of temper as a reflection of his deep affection for his juniors, embodying the kind of care that comes with love's sternness. In summary, the underlying message conveyed is that Senju Hashirama has returned to Konohagakure, and his presence will not adversely affect the village. Furthermore, he is set to assume the role of the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. Additionally, discerning individuals have noted that in this letter, Saratobi Hiruzen appears to be expressing concerns regarding his advancing age and his ability to continue serving the village, subtly hinting at his health. "Lord Hokage, you must take care of yourself. Indeed, Lord Hokage, your well-being is of utmost importance. Konoha needs you." The villagers' voices echoed as if Saratobi Hiruzen were on the brink of death. However, Many ninjas received the message at this moment, delineating a clear divide between the villagers and the ninjas. All ninjas were ordered to form ranks based on their respective levels, Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin, standing in formation from the back to the front. Meanwhile, members of the Umbu and Root were singled out. All Umbu members aligned with Saratobi Hiruzen, while the Root members, provoked by the fabricated letter, approached the unconscious Danzo. Stronger ninjas like Yamashiro Aoi and Yamanaka Inoichi were directly removed from the ranks by Saratobi Hiruzen. Despite this, a handful of Root members managed to blend in among the ordinary or Umbu ninjas. Lord Hokage, won't this action make those hidden individuals more vigilant? Nara Shikaku voiced his concerns as he approached Saratobi Hiruzen. It matters not. My aim is not to uncover everyone, but to ensure that the multitude of events that have transpired within Konoha over the years become a history that no one dares to revisit at minimal cost. Saratobi Hiruzen cast a somber glance at his unconscious friend, Danzo. He had been lenient enough with his friend, tolerating Danzo's clandestine recruitment of members and his accumulation of power in the shadows during the Third Great Ninja War and the Nine-Tails incident. At least he had not hindered matters at this critical juncture, nor had he incited turmoil, which could be considered a form of goodwill on Danzo's part. Yet the subsequent revelations regarding Danzo's dealings with the Rain Village were pivotal to Saratobi Hiruzen's current resolve. The audacity of Danzo to engage in such vile transactions, knowing full well his high-ranking position as Hokage, was not merely a betrayal of other villages, but a profound humiliation for Konoha itself. Now, as footage of Danzo's involvement with the Rain Village surfaced, questions arose about the Cloud Village, the ever-volatile Sand Village, and the weakest Mist Village. How many more malignant elements remained within Konoha, aligned with Danzo? The defiance in Danzo's demeanor when Saratobi Hiruzen had confronted him foretold his inevitable downfall. Hastened by the arrival of Senju Hashirama, Lord Hokage, Yamashiro Aoi addressed Saratobi Hiruzen respectfully as he attempted to carry the unconscious Danzo into the heart of the gathering. But Saratobi Hiruzen was not inclined to grant him any favor. Halt. Stay right there. Do not move. His gaze turned icy as he focused on Yamashiro Aoi, shedding the amiable and accommodating demeanor he once held. For the first time, Saratobi Hiruzen displayed his formidable presence towards the Root members. At that moment, none of the Root members dared to act recklessly. Not solely due to Saratobi Hiruzen's unwavering stare, but also because of the palpable tension radiating from the Umbu and elite Jonin standing behind him. Old man, what are you trying to do? Tsunade asked, perplexed by the sudden commotion instigated by Saratobi Hiruzen. The Akatsuki members and other villagers watched Konoha with keen interest. Having enjoyed the spectacle of Senju Hashirama's earlier outburst, though the abrupt conclusion left them in the dark regarding the true circumstances. In the name of the third Hokage, I declare that these individuals shall face Konoha's most just trial. Following this round of questioning, I will announce significant matters, and representatives will be selected from the villagers, followed by the Genin, Chunin, and Jonin to answer on behalf of Konoha. For each correct answer, the entire group will receive rewards from the village. Saratobi Hiruzen proclaimed passionately to all of Konoha. The time for answering has exceeded half. Please respond promptly. The system's voice resonated, and a 30-second countdown appeared on the large screen. Huh, only 30 seconds left? No, half the time has passed. There are still 30 seconds remaining. Did only 30 seconds elapse before? The villagers from various ninja villages began to debate the time issue fervently. Fourth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. A familiar voice suddenly emerged from the location of the Akatsuki members. Correct answer. The respondent is awarded restoration of all injuries and unlimited use of the Sharingan. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's eyes regained their brilliant sheen, the tomo of his Manjiki Sharingan turning an even deeper crimson. He had never entertained thoughts of surrender despite being in dire straits, meticulously reviewing the previous roster of participants. Among them, he distinctly sensed the formidable pressure emanating from Terumi Mei. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's ranking was merely average, leaving Uchiha Itachi to gamble on the unprecedented pinnacle of Terumi Mei's strength. Clearly, his gamble paid off, and the unlimited use of the Sharingan meant he no longer had to fear overexertion leading to physical collapse. It was akin to wielding a gun with endless ammunition. Even the powers of the Rinnegan are subject to intervals, as Nagato's devastating technique, Shinra Tensei, always exacts a toll on his body. Now, envision Itachi with unlimited Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Would you care to play? A scenario where one is ensnared within an illusion and burned alive. Chapter 49. Are you still pretending? Brother, have you become stronger again? Sasuke murmured softly, clenching his fists with a gaze filled with hatred directed at Itachi. Unlimited use of the Sharingan? Even Madara could not achieve such a feat. Truly, Konoha is a cradle of talent. Haha. Senju Hashirama smiled joyfully at Uchiha Itachi, reveling in Konoha's increasing strength and prosperity. If only the Senju clan could thrive as well. But alas, grandfather, why are you laughing at the strength of a rogue ninja? Tsunade questioned, bewildered by Senju Hashirama's sudden exuberance. Only 4 individuals in Konoha were privy to the truth about Itachi, and with Senju Hashirama now being the 5th. Even Nara Shikaku could only speculate the general truth based on the available information. Oh, you are not aware? Ahem. First Hokage, the weather is getting cooler. Let us move inside a bit. Saratobi Hiruzen interjected, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness surrounding Senju Hashirama's obliviousness. Master, do you know something we are unaware of? Sasuke keenly sensed that Senju Hashirama possessed knowledge beyond the group's understanding. Huh, Master? Lord Hashirama, this complicates the generational hierarchy. Kakashi is my disciple's disciple, and Sasuke is my disciple's disciple's disciple. How can you take him on as your disciple? Saratobi Hiruzen cleverly redirected the focus of the gathering. Wait. You are my brother's disciple. If he is my disciple, then you should all be of the same generation. He seems to be older than you. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, confused by the intricacies of their relationships. Lord Hashirama, the situation is not as simple as it seems. With a sincere expression, Hashirama Senju turned towards Naruto, giving Saratobi Hiruzen no chance to argue, leaving the latter regretting his choices. His only intention was to protect the last remnants of the Uchiha clan. Yet now he found himself entangled in a situation where he had to accept Naruto as a disciple. His age alone made him appear like a grandfather to Sasuke. And the same applied to Naruto. What would happen if Hashirama's proposal went through? The hierarchy of Konoha would be thrown into disarray. Would he have to refer to some of the youngsters as grandnephews or peers? Would Tsunade have to call them granduncles or uncles? His son, Asuma Saratobi, would seem even more insignificant in front of these 2 youths. The last hope of the Uchiha clan and the orphan of the 4th Hokage would suddenly become the most senior members of Konoha's hierarchy? Lord Hashirama, Naruto is the one I wish to take as my disciple. I implore you to reconsider. Jiraiya approached after a moment of silence. Realizing that this was not the time to yield, it would be quite awkward for him, being the master of Naruto's father, only to find that Naruto would soon surpass him in seniority. Would Naruto's father have to address him as Grandmaster in the future? Oh, what can you teach him? Summoning techniques and sage arts, Jiraiya reluctantly admitted, as those were indeed his specialties, albeit ones Naruto had also excelled in. Hashirama sensed the purity of Jiraiya's sage chakra, which surpassed his own, yet he could tell it was in lesser quantity. Naruto, the decision is yours. Whatever you choose, both your grandfather and Jiraiya will not be disheartened. Choose boldly. Saratobi Hiruzen quickly urged Naruto to make a choice, believing the kind-hearted Naruto would inevitably fall under his influence once more. Wow, old man. Your shamelessness is truly remarkable. Tsunade glared at Hiruzen, visibly annoyed. Is that true, Grandpa Third? Naruto's eyes sparkled as he looked at Hiruzen. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Hiruzen claimed, though a sense of panic began to stir within him, sensing the intensity of Naruto's gaze. Thank you, First Hokage, but I still prefer to be guided by the perverted sage. Naruto apologized to Hashirama before moving to Jiraiya's side. Rest assured, I will impart everything I know to you, enabling you to enhance your skills at the fastest pace possible. Jiraiya vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Oh, but you must realize that Naruto possesses unparalleled talent for ninjutsu, coupled with his nearly perfected tailed beast transformation. You may not be his equal, Tsunade remarked dryly, relishing the opportunity to undermine Jiraiya. The rapid advancement of Naruto necessitates a solidification of his foundational skills. Even Sasuke, despite successfully casting Genjutsu on me while I was distracted, would find it challenging to do so again. I could easily escape his illusions without sustaining any harm. Jiraiya boasted proudly. Jiraiya-sensei? Sasuke murmured, almost to himself. At that moment, as Jiraiya turned to face Sasuke, it appeared to him that they were engaged in a normal conversation, while to the others, it seemed Jiraiya was talking to himself. What? You've improved that much, Sasuke? You're only a tad behind me. Keep up the good work. Naruto exclaimed, playfully patting Sasuke, whose eyes were still bleeding. Not bad at all. Though you're not as good as that guy, you're already impressive for your age. Hashirama commented earnestly about Itachi and Sasuke. Sasuke, stop. You might hurt Jiraiya-sensei. Mikoto Uchiha worriedly embraced Sasuke, recalling how he had used the same technique against her. His eyes were already bleeding. And should Jiraiya choose to forcibly dispel the Jinjutsu now? I'm fine, Mom. Sasuke reassured her with confidence. He had used Jinjutsu against Jiraiya for the first time, having never anticipated success. Thus, the content of the illusion was rather abrupt, and even Naruto, caught within, could quickly discern that he was under an illusion. With the support of his Manjiki Sharingan, Sasuke had meticulously crafted an illusion indistinguishable from their actual environment. He was not aiming to deceive Jiraiya. Rather, he wished to test his current capabilities. At that moment, Jiraiya was not as relaxed as Sasuke. His expression showed disgust. The instant he entered the illusion, he had not sensed anything amiss, but as their conversation unfolded, he recognized he was trapped in a Jinjutsu. This illusion was more refined than the previous one, yet attempting to ensnare him was mere folly. However, as Sasuke anticipated, Jiraiya had boasted that he could break free without harming Sasuke, having already activated his Manjiki Sharingan twice. Sasuke could not employ it again. His chakra reserves were only slightly above that of a Chunin, and even with the enhancement of the Manjiki, it was merely at the level of an average Chunin. If he were to exploit the opportunity, he could successfully launch a surprise attack against an unsuspecting Nin. You little brat. Jiraiya cursed, then began to methodically adjust his chakra flow, starting from the weakest response and incrementally changing the speed. He knew that Sasuke's Jinjutsu would not ensnare him, but he also sought to avoid overwhelming Sasuke suddenly. Had he not boasted earlier, he could have easily escaped the illusion in less than a second. With that thought, Jiraiya cautiously unleashed both his chakra and sage chakra against the illusion Sasuke had created. I bet Jiraiya will be out in less than 15 minutes, Tsunade confidently asserted. I wager he won't take that long. Hashirama observed Sasuke with a faint smile. Sasuke, catching Hashirama's gaze, instantly understood and nodded lightly. Grandpa, shall we wager on something? Tsunade eagerly looked at Hashirama, having developed an inexplicable obsession with gambling after learning from him. Despite knowing she would likely lose, she still approached the betting table. How about this? If you win, you take the Hokage position, and I will assist you in completing all your tasks. If you lose, half of your salary will be turned over to me. Hashirama proposed with a mischievous glint in his eye, glancing at Saratobi Hiruzen, who felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. Heavenly foot of the body technique. Tsunade seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack on Sasuke, magnifying the power of her technique. Are you trying to kill him? Senju Hashirama gazed at Tsunade with disbelief. Fortunately, he stood in front of Sasuke. Otherwise, even if Tsunade's strike did not land on Sasuke, the immense chakra unleashed would have been enough to distract him. If Jiraiya seized the opportunity, Saratobi Hiruzen would surely find himself in a dire situation. This was unjust. Both Senju Hashirama and Tsunade, from different generations, were suddenly subdued together, and the two surging chakras vanished in an instant. Could even the god of shinobi be suppressed? Villagers stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Cough, stop them. Saratobi Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly ordered the Umbu to intervene and restrain Tsunade and Hashirama. While villagers who witnessed the incident were swiftly taken away by the Umbu, Hashirama was undoubtedly Konoha's greatest asset, and Tsunade was already the designated fifth Hokage. If the reputation of these two figures was tarnished, it would be better for Konoha's ninjas to remain in hiding. Sasuke cough cough. Even under the oppressive weight, Hashirama continued to advise Sasuke, for this was a gamble in which he held the utmost confidence. Moreover, it was a trap laid by the opponent. How could Hashirama not accompany them on this journey? You cheated. No, that doesn't count. Tsunade felt a surge of blood rush to her head, believing she was destined for victory. With Jiraiya's skills, he could, without harming Sasuke, escape from the boy's immature illusion within a mere quarter of an hour. However, the wager did not stipulate that Sasuke could prematurely break the illusion. Furthermore, if Sasuke willed it, enduring beyond a quarter of an hour was not impossible. At most, it might cause him some physical strain, but who was her grandfather? Senju Hashirama. Surely he had already devised a way to remedy the harm Sasuke might endure. Hee. Cough cough, a bet is a bet. Hashirama smiled slightly, seemingly proclaiming his victory. Humph. Tsunade angrily turned her head away, while Jiraiya patiently and cautiously continued to probe Sasuke's limits. Simultaneously, Jiraiya's mastery over Sage Chakra grew increasingly adept, and for the moment, he was in no rush to leave the illusion, as opportunities to strengthen his abilities were scarce outside. Look, is that the place where the 5 Kage battled that Uchiha Madara? Be confident. Remove the seams. That is indeed where they clashed. A villager exclaimed in astonishment. Yet this time, the situation differed from before. Everyone could only vaguely see 6 figures in confrontation, with no discernible features, attire, or hair color. Even Obito and Nagato, straining to see, could glean no useful information. Question: who are these 6 individuals? The system's voice echoed, igniting the emotions of the gathered shinobi. Previously unanswerable questions now seemed tantalizingly close to resolution, with past rewards visible to all. Naruto's wishes remained unspent. Lady Tsunade, Lord Raikage, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Mizukage, and a boy. The villagers of Konoha shouted. Incorrect answer. Lady Tsunade, the 4th Raikage, A, Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Mizukage, and a boy. Incorrect answer. Gradually, more individuals voiced their guesses. Yet none could name the boy. Since Lady Tsunade is Hokage, then Gaara must certainly be the 5th Kazekage. Naruto proclaimed with conviction, as if it were his destiny to see Gaara ascend. Chapter 51. The Education of Love. The 5th Hokage Tsunade, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, the 4th Raikage, the 5th Kazekage Gaara, the 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi, and my dear friend Uchiha Madara. Hashirama attempted to provide his answer based on Naruto's hints. Correct answer. Respondent receives reward. A pair of Rinnegan. Haha, my intellect truly serves me well. Hashirama felt a swell of pride at his own cleverness, as Naruto had merely uttered a rough outline, yet he articulated it completely. In the next moment, Hashirama's words aligned with the figures of the 6 individuals, and the titles of the various Kage matched accordingly. In the following instant, Hashirama's aura underwent a seismic transformation. Those standing beside him, Saratobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Naruto, sensed an exceptionally dangerous energy emanating from him, a presence previously unexhibited. Even members of the Akatsuki, far from the crowd, felt a momentary chill of dread. In the next moment, Hashirama began to change. His red battle attire transformed into a flowing white robe, and a black staff appeared in his hand. At that moment, Hashirama felt the boiling chakra within him. As he embraced his newfound strength, the chakra within him was suppressed, rendering him momentarily immobile. What? Could it be that the Senju bloodline transforms upon encountering the Rinnegan? No, there are no records of such occurrences in the shinobi world. Saratobi Hiruzen gazed at Hashirama. Confusion etched on his face. In a fleeting moment, he imagined a similarly audacious young man, reminiscent of Hashirama, proclaiming something to the shinobi world. However, the details eluded him, as nearly all elite shinobi felt this uncanny sensation. Isn't this unique to the Uchiha clan? Obito murmured, observing Hashirama's transformation with a hint of fear. Hashirama in Sage mode was far stronger than Obito's own transformation. Kyubi, what is wrong with you? Naruto sensed the sudden tremor from the 9 tails. It is the aura of the Sage of 6 Paths. This cannot be. That person's power has already been retracted. It is impossible for another to emerge. Moreover, this power far surpasses the previous one. Impossible. The 9 tails murmured to itself, hidden in the shadows, its expression complex. What are you talking about, Kyubi? Naruto replied, somewhat irritated, while the 9 tails remained utterly captivated by Hashirama's presence, ignoring Naruto altogether. Is it truly me? Gaara stared blankly at his own image battling alongside the other Kage. Having interacted with Shikaku since childhood, Gaara had always felt the villagers' collective fear toward him. He was the true last line of defense for Sunagakure, and since then, Gaara had never felt love. The only companionship he knew was that of Shikaku, alongside the gore that he never set aside. My son, has he truly become the Kazekage? Raza gazed at the bewildered Gaara, tears glistening in his eyes. The Gaara depicted on screen no longer bore the hatred of his youth. He appeared far more mature and composed. Impossible. How could that monster possibly become the Kazekage? No way, this cannot be. The villagers of Sunagakure were utterly astounded by this outcome. Even if they claimed Sunagakure had no Kage at that time, they would have preferred to accept that conclusion. Father, can Gaara truly become the Kazekage? Kankuro asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. In the entirety of Sunagakure, those who genuinely cared for Gaara including Temari, numbered no more than 6. Kankuro being one of them. What do you think? If the first Hokage Senju Hashirama can be resurrected, then Gaara shall undoubtedly become a commendable Kazekage in the future. Raza smiled with pride, as Kankuro's excitement overshadowed any lingering subconscious fears he held for Gaara, and he embraced him without hesitation. Wonderful, dear brother. You must have gained everyone's recognition in the background. I, Gaara, was tightly embraced by Kankuro, stammering out words that I had not uttered for many years. Yet my eyes remained fixated on the screen, captivated by the composed youth, who bore an uncanny resemblance to myself, but possessed an essence absent within me. The system's voice resonated once more, and before it could conclude, someone hastily responded. It must surely be because my father has passed away that I, Gaara, have become the Kazekage. Kankuro exclaimed excitedly, his joyful anticipation starkly contrasting with the somber expression of Raza. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 small bumps appeared atop Kankuro's head, and this time the system refrained from suppressing Raza. Father, why do you hit me? I answered the question correctly. Kankuro protested. Answered correctly? What nonsense. You received no reply, and yet you claim to have answered correctly? Moreover, my ascension to Kazekage was undoubtedly due to my abdication in favor of Gaara, you fool. Raza retorted, delivering 2 more playful jabs at Kankuro. I, Gaara, observed the playful scuffle between the two, and my icy gaze softened, as a long-frozen part of my heart began to crack. Incorrect, the system announced. Did you see that? You were wrong. I responded confidently. It is because the 4th Kazekage abdicated to me. Raza asserted with unwavering self-assurance. Incorrect, the system declared once more, followed by Kankuro's mocking laughter. Am I granting you face, only for you to be so cheeky with me? Raza switched to a teaching mode, while Kankuro attempted a small-scale retreat in response. I, Gaara, revealed a rather forced smile at this scene. It was perhaps the most genuine smile I had worn in years. Albeit somewhat awkward, I answered that it was because everyone accepted him. Temari chimed in brightly. Incorrect. The system echoed again, yet in that moment, warmth surged within me, while confusion grew among the onlookers. Chapter 52. Am I truly done for? Did everyone not accept him? How then could he become the Kazekage? They pondered. Could it be that he killed the 4th Kazekage? What a monster. Indeed, that must be it. Otherwise, the one fighting would surely be our 4th Kazekage. The villagers of Sunagakure were engulfed in a haze of skepticism regarding my ascension to Kazekage, and Raza's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Indeed, my age is quite similar to Tsunade's. Perhaps even younger. How could she be engaged in battle while I remain uninvolved? Fear not, Gaara, simply be yourself. Raza managed a strained smile in my direction. Oh, so they did not accept you? Naruto gazed at me, recalling our brief encounter at the village gate before I became his adversary. Even then, Naruto sensed an inherent allure within me, and the more he got to know me, the more sympathy he felt. To be regarded as a secret weapon by a village, a child unloved, was a tragic fate. While Naruto faced his own tribulations, Saratobi Hiruzen would feign kindness, providing him with comfort, and Naruto's life was thus shielded to some extent. I, however, was different. I was akin to the village's meticulously selected ultimate weapon. Furthermore, the 9 tails within Naruto remained well sealed since the incident, and due to Naruto's nature, the beast's power had not manifested excessively within him. In contrast, while Sunagakure's strength surpassed that of Kirigakure, it remained the most vulnerable village geographically. Moreover, Sunagakure's overall strength consistently ranked among the lowest, even historically adversarial to our current ally, Konoha. As a secret weapon, I had unleashed my fury more than once, saving lives repeatedly. Yet, none among the villagers truly expressed gratitude towards me. For the power of Shikaku was overwhelming. It shouldn't be, Naruto mused, perplexed as he scratched his head, lost in thought. Is it not you? Senju Hashirama queried, equally baffled. If even you cannot achieve this, who then can convince him? Hashirama gazed ahead, pondering deeply. I proclaimed, it was Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi's voice rang out decisively once more. Since the initial responses from Raza and the others, Kakashi had closely monitored me, recalling that during my transformation into the One Tail, it was Naruto who resolved the crisis. Furthermore, given Naruto's previous success in getting his name onto the rankings, what reason was there to doubt him now? Correct. The respondent receives a reward, Senju Hashirama's chakra. The system's voice concluded, and all of Konoha erupted in astonishment, while the other villagers once again turned their attention to Konoha. Kakashi, you've truly transformed a sparrow into a cannon. Jiraiya clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, beaming with pride. From now on, you shall assume the position of captain of the Umbu. No, I shall directly appoint you as the minister. Saratobi Hiruzen added, his expression filled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, many ninjas who had trained alongside Kakashi came forward to congratulate him on this reward. What did Kakashi lack the most? Chakra. When he finally obtained the complete Sharingan, he could even inflict damage on Otsutsuki. And now with the chakra of Senju Hashirama, Kakashi could likely take on anyone present in a duel. Your strength has increased remarkably. Senju Hashirama remarked earnestly. Let us have a spar when time allows. Certainly. Kakashi nodded slowly in response to Hashirama, acutely aware of the immense difference in his chakra compared to a moment ago. If his chakra was previously a mere 10, it now surged to an astounding 1,000. Not only had the quantity of chakra changed, but its quality had also transformed, and Kakashi felt the emergence of would release within him. Kakashi-sensei has become even stronger. Naruto exclaimed, unperturbed. I owe you my gratitude. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head. Since Kakashi answered the question, apart from his teacher, Minato Namikaze, he realized that nearly every enhancement in strength had been tied to Naruto Uzumaki. It could be said that Naruto, through his own efforts, had elevated Kakashi from an elite jonin to a powerhouse surpassing even the Hokage. At this moment, Kakashi's prowess transcended that of ordinary elite ninjas. The wood-release energy within him was akin to that of Senju Hashirama, and the power of his Sharingan was something Hashirama lacked. Most importantly, Kakashi felt that his swordsmanship had gained the most significant enhancement. Where once his Konoha swordsmanship required the Sharingan to vanquish foes, now he felt capable of defeating even Kage-level opponents without it. At this moment, Kakashi's understanding of the Konoha sword technique underwent a profound transformation, and he found himself with newfound thoughts about some of its moves. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke remarked, his expression laden with complexity as he gazed at Kakashi. Once, he was Kakashi's most esteemed disciple. If it weren't for his quest for vengeance, he might not have strayed so far from the path. Even Kakashi, including himself, could hardly have anticipated that merely repeating Naruto's name a couple of times would lead events in such a radically different direction. Naruto. Everyone, listen closely. Mention Naruto's name more often, especially you. Saratobi Hiruzen glared with frustration at his disappointing son. Got it, Dad. If Kakashi can wield such formidable power, I would surely achieve it in one fell swoop. Asuma Saratobi waved his hand impatiently. In his mind, he was the true genius, and everyone else merely served as a backdrop. Chapter 53, The King of Opportunists. Kakashi, is that Naruto? Gaara turned to face Naruto, memories of their encounters during the Chunin exams flooding his mind. That kid from Konoha. Raza also cast a complex look towards the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Though the two villages were allies, a powerful ally could spell trouble. The formidable strength of Senju Hashirama aimed for peace in the shinobi world. Yet not everyone shared such noble aspirations. At least in his eyes, none of the recent Kage had striven for anything but the expansion of their village's interests. Looking back at Konoha, it had never missed a battle since the Warring States period. Almost every time, Konoha was at the forefront. Now, the power disparity between Konoha and Sunagakure was widening. Previously, their Kage-level strengths were roughly equal, with one Jinchuriki in each village, and only slight differences in the number of elite jonin. But now, everything had changed. Senju Hashirama had been resurrected, not through the Edo Tensei, but truly revived. A ninja god capable of single-handedly subduing the Nine Tails would easily render Sunagakure a mere memory within a day. Even without considering Hashirama's might, the strength of the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, had doubled. A peak-strength Hiruzen was not someone Raza could hope to restrain. Furthermore, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had gained an even more terrifying enhancement to his Sage mode. Jiraiya's strength wouldn't pale in comparison to Hiruzen's. Moreover, Naruto had seemingly rocketed to unprecedented heights, evolving into the perfect Jinchuriki. As it stood, the gap between Sunagakure and Konoha had become insurmountable. What added to Sunagakure's despair was Kakashi Hatake. Hatake Tsukumo was renowned for his fearsome reputation within Sunagakure. The Konoha sword technique struck terror into the hearts of all shinobi. The moment Kakashi displayed the Konoha sword technique, all the powerful figures from Sunagakure were engulfed in a profound psychological shadow. In that instant, Kakashi appeared mightier than Susanoo in their eyes. And indeed, the reality matched their assumptions. Kakashi's current strength far surpassed that of his father. Even disregarding the Konoha sword technique, Kakashi's prowess, with his Sharingan and vast chakra reserves, could easily subdue his father. I do not care what you have been through, but treating the village in such a manner is unacceptable. I will not allow anyone to harm it. The scene depicted Naruto confronting a rampaging Gaara, and in the next moment, Naruto charged towards the Shikaku-infused Gaara with singular determination. Bang! Naruto delivered a head, but that knocked Gaara unconscious. You bunch of murderers. What wrong has Gaara committed? The scene shifted to a youthful Gaara lying unconscious, while Naruto stood nearby, reproaching the inhabitants of Sunagakure. Chiyo-dama, is that you? Raza began searching for the figure of Chiyo, the elder who had long secluded herself and seldom inquired about the world, yet now appeared beside Gaara, a remarkable occurrence indeed. That little brat Gaara, Chiyo observed with a complex expression, recalling her previous reluctance to turn Gaara into a Jinchuriki. Had it not been for the tragic demise of her entire family at the hands of Susanoo, the frantic Chiyo would not have retreated into the mountains. What? Is Gaara dead? Kankuro looked at his brother in disbelief. Don't be absurd. Didn't you see Chiyo-dama trying to save him? Temari glanced at her brother with a complicated expression, believing that the current Chiyo would not sacrifice herself to save him. The scene continued to play, rapidly flashing through the interactions between Naruto and Gaara, until it reached the moment before Gaara became the 5th Kazekage. I, Gaara, am willing to give my life to protect everyone and uphold the village. Gaara spoke softly, devoid of any trace of hostility. Is this really Gaara-dano? Impossible. The people of Sunagakure still found it hard to believe that the future Gaara would transform into such a person. It's all right. I believe in you. Kankuro stood resolutely beside Gaara. I believe in you too. Temari joined him, and the three siblings united once more. Subsequently, they all cast grateful glances towards Naruto, except for Raza, whose expression grew increasingly peculiar. It seems my presence was never depicted, Raza stated gravely. Wouldn't any father be stirred by such a monumental change in his son? Gaara's earlier speech was not merely a competitive address. It was a report following his ascension as the 5th Kazekage. With his son now the 5th Kazekage, should he not make an appearance? Even if his health was poor, a necessary transition would surely occur, yet he was conspicuously absent from the scene, while Kankuro and Temari were present. This was abnormal, very abnormal. The more Raza pondered, the stranger his expression became. Could it be that I was killed by those bastards? Raza cast a shadowy glance towards the location of the Akatsuki members, recalling that Gaara's unconscious moment had been when the 2 Akatsuki members had captured him. The subsequent scenes depicted Gaara's unconscious state, Chiyo trying to save him, and then Gaara's emergence as Kazekage. Everything began with Gaara's abduction, yet he had not appeared in the scenes at all, relying solely on Gaara to fend off those 2 monstrous foes. Had he been present to resist them before Gaara took the stage? Raza began to develop shadows over his frequent disappearances from future scenes involving Gaara. Suddenly, Raza activated his unique bloodline limit. Lord Kazekage, this can't be right. Father, what is going on? Temari asked, puzzled. I sense that there are scheming individuals who wish to harm me. Raza replied earnestly, then levitated into the air. Kakashi. Obito narrowed his eyes at Kakashi, who was still immersed in the changes in his own strength. Chapter 54. He came to me. Kakashi let out a soft sigh. His fists clenched tightly as he memorized the chakra signature emanating from Obito. Once they departed from this place, should they all remain together? He vowed never to let the other escape his grasp. The brother he held dear was forever trapped beneath the rocks. He would not spare anyone bearing the identity of his fallen kin. What troubles me is the peculiar demeanor of Madara. After perceiving Kakashi's transformation, Hashirama shifted his gaze back to the video. Following the introduction of Gaara's lineage and prowess, the footage of the battle against Madara continued. Though the initial scenes lacked close-ups, the sole detailed shot was of Madara's Susanoo. Now, the expressions and gazes of the 6 individuals, even their lip-biting gestures, were unmistakably clear. At this moment, Hashirama keenly observed that his dear friend seemed somewhat altered. What is it, grandfather? Have you discerned something? Saratobi, Hiruzen, and Tsunade inquired anxiously of Hashirama, while the other 4 Kage gathered quietly, even Raza hovering above Hashirama. Though descending was not an option, unity was essential. These eyes are not the Sharingan. Moreover, Madara's power has diminished. Hashirama stated with grave seriousness. What? Diminished power? No Sharingan. That cannot be true. You must be mistaken. The other Kage looked incredulously at Hashirama. Yet they sensed sincerity in his eyes. Even if Madara had perished later than he should not have acquired the powers of the Rinnegan. After that battle, he was merely left with his Mangekyou Sharingan. This is a fact I cannot misremember, Hashirama mused, regarding the figure of Uchiha Madara in the video with lingering doubt. Yet, despite his efforts to recall, he had never witnessed Rinnegan in his era, aside from the legendary tales. However, he had indeed encountered several mediocre Rinnegan wielders. Indeed, Saratobi Hiruzen and his companions now recognized the disconcerting nature of the situation. Even though Uchiha Madara had died later than Hashirama, he had only awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. How could he suddenly possess the Rinnegan? Kakashi, how do you feel at this moment? Hashirama turned to Kakashi. He sensed that upon acquiring his chakra, Kakashi's body was undergoing a gradual transformation. This was not merely an increase in chakra. Kakashi's physical capabilities, as well as his ninjutsu and jinjutsu, were experiencing significant enhancement. Most importantly, Kakashi felt a distinct energy slowly accumulating within him. I believe we must carefully contemplate the intentions of that group, Hashirama said, his expression heavy as he glanced toward the location of the Akatsuki members. That masked man has not only appeared in Konoha, he has also visited our village. Terumi May hesitated before speaking to Hashirama. Oh, they even manifested in the Hidden Mist village? Hashirama replied, surprised. Indeed, Lord First Hokage. Our intelligence indicated that the recent turmoil in the Hidden Mist village could be linked to that group. Saratobi Hiruzen continued. Please elaborate. And you youngsters should also reflect on whether you have encountered that group near your villages. Hashirama assumed a protective elder's stance, commanding the other Kage. Our village's leader was once manipulated by that masked man. The blood mist policy in our village was instigated by him. Terumi May spoke with a hint of resignation. Are you implying that the Hidden Mist village, which clashed with us during the Third Great Ninja War, was actually being manipulated by that individual from behind the scenes? Saratobi Hiruzen regarded Terumi May with a perplexed expression. It is known that Konoha only grasped that something was amiss in the Hidden Mist village. But the specifics regarding the power dynamics and internal strife remained unknown. Even Uchiha Shursui, famed for his instantaneous teleportation, gained little insight when dispatched to gather intelligence. Had it not been for the immense effort already expended in intelligence gathering, coupled with the Hidden Mist's unfavorable geographical position, Konoha would not have simply let the matter rest. The Blood Mist policy had regressed the Hidden Mist village by untold years, yet it was through the barrier created by Uchiha Obito that the village had not been absorbed. Of course, a significant reason was that the Hidden Mist possessed little of value to draw attention. Thus, could it be that the Hidden Mist village has been covertly under their control for many years? Hashirama queried with intrigue. Though I am reluctant to admit it, it has likely been at least a decade. Terumi May concluded after contemplation. This estimate was based solely on her observations of the events narrated by the former Mizukage. After all, Obito did not immediately implement the Blood Mist policy, but rather gradually weakened the village's strength, slowly eroding its foundation. What was Konoha doing at that time? Hashirama inquired, turning to Hiruzen. Waging war, Hiruzen replied. And before that, Hashirama pressed. Waging war, Saratobi Hiruzen lowered his head, lost in thought. Konoha's conflicts had scarcely ceased. If one were to argue that Konoha had entered a period of peace during Hiruzen's tenure, it was merely because Konoha could no longer sustain its efforts and sought to recuperate. Did we win? Hashirama asked earnestly. It was a stalemate, Hiruzen admitted, his expression one of shame. You truly are an exceptional Hokage, unable to defeat others, yet still engaging in battles. Your intellect leaves much to be desired. Hashirama mocked mercilessly. At that moment, Hiruzen fell silent, closing his eyes and mouth, resigned to the fact that he was no longer Hokage. The fifth Hokage had assumed the position, free to scold whoever he wished. Moreover, I have clashed with that individual. Terumi May stated gravely. Chapter 55. Have I misspoken? Oh, please elaborate. Hashirama's brow furrowed, realizing this was a prime opportunity to glean insights about these individuals. Even if the masked man currently wielded the Rinnegan instead of the Sharingan, the group need only understand his previous strength to glean a rough estimate. At the very least, Hashirama would ascertain whether this battle could be won. After all, the strongest on their side would be himself and Kakashi, with Jiraiya also being a considerable asset. On the opposing side, he only sensed 2 formidable chakra signatures. He is truly enigmatic. All my attacks failed to reach him. Terumi Mei spoke solemnly, recounting every detail of her battle with Uchiha Obito. Are you saying your attacks were all rendered ineffective? Kakashi's pupils constricted, sensing a shift in the situation. Previously, after his enhancement, Kakashi merely sensed a vague memory eluding him until Terumi Mei's explanation brought the past flooding back into his mind. Did he not take the Three Tails with him? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. No, that time we lay in wait and ambushed him. Since then, he has not returned to the Hidden Mist Village. Zhao Mei expressed her disappointment. Had she and her companions known that Uchiha Obito was such a person, they certainly would not have approached that battle with minimal preparation. They would have given their all to subdue him. I understand your meaning, but could you tell me who he is? Senju Hashirama turned to Kakashi. I cannot. He is an impostor assuming my friend's identity. If possible, Lord Hashirama, leave that masked man to me. Kakashi's expression became exceedingly serious. You may not be his match. Senju Hashirama replied earnestly. The 2 potent chakra signatures sensed by Hashirama belonged to Uchiha Obito and Nagato. But the chakra emanating from Obito evidently surpassed that of the former Uchiha Madara. This realization excited Hashirama immensely. Lord First Hokage, what technique is that? Saratobi Hiruzen asked, appearing somewhat tense as he fixated on the image of the 5 Kage confronting Madara, the god of the earth. Hashirama sensed that something was amiss. He had witnessed Madara utilize this technique before, yet the current circumstances felt unusual. Logically, Madara should at least be exhibiting some fatigue, yet he radiated an unmistakable vigor. His chakra seems inexhaustible, Hiruzen remarked seriously. Although Hiruzen was not the strongest in the room, his extensive research on chakra made him the foremost authority. Talented individuals like Hashirama had never studied chakra, yet they possessed an innate understanding and exceptional talent, not only in terms of chakra volume, but also in recovery capabilities. Hashirama was the first ninja to master the wood-release Kekkei Genkai and subsequently dominated with it. After mastering Sage Mode, he became extraordinarily powerful. If tasked with teaching about chakra, he might struggle compared to his prowess in training others. In contrast, Hiruzen, as a ninja scholar, specialized in the super technique of combining the 5 elemental natures. His expertise in the powers of chakra and its study was unparalleled in the ninja world, a distinction not shared by Hashirama and his peers. As Hiruzen's strength grew, so did his insights into chakra, allowing him to discern the general depth of others' chakra flows, even if he could not perceive them as clearly as the Hyuga clan. In his view, Kakashi's chakra had surged tremendously, transforming from a mere pond into a mighty river, while Hashirama's chakra resembled a vast lake, its depths palpable. However, when he focused on Uchiha Madara, he could not gauge the limits of his chakra. Hayashi, take a look. Hiruzen instructed, turning to Hyuga Hayashi, who possessed the most formidable reconnaissance abilities in Konoha. Yes, Byakugan, activate. The veins around Hayashi's eyes bulged as the chakra paths of those present became visible to him. Yet when he directed his gaze towards Uchiha Madara, an unexpected revelation unfolded. No, it's impossible, Hayashi exclaimed in horror. What is it, Hayashi? Hiruzen asked anxiously. I cannot perceive the flow of chakra. It is entirely static. Hayashi's face was a mask of fear. Madara continued to employ various ninjutsu, yet there was no discernible change in the flow of his chakra. Even as Hayashi's eyes began to strain, he grappled with the unsettling reality. Infinite chakra? What was the meaning of Madara's condition? Lord Hashirama, that state resembles the reanimation jutsu. Reanimation jutsu? That rings a bell, Hashirama mused, scratching his head. Someone had indeed mentioned it to him before, yet he was baffled by Madara's peculiar manifestation after being revived. Lord First Hokage, this is the reanimation jutsu. If the caster obtains the target's corpse and uses this forbidden technique as a sacrifice, the individual will be revived with chakra nearing infinity. Unless the caster voluntarily releases the technique or the target is sealed, the individual remains immortal and possesses limitless chakra. Hiruzen explained, holding the forbidden scroll. Query, what is Uchiha Madara's current state? The system's voice echoed once more. It must be the reanimation state, Hashirama declared matter-of-factly, even before the others could react. Lord Hashirama, I said it first. Hiruzen exclaimed, bewildered. Oh, did you? But I also stated it. Is that incorrect? Hashirama countered. Yes. You are absolutely right. Hiruzen quickly amended, feeling the warmth of Hashirama's benevolent gaze. Chapter 56. I shall call you the weakest correct answer. Respondent receives reward. Enhanced Sage Art would release true 1,000 hands. In the next moment, Hashirama felt the wood release power within him dramatically amplify. What? How is this possible? Even Hashirama was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Uchiha Madara emerged directly from the image. Hashirama, have you also been reanimated? Let us have a duel. Madara charged towards Hashirama with fervor. Do not come any closer. Hashirama shouted, but alas, Madara showed no intention of halting. And in the next instant, he was utterly obliterated. Is that it? He has gone? Inoki expressed disbelief. Moments ago, he had sweated profusely at the prospect of confronting Madara. Yet now, Hashirama, what just transpired? Madara questioned, perplexed. At that moment, he reappeared at the spot where he had just been vanquished, but now, cracks adorned his form. Madara's current state resembled that of a fragile porcelain doll, appearing as though a mere touch could shatter him. Uchiha Madara. Pain's gaze sharpened, and Obito felt uneasy under the scrutiny of Konan and her companions. However, Obito had come to a decisive realization. He now possessed the ability to activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. And once this matter concluded, he would distance himself from this group of lunatics. With diverging paths, there was no need for collaboration. Previously, he had utilized them due to his insufficient strength, but now that he had risen to power, he was capable of creating a perfect world on his own, rendering their usefulness obsolete. Hashirama patiently explained everything he knew to Madara, including the recent events, making it seem as though Madara were part of the Konoha faction. Ahem. Lord Hashirama, he is technically a rogue ninja, Hiruzen awkwardly reminded Hashirama. And what are you? Madara retorted sharply. I am the third Hokage of Konoha, Saratobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen confidently introduced himself. Is the Hokage that feeble now? You are the weakest Hokage I have ever encountered. I shall call you the weakest Hokage, Madara proclaimed with authority. What? The weakest Hokage? Hiruzen glared at Madara, his face darkening. What? Do you wish to dance? Madara brandished his weapon at Hiruzen. Humph. I shan't lower myself to converse with the deceased. Hiruzen replied, turning his head aside. Ha ha ha. The self-proclaimed strongest Hokage is ironically referred to as the weakest. Ha ha ha. Foul monkey, this is retribution. Inoki mocked. You little squirt. Uchiha Madara glared menacingly at Inoki, his memories and visions synchronizing. If it weren't for Inoki's dust release, the battle with the other four Kage would have concluded much sooner. Madara, now is not the time for this. We share a common enemy. Hashirama Senju pointed at the members of the Akatsuki, addressing Madara. Oh, Madara's expression grew complex as he regarded the Akatsuki members, surprised that he would materialize in such a situation without being resurrected. At this moment, Madara realized he was still in the state of Edo Tensei. What are you doing? Saratobi Hiruzen looked on in alarm as Madara began forming hand seals. In an instant, something dissipated from Madara's body, and he emanated an even greater aura. Nothing. I merely lifted this state, Madara replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Hiruzen felt the changes radiating from Madara, understanding that should he confront Madara now, victory was utterly unattainable. You've grown stronger again. However, Madara, I am quite curious. How did you survive? Hashirama's gaze toward Madara deepened significantly. Survive? That incident at the Valley of the End. Hashirama's eyes became profoundly intense as he looked at Madara. It's merely a forbidden technique of the Sharingan. Sacrificing one Sharingan can stave off a fatal blow. Madara stated calmly. Since we cannot engage in combat here, my immortal state renders me the strongest. I never anticipated that Obito would also possess the Rinnegan. Yet, why has Black Zetsu not made a move? Oh, Hashirama fell silent, reflecting that had they encountered each other in the past, their relationship would have been far better than this moment, where he knew Madara feigned death to deceive him. So what is the current issue? Madara inquired curiously. I do not know. The screen is still displaying your skirmishes, and someone has already provided an answer. Hashirama replied nonchalantly. Madara nodded in silence, then turned his attention back to the standoff depicted on the screen. Question: who is controlling Uchiha Madara? At the moment Madara glanced at the screen, the system's voice echoed once more. Who could it be? Naruto gazed curiously at Madara and Hashirama. It's me, Orochimaru. Orochimaru confidently licked his lips, having memorized the hand seals for the Edo Tensei technique, believing that only he could perform such a feat in the entire ninja world. Answer incorrect. The system's voice plunged the overly confident Orochimaru into contemplation. Who could accomplish what he could not? Just as Orochimaru was lost in thought, Naruto unexpectedly suggested, "Could it be Uncle Hashirama?" Answer incorrect. "What on earth are you talking about, Naruto?" Hiruzen said, exasperated. Naruto's response caught Madara's attention. Is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails really this slow-witted? Madara mocked Naruto without hesitation. "I will answer. The caster is a guy named Kabuto Yakushi." Madara recalled the events that transpired when he was first resurrected through Edo Tensei. Answer correct. Responder receives reward. Rebirth. In the next moment, Madara reappeared on the scene, his aura now as commanding as when Hashirama first arrived. However, at this moment, Madara's eyes were devoid of the Rinnegan. Chapter 57, Uncle. We have no appointment. Huh, what is happening? Madara felt a surge of confusion regarding his body. At this moment, Madara's physical condition was at its peak, as all the injuries sustained from years of battle had vanished. Yet, he could not accept that the Rinnegan he had painstakingly hidden away had simply disappeared. Phew, thankfully. Hiruzen sighed in relief, having previously faced someone stronger than himself after each video released. In the last two videos, he had managed to look impressive for 3 seconds before being swiftly humiliated. "Humph, you think you can defeat me with that expression?" Madara directed all his ire toward Hiruzen. Nevertheless, to earn his reward, Madara chose to endure. Otherwise, the former him would have been furious about the loss of his Rinnegan despite being physically resurrected. Humph. Hiruzen scoffed, but dared not take further action. After all, there were only a handful of ninjas capable of holding their own against the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. "Congratulations, Madara," Hashirama said solemnly. Madara represented a complex blend of both ally and foe to him, and Hashirama believed they could collaborate for the benefit of Konoha. "Madara, would you consider returning?" Hashirama asked earnestly. "Return for what?" "We shall strive together for the prosperity of Konoha," Hashirama asserted seriously. "Ha ha ha. Does the current Konoha have any relation to you and me? Stop deluding yourself." Madara chuckled, shaking his head with bemusement. Hashirama fell silent, recognizing that had it not been for Tsunade, he would have only intervened in Konoha's times of crisis, but would never bind himself to the village as he was now. "In that case, once we have dealt with that group, we shall have our one-on-one." Hashirama shifted the topic. "That group?" "Humph." Madara sneered, but said nothing further, while the members of the Akatsuki showed no signs of anxiety upon Madara's appearance, unlike Hashirama's initial response. Question: what will be the outcome of this battle? The system's voice rang out, freezing the scene at the moment Naruto arrived. "I will slay them all, and then I shall win," Madara declared confidently. Answer incorrect. "We defeated Uchiha Madara," Tsunade asserted resolutely. Answer incorrect. Tie? Hiruzen speculated tentatively. Answer incorrect. The system's error notifications echoed continuously, leaving everyone in confusion. Did they win? Incorrect. Did they lose? Incorrect. A tie? Also incorrect. What then was the true outcome? You are all foolish. Did you not see me arrive? Clearly. I handled him. I answer. They stopped fighting, and it became me versus him. Naruto interjected excitedly, beating Kakashi to the punch. Naruto, what's with that expression? Kakashi, who was about to speak, felt slightly awkward being interrupted by Naruto. Hehe, Kakashi-sensei, you won't be able to beat me to it this time. Naruto exclaimed confidently. You? A mere brat, think you can be my opponent? Madara scoffed dismissively. Answer correct. Responder receives reward. Perfect Jinchuriki mode. At this moment, Naruto felt an influx of diverse chakra within him. As he absorbed this chakra, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat the size of peas emerging from his forehead. A heart-wrenching roar echoed as monumental changes unfolded within Naruto. At this moment, not only was Naruto infused with the complete chakra of the Nine Tails, but the chakra of the other 8-tailed beasts also manifested upon him, as if it could be reborn. This force was Uchiha Madara, who had his unwavering gaze fixed on Naruto. At that moment, he sensed a chakra presence emanating from Naruto, one that belonged to beasts other than the Nine Tails. And this aura invoked a profound sense of danger within Madara. Excellent. You are the second individual after Hashirama whom I can regard as a worthy opponent, Madara declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Such power. Naruto felt the transformation occurring within him, and at that moment, Senju Hashirama also looked at Naruto with excitement. Naruto, perhaps we could engage in a spar. A flicker of rising battle spirit appeared in Hashirama's gaze. Uncle Hashirama, Once we step outside, I will definitely challenge you. Naruto replied earnestly, his determination evident. The strength Hashirama displayed previously had left a lasting impression on Naruto, and among all the Hokage who had previously appeared, Hashirama undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. If Naruto could defeat Hashirama, he would be one step closer to realizing his aspiration of becoming the strongest Hokage, surpassing all predecessors, and earning the acknowledgement of everyone. Hey, the one called Naruto, are you even listening to me? Madara glared at Naruto with irritation. In his mind, no one besides Hashirama could be considered his rival. The previous 5 younger ones were not worthy of his full effort. They were merely a warm-up before his revival. However, he had not anticipated that after his resurrection, his Rinnegan would be lost. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He could have Black Zetsu assist him in retrieving Nagato's Rinnegan later. The prowess of his eyes was inconsequential. As long as he could utilize them, it sufficed. As for Hashirama's cells, if they couldn't be obtained here, he would have other means to address it upon returning. Huh, blind uncle, who are you? Naruto looked at the now blind Madara with confusion. The image of Madara he had previously seen was vastly different. Once, he had the Nine Tails and Susanoo, and Naruto's attention had not been on Madara. Later, his focus shifted to Gaara and Tsunade. Overall, Naruto had scarcely regarded Madara, and even now, that sentiment remained unchanged. You insolent brat, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? Madara exclaimed furiously. My teacher Kakashi taught me not to fight unarmed individuals, and besides, I would never bully someone with a disability. Naruto replied with utmost seriousness. Madara's face contorted with rage, while Hashirama roared with laughter beside them. Ha, Madara, you must admit, you do resemble a street performer in this state. Chapter 58, Challenge and Advancement. You insufferable brat. Madara, filled with battle intent, approached Naruto. Despite having lost his eyesight, his perception of the external world was far superior to that of ordinary individuals. When he had just been revived, Madara had effortlessly countered Sasuke, even easily facing off against the reanimated Hashirama and Tobirama. Now, having been resurrected by the system, Madara's strength was nearing its peak once more. What's the matter, uncle? Do you intend to strike me? Naruto regarded Madara with a look of incredulity. As Madara's battle intent intensified with each step, the pressure he exuded grew stronger. Gradually, Madara halted, turning away from Naruto, yet the oppressive aura did not dissipate. Consider yourself fortunate, Madara coldly remarked to Naruto before distancing himself. Just as Madara was testing the limits of his pressure, the system's voice erupted with fervor. Congratulations, everyone. You have completed half of the questions, and rewards are now half fulfilled. Prepare for the next stage. During the upcoming questions, strive to contribute to your village as best as you can. The moment the system's voice faded, the crowd within the space abruptly diminished by more than half. In the arena, only the 5 great hidden villages, the Akatsuki, and various feudal lords remained, while the previously independent group of rogue ninjas returned to their original positions. Those ninjas deemed inadequate in strength, along with the villagers, were teleported away. What just happened? Why can't I move? The returning crowd found themselves in the same state as before, unable to act, as if everything around them had come to a standstill. Yet they could still see the others within the space. Where did everyone go? Naruto cautiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, all ninjas below the Chunin rank from the various villages had been transported away, yet the 12 young ninjas from Konoha remained, as did Gaara and his companions. Each round allows for investment in a faction, either a village or an organization, starting from 10 points for one, 50 points for an individual. Should your faction emerge victorious, investing 10 points will yield 15 points, and so forth. Investing in an individual will multiply the points by 10. If you guess incorrectly regarding the faction, 5 points will be deducted. If you misjudge an individual, half of your points will be forfeited. 200 points will eliminate all ailments. 500 points will extend your life. 1,000 points will grant a standard Chunin chakra amount. 5,000 points will bestow a corresponding ninjutsu with Chunin chakra, random. And 7,000 points will allow for selection. Points will reset to 0, resulting in immediate disqualification. As the system's announcement concluded, lines of dense text appeared before the eyes of those who had been teleported away. Each individual was provided with an initial score of 100 points. At that moment, the notion of disqualification faded from their minds. The prospect of healing ailments and potentially becoming a ninja was far more enticing. In an instant, countless individuals became frantic. Many lacked the aptitude for ninjutsu, and most did not possess the tenacity or talent in taijutsu akin to Might Guy or Rock Lee. Hence, the number of ninjas remained limited. However, the crowd still battling through the challenges remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. My lord, I believe we should have a discussion. Saratobi Hiruzen, following the division of teams, approached the feudal lord of fire decisively. Accompanying him were Inoki, Meitarumi, Raza, Killer Bee, and Hashirama, along with the forcibly summoned Madara. The feudal lords were now drenched in cold sweat, while violence was prohibited here. The mere aura emanating from Madara rendered them immobile. Given the looming threat, we should unite and offer our unwavering support. The feudal lord of fire trembled as he addressed Saratobi. Very well, then for the upcoming questions, please heed our guidance, Saratobi said, ushering the feudal lords back to Konoha's location, accompanied by several Kage. After all, Saratobi and his group were merely concerned that these idle feudal lords might cause trouble and sought to guide them preemptively. All right. The feudal lord of fire forced a smile, while the other feudal lords exhibited expressions of sheer terror. It was evident that these feudal lords, once protected by the ninja villages, had lost all semblance of courage. Even knowing that they could not act here, they bore no thoughts of opposing the ninja villages. For nearly every powerful expert surrounding each feudal lord had been sourced from within the villages. Moreover, the most significant factor was that the feudal lords were not oblivious. The unparalleled opportunities present here, especially the rewards garnered by those who had answered correctly, had left them envious. If, at that moment, any of the feudal lords had obtained the gold capable of infinite division, their respective economies and villages would have received unparalleled support. They understood that the shadows of the village merely sought to have them engage in trial and error. However, what if they were correct? A reward similar to the previous one would propel the feudal lords to new heights. A bunch of weaklings. Uchiha Madara contemptuously regarded the lords who obediently followed Saratobi Hiruzen and his companions. Madara had stepped forward solely because he could not tolerate those feudal lords who were utterly powerless. The system's voice echoed, and a video appeared in the arena. The battle scene remained unchanged, yet a figure resembling Naruto in a similar state emerged, though the crowd could not discern his face. During the fight, he constantly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to evade attacks, and alongside Kakashi, they relentlessly assaulted the masked Obito Uchiha. Finally, upon Naruto's arrival on the battlefield, the group managed to shatter the opponent's mask. At that moment, the video came to an abrupt halt. 10 seconds to answer. As the system's voice faded, options materialized before the villagers. Representatives from various villages, including the feudal lords and members of the Akatsuki, were presented with choices. Each major option containing sub-options for everyone to place their bets based on their thoughts and preferences. Chapter 59. Learning is possible, but unnecessary. Kakashi, do you remember? Hashirama Senju turned to Kakashi. Lord First Hokage, this is something that will happen in the future, Kakashi explained, somewhat weakly. Oh, Naruto, what about you? Hashirama directly shifted his focus. I believe it should be that guy? Naruto replied after a careful recollection. Enough, Grandpa. You've seen him before. And I doubt anyone can guess his identity, Tsunade said uncertainly, glancing at Kakashi. Yet Kakashi wore a somber expression, fixated on the video. Speak your name. The reward cannot belong to just one person. We are in this together. Pain approached Obito, inquiring. The return and resurrection of Uchiha Madara were enough to confirm that the Madara before them was a fake. The fact that he did not immediately join their group indicated his desire to conceal his identity for the time being. However, Pain had begun to harbor deeper suspicions regarding Obito. At this moment, Konan, under Nagato's instruction, quietly returned to his side, while the figure standing among the Akatsuki was merely a shadow clone of hers. Nagato, what do you think? We must answer this question correctly. Regardless of whether we know the answers, we must seize the opportunity. We must remain vigilant against him. If he escapes, we must do whatever it takes to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Yes, I have a plan to deal with him. You can rest assured. Konan's gaze was resolute as she looked at Nagato. In fact, long before everyone embarked on their entrepreneurial plans, Konan had prepared a grand gift for this Uchiha Madara who dared not reveal his true self. Now that Obito no longer had the assistance of Kamui, Konan's gift was likely enough to severely injure him. No, one could say that this technique, once unleashed, would leave everyone present, except for Kakashi, unable to withstand it. Of course, Danzo's Sharingan could count as a lifeline, but whether he had a supply of 300 explosive tags remained uncertain. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. It must be that guy, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito. Hashirama Senju curiously echoed the name alongside the others. Correct answer. The respondent receives the reward. Learning scroll for wood release. Hell's Chaos. As the system's voice faded, Naruto's expression shifted from excitement and anticipation to disappointment. If it were any other ninjutsu, it would have been fine. Even a high-level ninjutsu would not have been an issue, for his talent in ninjutsu was commendable. However, the outcome was a wood release technique, of which there were no more than 3 individuals capable of mastering it in the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Damn it. So you truly aren't called Akatsuki. Deidara glared at his former subordinate with frustration. He had once cherished the innocent Akatsuki, but now he found himself loathing the empowered Obito. At that time, only Akatsuki had appreciated his art. What a shame. Was it ultimately too late? Hell's Chaos was one of the ninjutsu I had yet to reveal, and since the reward was related to me, did that mean subsequent rewards would pertain to the answers as well? Obito mused indifferently. After failing to outpace Naruto, his mood soured, but upon hearing the reward, a flicker of schadenfreude crossed his face, leading him into deep contemplation. Naruto? It's fine, you can keep it. After much deliberation, Saratobi Hiruzen decided against claiming the item, as only Yamado, who had transplanted Hashirama's cells, could cultivate the wood release technique in the Hidden Leaf. Of course, this secret experiment conducted in the village was unknown to both Tsunade and Hashirama. The implications of Hashirama discovering this were too daunting for Saratobi to contemplate. However, if Tsunade were to learn of it, he could only imagine the consequences, and he might even have to hide for a few days. This is a remarkable item. How could you refuse it? Inoki chuckled. Shall I give it to you? Saratobi replied curtly. Sure. Inoki's eyes lit up, but before he could fully express his excitement, Saratobi's subsequent words darkened his expression. However, you must push your border 100 feet west. You must be mad. Humph, if you can't afford the trade, then don't. This is a top-tier wood release ninjutsu. Poor fool. Saratobi scoffed. Top-tier ninjutsu? Let me see it. Hashirama was captivated by their exchange and approached Naruto. Uncle, I can't use it. You take it. Naruto had previously attempted to study the scroll, but no matter how he looked at it, he could not comprehend its contents. Yet, when he acquired the talent for high-level ninjutsu, he had grasped the more complex techniques like the multi-shadow clone jutsu and Rasengan taught by Jiraiya. These techniques, which were relatively intricate but did not require bloodline limits, felt as if their difficulty had shifted from advanced mathematics to basic arithmetic in Naruto's eyes. However, for techniques requiring special bloodline limits, such as the wood release, Hell's Chaos, the difficulty had multiplied manifold. It seems rather simple, Hashirama remarked, beginning to mimic the techniques depicted in the scroll. Lord, first, you can take this home. Before Saratobi could finish speaking, Hashirama directly executed the technique in front of everyone. Not everyone is like you. Does your face hurt now? Inoki taunted deliberately. Alas, this is the combat prowess of our Hidden Leaf. Do you think the god of the ninja world is jesting with you? I used to lament not being able to witness the grandeur of Lord Hashirama in the same era, but not anymore. Today I have finally witnessed it. And it is not in vain. Saratobi feigned a grandiose demeanor. You insufferable monkey, truly hypocritical and foul. Inoki, infuriated, watched as his little mustache bristled. Yet he had to admit that Saratobi was correct this time. This technique is rather lacking. Hashirama abandoned further study after merely observing the technique's result, deeming it unbeneficial. In long-range combat, he had the wood dragon. In the grand battle, there exists a myriad of techniques. In close combat, one may wield extraordinary strength in defense. The Scarlet List technique prevails, and illusions require no further embellishment. Moreover, the sage body of Hashirama Senju ranks among the top 3 in historical significance. In the presence of Hashirama, Obito's technique indeed appears rather trivial. Chapter 60, no longer exclusively mine? A feudal ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara cast but a fleeting glance before losing interest. In his eyes, apart from Hashirama's wood dragon technique and the true Thousand Hands, there exists no wood release worthy of his attention. Of course, if one were to be pedantic, Madara considered all ninjas who wielded wood release, save for Hashirama, to be utterly inept. Question: How many can utilize would release? The system's voice echoed once more, and a profound inquiry arose within the assembly. Aside from Hashirama, who else could possibly wield would release? Was that masked man, Uchiha Obito, one of them? Grandfather, are there any ninjas from your era who can use would release? Tsunade hastened to Hashirama's side to inquire. I cannot say. To my recollection, I have not witnessed anyone using would release in my presence. Madara pondered for a moment before responding. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Obito. Correct answer. Continue answering. Responder rewarded. Would release wood dragon technique. Would release cutting technique. Would release true thousand hands technique. Training scroll. At this moment, Madara's expression resembled that of one suffering from constipation. The rewards he received were of little utility, save for perhaps the wood dragon technique. Yet, these three foolish scrolls inadvertently exposed one of his hidden cards. Madara, you actually know would release. We never saw you use it in our battle at the Valley of the End. Hashirama remarked gravely, now questioning Madara's sudden appearance with the Nine Tails for a decisive confrontation. The two had known each other since childhood and had fought side by side for many years. On the battlefield, they would not hold back. Yet in the decades Hashirama had known Madara, he had never witnessed him employing any would release techniques. Would release? Is it truly that difficult? Madara retorted with an air of arrogance. It is not particularly challenging. However, why have you never employed it before? Or was the purpose of that battle merely to learn would release? Why did your eyes later transform not into the Manjiki Sharingan, but the Rinnegan? And why have you suddenly acquired techniques you had never demonstrated before? What was your true objective in that battle? Hashirama pressed on. Do I owe you an explanation for my actions? Just because I do not use would release does not imply I cannot. Madara shot a sidelong glance at Hashirama. Do they concern you? Hashirama pointed towards the members of the Akatsuki organization, realizing with clarity that numerous factors could be deduced. Relying solely on the information about a few children that Jiraiya had once saved, their growth in power over the years could indeed threaten the entire ninja world. Thus, after the death of the powerful Hokage of his generation, would the rogue ninjas swiftly unite not pose a greater threat than the current group of ninjas? Excluding Nagato, Pain, and Obito from the Akatsuki, many rogue ninjas since the inception of the organization were stronger than its current members. Even Kakazu was merely a second-rate assassin obsessed with wealth. Moreover, Madara was once the strongest rogue ninja in the entire ninja world. Had he chosen to establish a similar organization back in the day, the events unfolding in Konoha could have taken a drastically different turn. However, even then, Madara stood alone. Little Tsunade once told me you have lived longer than I. Initially, I was skeptical, especially since I personally killed you. However, upon witnessing that little blonde fellow inexplicably possessing 2 extra lives, I began to believe. Yet, that was insufficient to quell my doubts until just now. Hashirama declared, producing a frog from within his grasp. From the moment Hashirama charged towards the Akatsuki members, he had secretly summoned a frog for surveillance, discreetly observing their every move. Of course, the distance was carefully maintained. Otherwise, Nagato would have sensed it, and Obito would have eliminated it beforehand. The frog was positioned at a distance just close enough to overhear their discussions, and the frequency of Uchiha Madara's name being mentioned was rather abnormal. Humph, if you doubt me, then let us engage in battle, Madara declared, brandishing his fan towards Hashirama. Whatever your intentions, should they endanger the safety of the entire ninja world, I shall not let you escape. Hashirama's expression turned gravely serious, while Madara feigned indifference, fully aware that within this space, he could speak freely without consequence. Yet, there was no necessity. No one knew where they would end up once the questioning concluded. Nor could anyone ascertain whether the upcoming questions would bring about a seismic shift in the situation at hand. Much like that fellow named Naruto standing beside the one with the dead fish eyes, whose chakra presence was not significantly weaker than Hashirama's. The seemingly uncontrollable strength of the Akatsuki members had begun to exhibit notable changes. If only we could engage in combat. That group from the Akatsuki possesses an impressive Manjiki Sharingan, and that little brat from Konoha has an even more accessible one. Such a pity. I respond, Yamato. Saratobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment before speaking, his voice tinged with uncertainty, as the system's voice seemed to remind everyone that this round of questioning was far from over. Nonetheless, Saratobi Hiruzen still wished to take a gamble. Correct answer. Responder rewarded. Enhanced would release connection to the Senju family learning scroll. Countdown for answering, 30 seconds. Saratobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened once more, although he could not train with the scroll upon receiving it. He comprehended that the technique connected to the Senju family was intended for the rapid and efficient construction of buildings. In terms of practical combat, it bore no significance. Yet for the future development of Konoha, it might lead to a scenario where constructing 100 kilometers of buildings could consume an entire Yamato's worth of effort. Connection to the Senju family? What kind of ninjutsu is that? Who is Yamato? Are they the secret prodigies cultivated by Konoha? Noki inquired curiously, glancing at Saratobi Hiruzen. Even Uchiha Madara and his companions turned their gaze towards him, while Hashirama regarded Saratobi Hiruzen with suspicion. Previously, he had not sensed any closeness in the bloodline. Could it be that after the Senju clan intermarried, an outsider truly emerged capable of wielding would release? Who is Yamato? Tsunade shouted angrily. And the nearby Umbu lowered their heads in unison, none daring to meet her gaze. Gradually, a path began to clear through the ranks of the Umbu. Lady Tsunade, I am Yamato. Yamato stepped forward from the midst of the Umbu ranks and approached Tsunade. Chapter 61. A Collision of Ideals. Old man. Do you not wish to say something? Tsunade seized Saratobi Hiruzen by the collar and demanded. In this moment, Tsunade had yet to truly lose her temper. After all, her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had been revived. Had this been in the past, witnessing such a situation would have prompted Tsunade to take immediate action against Saratobi Hiruzen without uttering a word. It would have been a disgrace to her name. The Senju clan had sacrificed countless efforts for Konoha. Her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, was the very founder of Konoha, and Saratobi Hiruzen was Tsunade's grandfather's disciple. A descendant of an outsider conducting experiments with Hashirama cells would surely provoke Tsunade's ire. And she would not cease until the entire research department of Konoha and all involved parties were thoroughly dealt with. Cough, cough, Tsunade, you are being overly emotional. Do not be agitated. If we both get restrained, it would not bode well for us. Do not let outsiders witness our disgrace. Saratobi Hiruzen feigned seriousness as he spoke. I believe you should possess my cells, do you not? Hashirama regarded Yamato with calm composure. Back to the first Hokage, yes. I acquired the ability to wield wood release through the transplantation of your cells. However, I cannot match your formidable prowess. There are many ninjutsu techniques that I simply cannot master. Yamato spoke respectfully to Senju Hashirama. Old man, how dare you? Tsunade exclaimed, her fury igniting instantaneously. In the next moment, her extraordinary strength erupted, radiating an immense chakra. The Saratobi Hiruzen in her hand transformed into mere wood at that instant. The real Hiruzen had appeared far from Tsunade's reach. Tsunade, I will clarify this matter to you, but please refrain from such agitation, Hiruzen said, observing Tsunade charging towards him without a hint of concern. You must understand that if we continue to engage in combat here, we will face dire consequences for violating the rules. Tsunade, calm down. Hashirama's voice was devoid of emotion, yet his demeanor mirrored Tsunade's. When Hashirama's hand touched Tsunade's shoulder, her furious state dissipated entirely, yet a colossal chasm manifested beneath Hashirama's feet. First Hokage, please allow me to explain. Hiruzen attempted to reason, but Hashirama gestured for him to cease speaking. By transplanting my cells and surviving, one can utilize wood release ninjutsu, correct? Hashirama's gaze turned ominous as he fixed it upon Yamato. Yes, Yamato stammered, nearly rendered speechless by the chilling intensity in Hashirama's eyes. Madara, this must be the reason you fought so fiercely against me back then. I searched for you for years, but could not find a trace of you. When I kindly advised you at the Valley of the End, you insisted on battling me. In retrospect, it seems all of this was part of your cunning plan. Hashirama turned his icy stare towards Uchiha Madara. He could not comprehend why, despite their once close friendship and shared ideals for peace in the ninja world, Madara had transformed into this version of himself over the years. Did you discover it after all? Indeed. My purpose in that battle was not solely to vie for the title of Hokage, but to obtain your cells, Hashirama. Madara spoke candidly. Why? Hashirama demanded. For power? Your notions of benevolence are far too naive, Hashirama. Look at the third Hokage now, and observe the other villages. When you and I were present, did any rogue ninja dare to form an organization? Konoha was first. Which village would dare to assert otherwise? All the tailed beasts belong to Konoha. Do they harbor any gratitude? The Hidden Cloud has long sought to conquer Konoha. That brat Inoki, Had he dared to entertain such thoughts against Konoha in our time? The so-called 5 great shinobi villages, after you and me, which one does not harbor ambitions towards Konoha? Only power can forge a peaceful and beautiful world, Hashirama. You are mistaken. Come, let us reunite, and the entire ninja world shall tremble beneath your and my feet. I have discovered the true path to peace in the ninja realm. Let us unite for it. For the first time, Madara expounded upon the revelations he had encountered in the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds. Hashirama stood a short distance away, his expression a mix of confusion and indignation. Madara, our era has passed. Let this new generation take the reins. If you persist in your folly, do not blame me for what follows. I was capable of defeating you once. I can do so again, Hashirama declared, entering sage mode, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Madara regarded the now enraged Hashirama, and though words eluded them both, he recognized that even if a confrontation erupted, he might not be a match for Hashirama in his peak condition. Moreover, with Black Zetsu absent and no signal forthcoming, it was evident that the Akatsuki organization was not entirely under his control. Humph, you dare to speak back to my master in such a manner? I wonder who granted you such audacity. If my master were to use both hands, you would hardly be his equal. Sasuke shouted at Madara from the sidelines. You possess talent, yet with such a disposition, one must question how you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is a true waste, Madara remarked, feigning regret over Sasuke's squandered potential. Do not underestimate me. I do not require my master to deal with you, Sasuke declared, preparing to charge at Madara. In his understanding of history, the tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had begun with Madara, unbeknownst to him that the founding history of Konoha was either concealed or deliberately altered. The two greatest misconceptions regarding the Uchiha clan were, first, that the founding of Konoha had no connection to the Uchiha, and second, that Black Zetsu had tampered with the inscriptions on the stone tablet at the Uchiha clan's secret base. The original history of the Uchiha clan concerning Konoha had ceased to be mentioned since the era of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and by the time of Hiruzen Saratobi. The Uchiha had become a faction that anyone could exploit. Had Madara not witnessed the altered tablet, the fate of the Uchiha clan might have unfolded differently. Chapter 62. Why does it feel different? Sasuke. Hashirama gently shook his head, signaling Sasuke to remain calm. Although he felt confident in his ability to subdue Madara, he was acutely aware that the enhancement of strength was not solely his domain. Less than 20 seconds remaining, Hiruzen noted, fixating on the rapidly dwindling timer. Contemplating who else in the ninja world, aside from these individuals, could wield wood release. Yamato and Madara were complete surprises, and without Obito's presence, no one could fathom the existence of so many capable of using wood release. Who could it be, hiding so deeply? Hiruzen murmured softly before casting his gaze towards the other Kage, all of whom wore expressions of confusion. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. Even the seemingly weakest Yamato possessed strength beyond that of an average J-nin. The powers of Madara, Hashirama, and the masked man were beyond question. Ordinary elite J-nin would be akin to walking into their own demise. Does Konoha still harbor hidden talents? Anoki inquired tentatively. If Konoha had anyone, during the Third Shinobi World War, we would have already crushed you. Hiruzen retorted vehemently. Naruto, do you have an answer? Kakashi asked, probing cautiously. Aside from the wooden shield I saw earlier, I have never encountered anyone else using wood release. Naruto pondered for a moment before responding. I answer, Uzumaki Naruto. He took a leap of faith, believing that a dead horse could still be treated as a live one. Answer incorrect. Question round concluded. As the system's voice echoed, everyone realized this round of questioning had come to a definitive end. Kakashi, under the peculiar gazes of the crowd, felt somewhat embarrassed. I believe Naruto is capable of anything, Kakashi said sheepishly. But that answer was utterly ridiculous. Hiruzen scoffed dismissively. Cough, this is not my fault. Previously, Naruto had appeared on numerous rankings, and what if this one is among them? Kakashi's retort dwindled into a faint whisper, truly terrifying. Heiju coldly remarked while observing the fleeting images on the screen from underground. If only I could answer a few questions correctly. Perhaps I wouldn't have to resort to utilizing this group of useless beings. Heiju glared at the group of inept individuals he had chosen, his anger palpable. Since the moment Otsutsuki was sealed, he had been surviving in desperation, plotting for countless years and interacting with innumerable reincarnations of Ashura, and Indra. If it weren't for Ashura having the assistance of the six paths, the one who would have laughed last would undoubtedly have been me, not them. However, being seen through by others is indeed a terrifying prospect. Heiju chuckled darkly, and in that instant, Baiju beside him was swiftly eliminated. With Heiju reappearing on the surface, Heiju. Pain's expression shifted as he looked at Heiju. Heiju had claimed to be the product of Uchiha Madara's darker side. The egotistical Uchiha Madara believed him, and through years of observation and deep cunning, Heiju successfully ensnared Madara. Initially, Pain and his companions did not regard Heiju with much seriousness, but now they had no choice but to reassess this overlooked individual. Moreover, Nagato recalled that while Baiju seemed to follow their orders, it was the ever-present Heiju who held the true command, no matter the task. Whether small like accepting missions or significant like Itachi's life and death situations, his presence was always felt. "Where have you been?" Obito inquired. The one Obito was most wary of within the Akatsuki was indeed the seemingly invisible Heiju. Uchiha Madara had fallen for Heiju's deceit, and similarly, Uchiha Obito had been ensnared by Madara's fabrications. Of course, their objectives appeared aligned, yet the moment Madara resurrected, Obito's greatest adversary had emerged. Obito would not allow anyone to surpass him in executing the infinite Tsukuyomi. "I attempted to gather some intelligence earlier, but unexpectedly, that cautious individual detected me from over 100 meters away." Heiju spoke alongside a brand new Baiju. "That wasn't the Baiju from before, was it?" Pain continued. "Indeed, the one who was with me was discovered by the first Hokage and was subsequently obliterated. It's no wonder I managed to escape." Heiju replied nonchalantly. "Why don't you go find him?" Uchiha Obito suggested tentatively. Heiju fell silent for a moment before vanishing into the depths, once more using the mayfly technique. "Question, who is he?" The system's voice rang out again, yet the footage remained unchanged. At this moment, everyone felt somewhat bewildered, except for the complete loss. All bets are settled over 3 rounds, and players may freely choose to accumulate bets and rebet. Meanwhile, the villagers from various villages became increasingly excited. The conclusion of 3 rounds represented the possibility of losing everything, but also the hope of a comeback. "Why is it still this image?" Naruto questioned, glancing at the pixelated man in the video with confusion. "You fool, can't you see?" Initially, 2 individuals were pixelated. Haven't you noticed that the masked man's face is now clear? The robed figure's face remains obscured. He is the one we need to guess. Sasuke instructed Naruto while stepping on him. "Oh, I see. But who is he?" Naruto expressed his confusion, yet upon seeing the indistinct visage of the man, he felt an inexplicable kinship. "This person can't be." Kakashi perked up, looking intently at the question presented by the system. He had previously avoided confronting the last question, but this one's answer caused him to hesitate. "Naruto, listen to me. I know the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze." An unfamiliar voice echoed in the arena, yet the crowd struggled to discern its source. Correct answer. Responder receives a reward, 1 wish. The system's announcement left everyone in disbelief. Why did they receive scrolls previously, yet now they were granted a wish? By this measure, they had each received 2 wishes. Chapter 63, Parting Ways. Hirohiko. Nagato fervently proclaimed the name of the current Pain. "I wish to resurrect Hirohiko," Nagato whispered, and in the next moment, the previously indifferent Pain was enveloped in light. Where am I?" At this moment, Pain was devoid of the black iron rods used to receive signals. Stripped of the terrifying Rinnegan, replaced by a youthful visage with clear eyes, entirely unlike the cold and ruthless Pain everyone once knew. Hey, who are you?" Deidara exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the bewildered Hirohiko. "Who are you?" Hirohiko countered. "Aren't you Pain?" Deidara tentatively asked. "Pain? Who is Pain? Are you Pain?" "I certainly am not Pain," Hirohiko replied nonchalantly. Although he was unaware of what had transpired, he could sense an abundant flow of chakra coursing through him. While it seemed he could not utilize it, the quantity of chakra within him had not diminished. In a sense, Hirohiko felt an infinite reservoir of chakra within him. "Conan, Nagato, where are you?" Hirohiko began to scan his surroundings for his 2 closest companions. Deidara was at a loss for words. Realizing that even his subordinate's name was a facade, and if someone were to claim that the name of the Akatsuki organization itself was also a ruse, he would feel utterly unfazed. "That guy, Jiraiya, isn't he the one you adopted?" Tsunade was about to erupt in anger, but noticed that Jiraiya remained motionless. Hasn't he broken free yet? Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, her eyes betraying a hint of shock. No, but I feel he has been persistently attempting to break through. The quarter-hour mark is approaching. Tsunade contemplated. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama began to cough. Release. Sasuke immediately understood, and Jiraiya's eyes regained their brilliance. Are you alright? I merely broke free gradually. Yet, you've done well to restrain me for so long. Jiraiya stated with a cheerful demeanor. You didn't break through. He let you go? Tsunade felt a bit embarrassed. Had she known, she wouldn't have alerted them, perhaps after a quarter hour. She could have had a chance to win. Impossible, don't joke. At this moment, Jiraiya's sage mode held nothing back, and during the earlier confrontation with Sasuke, he had grown significantly more adept at sensing sage energy. It truly wasn't my own breakthrough? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, whose expression was filled with doubt, feeling somewhat insecure. Let us not discuss that. Let us see him. Tsunade helplessly shook her head, and then pointed out Hirohiko's location to Jiraiya. Hirohiko. Jiraiya's eyes instantly gleamed with a different light. The earlier image of Hirohiko's demise triggered a flood of memories, and now Hirohiko stood alive before him. His eyes and appearance remained unchanged since their parting years ago. Hirohiko, come here. Jiraiya seized the moment and called out to Hirohiko. Hirohiko. At that moment, Konan pushed Nagato forward, revealing his identity for the first time. To prevent Jiraiya from taking Hirohiko away, Nagato had no choice but to reappear. Master. Konan. Nagato. Hirohiko's eyes sparkled as he gazed in both directions, momentarily unsure of where to run. Leader, is your wish to resurrect him? Deidara inquired, his gaze fixed on Nagato, who remained seated in his wheelchair. Do you have an objection? Nagato retorted dismissively, aware that the Akatsuki organization possessed the strength to confront any force within the ninja world. However, from the moment Obito's Rinnegan appeared, Nagato had begun to contemplate. Aside from Uchiha Madara, who had willingly allied with them, the others had only joined through coercion and propaganda. If they were to suddenly acquire powers beyond the Akatsuki's control, would that be a boon or a bane for the organization? A mere Jinnin, a Jinchuriki, could experience a dramatic transformation in strength within a single day. What if others seized a similar opportunity? When Deidara had received 2 chances for artistic expression, had he not fled long ago, if not for this mysterious space? As for the impostor claiming to be Uchiha Madara, his intentions were unclear, yet he posed the greatest threat to the Akatsuki. Once the true Uchiha Madara re-emerged into the public eye, Nagato's perspective shifted entirely. If Uchiha Makoto could be resurrected, then why not Hirohiko? I'm sorry. I cannot remain in an organization filled with lies, Deidara exclaimed, departing from the Akatsuki's ranks. Hey, how can you do this? Are you deaf to my words? Stop right there, Deidara called out, following after Deidara in an attempt to persuade him. At that moment, the remaining Akatsuki members, including Obito, fixated their attention on Nagato. How he handled the situation was crucial. If he faltered, the entire organization could very well disband in an instant. Foolish one. Nagato shot a cold glance, suppressing his anger as he continued toward Hirohiko. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I should leave too. After all, the majority of the organization's funding came from me. Is anyone opposed to my retirement? Kakuzu declared, cradling his beloved treasure. Honestly, this is quite dull. I haven't developed any followers. And it seems the promises you made to me were never fulfilled. The greedy man added, rushing after Kakuzu. Itachi. Kisame looked expectantly at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi cast a reluctant glance toward the members of Konoha before gently shaking his head at Kisame. Although Kisame was puzzled, he chose not to leave Itachi's side. Nagato cast a deep glance at Itachi before disregarding him. For the current Akatsuki, all individuals and objectives seemed trivial in comparison to Hirohiko. Chapter 64. Listen to your teacher Nagato. Konan, what is happening? Are they members of the Akatsuki? Hirohiko asked, bewildered. When the group was surrounded during their mission, aside from Konan, Nagato, and himself, everyone else had perished. To ensure Konan and Nagato's survival, he had chosen to sacrifice himself. He had no recollection of the subsequent events and awakened only to the present. No, they are not members of the Akatsuki. They are merely temporary allies of ours. There are only the 3 of us in the Akatsuki, Nagato said, mustering his strength to look at Hirohiko. Nagato, what are you doing? Hirohiko gazed at Nagato, his eyes filled with concern. During their time wandering, Hirohiko had often given Nagato, with his frail form, his share of food. After encountering Jiraiya, Nagato's health had improved slightly, but now he resembled a terminally ill patient. I'm fine, as long as the Akatsuki can reunite. Together, we shall make this world feel pain, Nagato said with a bitter smile. At that moment, Konan could no longer hold back and rushed to Hirohiko, burying her head in his chest and weeping uncontrollably. The cold decisions and insurmountable challenges faced by Nagato and Konan over the years were beyond Hirohiko's comprehension. No, Nagato. We do not need to make the world feel pain to change it. We must prevent war altogether. I do not wish to witness another devastating conflict like the Third Great Ninja War, Hirohiko softly asserted. Then what about Hanzo the Salamander? He did not keep his promises. Nagato replied, somewhat displeased. We can reason with those we can reach. If not, then it is time to resort to force. The true culprits are the likes of Hanzo and Danzo, not the innocent civilians. Hirohiko began to argue with Nagato. Ahem, fine, you are the leader of the Akatsuki. What you say goes. Nagato conceded, weary. For him, simply enduring until the completion of the tailed beast plan was already a considerable feat. To encounter Hirohiko in a place outside the Pure Land was something Nagato had never dared to dream of. Konan, how have you two survived all these years? Hirohiko gently comforted the sobbing Konan. Hirohiko, come here. Huh, Master Jiraiya. Hirohiko exclaimed, surprised to see his teacher. Even though Hirohiko's strength was not formidable at the moment, the pressure Jiraiya exerted was stronger than ever before. Master Jiraiya, Nagato murmured. Upon Hirohiko's resurrection, the shackles within Nagato's heart shattered in an instant, prompting a transformation in his thoughts. What a splendid and harmonious conclusion. Kagaya chuckled darkly from the sidelines, casting a lingering glance at Hirohiko and Jiraiya before returning to Uchiha Madara's side. As it stood, only Uchiha Madara firmly believed in the revised content of the stone tablet. After gaining power, Obito had no intention of following the original plan. He aimed to create a perfect world through the infinite Tsukuyomi, based on Madara's vision. Has the Akatsuki disbanded now? Madara asked Black Zetsu calmly. It seems so. Should we retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan? Black Zetsu inquired ominously. No, there is no need. I believe this is a better choice, Madara replied, his gaze fixed on the video before him. The ability to resurrect someone in an instant had entirely surpassed Madara's understanding. Yet for him, it presented an unparalleled opportunity. Nagato, how did you deduce that the individual was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Jiraiya asked curiously. Because of that boy. Oh, you're junior. Indeed, Jiraiya said, quickly closing the distance between himself and Hirohiko. It seemed that both Nagato and Konan had lost hope, while Hirohiko merely disapproved of Hanzo's actions in the Land of Rain. In Jiraiya's presence, Hirohiko's thoughts remained untainted by complexity. Simultaneously, Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment. A figure he had only encountered twice through video, Nagato, was audaciously deducing the identity of Minato Namikaze based solely on scan information. Were Jiraiya in his position, he would scarcely dare to wager, even knowing of the existence of the Edo Tensei technique. The notion that someone would excavate the graves of Konoha was simply unfathomable. Jiraiya-sensei, I am immensely grateful for your guidance throughout this journey. Without you, those 3 starving orphans in the Land of Rain would have perished without reason. Nonetheless, the suffering endured by Konan and Nagato must not go unavenged. Whoever was responsible would undoubtedly pay the price. Hirohiko initially echoed Jiraiya's sentiments, then unequivocally revealed his stance. Konan and Nagato had granted him a second chance at life through their wish. Thus, he could not disappoint them. Having failed to protect his 2 closest companions back then, now that they had revived him, he vowed to safeguard them. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Was the conflict in the Land of Rain truly necessary? Was Konoha's past conduct justified? Hirohiko confronted Jiraiya directly. I had pondered whether you might be the fated child I have sought all along, Jiraiya remarked, his expression darkening as he returned to where the Konoha members were gathered. Although he had failed to sway Hirohiko, it was evident that the Akatsuki organization would not strike Konoha with the same ferocity now that Hirohiko was involved. At the very least, Konoha would not stand idly by as pain wreaked havoc upon the village. Nagato, Konan, let us converse elsewhere. Those former members of the Akatsuki who wish to stay, follow me. After a moment's contemplation, Hirohiko turned to Itachi and Kisame, while Obito silently departed from the Akatsuki's assembly, with White Zetsu following suit. The once feared Akatsuki now found its elite combatants reduced to only Nagato and Itachi. Jiraiya, what is happening? Tsunade inquired with concern, recalling how Jiraiya had rushed over, weeping and lamenting earlier, only to return looking utterly despondent. Chapter 65. The Akatsuki dissolved? Are those individuals truly your students, my disciples? Saratobi Hiruzen exclaimed with excitement. At your age, you still seek to take advantage. Jiraiya replied, feeling a bit ashamed. Your disciple is indeed my grandson. What is wrong with that? Have I said anything amiss? Saratobi looked at Jiraiya as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yes, you are absolutely right. Jiraiya turned away, attempting to avoid Saratobi's gaze, only to find Hashirama Senju and Sasuke observing him with bemused expressions, while Tsunade's countenance darkened. Ahem, Naruto, I just remembered I have something to discuss with you. Jiraiya awkwardly shifted the topic. Huh, perverted sage, what do you need? Naruto inquired, confused, wondering if it pertained to their earlier discussions of Jiraiya's unconscious state. Cough. I wish to know if, just now, it was indeed Sasuke who voluntarily dispelled the illusion, allowing me to emerge? Jiraiya asked, his face flushed with embarrassment. Of course. It was that old hag who reminded him. Otherwise, Sasuke might have forgotten entirely. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Are you certain? Sasuke showed no adverse reactions. Jiraiya pressed, unwilling to relent. No, aside from a brief moment of bleeding from his eyes, he displayed no discomfort afterward. Naruto pondered. All is well, Jiraiya mused, casting a long glance in Sasuke's direction, gaining a deeper understanding of their current situation. Meanwhile, outside, onlookers began to speculate about the Akatsuki's recent developments. Do you think they are merely putting on a show? I find it plausible. Such a large organization wouldn't dissolve simply due to a couple of remarks. They must have been intimidated by the presence of Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, prompting their sudden disbandment. I suspect they are attempting to deceive us. Opinions varied widely regarding the Akatsuki's dispersal. Yet, within the Akatsuki, a sense of camaraderie prevailed as Hirohiko placed his left hand on Konan's head and his right on Nagato's, reminiscent of their past together. Kisame glanced quizzically at Itachi, pondering why his companion chose to remain in this dull organization despite the perfect opportunity to depart. At that moment, Itachi was engrossed in contemplating a matter of immense importance concerning countless lives. Keep a close watch on them. We must not overlook a single one of them. This was proposed by Inoki, with Saratobi Hiruzen voicing his agreement for the first time. In the face of significant issues, the two leaders found common ground. Presently, due to internal strife within the Akatsuki, the situation had shifted from a tripartite stalemate to an awkward standoff among various factions. Each ninja village dispatching their elite forces against the now dispersed Akatsuki members. Madara, do you think they have truly separated? Black Zetsu inquired. I have observed that Pain has intentionally distanced himself from me since Obito acquired the Rinnegan. While it is one thing to target Obito, to exclude me as well is rather disheartening, Black Zetsu lamented, explaining to Uchiha Madara the significant events that had transpired in the Akatsuki during his absence. Humph. A bunch of inept fools. Time has passed, and they have yet to even manage the tailed beasts, let alone resurrect me. Nagato and that Obito are truly squandering their potential. Madara expressed his frustration. But what does it matter if they gather or disperse? They are merely a collection of inconsequential individuals. Once I am free, I alone shall possess the Rinnegan, Madara declared with an air of dominance. What a headache. Are you certain you will not return? Obito approached Deidara and Sasori with a playful demeanor. Out there, we may not be your match, but here, I possess countless ways to ensure we perish together, Sasori retorted, drawing strings that summoned numerous puppets. Sasori, alas, sighed an elderly figure from Sunagakure, watching the confrontation unfold. I was merely jesting. Obito turned his gaze to Deidara, who hastily waved his hands. Wait. I only pursue art. What you seek is devoid of artistry. Very well, Obito feigned disappointment as he moved away from the two. Kisame, Haiden, do not seek me out. I am preoccupied. I have acquired gold. Obito similarly approached other departing members, but each declined his request to rejoin, leaving him feigning regret while secretly reveling in joy. At this moment, he approached the remaining members of the Akatsuki. Who is that masked man? Hirohiko inquired, glancing at Obito while subtly nodding towards Nagato. Uchiha Obito, a former teammate of Kakashi who heroically sacrificed himself to save him during a battle, Itachi softly explained. Itachi had initially intended to leave the Akatsuki alongside Kisame. But upon noticing Saratobi Hiruzen signaling him, he reluctantly chose to remain and observe, waiting for an opportunity to return to Konoha. Heroically sacrificed? A feigned death? Hirohiko mused, his eyes glinting with curiosity as he scrutinized the Beto. Hello, everyone. Do not be anxious. We are all members of the Akatsuki organization, are we not? The voice emanating from beneath Tobi's mask was remarkably cheerful. I suspect you wish to join us once we exit, only to swiftly eliminate us, Nagato remarked, as the 5 paths of pain encircled Tobi. Nagato's deduction was not incorrect. Currently, only he and Tobi possessed the Rinnegan, and the key to realizing that beautiful world, which only Rin inhabited, hinged upon the Rinnegan. Even if Nagato was unaware of this secret now, there was a risk that it might be revealed in subsequent footage. Thus, Tobi chose to act preemptively. Although Uchiha Madara posed a greater threat in Tobi's mind than Nagato, an ailing Nagato was far easier to confront than a Madara without his eyes. Once outside, he could restrain Itachi and then launch a full-on assault against Nagato. Unfortunately, Tobi was oblivious to the dire consequences he would face by confronting Nagato and the others in his current state. Chapter 66. An opportunity awaits. Welcome home. Hirohiko greeted with an innocent smile, signaling to Nagato. The 4 paths of pain maintained their tight confinement around Tobi, rendering him nearly immobile. While the Hell Path stood guard between Hirohiko's group and Tobi, effectively isolating the two parties. The remaining 4 paths of pain were poised to resurrect at any moment from the Hell Path. Nagato, you are becoming increasingly formidable, Hirohiko remarked with satisfaction. Now, everyone, regardless of your individual motives, we face a foe far more powerful and formidable than Hanzo the Salamander. I hope each of you can share your abilities with me so that I may formulate our strategy for the impending battle, Hirohiko stated earnestly. Conan, let us start with you, he continued. In fact, I have prepared a grand gift for him, provided you can either hold him off or lure him in a specific direction. Conan spoke softly. Once we exit, we can simply overwhelm him together, can't we? Kisame said seriously. No, if that is the case, you may all perish. You could be blown to bits. Conan's expression turned grave, and Itachi instantly felt a sense of foreboding. In their past missions, they had earned considerable wealth from assassinations, yet the organization lacked even a comfortable secret base. They were forced to endure hardships without even 2 changes of clothes. It seemed they had begun to fracture. Inoki gazed quizzically at the Akatsuki members' actions before turning to the somewhat uneasy Jiraiya, asking, Did you do this? No, it was my apprentice. Jiraiya waved his hand, harboring a bold conjecture that required validation, while contemplating objectives and methods. Initially, when everyone entered the space, their chakra was remarkably vigorous. Following Sasuke's infractions, however, everyone experienced a limitation on their chakra, and the ensuing conflict with the Akatsuki revealed the system's might. Subsequently, the clashes involving Uchiha Mikoto and Danzo, along with the confrontations between the Akatsuki and the wood clone of Hashirama, made it abundantly clear that the system could annihilate a significant number of Kage-level shinobi. From that point onward, it appeared that aside from those who received rewards, others struggled to mobilize their chakra or were severely constrained. Even Rashi could merely levitate himself a single person's height, while Sasuke managed to trap himself in a genjutsu for at least a quarter of an hour. Why is that scene not playing anymore? Naruto mused, searching for the footage, only to find a black screen. Perhaps the footage has concluded. A voice, both strange and somewhat familiar, came from behind Naruto, who felt as though he had been electrocuted and dared not turn around. What's wrong? Do you not wish to see me, Naruto? Minato, the 4th Hokage, gently embraced his son, whom he had not seen in nearly a decade. Father. Naruto turned around, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Previously, within the space, he had known his parents were mere phantoms, managing to suppress his emotions. But now that his father had truly reappeared before him, he could no longer hold back. Minato, how did you come back to life? Jiraiya remarked with astonishment. Old teacher. Kakashi's gaze also became misty, the long-buried heart within him beginning to ache. Naruto, you have endured much these years. Minato held his child tightly, completely unaware of Naruto's current circumstances, yet he could sense the quiet presence of the Nine Tails within him. Our Naruto has become the perfect Jinchuriki. Minato affectionately patted Naruto's forehead. Mother, I am quite impressive too, aren't I? Sasuke said, a hint of jealousy in his voice as he embraced Uchiha Mikoto. Indeed, our Sasuke is the most formidable. Mikoto replied, her heart filled with pride as she held her son, yet her gaze toward Naruto carried a trace of sorrow and emotion. Minato, cough. You have returned. Hiruzen Saratobi said, his expression somewhat awkward. Yes, Lord Third, I have returned. Minato declared with great confidence, his aura no longer subdued. After experiencing life and death, Minato's outlook had undergone a profound transformation. Meanwhile, Hiruzen's expression appeared quite peculiar. With Minato's resurrection, Konoha had gained another formidable ally. While Minato's renown may not rival that of the first Hokage, nor his strength compare, he had undeniably etched an indelible mark in the hearts of the existing shinobi of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. However, Hiruzen was acutely aware of how he had treated Naruto, and he was most cognizant of the burden he had accepted in safeguarding the boy. Even now, should any villager voice their disdain for the fourth Hokage or lament the situation, Hiruzen would be instantly condemned. Clear the noise. Hiruzen signaled to Narashikaku, then swiftly approached Minato. What do you intend to do? Tsunade interjected, blocking Narashikaku from issuing orders to the Umbu. Lady Tsunade, I wish to speak with my son. As the fifth Hokage, I command you not to proceed. Tsunade asserted with authority. Lady Tsunade, you are not yet the fifth Hokage, and even a Hokage cannot impede a parent from seeking their child. The Hokage possesses no such power. Narashikaku replied softly. From the moment I became the fifth Hokage, I have had that power. If you proceed now, either I will renounce my position, or I shall ensure that I target the Nara clan daily, Tsunade boldly declared. Previously, when Hiruzen and Hashirama had conspired to place her in the Hokage position, she had long contemplated how to retaliate. Observing Hiruzen's peculiar reaction to Minato's appearance, she surmised the situation, recognizing this as an opportune moment for vengeance. Why is the fourth Hokage embracing the Nine Tails? How could this be? Does the fourth Hokage intend to use his love to tame that beast? Fourth Hokage, do not trust that fox. Eliminate it. Avenge those who perished. The villagers of Konoha were fervently agitated, eager to return to the scene and instruct Minato on how to defeat the creature they despised. Chapter 67. Hiruzen Saratobi's Dilemma. Lady Tsunade, regarding Naruto. Narashikaku looked at her, uncertain. If this step led to failure, Hiruzen would not unleash his wrath upon Tsunade. Rather, he would undoubtedly undermine Shikaku in the shadows. How is it that now, when the old man feels embarrassed, you all rush to his aid? Where were you when Naruto suffered such harm? Tsunade said disdainfully. Narashikaku, witnessing the situation, had no choice but to step back. Did I allow you to leave? Tsunade said with a mischievous smile, blocking his path. Lady Tsunade, I will no longer interfere in this matter. Narashikaku raised his hands toward her. I now command you, in my capacity as the fifth Hokage, to stay here and analyze the situation with me. Tsunade replied indifferently. Narashikaku looked at her helplessly. Fighting was futile. Not only was there no chance of victory, but Tsunade was also the fifth Hokage. In terms of strength, background, and influence, the Nara clan could not compete with her alone. From this moment onward, Konoha has changed. Narashikaku lamented inwardly. As Tsunade and Narashikaku were entangled in their exchange, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Saratobi, remarked, It has been a long time, Minato. The significance of his words was not lost on Namake's Minato, who recalled all that had transpired. If time could turn back, Minato would have heeded his wife's advice and not rushed out at the first moment. This way, his child would not have endured so much suffering and misunderstanding over the years. Minato, listen to me, Hiruzen began, but Minato interrupted with a wave of his hand, signaling he understood. Naruto, I happen to have something to tell you, Hiruzen said, turning his attention to Naruto. However, Minato saw through Hiruzen's intentions and denied him any opportunity to speak. Minato, you have truly misunderstood me, Hiruzen said earnestly. Did I wrong you? Misunderstand you? How could I? Esteemed third Hokage, are you implying that you did this to protect my son, Naruto? Should I be grateful to you for taking such good care of him? Minato retorted, anger bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Minato, please hear me out. The situation at that time Hiruzen attempted to explain. Oh, besides you, does anyone else know Naruto's true identity? Does anyone else know he is a Jinchuriki? That little guy is also a Jinchuriki, yet why have we never heard of his name? Minato pressed. Hiruzen fell silent. realizing the truth in Minato's words. Indeed, in Sunagakure, there was only one-tailed beast, and Gaara, as a Jinchuriki, was not well known. Has he encountered assassination attempts? Has Killer Bee faced any threats? Other Jinchuriki from various villages have faced countless dangers, yet it seems Konoha is terrified of anyone knowing my son is a Jinchuriki. If you spread the word, then fine, but does the village even know he is the son of the fourth Hokage? Minato's words detonated like a bomb among the crowd in Konoha. The Nine Tails, the Nine Tails? The Hokage's son? The Hokage was killed by his own son? The villagers were thrown into confusion. Many children and villagers hurled insults at Naruto, even resorting to violence against him. Despite not targeting Naruto directly, they made it a point to isolate him, and officially sanctioned. The person treated this way was the son of the Hokage. Old man Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Minato, he began, pleading on Hiruzen's behalf. Master, you named Naruto. After his birth, did you visit him? Minato gazed at Jiraiya with pain in his eyes. Even though he knew the answer, he still wanted to ask why everyone treated Naruto this way. Villagers might be swayed by Hiruzen's words, but would his own master be so easily deceived? Minato longed for an explanation from Jiraiya. Even a superficial one would suffice. No, I was searching for the child of destiny, Jiraiya said, his heart heavy with sorrow. The death of his student and his failure to see the boy he named brought him great pain. Just like when he left Konoha to search for the child of destiny. Upon his return, Tsunade had already departed, and Orochimaru had turned rogue. Jiraiya had to pack his bags again and embark on the journey to find his companions, losing his most promising student in the process. Have you found the child of destiny? Minato asked, his spirit deflated. It is he. Jiraiya pointed firmly at Naruto. I believe he will change the future of the ninja world. He will achieve everything he has claimed. This marked Jiraiya's first public praise and acknowledgement of Naruto. Pervy Sage, do you truly believe that? Naruto asked, somewhat agitated. Of course. Just look at whose student you are. Jiraiya laughed heartily, attempting to shift the topic. However, Minato, amidst their jovial banter, approached Hiruzen with a determined stride. Third Hokage, some matters are better addressed openly before everyone. Minato's gaze was sharp as he focused on Hiruzen. Actually, it was like this. I hired a nanny who does not particularly like children to toughen Naruto's resilience. To prevent him from being led astray by the village's mischievous children, I specifically instructed them not to play with Naruto, but unexpectedly, they incited others to exclude him as well. This was unforeseen on my part, Hiruzen explained apologetically. Is this what you think I am concerned about, third Hokage? Minato pressed, advancing with a steely resolve. Chapter 68, The Nine Tails? I never said that. In fact, many matters can be explained, Hiruzen replied, somewhat reluctantly. Go on, I am listening. Minato's expression was one of cold amusement as he regarded Hiruzen. The events unfolded like this. After I took Naruto in my arms, I quickly ordered the Umbu to seal off all information regarding the situation. You know how urgent it was, so I convened a high-level meeting in Konoha. At this point, Hiruzen's expression became somewhat uneasy. After discussions with the advisory council, it was decided to conceal Naruto's identity as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, Danzo vehemently opposed it. He argued that at that moment, the Wagakure and Kumogakure, and even Sunagakure, were all watching Konoha. If people believed the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had vanished, or that the Nine Tails had disappeared again, it would not bode well for Konoha. So you decided to cast Naruto aside? Minato sneered. During his own time as Hokage, Hiruzen had used a similar flimsy excuse to expel him from the Hokage office, while secretly manipulating the power of Hokage. No, it wasn't he casting him aside. It was a form of protection. During the Third Great Ninja War, you were infamous, with countless enemies. Given Naruto's unique identity, if we didn't take the opposite approach and protect him, his life would be in jeopardy, Hiruzen declared, feigning earnestness. So Naruto was nearly choked to death by a nanny and isolated by the entire village? Even the refrigerator is filled with various expired milk? Sometimes there is barely enough food to eat. No one dares to sell him anything. He resides in a dilapidated unit within a crumbling building. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, scoffed coldly. Despite Minato's humble beginnings, the subsidies that Naruto receives monthly from Saratobi Hiruzen, just enough for survival, equate to what Minato had as pocket money each day. Moreover, during his youth, even though Minato belonged to a lesser-known clan of commoners, he never faced discrimination or disdain in Konoha, let alone being isolated like Naruto. At this moment, the villagers of Konoha had begun to grasp the situation. They trusted the words of the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, for his statements were deemed the most credible at that time. Now that the parties involved had emerged, who would dare to speak further? The crowd once believed in Hiruzen's words, isolating Naruto as though he were a demon fox. This behavior stemmed merely from the tacit approval of the authorities, compounded by the villagers' animosity towards the Nine Tails, blaming it for the destruction of their village and the death of the fourth Hokage. Similarly, their deeper resentment was directed at their own weakness, which explained why many felt panic when retaliating against Naruto. The third Hokage. How could I have ever imagined the truth would unfold in such a manner? How dare he, as a Hokage, to commit such acts is truly abhorrent. Does he not feel a pang of conscience? The villagers noted how the Saratobi clan had prospered over the years, occupying the prime locations and operating the finest shops. This village of Konoha should be renamed Saratobi Village. Unlike previous notions, where Hiruzen's reputation as Hokage was largely positive, the current sentiment had shifted drastically, and this time, it appeared to be far from a good thing. Meanwhile, not only did the crowd outside erupt, but those inside, whether from Konoha or other villages, including the members of the Akatsuki who had just caused a ruckus, were captivated by the unfolding drama. The dissenting voices among the Umbu were notably the loudest, not discussing Hiruzen's faults or the rights and wrongs of the situation. However, many commands from Hiruzen regarding Naruto had begun to sow deep-seated doubts within the hearts of the Umbu regarding the village they revered and the Hokage they admired. This distinction between the Umbu and root lies in the Umbu's allegiance to the village, bolstered by their own strength and Hiruzen's cunning rhetoric that had afforded them their considerable power and influence. In contrast, the root had been brainwashed by Danzo, reduced to mere tools marked by cursed seals. What are you fools doing? Asuma glared angrily at the restless ninjas. Asuma, calm down, don't act rashly. Kakashi quickly intervened, fearing that Asuma might take an irrational step. Kakashi, I do not care how much your strength has grown, as long as someone distorts the truth. I will not let them go. I will not permit anyone to tarnish Konoha, nor to dishonor my family. Asuma's gaze towards Kakashi was filled with envy. And what if the one tarnishing the village is the third Hokage? What if the parasite of Konoha is the Saratobi clan? Kakashi replied expressionlessly. You're courting death, Kakashi. Asuma shouted angrily, charging at Kakashi. In the following moment, Asuma and Hiruzen engaged in battle. Initially, Kakashi subdued Asuma, but soon the clash became evenly matched, with neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the likes of Anko and Kurenai cheered for Asuma, urging him on. Humph! Kakashi shook his head helplessly and walked past Asuma, leaving him standing there like a fool, casting various jutsu at the non-existent Kakashi. Kakashi, do not go too far. Third Hokage, I am merely disciplining him on your behalf. So many eyes are upon us. He is embarrassing Konoha. Kakashi retorted with authority. In that moment, Kakashi fought not just for Naruto, but for himself. Third Hokage, our matter is far from resolved. Minato pressed on, continuing to question Hiruzen, who retreated step by step under Minato's gaze until he had nowhere left to go. Is Naruto truly the son of the Nine Tails, the so-called demon fox? Naruto has never been a demon fox. Konoha has never proclaimed the Nine Tails to be one, nor has it disseminated such information about Naruto. Hiruzen replied, a look of regret etched across his face. Does the third Hokage imply that this tragedy arose from the villagers' misunderstandings? Minato narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Hiruzen. No, it has nothing to do with the villagers. Naruto is innocent. The fault lies with me for listening to Danzo, causing Naruto to suffer for so many years. Naruto, I am deeply sorry. Hiruzen lamented, his expression filled with guilt, while Minato's demeanor darkened. I regarded you as a mentor, yet you wish to act as my father? Where is Danzo? I demand to see him. Minato's tone shifted. He was aware of Danzo's involvement in many of Hiruzen's decisions, often lurking in the shadows, manipulating events. However, Danzo was a principled man. Until the truth was revealed, he would deny everything. But once exposed, Danzo would hastily excuse himself with claims of acting for the village. Generally, Danzo would not take the blame. He detested being a scapegoat, preferring to sell his comrades rather than bear the burden of guilt without sufficient incentive. He has fainted, Hiruzen signaled, and Danzo along with his confidants appeared before Minato. Cough, cough. Hiruzen cleared his throat, and the Umbu once again surrounded Danzo and his entourage, obscuring them from view. At this moment, even though the Konoha ninjas felt discomfort or an indescribable sensation, No one stepped forward to argue for Naruto. Previously, due to time constraints, Hiruzen and Nara Shikaku had directly discussed relaying certain messages to the village's ninjas. The number of commoners far exceeded that of ninjas, making it impractical to notify everyone. It was wiser to inform the ninjas, as every household had relatives, neighbors, or acquaintances who were ninjas. This way, the information could spread rapidly through trusted connections, far more effectively than a public announcement. Third Hokage, does this count as unverifiable? Minato, initially skeptical of Danzo's feigned ignorance, keenly observed the rising tension among Danzo's companions as they began to disappear from view. This was no joke. Danzo was under house arrest. I assure you, regarding Naruto, I will provide you with a satisfactory answer. Furthermore, I pledge to make amends for the mistakes I made in the past, Hiruzen declared, gazing earnestly at the ninjas of Konoha. Compensation? With inadequate food and clothing? In truth, I intentionally provided Naruto with insufficient living expenses, as I was preoccupied with village affairs and could not trust others. Thus, I consistently allotted him a meager amount, saving the rest. Over the years, I have amassed a considerable sum of money and made plans regarding the matter of housing. Naruto is still quite young, and possessing excessive wealth and property may not be prudent. It could lead to undesirable habits akin to Tsunade's, making him a target for ill-intentioned individuals. If Konoha were to produce another major lamb for the slaughter, how would I face my teacher? Saratobi Hiruzen expressed with heartfelt emotion. I felt somewhat affronted as Senju Hashirama and Tsunade, his granddaughter, cast icy glances at Saratobi Hiruzen. At that moment, even under their watchful stares, Saratobi Hiruzen had no choice but to press on, knowing that the worst he might face was a brief reprimand or some financial reparation. However, if this matter was not handled appropriately, the losses incurred by both himself and the entire Saratobi clan would be immeasurable. I have already prepared a house for Naruto, including funds for his future bride. You know how much you earn each month. Every penny has been saved for him and untouched over the years. Saratobi Hiruzen winked at Minato Namikaze. So that is how it is. I suspected as much. The third Hokage's intentions are indeed commendable. I had already perceived that the third Hokage is training Naruto. Indeed. As Saratobi Hiruzen unleashed his financial prowess, Minato Namikaze fell into a brief silence. Although he sensed that Saratobi Hiruzen might still be exaggerating, his words were not without merit. What about the house and money? Minato Namikaze posed the crucial question. Right here in Konoha. Upon returning, you and your son can move in immediately. Saratobi Hiruzen replied earnestly. My goodness, old monkey, you are truly shameless. You claim to be saving for others while you're the one hoarding the money. Naruto, come to our Wagakure. I assure you will not be served expired milk. All expenses in the Mist Village will be covered by the village, and you can specify the type of house you desire. We will send people to construct a building according to your vision. Inoki rushed forward, addressing Naruto. Exactly. How could I forget? In my capacity as the third Tsuchikage, I hereby invite you to be our village's guiding instructor. You will solely be responsible for the students' ninjutsu difficulties, and the salary and housing conditions are entirely negotiable. Of course, I assure you that you will not have to fight for a Wagakure. Inoki excitedly grasped the hands of Minato Namikaze and Naruto. At this moment, Minato Namikaze cast a calm, unperturbed gaze at Saratobi Hiruzen. Silence spoke volumes. Regardless of what the Mist Village offers, Konoha will provide even more generous conditions. Saratobi Hiruzen retorted darkly. A monthly remuneration of 200,000, with a minimum requirement of instructing 3 students. If the number of students meets the criteria by the year's end, we shall provide an additional bonus of 500,000. What say you, old monkey? If you can offer a higher compensation, I shall withdraw. If not, then cease your clamoring. Hasn't he already sacrificed for Konoha once? Shouldn't he be allowed to make his own choice again? Inoki regarded Saratobi Hiruzen with a playful glint in his eye. 200,000. With an annual bonus of 500,000, all village expenses will be reimbursed. You merely need to assist Lord Hashirama in instructing students. The housing matter can be discussed in detail, Saratobi Hiruzen said after a moment of silence. This was already the best offer he could extend. The money that Naruto rightfully deserved had long been squandered by Saratobi Hiruzen, and now he needed to fill a significant gap while swiftly securing a suitable residence for Naruto in Konoha. Furthermore, he had to ensure that Minato Namikaze, who would not be venturing out, received a salary befitting a high-ranking mission. Most crucially, the salary for Minato, who would assist Senju Hashirama, was already 200,000. It was unlikely that Hashirama's remuneration would be any less. Chapter 70. Do I not deserve it? What about you? Inoki turned to look at Mei-Terumi, Rashi, and the ever-disinterested Killer Bee. I will offer 310,000. It is an honor to meet the 4th Hokage. You need only remain in the Mist Village. If you are willing, it would be even better if you could guide the students in their training. If you have no desire to do so, that is acceptable as well. However, should you wish to leave the Mist Village, please inform us in advance. Mei-Terumi said with a calm demeanor. Her enhanced strength made her unafraid of any of the 5 Kage, be they those in the picture or the ones standing before her, including Minato Namikaze. Minato had only just arrived, and Mei-Terumi doubted he could prepare the necessary marks for the Flying Thunder God technique in such a short period. Moreover, Minato had never been to the battlefield in the Mist Village. This matter does not concern me. Minato Namikaze waved his hand dismissively. I will add 2 shops for you to manage, and we will cover the initial expenses without charging any rent. We will take 30% of the profits. And if there are losses, we will bear all the costs. Inoki seized the opportunity. Well, the Mist Village will send 10 ships, with Minato Namikaze overseeing the goods while our village's Umbu will handle the protection. Profits will be yours to manage, but the Mist Village will provide ample convenience. Mei-Terumi contemplated for a moment before responding. The Mist Village relies on water, but its geographical location and resources are rather remote. Sending ships to Minato Namikaze poses no disadvantage for the Mist Village. 10 ships for external trade, and privately, I can negotiate with Minato about adding 2 more ships. The combination of truth and deception, along with Minato Namikaze's reputation and the Umbu's numbers, should suffice to intimidate any rogues at sea. This will significantly enhance the Mist Village's future economic transactions. Naturally, witnessing Konoha's struggles would be all the more beneficial for the Mist Village. Don't look at me. I want to be participating, Rashi promptly stated, sensing Inoki's curious gaze. The Sunagakure is likely solidifying its position as the weakest of the 5 great villages. This is a battle between titans, and I have no need to involve myself. I'm not concerned with money, Killer Bee succinctly declared. He values strength, but is no fool. The 2 who once clashed on the battlefield now finding themselves together could only be seen as openly harboring a Konoha spy. Regrettably, these are the conditions Iwagakure can offer. You may consider them, Inoki said thoughtfully to Minato Namikaze. He had initially hoped to approach Naruto, but given Naruto's talents, it seems that only he could suppress him. Even Inoki himself felt uncertain about whether he could contain him now. The conditions are indeed generous. Minato Namikaze regarded Saratobi Hiruzen with a bemused smile. Afayade. The house you once resided in, a monthly salary of 200,000. These are the terms Konoha can offer. Saratobi Hiruzen replied expressionlessly. Without comparison, there can be no disappointment, wouldn't you agree? First Hokage? Minato Namikaze smiled at Senju Hashirama. Indeed, monkey, you are truly stingy. They sacrificed their lives for Konoha, and yet you cannot even ensure the well-being of their child. And now, you are unwilling to pay even a modicum of interest? Even a little dwarf would manage better than you. If they seek revenge, I wonder what means you possess to stop them? Senju Hashirama remarked with disdain. Although Minato Namikaze may not have been considered a worthy opponent in Hashirama's eyes, his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, which surpassed that of his brother, was indisputable. Provided he familiarized himself with the surroundings and set up the Flying Thunder God seals, neither Saratobi Hiruzen nor even Hashirama himself would relish the confrontation. I shall not engage in the act of bullying the weak or disrespecting the elderly, the first Hokage. Minato Namikaze replied with a hint of reluctance. The words spoken by Minato Namikaze reached Saratobi Hiruzen's ears, evoking a different sentiment. Thank you all. I will surely visit the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Rock Village when the opportunity arises, he stated, representing his individual intent. Minato ceased to jest with Hiruzen and turned to express goodwill towards Inoki and Terumi Mei. For Minato, no matter how alluring the temptations presented, it was futile. The crux of the matter lay with Naruto. Only in Naruto's presence would Minato contemplate such matters. As Naruto's strength grew, Minato realized it was time to devise alternative plans. His earlier life had been dedicated to gaining strength through study, followed by relentless battles on the battlefield, ultimately leading him to become the most beleaguered Hokage. Halfway through answering, please make a wish. The system's interface appeared before Naruto, who looked joyfully at his father. He then clasped his hands together as if in prayer and voiced his desire. Revive my mother. In the next instant, Kushina Uzumaki materialized beside Minato. Just as Minato had once appeared behind Naruto. Dad, Mom. Naruto rushed forward, embracing his parents. Unlike their previous reunion in front of the Nine Tails, this time, the three of them were genuinely united. Mikoto Uchiha gazed at Naruto's family with a complex expression, her eyes filled with both comfort and a fleeting sadness. It's all right, Mom. I can also make a wish once I answer correctly, Sasuke reassured Mikoto with a determined gaze. Halfway through answering, advancing to the next stage. As the system's voice resonated, the terrain beneath the participants began to shift. Those watching from outside beheld the representatives of the 5 great villages being accurately divided into 5 teams, while the previously dispersed members of the Akatsuki were now organized into 2 teams. The Daime were assigned to their corresponding ninja villages. Round 1, Answering Competition. Each village may send representatives to engage in chaotic combat. The arena will gradually shrink over time, and the last remaining individuals will be declared the victors. The first to be eliminated will lose their answering rights, and the order of elimination will determine the sequence of answers. Additional reward for the first round, Lost Rogue Ninja. In the next moment, Kakazu, Haiden, Kisame, Sasori, and Deidara were labeled as Lost Rogue Ninjas, while Madara Uchiha, Kagaya Tsutsuki, Obito Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Pain, Konan, and Hirohiko remained as representatives of the Akatsuki. Why, Mr. Itachi? Kisame pondered, bewildered. As he had always acted alongside Itachi in missions and tasks, how could he be deemed a rogue while Itachi was not? Chapter 72. If you can, step up. This arena is indeed vast. How do you suppose it will shrink? I believe I can take the stage, provided those 3 don't participate. We should target that group first. Various factions began their discussions, but as time passed, they silently resolved to focus on the Akatsuki. Naruto, will you participate? Saratobi Hiruzen approached with a look of reluctance, sensing that Naruto had become far stronger than Jiraiya after his recent power-up. You despicable monkey, dare you threaten my son Naruto? Go perish. Kushina Uzumaki exploded with rage, her red hair igniting like fire, her overwhelming aura overshadowing everyone present. Calm down, dear. Minato hastily intervened to quell Kushina's fury. Previously, Sasuke had been suppressed merely by Hiruzen's malevolent glare, and Kushina's hatred was certainly no less intense. Yet, curiously, neither Kushina nor Hiruzen felt any pressure at that moment. Hirohiko. A glance from Nagato prompted the other 5 paths of pain to instantaneously shield the 3 from harm, while Hirohiko was sheltered behind Konan and Nagato. Itachi keenly sensed something amiss in the atmosphere and subtly distanced himself from the group. Are there no restrictions? Madara Uchiha inquired with intrigue. If so, let's play. Without further ado, Madara stepped into the arena, and his name appeared before the Akatsuki representatives. In that case, I shall take the stage. Hashirama Senju began to stretch his limbs. Lord Wind Shadow, we will surely win with you soaring above. Yes, Lord Wind Shadow, go for it. As Raza heard the villagers cheer for him, a growing discomfort settled in his heart. The 3 individuals he most wished to avoid were now all present. Everyone, be quiet. We will pass this round. Raza stated expressionlessly. Why? We cannot concede so easily, Lord Wind Shadow. The disgruntled shouts arose from the representatives of Sunagakure. Whoever is called. Step up. Raza cast a cold glance at the group and then walked aside, refusing to partake in an endeavor that could lead to disgrace. Just as the masked man had said, the Rinnegan shown in the video could very well be obtained here, so if he were to fail, it might also be here. With the rules undefined, let the formidable ones run wild. What a coward, Noki regarded Raza with sympathy. Kuratsuchi, you go, set an example for everyone. Noki commanded without looking back. Lord Tsuchikage, my opponent is the first Hokage. Are you not sending me to my demise? Enough, Kuratsuchi, I am greatly disappointed. Our primary objective is to thwart the Akatsuki's progress, is it not? They have dispatched their mightiest warrior, Madara Uchiha. Soon, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, will engage him. Correct? Yes, that is true, but what? We must be strategic. At that moment, you and another individual will join forces to eliminate Madara Uchiha, and then, you understand, right? Noki hinted at Terumi Mei. Understood. Kuratsuchi reluctantly accepted her role. Step aside, Hashirama. Madara Uchiha roared, only to immediately realize something was amiss. At that moment, Madara was engulfed in a brilliant white glow, his long white robe reminiscent of Obito's attire. What is happening? Hashirama Senju observed Madara with confusion, as Madara seemed to have experienced an immense enhancement. I have not fought in quite some time. Hashirama, brimming with fighting spirit, charged into the arena, and his body began to undergo transformation. Hashirama's sage body erupted uncontrollably, and the chakra he radiated was far more powerful than during their battle at the Valley of the End. This power is formidable. Hashirama inhaled deeply, acutely sensing the changes within him. Shall we familiarize ourselves first? Madara raised an eyebrow. Let us go. Hashirama nodded, and in the next instant, the two of them surged forward, engaging in a purely physical confrontation to gauge their internal strength. Contrary to expectations, while it appeared they were locked in fierce combat, neither could make contact with the other. No matter how much strength they exerted, they could not penetrate the invisible barriers separating them. Would you like to enter the arena? This prompt appeared simultaneously before Raza, Terumi Mei, Noki, and Kuratsuchi. Noki felt a twinge of anxiety. If Madara's previous state was manageable, the current Madara and Hashirama might resolve their battle swiftly. However, if it turned into a protracted struggle, Kuratsuchi could evade briefly, but she could not hide forever. As the arena continued to shrink, Kuratsuchi would ultimately have to confront Madara and Hashirama, which could lead to dire consequences. Let us pass. Kuratsuchi glanced nervously at Madara and Hashirama in the arena. Pass. Raza was the most decisive among them. Pass. We believe that the matters of the previous generation should not concern us, the younger generation. Mei said with a hint of dissatisfaction. The two elders truly possess remarkable vitality. Why aren't you participating, big brother? Answering questions is meant to enhance our abilities while we are alive. I certainly do not wish to risk my life for a mere qualification. I have already suffered enough humiliation. AI helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. At the moment the participants were reassigned, AI awakened, and the events that had transpired were abruptly imprinted in his mind by the system. Dad, the first Hokage is even stronger than before. Indeed, Naruto, you must continue to strive to surpass all the Hokages. Minato lovingly ruffled Naruto's hair. Minato felt guilt for not being part of Naruto's childhood and for failing to fulfill his role as a father. Yet he felt an immense pride in Naruto's growth and strength. What child at this age possesses such power? Among his peers, Naruto could likely defeat 10 Hashiramas. Hisashi, you're being unfair to me. Danzo had also awakened, just like AI. How many members are there in the Nara clan? If you truly feel aggrieved, go and confront them. Saratobi Hiruzen said nonchalantly. Humph, Danzo snorted. In the face of absolute interests, he was a despicable and shameless individual. While in the presence of undeniable strength, he was a remarkably astute man. Danzo valued his life more than Hiruzen. After all, he had once fantasized about outliving Hiruzen to seize power. Watching Danzo leave in indignation, Hiruzen chose not to say more, and at that moment, everyone's attention shifted once more. Chapter 73 would release. The match begins. The victors may select one teammate, and the winners of the next round may bring two participants. Teammates must compete. As the system's voice echoed, the arena where Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha stood expanded, and the scene became increasingly vivid. However, as both began to engage, the surroundings rapidly constricted inward. Hashirama, I have waited far too long for this moment. Madara's eyes gleamed with the unique radiance of the Rinnegan. Come on, unleash your strength. Hashirama emanated an almost violet substance of chakra, and Madara, too, earnestly exchanged blows with Hashirama using taijutsu. In an instant, the ground beneath them cracked dramatically, and their speeds escalated as the rhythm of their battle intensified, growing more powerful with each passing moment. Soon, they had fought from the center of the arena to the edges, nearing extinction. Dad, they are incredible. Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration. Dad, can you defeat them? Cough, cough. Ha, well look. Lord Hashirama and Madara have separated. Minato awkwardly explained the changes in the arena to Naruto, but fortunately, Naruto took his earlier question lightly, eagerly watching the unfolding battle. Isn't it amazing? Truly. Our Hokage is exceptional. The villagers of Konoha began a new round of boasting, driven by two reasons. First, he is their Hokage. If they do not support him, who will? Second, they had all placed bets on Hashirama's victory. Although the rules in the arena had changed, and even the battleground itself had transformed, The audience continued to adhere to the same rules, having invested in this match, and they could reclaim their points after the next round. Grandfather has grown stronger again, Tsunade murmured. After the two engaged in battle in that world, the continuously shrinking space had utterly collapsed from the center, leaving not a single intact stone on the ground. Now, let me demonstrate my new ability. Madara smiled slightly. In the next moment, Hashirama sensed someone rapidly approaching him, yet only Madara stood a mere 10 meters away. However, Madara showed no intention of moving. Regardless, Hashirama instinctively opted to retreat. After distancing himself from Madara, that ominous feeling vanished into thin air. What is this ability? Hashirama inquired solemnly. Do you feel it? This is the power of my Rinnegan. Madara replied with a light chuckle, and the next moment, he charged toward Hashirama. Accompanied by the Rinne rebirth. Wood release, violent pillar technique. Hashirama's right hand transformed into a massive branch, lunging at Madara. That won't he do? Madara laughed. And the previously sharp wood technique felt limp and weak upon contact with him, like a mere sapling, as this formidable attack inflicted no harm on Madara. Sage art, wood release, wood dragon technique. Hashirama clasped his hands together, no longer holding back. This enhanced wood dragon technique was inspired by rewards he had previously received. If this technique could thwart Madara's advance, then the real spectacle would follow. The massive wood dragon created an overwhelming sense of impact. If the previous wood dragon could suppress the 9 tails in a short span, this new one felt as if facing a rampaging tailed beast. However, even this powerful wood dragon was severed just before reaching Madara. Hashirama's expression turned grave. Previously, he had sensed danger instinctively. But now he could clearly understand that the dragon's disappearance was due to Madara's intervention. And this technique of Madara's was one he could not perceive. Two of you? Truly remarkable. Hashirama chuckled lightly. In the next moment, Hashirama once again distanced himself from Madara, and unbeknownst to them, they had returned to the edge. At this moment, the pace of the boundary's disappearance quickened, and just as the edge was about to vanish, Hashirama leaped into the air and struck at Madara. Sage art, would release, true thousand hands. A colossal Buddha, exponentially larger than the wood dragon, manifested in the arena, and at this moment, the battleground appeared less expansive before Hashirama's wood release. Now this is promising, Madara thought with delight. Previously, Hashirama's strongest technique had been augmented. Yet Madara was unaware of the extent of this enhancement, hence he had been continuously probing. In their earlier encounters, Madara gradually realized that ninjutsu had little effect on him. Moreover, the Sage Art Mode wood dragon technique could not harm him, and he devised a plan to bewilder Hashirama, allowing the other practitioner to sever the wood dragon. What a pity! Madara revealed a sinister smile. At this moment, he ceased to resist, confident that Hashirama would falter due to his technique's failure. Ultimately, victory would be his alone. Why isn't he defending? Perhaps he is afraid. Didn't you see how close that powerful technique came to defeating him? That must be it. I say he's just worried about losing face. Still, I can't help but wonder if he's lost his mind. If it were me, I would at least make an attempt to escape. You think you can outrun that? Didn't you see all those hands? The ninjas in the arena began to discuss the strength of the two, while the higher-ups from various ninja villages remained silently observant. For this was a battle unlike any they had witnessed before. From the Second Great Ninja War to the present, had there been individuals of the formidable caliber of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, the ninja world would have likely been unified long ago. At this moment, Hashirama gazed at Madara with a hint of bewilderment, yet, out of utmost respect for his adversary, he resolved to exert his full strength. In the next instant, the ground beneath Madara was obliterated, a vast cloud of dust enveloping the arena, and Madara vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 74, The Imbalanced Cloud Village Karabi. Has anyone from our Cloud Village ever answered the questions correctly? The younger generation looked upon Karabi with curiosity. No, I couldn't seize the opportunity either. Karabi replied with a hint of resignation. Those Leaf Village folks have undoubtedly attained an entirely different level of power. If possible, during the ensuing battles, let us strive for a semblance of balance among the various ninja villages. A murmuring AI stated calmly. Though Madara and the Akatsuki members are formidable foes. If the resolution of this matter simply results in a change of leadership, then the Rain Village would prefer to face total annihilation. All right, Karabi acquiesced quietly. Although his expression bore no trace of joy, his furrowed brow suggesting deep contemplation. Meanwhile, within the barrier, the two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, their relentless exchange threatening to obliterate the entire arena without the need for external forces to intervene. Look, that massive pit has vanished, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. How much time has passed? A quarter of an hour? Saratobi, Hiruzen, and the others regarded the restored pit with grave expressions. The reason for the area's restoration was due to its marginalization. The previously vanished region reformed, only to gradually fade away once more, and the rate of disappearance accelerated. With merely a quarter of an hour elapsed since the battle commenced, if this pace continued, the conflict would conclude well before an hour had passed. I must admit, you astonish me, Madara, Hashirama observed, as Madara began to utilize Inyang release, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Words are futile, let us engage in battle. That is precisely what I had in mind. Let us settle this with a single decisive strike. Both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama unleashed their most potent techniques simultaneously, holding nothing back, as a singular strike determined their fates. The arena erupted in blinding light, the resultant force obliterating the entire battlefield. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of the ensuing battle, until a victor was unequivocally determined, marginalization persisted, unimpeded in its relentless advance. Remarkable, Saratobi Hiruzen marveled, having recently enhanced his abilities. He had envisioned employing a combined five natures technique against Hashirama, pondering if he could last even 2 exchanges. However, it now seemed that if Hashirama were to unleash his full strength, the outcome was assured, should he withhold his power. Hiruzen feared he might be swept into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The first Hokage's grandeur remains undiminished. Namake's Minato remarked with admiration. Indeed, Dad. Uncle Hashirama's strength has significantly increased. Naruto exclaimed proudly to his father. Of course, just look at who his master is. Sasuke replied, a hint of pride in his demeanor, while simultaneously reflecting on his own father, whose smiles were few and far between. Tsunade, do not fret, Jiraiya gently reassured the anxious Tsunade. Fret? What do I have to worry about? My grandfather will surely smack. Before Tsunade could finish, Jiraiya swiftly covered her mouth, preventing her from uttering another word. Jiraiya, what do you mean by this? Tsunade glared at him, her anger palpable. Do not speak. I cannot trust your luck in gambling. Jiraiya responded with earnestness. For Tsunade, who invariably lost any wager, even a seemingly certain victory could be overturned by unforeseen circumstances. Had Tsunade refrained from making predictions, Jiraiya would have been left without any conjectures regarding the situation. Had Tsunade's previous forecast succeeded, Jiraiya would have simply consoled her. Humph. I have never lost a wager involving my life. Tsunade retorted defiantly. This is merely about securing a chance to answer a question. It is not a matter of life and death. Jiraiya replied, exasperated. Although the system did not explicitly state whether it involved life or death, it was merely an opportunity to answer a question, at least in Jiraiya's eyes. Is that so? Tsunade said, bewildered. Then why are they fighting so fiercely? Tsunade questioned, puzzled. They are sworn enemies. Individuals of their caliber in the ninja world are virtually non-existent. I would have no chance against either of them. Jiraiya affirmed sincerely. I believe, no? You do not believe. Jiraiya coldly interrupted Tsunade's speculations. Look, the barrier has opened. Kakashi was the first to notice the shift in the arena's dynamics. Although he could no longer discern the movements of the two combatants, he, along with Nagato and Obito, possessed the keenest perception of the battlefield's changes. Yet, they found themselves in a delicate situation, preoccupied with each other's presence rather than the ongoing skirmish. At that moment, nearly everyone held their breath, fixated on the center of the barrier, oblivious to the unfolding events within. First round victor, Uchiha Madara. The bystander will skip the next question. Will Konoha continue to send challengers? Akatsuki, please decide. Teammates and potential substitutions? The system's voice resonated, and Senju Hashirama returned to the side of the spectators. Appearing utterly exhausted, unable to maintain his sage mode, while Uchiha Madara stood as if unfazed. No substitutions. Let the Konoha folks continue to amuse me. You there, Naruto. If you have the guts, come down. Madara boldly called out, dismissing the previous rewards and choices. In the next moment, Kisame materialized beside Itachi. At the instant Madara rejected the offer, Itachi seized the opportunity to mention Kisame's name, while Nagato and Obito remained on guard against each other. Damn it. Watch me teach you a lesson. Naruto declared bravely, preparing to leap into the fray against Madara. Fool, do not go, even in his weakened state. Hashirama summoned every ounce of strength to warn Naruto. If you lose, you may not die, but you will lose your abilities. Hashirama said with grave concern. His previously enhanced version of the true Thousand Hands had been depleted, along with the chakra he had gained earlier. Naruto, I forbid you to go, Kushina said sternly. Naruto, let me go? Minato affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, intending to enter the fray. If there was no risk of death in this confrontation, why not seize the opportunity to face some of the strongest individuals in the ninja world? Are you both foolish? Kushina erupted. Two large bumps instantly appearing on the heads of Minato and Naruto, shattering Minato's earlier bravado. Chapter 75. Am I worthless? My dear wife, just this once. There are no responsibilities involved. What is there to fear? Minato replied, somewhat disgruntled. I will say it again. I do not permit either of you to go. Isn't he the strongest Hokage? If anyone should go, it should be him. Kushina pointed at Saratobi Hiruzen with exasperation. The third Hokage is formidable, and so is my father. But I am no slouch either, Mom. Naruto retorted with stubbornness. For all my time as Hokage, I have not had the chance to spar with true masters. Grant me this opportunity. Minato pressed on, taking advantage of the moment. I must say, have you two lost your senses? Kushina directly broadcasted the scene of domestic violence across the entire ninja world, decisively winning the match. Do you still wish to continue? After a brief skirmish, Kushina, utterly fatigued, cast a disdainful glance at the two. I no longer wish to participate. Is this how violent my parents are on a regular basis? How did you survive? Naruto exclaimed. Indignation etched across his face. Don't speak nonsense. Mother is exceedingly gentle. Minato replied with a forced smile, covering Naruto's mouth. Naruto, come here. I will grant you a complete childhood. Kushina said while stretching her limbs. Teacher, allow me to step in. Kakashi said with a casual demeanor to Minato. Kakashi, you? It's fine, teacher. My strength has significantly improved. If it comes to a real fight, you might not even be my match. Kakashi jested. It's all right, sensei. I'll take over. Naruto, behave yourself. Kakashi interjected before anyone could react, leaping into the barrier. Even Jiraiya and Saratobi Hiruzen refrained from stopping him. At this moment, Kakashi could likely outmatch Jiraiya, let alone Hiruzen, if they had chosen to retain their full strength and keep Kakashi concealed. The aftermath against an opponent like Uchiha Madara could be dire. A mere deprivation of one or two abilities would be of little consequence to Kakashi. He previously possessed the strength of a near shadow, and even after this reduction, he remained at the shadow level, a net gain. The opponent I seek is Naruto, not you. A nameless brat, Madara said with contempt. Underestimated, are we? Kamui. Kakashi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, targeting Madara's head. Huh, what an immense pull, Madara thought, realizing the danger, and swiftly activated his Rinnegan abilities to charge at Kakashi. Kakashi's maneuver was merely a feint. At this distance, while he might succeed, there was a higher chance of being struck by that invisible force. Kakashi aimed to discern Madara's true capabilities. He barely avoided being flung away, his body contorting into an odd position. Yet the release of Kamui was ultimately effected, allowing Madara to create some distance, though remaining within the range for Rinnegan activation. What a pity, Kakashi expressed with a hint of regret. Humph, space-time ninjutsu. Your Manjiki is quite impressive, Madara remarked mockingly. Indeed. But it appears ninjutsu and sage arts are ineffective against you. Kakashi retorted, revealing a long-preserved, fearsome white chakra blade, originally belonging to his father. How did you know? Madara inquired curiously. Until now, even Senju Hashirama had not revealed such knowledge, and it was likely only a suspicion. Yet this junior, Hatake Kakashi, could deduce it accurately? Hatake Kakashi, I shall take my leave, Kakashi declared, charging at Madara with the chakra blade. Humph, Madara snorted, countering with a black, truth-seeking ball staff. Their battle erupted with sparks flying from their weapons, but gradually, Kakashi grew increasingly alarmed as cracks began to form on his chakra blade while Madara's staff remained unscathed. Moreover, Kakashi felt a portion of his chakra depleting with each clash. Yet he could not afford to lower his guard against Madara's enigmatic attacks. Excellent, excellent, continue. Faster, even faster. Madara's strikes intensified, and Kakashi struggled to keep up. Although it appeared Kakashi was merely fortunate, Madara sensed that he was not exerting his full strength either, which irked him. Suddenly, Madara increased the force of his strikes, creating a slight gap between them. Then, the truth-seeking ball behind Madara surged forth, and simultaneously, the Rinnegan activated, causing Kakashi to feel the threat of death. Kamui. Kakashi decisively employed Kamui, aiming to transport himself to the mysterious realm to evade Madara's impending assault. Just as he activated Kamui, Madara instantaneously appeared before Kakashi. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, sending Madara flying several meters away, revealing a colossal blue Susanoo. Panting heavily, Kakashi broke into a sweat. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have lost his newly acquired Mangekyou Sharingan. Previously, Kakashi faced the risk of being ensnared by the black truth-seeking balls, while Madara attempted to seize his eyes as Kakashi activated Kamui. I didn't expect you to wield Susanoo as well. After all, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan without Susanoo would be rather disappointing, Madara said nonchalantly, emerging unscathed from the rubble. A blue Susanoo? Sasuke gazed at Kakashi in astonishment, eagerly wishing to summon his own Susanoo upon hearing Madara's words, but despite his efforts, it failed to manifest. Sasuke's embarrassment was palpable. No matter how he shouted or activated his Sharingan, Susanoo remained elusive. It's all right, Sasuke, Mikoto Uchiha said affectionately, observing her son. At Sasuke's age, even Madara did not possess such remarkable talent. The conditions for evolving the three-tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyou were not something every Uchiha encountered. Even Madara, at Sasuke's age, had only awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. He only attained the Mangekyou with his brother's assistance. Nonetheless, it did not alter the fact that Sasuke was the most gifted youth of the Uchiha clan. However, Sasuke now found himself in a most awkward position, possessing the Mangekyou Sharingan while his chakra remained at a Genin's level. Not to mention Susanoo, if he were outside, Jiraiya could likely bring him to his knees in mere moments. Mother, I can do it. Susanoo, activate, Sasuke shouted, unleashing the power of his Mangekyou Sharingan. Is he a fool? Madara watched Sasuke with a bemused expression. Elder Uchiha Madara, do not lose focus. Kakashi, positioned atop the forehead of the blue Susanoo, hurled an array of shuriken at Madara. Kamui, is it? Madara mused, contemplating. The next moment, the remaining truth-seeking balls behind Madara surged toward Kakashi. Underestimated once again, Kakashi chuckled, resolutely fixing his gaze upon Madara. He intended to persist, for what if he succeeded? Testing the limit of the truth-seeking balls. How intriguing this junior was. As Madara evaded, he remained vigilant, observing the clash between the truth-seeking balls and the shuriken. Swish, swish, swish. As the truth-seeking balls made contact with the shuriken, the surrounding space warped rapidly, forcing Madara to witness the complete annihilation of the truth-seeking balls before his eyes. If one can remove objects from space, then transferring space itself is also conceivable. Is it not? Uchiha Madara gazed at Kakashi with a look of profound realization. Though you may not possess the might of Hashirama, your abilities are indeed formidable. As he spoke, Uchiha Madara charged directly at Kakashi. Senjutsu, Wood Dragon Technique. Uchiha Madara swiftly formed hand seals, and a colossal wood dragon soared into the sky. From atop the dragon, Uchiha Madara regarded Kakashi with eyes as cold as one would reserve for the deceased. Following his battle with Hashirama, Madara had become adept in the use of Senjutsu and Yin-Yang release. Bring it on, Kamui. Just as the wood dragon ascended and approached Susanoo, Uchiha Madara swiftly retreated. Hovering in midair, his gaze fixed coldly upon Kakashi from a short distance away. Now's the time. Senjutsu, lightning release. As Madara grasped a portion of Kakashi's distorted form, he launched an attack aimed at Kakashi's forehead within Susanoo. Kamui. However, Kakashi promptly dispelled the Kamui state, targeting the wood dragon and concentrated his ocular power solely on Uchiha Madara. In that moment, the wood dragon executed a dramatic upward strike, creating a dual assault alongside Madara against Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, quickly dodge. Naruto shouted frantically from the sidelines, while Sasuke, who was accumulating energy, and Naruto, distressed over Kakashi's predicament, formed an odd spectacle in Konoha. Sasuke, stop yelling. Kakashi is about to be surrounded, Naruto said with indignation. Idiot, you're so noisy. I was just about to summon Susanoo. All your fault. You're the idiot. At this rate, you'll never summon Susanoo. Try saying that again. Idiot, do you think I'm afraid of you? Naruto rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at Sasuke, recalling the countless times he had suffered under Sasuke's prowess back at the academy. with his few victories stemming from sneaky tactics and sheer luck. Yet now, Naruto sensed an unusual power within Sasuke. However, Sasuke's chakra was currently incapable of harnessing that strength. Otherwise, he would have activated Susanoo long ago. Naruto, no fighting. Minato, the fourth Hokage, intervened, lifting Naruto away. Indeed, even playful quarrels among friends shouldn't harm others. Kushina, Naruto's mother, added with a warm smile. It's fine. My Sasuke often lacks restraint and has bullied Naruto at school. He should apologize. At that moment, Mikoto Uchiha stepped in to prevent the impulsive Sasuke from acting rashly. If it were merely a scuffle between Sasuke and Naruto, Mikoto would not have concerned herself, confident that Minato would handle the situation. However, things were different now. She could not allow herself to lose to her friend. Really? You must have misheard. My Naruto has always felt guilty about accidentally injuring Sasuke last time. Kushina said with an innocent smile. Oh, I apologize then. I thought Naruto had mentioned how Sasuke had overwhelmed him during the assessment. Mikoto quickly retorted. Is that so? My apologies, my Naruto. Oh, isn't that so? My Sasuke. In that instant, the tension between the two mothers outside mirrored the fierce battle within, where the two combatants faced each other with equal resolve. Mom, I don't think I. Yes, Mom, neither do I smack. Ha ha ha. Two children who don't know better. I'll take them aside for some education. Minato said with a hint of exasperation, swiftly removing the two small troublemakers from the battlefield. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? Kushina whispered to Minato. Sasuke, this is our first meeting. Here is a gift from Annie. Kushina said, handing Sasuke a pendant capable of sealing chakra, crafted by the Uzumaki clan. Take good care of it. It may prove useful to you in the future. Kushina's eyes narrowed as she observed the three-tomo curse mark on Sasuke's neck. Little Naruto, Annie doesn't have anything here, but when we return, feel free to take whatever you like from the Uchiha clan's residence. Mikoto added amiably as she approached Naruto. Really? Auntie Mikoto? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. He had passed by the Uchiha compound countless times, yet the residents seemed to regard him with intense scrutiny, making him hesitant to explore the vast Uchiha estate. However, as he turned to his mother, Naruto knew that unless Kushina spoke up, he would not accept anything, no matter how splendid. Thank you, Auntie, but I cannot accept this. Sasuke politely pushed the pendant back. Sasuke, that's impolite. You must thank Auntie Kushina properly and wear it. Mikoto clearly understood Kushina's intention, unless Sasuke's strength improved. Konoha would not take the initiative to investigate and lift the curse mark. Thank you, Auntie. Sasuke finally relented, taking the pendant and placing it around his neck. In that moment, his previously restless chakra calmed significantly, and he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Thank you. Mikoto murmured softly. No worries, Naruto. When the time comes, your mom will take you, and we'll pick the finest. Kushina said with confidence. Really? Naruto looked eagerly at his mother and then at Mikoto. Of course, you are always welcome. Mikoto replied with a beaming smile. But, Mom. Sasuke looked at Mikoto with concern. It's all right, Sasuke. The Uchiha clan's treasures belong solely to the Uchiha. They cannot be taken by just anyone. Mikoto reassured him nonchalantly. At that moment, Saratobi Hiruzen, who had been observing, felt a flush of embarrassment, while Hashirama Senju showed little interest. Hashirama had almost fully recovered and knew that if he were to battle again, he might not defeat Madara. Yet, if Hiruzen failed to uphold his end of the agreement, there would be no reason for him to continue serving Konoha. Having faced death once and encountered a formidable opponent, he now had a target to pursue. Hashirama's mindset shifted irreversibly, similar to that of Minato. Cough. Kakashi's Kamui is indeed remarkable. However, it seems his chakra is insufficient. If this continues, Madara may very well exhaust Kakashi. Jiraiya remarked, unimpressed by Hiruzen's concerns. Oh, you're worried about that? You don't think he merely elevated his Manjiki Sharingan, do you? That guy may just be the most troublesome we have in Konoha right now. He possesses chakra levels akin to Lord Hashirama. Hiruzen said softly. Kakashi had become a legendary J-nin due to his Sharingan, though he had gained some strength later on. He remained in a precarious balance. His moment of glory had coincided with the return of his Manjiki Sharingan. Fortunately, Kakashi had managed to pull off a successful display. If he were like Lee, who could only unleash his powers for a mere 5 minutes, it would have been quite embarrassing. Yet now, Kakashi was far stronger than he had ever been. In encounters with him, all tasks may be abandoned. Everyone, remember Kakashi's visage. Keep your distance from him. The remaining 4 hidden villages, including Sunagakure, were discreetly instructing their ninjas at that very moment. The first Hokage, with his unmistakable presence, commanded respect, and no one dared to provoke him. Saratobi Hiruzen, the Hokage known for his ostentation, was well known to all. Kakashi's adversaries were either elite jonin or those of near Kage strength. If the villagers regarded Kakashi merely as a Kage-level combatant, they would be wasting their efforts in vain. Kakashi could no longer win, yet he could escape using Kamui. How could they engage him? Would a group of elite jonin and near Kage warriors throw themselves into certain death? As the various villages deliberated on Kakashi, at a critical juncture, he relinquished all thoughts of defense and retreat, setting his sights resolutely on Uchiha Obito's head. That detestable fiend. Tsukuyami. Should this situation progress, Obito's ominous lightning would likely strike before Kakashi could even react, leaving him decapitated. In that moment, Obito activated the powers of his Rinnegan once more. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and in the next instant, he was sent hurtling backward, directly into the ascending wooden dragon. Senjutsu, wind release, light fong. Obito pointed at the retreating Kakashi from a distance, compressing a formidable chakra into a line that sped toward him with alarming swiftness. However, a curious event transpired, just as the wooden dragon was about to collide with Kakashi. Obito's follow-up strike also aimed at Kakashi, resulting in a mysterious distortion of space between the 3 entities. In the next moment, the wooden dragon was cleaved in 2 by Obito's strike, while Kakashi vanished entirely. Hiding away is futile. If you possess the ability, then emerge. Obito declared disdainfully. Senior, if you can employ underhanded tactics, why can't I? Although I lack the Rinnegan, I merely wish to spar with you. My Sharingan will suffice. Kakashi's voice resonated from behind Obito. It was not that Kakashi wished to reveal himself, but rather that he found the space between dimensions beginning to dissipate at an even swifter rate than the external realm. Of course, Kakashi had no corresponding strategy. The figure now confronting Obito was merely a shadow clone, one possessing nearly half the strength of his true self. Kakashi aimed to thoroughly assess Obito's current abilities. If victory could be attained, all the better. Perish. You are indeed a bothersome pest. Obito exclaimed in irritation, swinging the iron rod in his hand, activating Tsukuyami intermittently. Yet Kakashi did not retreat. Once again, the blade of white chakra materialized in his grasp, this time with a hint of black lacquer upon its surface. Behold, Kamui, Konoha's sword technique. Kakashi wielded his short blade with unparalleled finesse, causing Obito to momentarily find himself suppressed. Just as Tsukuyami was about to strike Kakashi, he instinctively utilized Kamui to evade the impending pain. Chapter 78. Raising the Stakes. A sword technique? How utterly laughable. Obito continued to engage Kakashi, wielding his black staff. Gradually, Kakashi's disadvantage began to manifest. The depletion of chakra accelerated with each clash against Obito, and his internal reserves dwindled. This was also perceived by Senju Hashirama, whose recuperative abilities were astonishing. He was less sensitive to such trivial matters than Kakashi. Useless. No matter how many times you make it vanish. Even if it completely disappears. If I desire, it can reappear in but a second. Accept your fate. Obito hastened the speed of his iron rod swings, and upon closer inspection, the length of the rod had diminished by a quarter. With each instance of Kakashi's chakra being absorbed, he utilized Kamui to remove all points of contact between their weapons. Is that so? Kakashi suddenly closed his eyes, the Manjiki Sharingan entirely shut. Without even opening his eyes, the motions of wielding the chakra blade became increasingly fluid. From a distance, it appeared as though Kakashi and the sword were one. Unity of man and blade. How intriguing. Obito chuckled lightly, and in the next instant, the iron rod in his hand transformed into a long sword. Come forth. Obito's eyes gradually closed, and the two engaged in a fierce battle of weaponry. Obito's sword embodied the powers of yin and yang release, while Kakashi's chakra blade encompassed the might of Kamui. They exchanged well over 100 strikes in close quarters. The air between them eerily still, as a vortex of chakra began to swirl around the two at their core. Meanwhile, the dissolution of boundaries raced towards the two at the center. Kakashi had exerted his utmost. Saratobi Hiruzen lamented. Had he known that Kakashi, trained in the Konoha sword style, would become so formidable, he would have ensured more of the legacy was preserved for him. It's hard to say. Did you not claim he possesses chakra akin to the first Hokage? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Jiraiya remarked, momentarily lost in thought. His sage body, enhanced, granted him unparalleled sensitivity to chakra. The barrier surrounding the arena merely restricted the movements of those within. The atmosphere was palpable to all present. It is over. Tsukuyami. Kakashi was cleaved in two by Obito's sword, yet he felt an overwhelming pressure surging toward him, not from one but multiple sources. Nevertheless, Kakashi chose to adhere to the original plan. Kemui, Chidori. The technique Kakashi had desperately amassed caused the very fabric of space to warp in less than a second. Chidori pierced through Obito's chest. In the next moment, Kakashi too was swept away by the wind. The victor of the second match, Uchiha Obito. The system's voice echoed as a weary Kakashi appeared before the onlookers, while Obito collapsed to the ground. Excellent. If Lord Hashirama joins forces with you, we may indeed vanquish Obito. At that point, the other Kage can focus on the remaining members of the Akatsuki. They will pose no threat. Saratobi Hiruzen exclaimed, brimming with excitement. No, you are mistaken, third Hokage. I have lost, and quite thoroughly. Kakashi responded with resignation, before closing his eyes and succumbing to unconsciousness. Kakashi had only gained an enhancement to his Sharingan and chakra. His physical constitution paled in comparison to Hashirama's, rendering him utterly incapable of enduring the strain. While his abilities remained intact, the state of his Sharingan was far from optimistic. Tsunade. Hiruzen eagerly sought Tsunade's presence. For Kakashi was the only one he felt confident enough to control. Old man, do not overreact. He merely overexerted his eyes and fainted. Tsunade retorted after diagnosing Kakashi. Her tone somewhat exasperated. He can absorb ninjutsu. Even sage techniques should be ineffective against him. Kakashi's Kimui might be of little use, but achieving success in a one-on-one scenario seemed nearly impossible. Senju Hashirama calmly assessed the unfolding events. As Hashirama had predicted, the previously downed Obito rose once more. The wound on his chest completely vanished, as though nothing had transpired. His recovery ability is likely superior to even that of Lord Hashirama. Saratobi Hiruzen remarked gravely. He possesses more than just my cells. Just like you, young man. He harbors the chakra essence of various tailed beasts within him. Senju Hashirama calmly addressed Naruto. Nani? Naruto, don't you only have the chakra of the nine tails within you? Kushina exclaimed in alarm, her concern evident. Since the nine tails first appeared in the world, there has never been a case of a person being a Jinchuriki for two-tailed beasts, let alone the notion that one could contain more than one-tailed beast chakra. The most astonishing account regarding tailed beast chakra was that of the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who devoured the flesh of the nine tails, leaving behind a mere trace of its chakra. I acquired this ability previously. Naruto nodded lightly. Facing Naruto with an air of nonchalance, everyone in the vicinity gasped in astonishment. Save for Senju Hashirama. Lord Minato, I apologize for my earlier statement. The village hidden in the mist is willing to offer a monthly stipend of 1 million for you and your family to visit, with no responsibilities whatsoever. As long as you stay in the village, all your needs will be met. Terumi May exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Minato. Shameless. The youth of today are far too frivolous. Money, money, money. Can your mist village truly afford such a sum? Only our stone village can offer the conditions you just mentioned. Inoki scoffed, though in his hands, 2 exquisite agate necklaces had mysteriously appeared. This is a token of our meeting, a small gesture of goodwill. Inoki grinned at Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto. Thank you. Both Mikoto and Kushina quickly accepted the gifts. Hehe, Minato, if you agree to come. All the secrets of the stone village will be available for your study. Inoki produced a small scroll. What is this? Minato questioned, eyeing the scroll with curiosity. It bore no writing or illustrations to aid understanding, resembling an ordinary scroll as if it had yet to be inscribed. However, Minato, along with the others, sensed that this scroll was of great significance. Otherwise, Inoki would not have dared to present it. You cannot decipher this scroll, for it has been inscribed using the unique methods of the stone village. It details the technique for fusing 3 types of chakra to create dust release, Inoki stated calmly. As his words settled, astonishment spread among the gathered crowd. Dust release, a technique painstakingly developed by the second Tsuchikage, had been directly taught to his disciple Inoki after the former's demise. It was indeed a secret art. Moreover, dust release was immensely powerful, allowing its wielder to employ the original world stripping technique, reputed as the most formidable spear capable of annihilating a target at the atomic level. By offering this fusion method to entice Minato, Inoki was making a significant investment. What do you think? Will you consider coming to the Stone Village? Inoki inquired with a smile. No, please keep that to yourself, Minato replied, gently pushing Inoki's hand back. To his rejection, Inoki displayed neither surprise nor anger, instead revealing a knowing smile. He valued not Minato's strength, but his unwavering loyalty to his village, even if it meant Minato could not join the Stone Village. Hey, you rascals over there, who among you will challenge me next? Uchiha Obito sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Minato and the others. Kakashi has already lost. Allow me to step up, Minato said, taking a step forward to face Uchiha Obito in the next duel. However, he was once again halted by Uzumaki Kushina. This time, she did not voice her objection, but rather conveyed a cautionary look, as if to say be careful. Having seen Kakashi's defeat, Kushina realized that if Minato did not seize the opportunity to respond quickly, the chance might slip away. Uchiha Obito was formidable, and allowing him to respond again could lead to an uncontrollable situation. Kushina understood this clearly. Do not worry, I will secure victory, Minato assured solemnly. If you wish to fight, then come quickly and stop wasting time. Uchiha Obito urged impatiently. He was determined to win this round. Although Minato was powerful, he viewed him as an inevitable defeat. I am coming, Minato replied, stepping forward. Just as he was about to approach Uchiha Obito, Inoki suddenly leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing the words, Minato's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he cast a grateful glance at Inoki before turning away. When Minato and Uchiha Obito stood face to face, there was little need for conversation, and thus the battle commenced immediately. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito swiftly formed hand seals and blew a mighty gust of air, releasing a colossal fireball that surged towards Minato. Be careful, Kushina shouted in alarm, witnessing the destructive force of the attack. Minato's strength lay in the flying thunder god technique, which made it impossible for him to be easily struck. Just as the fireball was about to hit him, he hurled a kunai inscribed with the technique's formula and swiftly changed his position. The massive fireball barreled towards the spectators, causing cries of terror, but just then, a smooth barrier descended from the system, extinguishing the fireball. Supplementary rules for the third match. Both parties must exercise caution in controlling their ninjutsu to avoid affecting others. Otherwise, they will face system penalties. The voice of the system echoed through the space, prompting Minato to reflect deeply, and a plan began to form in his mind. You're not planning to force me into using ninjutsu that would lead to a system penalty, are you? Uchiha Obito mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. You've seen through my strategy, yet I believe it remains viable, Minato responded with a smile. No, my control over ninjutsu far exceeds your imagination. I can obliterate you with my techniques while ensuring that not a single ounce of power escapes the confines of this arena. As he spoke, Uchiha Obito sneered and quickly began forming seals. Meanwhile, Minato readied himself to activate the Flying Thunder God technique for evasion. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Fire release, Great Fire Extinguishing technique. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Uchiha Obito unleashed 3 powerful fire techniques in rapid succession, their overwhelming power illuminating the arena as they surged towards Minato. These techniques, wielded by Uchiha Obito, were exponentially more powerful than their original forms. In response to this trio of jutsu, Minato opted for evasion. His positioning was near the periphery of the competition area, leading everyone to believe that the fire techniques would fly out of bounds. However, Uchiha Obito merely snapped his fingers, causing the fire techniques to vanish into thin air. As expected of the strongest of the Uchiha clan, his control over ninjutsu is truly astonishing, Saratobi Hiruzen remarked, his admiration for his opponent evident, prompting many to nod in agreement. Uchiha Obito was indeed formidable. Throughout the encounter, Minato had not launched an attack, instead relying on the Flying Thunder God technique for evasion. Was his goal merely to stall for time? Inoki squinted as he observed the unfolding situation, speculating on Minato's strategy. This indeed seemed the most plausible approach. For Uchiha Obito's strength was overwhelming, and engaging him directly would certainly lead to defeat. They could only hope for a misstep or for him to exhaust his chakra. The issue lies in the fact that Uchiha Madara appears more spirited now than during the previous 2 battles, showing no signs of chakra depletion. My chakra is not infinite. yet it is more than sufficient to handle several skirmishes. I kindly advise you not to expect me to succumb to a state of weakness, Madara declared with a smug demeanor as he stood with his hands behind his back. In response to his words, Minato Namikaze remained silent, focusing intently on evading attacks. Very well, let us bring this to a swift conclusion. Madara placed his right hand before him, casting another technique. In the next instant, a colossal figure formed from chakra materialized at Madara's location, enveloping him in a blue aura that governed the giant's every movement. Minato, lacking a countering avatar technique to match Susanoo, found himself in a precarious predicament. Koharu was not optimistic about the outcome of this third battle. Chapter 80. Insights on the original world separation technique. The Susanoo, under Madara's control, began its assault on Minato, launching a series of attacks. Minato's strategy remained unchanged, as he continued to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. The two engaged in a cat-and-mouse game, but after a prolonged exchange, Madara's patience was thoroughly exhausted. Cursed be the Flying Thunder God technique. You cannot escape this battlefield. Let us see how you evade this move. The Susanoo Madara commanded became an even deeper shade of blue, wielding a weapon engulfed in flames. It swung the weapon horizontally, threatening to engulf the entire 360 degrees of the combat zone. Yet, Minato evaded the attack, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to ascend into the air. Infuriated, Madara's sole thought was to conclude the battle with utmost haste. The controlled Susanoo swung its weapon towards Minato in the air, extending its reach as Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to evade. Madara's gaze was firmly fixed on Minato, neglecting the fact that the weapon of Susanoo was about to traverse the battlefield. Just as Minato was on the verge of exiting the combat zone, he quickly shifted positions with the Flying Thunder God technique, leaving the Susanoo to continue its forward motion due to inertia. As it neared the boundary of the battlefield, Susanoo suddenly vanished. Is it possible to control to such an extent? Minato gasped in shock, and in the next moment, as he prepared to move again, a massive blue hand materialized beside him, seizing him tightly. The searing chakra flames scorched Minato, rendering him unable to utilize his techniques. It is over. Another blue hand, shaped from chakra and wielding a weapon, approached Minato for a downward strike. Just as the blow was about to land, a golden figure appeared behind Madara, gathering a Rasengan in hand and aiming it at Madara's head. Simultaneously, Minato, caught by Madara's control, was struck but did not perish. He transformed into a dispersing gas. It was a shadow clone technique. Splendid work, Minato, Kushina exclaimed with excitement. When did he use the shadow clone technique? Madara recalled in astonishment, struggling to remember when Minato might have employed it. However, this was of little consequence. He still had the strength to fight. Madara swiftly invoked wood release, summoning a wall to intercept the Rasengan while morphing the wall into a wooden arm that redirected the attack back. Minato, struck in that instant, dissipated into gas once more. Still a shadow clone technique. How could this be? Panic gripped Madara. The shadow clone technique does not genuinely create another body, but rather conjures an illusion akin to a substitute technique. It should dissipate upon sustaining any injury, let alone endure a Rasengan. Yet, Minato's clone had indeed utilized a Rasengan, which was utterly impossible. Just as confusion enveloped Madara and the others, Minato suddenly appeared above the battlefield, arms poised to strike downwards at Madara with a jutsu. In the next moment, a white square enveloped Madara. It was the original world separation technique. Seeing the sudden emergence of the white light, Saratobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted to Inoki, astonished. Not only Saratobi, but others too regarded Inoki with similar disbelief. They had not anticipated that the old man would teach the original world separation technique to Minato, despite his refusal to allow him to join the Hidden Stone Village. Do not look at me like that. I merely mentioned a method for combining dust release to that boy, and I did not expect him to master it so swiftly, even employing the original world separation technique. Inoki replied nonchalantly. Within the battlefield, as Madara attempted to escape the confines of the original world separation technique, he merely reached out a hand when the technique activated. Madara's body, along with his previous position, was directly erased by the technique, leaving behind a smooth-edged pit. However, since Madara had extended his hand just before the technique activated, it remained outside the effect, falling to the ground and gradually regaining form as his body began to regenerate from the arm. "You vile scoundrel! I shall grind you to dust," Madara bellowed as his face materialized. "It is finished." Minato stepped forward, gathering a Rasengan in his right hand and sending the still-reforming Madara flying. The third match concludes. Minato Namikaze is victorious. We have won. Splendid. At long last. Someone has put an end to Uchiha Madara's winning streak. Well done, Minato. As Minato's victory became apparent, cheers erupted from the onlookers, elated by the triumph and the spectacle of the preceding battle. While the confrontation had not been overwhelmingly intense, it offered valuable lessons for all. Minato had consistently been on the defensive and evasive, yet during his retreat, he devised shadow clones. Setting aside the formidable clones capable of utilizing the Rasengan, he displayed remarkable insight. Under Inoki's guidance, he had swiftly grasped the usage of dust release techniques, even employing the original world separation technique. Such a remarkable capacity for comprehension. It is no wonder he is the youngest Hokage of Konoha. How I wish he were my disciple. Inoki mused to himself with a smile. You are quite deluded. Saratobi retorted in dissatisfaction. With the conclusion of the 3 matches, the victor standing in the arena is Minato Namikaze, who has secured the opportunity to answer first. Please answer. Who mastered the numerous applications of the Rasengan and elevated this technique? It must be Naruto, for he is my son. Minato replied without a moment's hesitation. Correct answer. Congratulations, Minato Namikaze. You have been awarded an extraordinary number of major ball Rasengans. Excellent. Minato, satisfied, turned to depart. The others then began preparing to vie for the next opportunity to answer. According to the rules, each round allows for an investment in a faction starting at 10 points. Individual investments begin at 50 points. If the faction triumphs, investing 10 points yields 15 points, and so forth. Investments in individuals multiply points tenfold. Few had placed bets on Madara for this match. Thus, the next round would be crucial for profit. Let me take the stage. I shall represent the Akatsuki organization. The weary Nagato raised his hand. Nagato, how can you fight in your current condition? Yahiko supported him, fearing that excessive strain could worsen his health. I am fine. I must secure the opportunity to answer, no matter what, Nagato insisted resolutely. Then allow me to step up this time. From the Konoha side, Jiraiya took a step forward. Chapter 81. The duel between Nagato and Kuratsuchi. Jiraiya, observing his approaching pupil, displayed a complex expression. He had long recognized the individuals before him, Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, 3 figures he had encountered after the battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. These 3 were, in essence, his disciples. Yet now, must they face off against one another? I do not wish to engage in battle with Nagato, yet his evolution has surpassed my expectations. I cannot fathom why he dons that peculiar black robe, or why he has grown so morose, Jiraiya thought, his gaze fixed intently on Nagato, who was being supported by Yahiko, his heart heavy with unanswered questions. I, too, am eager to battle you, Master Jiraiya. Allow me to demonstrate my growth, Nagato weakly proclaimed. Are you truly fit to fight, Nagato? Yahiko inquired anxiously, sensing that if he were to relinquish his support, Nagato would collapse. How could such a weakened Nagato contend with his former mentor? I can. I am capable, Nagato replied, his words punctuated by coughs, hardly convincing anyone of his readiness. Reluctantly, Yahiko acquiesced to Nagato's desire to enter the fray. Meanwhile, no one in Konoha objected to Jiraiya's decision to take the field, thus confirming the match. However, the contest for the right to answer questions would consist of 3 battles, and it was not a foregone conclusion that Nagato and Jiraiya would face each other immediately. They would first need to overcome 2 other opponents. Let us send forth our representative from Iwagakure, Inoki announced to the gathering of Konoha's shinobi. That is acceptable. But do exercise caution with Nagato. He possesses the Rinnegan, Jiraiya kindly warned. Then let it be you, Kuratsuchi, Inoki directed towards his female student. Very well, Lord Tsuchikage. Kuratsuchi stepped forward. As she did, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is that woman the one from Iwagakure who wields the lava release? Such a technique could easily overwhelm Nagato. Even with his Rinnegan, after all, it is a bloodline limit. Who knows? I doubt Kuratsuchi can best Nagato. Regardless of that, let us adhere to the rules and place our bets. The regulations allowed for each round to invest in one faction, starting at 10 points. While individual investments began at 50 points. Victorious factions would yield a return of 15 points for every 10 invested, while personal investments multiplied scores by 10. I invest in Kuratsuchi. I invest in Iwagakure. I invest in Nagato. Enthusiastic bets flowed in, and ultimately, the system displayed the investment totals. The Akatsuki, of which Nagato was a member, garnered 100 points in total, while Nagato himself received 500 points, thanks to investments from Yahiko and Konan. In contrast, Kuratsuchi's Awagakure received 2,000 points, with Kuratsuchi personally attracting an impressive 12,000 points. This stark disparity in investments reflected the prevailing sentiments regarding Nagato and Kuratsuchi. Indeed, while Nagato possessed the Rinnegan, he appeared to be a mere shadow of his former self, weak and precarious. Should Yahiko release his support, Nagato would undoubtedly fall. How is it that no one believes in us? Yahiko expressed his frustration. Their current predicament mirrored their plight from years past when no shinobi village or nation would accept them. No, it's fine. I shall prove them wrong through my actions, Nagato declared, taking a faltering step forward with Yahiko's assistance until they arrived at the center of the battlefield. Eventually, Yahiko released his hold, and Nagato nearly toppled over, but managed to steady himself. Can such a person truly engage in battle? Those who invested in Nagato and the Akatsuki must be fools. Derisive laughter echoed from the onlookers. Special conditions activated. If Nagato can defeat Kuratsuchi in this match, he may directly contend with Jiraiya, earning the right to answer questions through 2 rounds. The system's voice resonated in the air. Nagato defeating Kuratsuchi and Jiraiya? What a fanciful dream. Perhaps in his prime, he could have, but look at him now, so frail and disheveled. Indeed, how could he possibly defeat Kuratsuchi? Another wave of mockery reached the ears of Nagato and Kuratsuchi, causing Kuratsuchi to frown, feeling that it was unseemly to bully someone in such a weakened state. Let us commence, cough, cough. Let the battle begin, Nagato signaled. Very well. Kuratsuchi agreed, though she did not immediately rush forward. Instead, she observed Nagato, who stood unsteadily, seemingly on the brink of collapse, unwilling to initiate an attack. Very well then. I shall end this swiftly, Kuratsuchi stated, forming hand seals and unleashing a powerful earth release technique. A massive rock erupted from the ground, fracturing into hundreds of sharp shards that hurtled toward the distant Nagato. She opens with such a formidable earth release technique? Truly, she is the Tsuchikige's apprentice, the crowd marveled, sensing the danger Nagato faced. Yet as the shards approached, Nagato abruptly raised his hand, absorbing them into his being, filling his frail form with chakra. No longer swaying, he stood firmly in place. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? The ability to absorb ninjutsu? Gasps of astonishment rang out among the spectators. This technique resembles the universal pull. Most present were unfamiliar with the true capabilities of the Rinnegan, and thus, they were left in awe as they witnessed Nagato's absorption of ninjutsu. This changes everything, Kuratsuchi murmured, leaning forward and instantly closing the distance to Nagato, 2 kunai appearing in her hands as she lunged toward his abdomen. Sure a path. Nagato's arm transformed into a cannon, emitting a blast of light toward the advancing Kuratsuchi. However, as the blast struck her, it passed right through, and she dissolved into a puddle of mud. A signature substitution technique of Awagakure? Nagato mused, glancing backward. Kuratsuchi suddenly emerged from the ground, hurling a kunai at Nagato. Be careful. Yahiko shouted in alarm as he witnessed the kunai aimed at Nagato's neck. Having absorbed Kuratsuchi's chakra, Nagato was no longer weak. He swiftly turned, catching the incoming kunai. Earth release, earth flow river. Kuratsuchi rapidly formed seals and, upon reaching Nagato, unleashed another earth release technique. Her strategy was clear: divert Nagato's attention to defense with the kunai, allowing her ninjutsu to strike him unimpeded. However, to Nagato, her plan was flawed, full of errors. Without needing to pivot, Nagato activated Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsion emanated from him, deflecting the rushing earth flow river. Now, as her technique rebounded, Kuratsuchi remained unfazed. Instead, a determined glint appeared in her eyes as she rapidly formed seals once more. Lava release, scorching river rock technique. Height inhaled deeply and, after a dramatic exhalation, unleashed a barrage of over 100 fiery stone orbs towards Nagato. The returning earth flow river was directly obstructed by these flaming projectiles, which simultaneously propelled it back towards Nagato. At that moment, Nagato's Shinra Tensei was still within its 5-second cooldown period. In the eyes of bystanders, Height's combat strategy and tactics appeared to surpass those of Nagato. Summoning, King of Hell. Nagato swiftly executed his summoning technique, causing an unusual head to rise slowly from the ground, positioning itself in front of him. Height's technique, the scorching river rock technique, was directly countered by the summoning, while Nagato extended his hand to absorb the chakra from the technique into his body. His complexion improved significantly, reaching a state of peak condition. The end was imminent. Nagato raised his hand, pointing towards Height's neck. In the next instant, Height was ensnared by a powerful gravitational force, unable to control her body as she was drawn towards Nagato. Once he grasped her neck, Nagato placed his right hand on her abdomen and intoned solemnly, "Shinra Tensei." A violent repulsive force erupted from his hand, striking Height's body and sending her hurtling backward like a bullet. Just as she was about to exit the battlefield, a rock wall rose from the ground, intercepting her flight. This wall had been swiftly summoned as she was propelled backward. Despite not being ejected from the combat zone, Height had become weakened and struggled to stabilize herself, gasping for breath. It was evident that Nagato had the upper hand. It's over. The investments I made in Height and the rock-hidden village seemed destined for ruin. Sighing, one could only lament the unforeseen depth of Nagato's arsenal, including the terrifying technique capable of absorbing chakra. Observing the battlefield, the spectators voiced their grievances. The current state of affairs saw Nagato growing stronger with each engagement. While Height succumbed to fatigue, her body marred with injuries. I cannot rely on ninjutsu anymore. Height contemplated her next strategy, ultimately deciding to abandon ninjutsu in favor of close combat. "Are you still going to fight?" Nagato inquired of Height, instead of a verbal response. She charged at him with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, she was before Nagato, who immediately attacked. However, upon striking, he discovered Height's form had transformed into a puddle of mud. Above, Nagato quickly realized, but it was too late to counter, so he raised his hands in defense. Height descended from the air, her long leg lifted high, delivering a fierce downward strike aimed at Nagato's head. Although Nagato managed to block the attack, the tremendous force drove the lower half of his body into the ground. Boom, boom. Height exerted all her strength, her legs shrouded in rock, and followed up with 2 more downward strikes. Her incredible power, augmented by the rocky encasement, nearly breached Nagato's defenses. However, just as Nagato seemed on the verge of collapse, he unleashed Shinra Tensei. The repulsive force radiated outward, catching Height mid-attack. Yet, she did not fly away but transformed into a puddle of mud once more. "Damn it! When did that happen?" Nagato exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the Height struck by Shinra Tensei was merely a replacement. The question arose, how could she maintain her offensive while utilizing a substitution technique? No, that couldn't be right. A substitute is merely a substitute. It cannot assist the original in attacking. Thus, Height must have employed the substitution technique after executing several downward strikes, anticipating and evading the use of Shinra Tensei. As Nagato deduced this, several copies of Height suddenly appeared around him, only one being the real one while the others were mere substitutes. This situation caused concern for Yahiko and Konan watching from the sidelines. Yet, despite Height's ability to momentarily astonish Nagato, this tactic would not suffice to defeat him. Universal pull. Nagato clasped his hands together, causing a circle of stones to rise around him, obstructing the path of the multiple Heights. The strength of the substitutes paled in comparison to the original, unable to shatter the stone barrier. Only the true Height could break through. Nagato's goal with this technique was to reveal Height's true form. He activated the Azura path, sprouting several arms, poised to launch an attack on her true self. Boom. With a thunderous noise, as Height's true form shattered the rock barrier and charged at Nagato, she was met with a flurry of rapid strikes. The rain of punches pounded against her, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. She was unable to withstand the simultaneous assault from Nagato's 6 arms, ultimately being sent flying by a single punch. "It's over," Nagato murmured, quickly pursuing her. Faced with the oncoming Nagato, Height could only utilize Earth Release to form a barrier before her, attempting to deflect the incoming attack. However, Nagato abruptly halted, all 6 arms pointing at Height. In the next moment, the wrists of his arms sliced open, and 6 rockets shot forth, hurtling towards her. "Arm rockets!" Yahiko exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement as he called out the name of the technique. The mechanical armor's 6 arms and the rockets launched were all manifestations of the Rinnegan's Azura Path abilities. The rockets struck Height directly. Although the Earth Release barrier absorbed much of the explosive damage, she was still blasted away, landing outside the combat zone, her body enveloped in smoke. That was ruthless. Tsunade stepped forward to begin healing height. Nagato, you have indeed matured significantly, Jiraiya remarked, observing Nagato in the battlefield. The first match is won by Nagato. Chapter 83, The Master-Disciple Battle, I Have Won. Nagato straightened up, the 6 arms of the Azura path fading away. Having absorbed a sufficient amount of chakra during his battle with height, he maintained his peak condition, no longer appearing as fragile as before. Scores have been calculated. The system's voice echoed once more, prompting the recalculation of all investment points according to the rules. Due to their trust, Yahiko and Konan's investment in Nagato multiplied tenfold, while those who had taken a gamble on the Akatsuki and Nagato also received points. Nagato's performance in this battle had garnered immense attention, with nearly everyone eager to invest their points in him for the next match. However, the impending appearance of Jiraiya caused a moment of hesitation. After all, he was one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. I fear Nagato may not triumph in this match. Though Jiraiya had once been Nagato's teacher, what did that matter now? Nagato had mastered the use of the Rinnegan and was no longer a mere disciple. That's a valid point. I will still opt for Nagato. No, I believe Jiraiya has the advantage. Everyone began to choose their most trusted investment targets, and due to Nagato's previous battle performance, he and Jiraiya received equal investment points. It was a matter of who would emerge victorious between them. Jiraiya, please teach that arrogant young man a lesson, Noki said solemnly. Go for it, Jiraiya-sensei. Don't lose to that strange fellow. Naruto and Minato cheered for Jiraiya with enthusiasm. I will certainly give my disciple a proper lesson, Jiraiya thought heavily, taking a few steps forward to the center of the battlefield. Teacher, I finally stand before you once more. Upon seeing Jiraiya take the stage, Nagato's emotions grew increasingly complex. He initially believed that Jiraiya's vision for the world was utterly unattainable, that this realm required deterrence and fear. However, after Yahiko's resurrection, his perspective shifted. Yet, due to his past actions, Nagato found it impossible to face Jiraiya honestly. Do you even remember that I am your teacher? Jiraiya stood with his hands behind his back, expressing his dissatisfaction. So you are the leader of the Akatsuki. The members of your organization hail from various ninja villages and are inherently dangerous. You have gathered them, traversing the world, collecting tailed beasts while committing acts of murder. Is this really the same Nagato who aspired for world peace? As his words echoed, Yahiko and Konan exchanged contemplative glances. Yahiko, having been slain by Hanzo the Salamander, was not present for the ensuing events, but Konan had witnessed Nagato's journey to this moment. The notion of peace benefiting all is a fallacy. True peace demands sacrifice, a truth Yahiko's life affirmed, yet you refuse to believe it. Nagato articulated his thoughts, stepping back and assuming a combat stance. I regret Yahiko's previous death, but that was merely Danzo's conspiracy. Jiraiya maintained his didactic demeanor. Enough. Were it not for this peculiar space, I would never have been able to resurrect Yahiko. Furthermore, both Danzo and you belong to the Leaf Village. You are fully aware of this filthy individual's existence, yet chose to remain indifferent. Your apathy is what led to the demise of Yahiko and the entire original Akatsuki. Nagato's agitation intensified, and he silently activated the Azura path, manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms around him, each pair of arms crossing in a hand-seal gesture. Neither of us can persuade the other. You have your ninja way, and I have mine. Jiraiya retreated 2 steps, forming hand seals. In the next moment, both sides simultaneously utilized the summoning technique. Nagato summoned the Hell Crab, Cerberus, and a chameleon, while Jiraiya only called forth the Toad Wanta to facilitate a more expansive battleground. The system magnified the combat areas several times, simulating a forest environment to allow free movement for both Nagato and Jiraiya. Ultimately, we must engage in battle, Teacher Jiraiya. Your theories cannot convince anyone. Nagato, filled with fervor, pressed his palms together, raising a massive stone from the ground. The one who cannot persuade others is you. Jiraiya directed Wanta towards Nagato, who stood atop the Hell Crab. As Wanta charged, the chameleon suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Wanta to ensnare his sword-wielding right hand with its tongue. Simultaneously, Cerberus advanced, taking advantage of the skirmish between Wanta and the chameleon to lunge at Wanta. The battle involving the 3 summoned beasts was spectacular, each movement stirring up clouds of dust. Although Wanta possessed commendable combat skills and a weapon, he found himself at a disadvantage against the 4-armed onslaught of the chameleon and Cerberus. Universal pull. Standing atop the Hell Crab, Nagato directed the colossal stone toward Wanta. Thus, Wanta's situation grew increasingly dire. "Hold on, I will assist you." Jiraiya bit his finger and placed one hand on Wanta's back. A great cloud of smoke erupted, and the toads Ri and Gigi appeared midair, descending upon the chameleon and Cerberus embroiled with Wanta. With a resounding crash, Ri and Gigi collided with the chameleon and Cerberus. Though they were not reverted to their original forms, they were nonetheless countered. Wanta, Ri, and Gigi, all formidable in close combat, found themselves at an advantage in a 3-on-2 engagement, gradually forcing back the Hell Crab and Chameleon. "Teacher Jiraiya, do you wish to compare the number of our summoned beasts?" Nagato's right hand struck the Hell Crab's back, and in an instant, 5 summoned beasts emerged amidst clouds of smoke: a giant bird, a rhinoceros, a bull, a panda, and a centipede. These summoned creatures instantly joined the fray, overwhelming Wanta and the other 3 toads with sheer numbers. "Damn it, the Rinnegan is extraordinarily powerful," Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment, swiftly entering Sage Mode to assist Wanta in overcoming the summoned beasts. Yet, Wanta required no assistance. The 3 toads coordinated seamlessly, employing their unique techniques to delay the onslaught of numerous summoned creatures. "While we hold off the summoned beasts, you should confront Nagato," Wanta shouted, propelling Jiraiya towards Nagato atop the Hell Crab. Chapter 84, Sage Mode. 5 right gates. The battle intensified as both sides entered a fervent clash. Jiraiya, having been launched towards the Hell Crab's back, landed steadily and quickly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release, Flame Bullet, towards Nagato. A pool of toad oil was expelled from Jiraiya's mouth, engulfing Nagato in flames that swiftly enveloped him. Yet, Nagato felt no pain. He merely regarded Jiraiya with a cold indifference. "What are you dawdling for? We are in the midst of battle. Why do you not attack?" Witnessing his former student engulfed in flames, Jiraiya's heart softened, feeling a pang of discomfort. Had Nagato launched a swift counterattack, Jiraiya could have treated it as a mere battle. But seeing Nagato bear the brunt of his assaults filled Jiraiya with guilt. "Teacher, did you not speak of peace earlier? Yet, the moment we engage, you are the first to use ninjutsu against me. Does our mutual persuasion not necessitate combat?" Nagato replied calmly. Upon hearing his words, Jiraiya desired to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it seemed Nagato had made a resolute decision, standing tall as the flames engulfing him were swiftly absorbed, his body recovering from its charred state. Observing this, Jiraiya retreated 2 steps, preparing to unleash another jutsu. The inevitable confrontation between master and disciple loomed. "If it were possible, I truly wish to avoid seeing Nagato battle my teacher," Yahiko remarked forlornly from the sidelines. "Do not blame Nagato. After Danzo and Hanzo conspired against you, many events transpired, leading to Nagato's change in character," Conan advised. Hearing her words, Yahiko's gaze fell upon the distant battle, remaining silent. On the back of the Hell Crab, Jiraiya executed several jutsu, clashing with Nagato. However, despite unleashing even the most formidable fire techniques, they were ultimately evaded or absorbed by Nagato. Moreover, their battleground on the back of the Hell Crab allowed Nagato to manipulate its claws, delivering devastating blows whenever Jiraiya stood still. "It appears I must employ all my strength to combat you." After narrowly dodging another strike from the Hell Crab, Jiraiya steadied himself, palms pressed together as he chanted, "Sage Art, 5 right gates." As his words fell, smoke erupted from his position, and when it dissipated, Nagato discovered that, in addition to Jiraiya's already activated Sage Mode, 2 more toads had joined him on his shoulders. This was Jiraiya's ultimate form, augmented by 2 sage toads in battle. One, Fukusaku, utilized wind release, while the other, Shima, employed fire release, with Jiraiya himself wielding toad oil. This state promised immense destructive potential. "Teacher Jiraiya, you truly have hidden cards." Nagato, now on high alert, activated the Azura Path's mechanized armor, surrounding himself with 3 heads and 6 arms, entering his most formidable combat mode. At the same time, the King of Hell from the realm of evil spirits was summoned beside him. "Isn't this fellow in front of you one of your former disciples, Jiraiya?" inquired the sage Shima, perplexed. During Nagato's time as Jiraiya's student, the 2 toad sages had already established a contract with Jiraiya and were aware of Nagato's existence. "He was once my pupil, but we have since diverged onto opposing paths due to our differing ideologies," Jiraiya explained. "I see. This kid with the Rinnegan seems quite formidable. We must lend our full support to Jiraiya," Sage Fukusaku remarked, his gaze fixed on Nagato, speaking in a grave tone. Have you finished your conversation? Nagato's 6 arms simultaneously aimed at Jiraiya, all wrists opening to unleash 6 missiles. Facing the incoming projectiles, Jiraiya did not flinch or evade. Instead, he and the 2 toad sages on his shoulders inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully. The combination of toad oil, fire, and wind surged forth, intertwining to amplify the heat and intensity of the flames to an extreme level. Upon the collision of their attacks, Nagato's bizarre missiles detonated. Confronted with the searing flames that swept toward him, Nagato merely raised his hand and activated Shinra Tensei just as the fire was about to engulf him. The repulsive force dispersed the flames entirely. Seizing the moment while Shinra Tensei was in effect, Nagato swiftly appeared behind Jiraiya, brandishing 2 long black tubes aimed menacingly at Jiraiya's head. At that moment, Jiraiya quickly closed his mouth, halting the expulsion of toad oil. Yet he was unable to pivot swiftly enough to engage Nagato. Suddenly, Sage Fukasaku turned and unleashed a powerful fire technique toward Nagato. The potent fire jutsu knocked Nagato back. Now's our chance, Jiraiya shouted, inhaling deeply once more, intent on coordinating another combined technique with the 2 toad sages. However, just as they were about to execute their technique, the retreating Nagato pressed his palms together and utilized Bansho Tenin. The summoned beasts engaged in combat with Gamabunta were immediately drawn toward Nagato, crashing into the back of the hell crab. With a multitude of summoned beasts soaring toward them, Jiraiya had no choice but to abort his technique and evade the onslaught. Meanwhile, Nagato had steadied himself, landing firmly on the ground, and pressed his palms together again. Dai Bakahatsu. The words escaped Nagato's lips, and a black sphere shot from his palm, flying toward Jiraiya's location, attracting debris along its path and enlarging as it drew Jiraiya and all the summoned beasts into the gravitational pull of the sphere. A massive amount of debris erupted from the ground, ascending into the sky to coalesce into an even larger sphere. The sheer scale of this jutsu astonished the onlookers. Can the Rinnegan wield such a powerful jutsu? Using Dai Bakahatsu to seal a tailed beast against Jiraiya is perilous, the spectators realized, already foreseeing the outcome of the battle. As they conversed, Minato and Naruto from the Hidden Leaf Village grew increasingly anxious. Once Jiraiya was drawn into the air, he discovered that he could still move freely. However, the sizes of Gamabunta and his son Gamma Ryu rendered them immobile. Jiraiya, the core of the Dai Bakahatsu, is the black sphere at its center. We must unleash our strongest jutsu to bombard the core area to halt this technique, Sage Fukasaku proposed, immediately gathering his most powerful jutsu. Jiraiya did the same, channeling his Sage Mode chakra to form a golden Rasengan in his hands, and together with the 2 toad sages, they unleashed their techniques. With a tremendous explosion, the core of the Dai Bakahatsu shattered, and the jutsu was dispelled. Chapter 85, Nagato's Victory. Your combat skills are indeed remarkable, but they are limited to this point, Nagato remarked, his expression calm as he gazed at the descending Jiraiya, unfazed by the destruction of his technique. During their battle, Gamabunta had already taken down several summoned beasts using the toad combination technique, catching Jiraiya as he fell. I will not relent merely because of your praise, Jiraiya declared, positioning himself on Gamabunta's back, ready to continue the fight against Nagato. Hearing this, Nagato shook his head expressionlessly, a hint of irritation creeping onto his face. Having fought from the beginning until now, Nagato had grown weary. This battle must conclude with a decisive victor. He was determined to achieve victory, while Jiraiya was fated to fail. It ends here, teacher, Nagato proclaimed. Leaping down from the back of the hell crab and fixing his gaze on the towering toads and the elevated Jiraiya. The stark disparity in size did not instill fear in Nagato. He remained composed, pressing his palms together. A sharp clap echoed as he shouted, summoning jutsu, outer path, king of hell. Upon uttering this, Nagato slammed his hands onto the ground, causing the earth to shatter as a colossal figure emerged. It appeared humanoid, yet bore the visage of withered wood, exuding an intense aura of pressure. This could pose a significant problem, Gamabunta remarked, his brow furrowed with seriousness as he regarded the outer path, king of hell. Not only Gamabunta, but his 2 sons, Gamma and Ryu, also felt the looming danger. Standing gravely behind him, Jiraiya and the 2 sages on his shoulders sensed the shift in the atmosphere with the emergence of the outer path, king of hell. This was a formidable entity, the root of chakra, controllable only by the wielder of the Rinnegan, possessing immense destructive power. Jiraiya, if that outer path, King of Hell, begins its assault, I advise you to flee immediately, the two sages warned him. At this, Jiraiya became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet he could not retreat. Even the slightest opportunity must be seized. He could not allow Nagato to gain the upper hand, for the organization he commanded would only grow stronger and more uncontrollable. Your audacity is commendable, Nagato remarked, a calm smile gracing his lips as he swiftly formed hand seals. At that moment, the mouth of the outer path, King of Hell, suddenly gaped wide, a small sphere coalescing within, expanding with each passing second until it filled the entirety of its mouth. It was a tailed beast bomb, a reward acquired from the previous challenge. Fire, Nagato commanded coldly. The next instant, the tailed beast bomb shot forth toward Jiraiya. The force of its launch created a pressure wave that sent the outer path, King of Hell, reeling backward, and Nagato himself was caught in the gust. As the tailed beast bomb erupted forth, the faces of the onlookers turned pale in alarm. Is he mad? Doesn't he know that launching a jutsu outside the arena results in disqualification? Hey, instead of worrying about whether he'll be disqualified, shouldn't we be more concerned about what to do if that jutsu is unleashed? Don't stand in front of the tailed beast bomb. The surrounding ninjas shouted in panic, scrambling to escape, for no one dared to obstruct the oncoming attack from the outer path. King of Hell, Jiraiya, get out of the way, Tsunade shouted desperately, watching Jiraiya and the toads block the path, feeling utterly helpless. Even if she could intervene, the rules of the system prevented her from stepping in. As the tailed beast bomb drew ever closer, Jiraiya ultimately made the decision to abandon his position. In the next moment, Jiraiya and the toads appeared outside the arena, just as the tailed beast bomb was about to be expelled from the field, vanishing instead. I always knew you wouldn't risk the lives of the toads. Nagato stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze coldly fixed on Jiraiya. Before him lay a deep crater created by the attack of the outer path's golem, and the summoned beasts from the animal path had been shattered, their limbs scattered across the ground. Yet, Nagato was indifferent to the fate of these summoned creatures. His singular desire was victory, nothing more. Outside the arena, Yahiko and Konan exchanged worried glances at Nagato, both sensing an unusual coldness in his demeanor. While it could be understood if this were in the wake of Yahiko's death, driven by feelings of vengeance, the present circumstances were different. Yahiko had been resurrected, yet Nagato's character remained unchanged. The battle concludes, and Nagato emerges victorious. Please respond. When was the turning point for the Akatsuki organization? The turning point. Nagato was lost in reminiscence, his thoughts drifting back to the early days of the Akatsuki. At that time, the organization was a beacon of hope, united for the cause of peace, with each member harboring their own stories. However, everything changed due to Danzo and Hanzo of the Salamander. This was evidently the answer. Nagato voiced these two names. Answer correct. Reward obtained. Water release forbidden technique scroll. Excellent. Upon seeing the reward, Nagato nodded in satisfaction. Yahiko's chakra affinity was water. This scroll of forbidden techniques would greatly benefit him. If Yahiko learned the techniques within, he could become a formidable ninja. After receiving the reward, Nagato returned to Yahiko and Konan, handing the water release forbidden technique scroll to Yahiko. Thank you, Yahiko murmured, lowering his head as if burdened by thoughts. I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I only used the outer path's golem against him for the sake of earning the right to answer. In reality, I would not attack him, Nagato spoke solemnly. He understood that Yahiko had recently been resurrected and still felt a bond of teacher and student with Jiraiya. For the sake of this precious friend, Nagato would not engage in a life-and-death struggle with Jiraiya, but would instead use his powerful ninjutsu to compel Jiraiya to retreat. However, while this was the ideal scenario, the outcome was not always so favorable. If the recent encounter had not been a mere competition, but a decisive battle for the future, Jiraiya would certainly not have backed down. Don't worry about me, Nagato. Do what you feel you must, Yahiko said earnestly. Very well, Nagato nodded. Chapter 86. Regret correction. The formidable victor had emerged, and the rewards for answering questions had been distributed. The points invested had returned to the investors. Ninjas from various villages began preparing for the third competition, eager to seize the chance to answer questions. However, the system did not continue the competition, but instead annulled the arena at the center of the space. The answering competition has concluded. We shall now enter a new phase. New phase, perfect past. All individuals will soon be transported back to the past, allowing each ninja to rectify their regrets within their respective timelines. Every two factions may form a team. Allies can enter each other's timelines. The one who rectifies the most regrets will emerge victorious. The victors will be rewarded as a group, with each individual receiving 500 points. As this new competition was announced, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by a thunderous cheer. Regret correction. The world of ninjas is fraught with regrets, whether it be Obito witnessing Rin's death, Nagato observing Yahiko's demise, or the fourth Hokage and Kushina unable to accompany their son's growth during the Night of the Nine Tails. Now, the system was offering everyone an opportunity to return to the past and amend their regrets. Do not rejoice too soon. The regrets you rectify will only manifest in a new timeline and will not affect the current one. Furthermore, during the process of rectifying regrets, no one is allowed to reveal their identity to their past selves. Failure to comply will result in immediate return to the present space. Is there even any significance if it cannot impact the current timeline? Indeed, we might as well sit together and chat idly instead of attempting to amend timelines, as it would ultimately be futile. Though reluctant, everyone understood the stakes involved. Despite their verbal hesitance, they had no choice but to proceed. All ninjas gathered, seeking allies based on their villages. Why not join forces with us from the Hidden Leaf? Inoki proposed to Saratobi Hiruzen. Apologies, but we from the Hidden Leaf do not intend to ally with anyone. Our threats are predominantly internal. Hiruzen firmly rejected. This sentiment was shared not only by the Hokage, but also by the rest of the Hidden Leaf. Since the Second Ninja World War, internal conflicts had been rampant within the Hidden Leaf, leading to numerous regrets. Thus, the Hidden Leaf sought to focus solely on their own affairs, as an alliance with Inoki would necessitate aiding him. Very well, then we shall not form an alliance, Inoki conceded with a smile. Hiruzen and Inoki promptly declared their non-alliance, while the leaders of the Rain and Wind countries chose to unite. After all, their greatest regret was their failure to win the war, and they were determined to combine forces against a common enemy, the Hidden Leaf. Other factions also began to ally, with the Akatsuki remaining independent. This organization was founded by individuals living on the fringes of society, thus lacking any allies. Even within the Akatsuki, members were reluctant to act in unison. My apologies, Nagato, but I have matters I must attend to, Itachi expressed with regret. It's quite all right. You all are free to pursue your own endeavors. We are, after all, a collective of tragic figures, and there is no necessity for us to act as one. Nagato nonchalantly permitted everyone to disperse, preparing for transportation. 4, 3, countdown until 1. In the next instant, everyone was transported from the System-S space to various locations. In the Hidden Leaf, Minato, Kushina, and Naruto found themselves on the eve of Naruto's birth, soon joined by Jiraiya and others. Lord First Hokage, we leave this to you, Minato said respectfully to the First Hokage. Rest assured, no matter who it is, should they dare to threaten the Hidden Leaf, I will undoubtedly crush them, the First Hokage declared with confidence. Then let us wait for the crisis to unfold while I recount the events of that night when Naruto was born and my battle against the masked man, Minato said as he settled down to share his tale. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, after the transportation concluded, Nagato slowly opened his eyes to the misty sky, feeling the rain cascading upon him. We have returned. At this moment, we know not what awaits us. Perhaps we were living in blissful ignorance before the war, Yahiko remarked, raising his hand to catch the falling raindrops, reflecting on the past. How could we have ever lived in happiness? From the very beginning, we were mere orphans of war, wandering without a home, were we not? Conan replied. Now that you mention it, I suppose we truly are quite unfortunate, Yahiko chuckled resignedly. Upon seeing his smile, Shao Nan and Nagato also beamed with joy. Now that they had returned to the land of rain, the trio felt remarkably uplifted. Although Nagato had lost his parents in this land, and Yahiko had perished here, their fateful meeting and mutual support for survival also took place in this very place. Hey, you three peculiar individuals, what are you still doing standing there? The ninjas from Konoha are about to attack. As the trio laughed foolishly, a shout drew their attention to the doorway of a nearby house. There stood a man, along with his wife, leaning against the doorframe, calling out to them. Beside the couple was a young boy, his short hair obscuring his eyes, with striking red locks. Nagato, is that you? Yahiko and Shao Nan immediately recognized the boy's identity and turned to Nagato for confirmation. Nagato remained silent, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the couple. After a prolonged silence, trembling lips finally uttered 2 words, "Father, mother." "Hey, what are you dazed about? Are you 3 foolish? Hurry over," the man shouted while waving his hand. Subsequently, Nagato uncontrollably advanced forward, with Yahiko and Shounen trailing behind him as they entered the house. "This is quite dangerous. Your attire is exceedingly strange. If the Konoha ninjas discover you, they might mistake you for people from the Wind Country." Once inside, the man chastised them while picking up a towel to wipe their clothes. In the land of rain, where survival was a relentless struggle, the relationships among people were often unfriendly. However, Nagato's parents were a remarkable exception. They were the kind-hearted souls who, during times of war, would call out loudly for others to take refuge when they saw people outside. As Nagato muttered about the Konoha ninjas, he turned his gaze to the marks on the wall that recorded time. Discovering that the date and time matched his memories precisely, it was the very day he became an orphan. Thus, the system had transported the 3 of them back to this moment, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. "Yahiko, Shounen, soon the Konoha ninjas will come in. If we defeat them, we can rectify a regret," Nagato proposed. "All right, we must secure those points this time." Yahiko clenched his fists and reached into his pocket for a kunai, positioning himself near the side of the door against the wall. Meanwhile, Shounen moved to the opposite wall, her arm transforming into paper-like forms that coalesced into a long blade. Nagato simply settled onto the sofa in the room, waiting in silence. "Hey, you 3. You're not actually thinking of fighting the Konoha ninjas, are you?" Nagato's father exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at the trio. In his mind, these ninjas from foreign lands were exceedingly powerful, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. While the average level of Konoha ninjas was relatively high, it was merely that relative. Faced with absolute strength, they stood no chance of survival. "It's quite all right," Nagato said nonchalantly. In an instant, the door was suddenly kicked open, and 2 dust-covered Konoha ninjas burst into the room, immediately spotting Nagato seated calmly. Yahiko and Shounen attempted to assassinate them, but were halted by Nagato, who had a sudden idea. "I can handle this myself," he declared, glancing at the red-haired boy hiding behind his mother, adding, "Watch closely. This is how you use your eyes." With that, Nagato swiftly raised his right hand. The universal pull activated with his intent, locking onto one of the Konoha ninja's necks and drawing him toward Nagato's right hand. Where did this monster come from? The other Konoha ninja, witnessing his companion being seized, pulled out a handful of shurikens and hurled them at Nagato. Shinra-tensei. With a mere thought, Nagato unleashed a repulsive force that radiated outward from his body, sending the pulled enemy flying while simultaneously deflecting all shurikens. Not only the Konoha ninjas, but also the furniture in the room was left in disarray by the force of the attack. "You monster!" The Konoha ninja standing at the door gazed at Nagato in terror, his peripheral vision catching sight of his comrade pinned against the wall by the repulsive force. This was a technique he had never encountered before, one that required no hand signs and whose principles he could not comprehend. The recent display of pulling someone in and pushing everything away had left him utterly perplexed. Without intelligence, there was no way to engage in battle. "Die." Nagato softly uttered the word, and in the next moment, he surged forward, reaching the Konoha ninja in the blink of an eye. A long staff materialized in his right hand, piercing through the ninja's jaw and out the top of his head. Within a mere half-minute, both Konoha ninjas were eliminated by Nagato alone. Yahiko and Shounen were not surprised by this scene, for they were well aware of Nagato's formidable strength and his adeptness with the Rinnegan. However, for Nagato's parents, who were ordinary citizens of the Land of Rain, the sight before them was beyond mere terror. You've defeated the Konoha ninjas? Who are you? How do you possess such incredible power?" The couple trembled, filled with fear despite Nagato not having harmed them. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Nagato raised his hand, retracting the blood-stained black rod to demonstrate his lack of hostility. Upon seeing the weapon sheath, the couple sighed in relief, realizing that this red-haired youth, resembling their child, indeed bore no ill will. Just as their fear subsided, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations to Nagato, Yahiko, and Shounen for saving Nagato's parents and rectifying a regret. Points earned, 100. 100 points?" Yahiko exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, during the duel between Nagato and Jiraiya in the system space, Yahiko had earned 50 points for winning. Yet now, merely for dispatching 2 Konoha ninjas, they had received 100 points. This was indeed a significant gain. Our past lives were fraught with regrets, and now, within the borders of the Land of Rain, we can effortlessly accumulate even more points. Nagato mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Hearing his words, Yahiko and Xiaonan nodded vigorously. The trio's former existence had been marked by extreme hardship and countless regrets, which had once been a source of despair. Yet now, under these circumstances, it had transformed into a fortuitous situation, leaving them at a loss for words. So, should we stay here then? Xiaonan inquired. Of course, Nagato replied, turning to his parents and requesting, may we stay here for a few days? Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their dilemma. Their hesitation stemmed not from unwillingness to host Nagato and his friends, but rather from the dire scarcity of resources in the Land of Rain. We only have enough food to last 2 days. With the ongoing wars, survival is a significant issue, the man stated solemnly. No worries, we will handle this matter. Nagato replied nonchalantly. For those with formidable strength, procuring food was always a trivial matter. As for how to acquire provisions, it could be summarized in one word: seize. Not from the impoverished and starving common folk, but from the warring factions of the Wind Country and the Fire Country within the Land of Rain. The suffering of the Land of Rain was a direct consequence of the conflict between these two great nations. Nagato had always held this belief. It is a time of war. Many supplies are unavailable. We can only make space for you to stay with us for a while. As Nagato's mother began to tidy up the living room, she took out some tattered and patched blankets to spread on the floor. The three of them had no objections, as their living conditions had never been particularly favorable. However, this humble room and its bedding were all that Nagato's parents could manage. The couple and little Nagato could only lie on a single worn mattress, huddling together for warmth. This scene rendered Yahiko and Konan unable to sleep under their blankets, while Nagato found it even harder to rest. Konan, please help me transform this house, Nagato implored, glancing at her. Chapter 88. Summoning technique to cope with the incessant rain and the ever-looming threat of enemy forces. The architecture in the Land of Rain was predominantly circular. This design allowed rainwater to flow down to the ground and, in the event of an attack, the circular structure could better withstand pressure, preventing total destruction. However, such a layout provided very little living space. Nagato envisioned having Konan use her unique ninjutsu to create a temporary shelter. Nagato, please dig a large hole, Konan instructed, her body transforming into paper. Summoning technique, Hell Crab. Nagato called out the name of the summoned beast, and in the next moment, a massive hell crab burst through the ceiling and began digging. Although digging was not its forte, a crab of such immense size could easily flatten a small hill, let alone excavate a hole. The hell crab clamped its pincers together and burrowed into the earth, creating a vast underground pit. Konan then entered the hole, manifesting a paper-crafted villa. We still need a water source, Yahiko murmured, producing the water release forbidden technique scroll that Nagato had acquired earlier. After reviewing the techniques inscribed within, he swiftly learned the method to create an infinite supply of clean water. Yahiko formed hand seals and directed the jutsu towards a depression in the ground. In the next instant, a water sphere descended into the pit, not bursting but instead flowing gently. After this flurry of activity, both water and shelter were secured. Congratulations to the three of you for rectifying a regret. You have earned 50 points. Such a thing can actually yield points? Yahiko gazed at Nagato in astonishment. But he needed no further explanation. He understood. The Land of Rain was a battleground where its inhabitants lived in profound hardship, making Nagato's regrets entirely reasonable. This aspect of the system was advantageous for them. Thank you for creating such a wonderful house for us. Nagato's parents expressed their gratitude, kneeling before the trio in astonishment at the miracles unfolding before their eyes. Little Nagato, no longer as guarded, boldly approached Nagato. Do not thank me. This is what I ought to do, Nagato replied, shaking his head. He then knelt before his younger self, advising, you are yet unaware of the immense power you possess. You too can harness my strength. You must discover and wield it swiftly. Power? The younger Nagato was bewildered, unable to comprehend the words of the red-haired youth before him. He merely found his own appearance peculiar and unappealing. You will understand in time, Nagato said, ruffling little Nagato's hair before rising and addressing Yahiko. Once everything is settled, we shall immediately seek out your younger selves. This presents an opportunity to earn points. Konan and I have never experienced a moment of stability, always on the move. It is our greatest regret, and it could yield us considerable points. Yahiko chuckled ruefully, recalling the trials of his youth. Not only for the hardships endured, but also for the joyous moments shared with Konan and Nagato. The three of them rested in their newly constructed home, preparing to gather some food the next day. The following day, as Nagato's trio awoke in their newly built house, Naruto and the others from Konoha village also stirred in a wooden structure outside the village. Today is the day, Minato observed solemnly, glancing at the calendar on the wall. Is today the day we confront that strange individual? I do feel a certain apprehension about this matter. The Nine-Tails is a beast I once defeated. I wonder if, after all these years, it has made any progress. Hashirama wore a relaxed smile, showing no concern about the rampaging beast. He had previously subdued the Nine-Tails summoned by Madara with ease, making it only natural for him to take on the primary combat role. While we may allow the first Hokage to deal with the Nine-Tails, we are also aware of Obito's troublesome nature. It is essential to prioritize stopping him and preventing the Nine-Tails from being unleashed to minimize destruction to Konoha. Minato articulated his thoughts to the group. As the one directly involved that day, no one dared to contest Minato's opinion. Moreover, let us not forget that the system prohibits revealing our identities to those from the past, so we must ensure our disguises are effective, Kushina astutely reminded, glancing at Hashirama, seeking his expertise in concealing their identities. Of course, I have a solution, Hashirama declared, swiftly forming hand seals. Upon completion, he struck the ground with his palm, causing a series of wooden armors to rise from the earth. Is wood release capable of such applications? The group marveled, recalling a ninja named Yamato from Konoha who could also utilize wood release, albeit primarily for constructing houses. Creating armor? Now that's truly an impressive technique. As the others expressed their astonishment, Hashirama beamed with pride, pointing to the wooden armor he had summoned. This armor provides comprehensive coverage, not only offering formidable defense, but also enhancing chakra recovery, thus aiding in combat. The others were even more intrigued, eager to don the armor and test its capabilities. Minato, concerned about the armor hindering his movements, found it surprisingly lightweight and unobtrusive upon wearing it. Once their disguises were ready, Minato recalled the situation from that time and led the group to the secure area where Kushina was to give birth to Naruto, quietly awaiting Obito's arrival. Time passed slowly until nightfall. In the secure area of Konoha, a group of Umbu ninjas had gathered, vigilantly guarding the vicinity, with Kushina carrying the Nine-Tails. The moment of childbirth was when the Jinchuriki was most vulnerable. Should anyone attempt to seize the beast during this time, the formidable Nine-Tails could be released, resulting in catastrophic consequences. As everyone remained alert, a figure draped in a long robe and wearing a peculiar mask approached from a distance. He advanced with measured steps, exuding an air of undeniable gravitas, a clear indication of his extraordinary nature. Such individuals had never been encountered by the Umbu of Konoha, leading them to unanimously deem him an adversary. Ants, he scoffed derisively, chains materializing in his hands. In an instant, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. A small Umbu squad attempted to intercept him, their training evident in their synchronized movements and combat experience. They scattered to launch an attack from all conceivable angles. However, as their weapons struck him from 3 directions, they bizarrely passed through him, inflicting no harm. Seeking death, he murmured, solidifying his form. And with a swift motion of his chains, he severed the throats of the entire Umbu squad. Everyone, be cautious. This individual is formidable, a voice cautioned. Subsequently, all the Umbu ninjas charged toward him, intent on overcoming him with sheer numbers. Yet, they grossly underestimated his prowess. This battle was a one-sided massacre. In the face of their assaults, he did not evade. Instead, he allowed their weapons to pass through him, only to rematerialize unexpectedly and eliminate the unprepared foes. His movements and the timing of his jutsu were impeccably precise, and even though the Umbu recognized the flaw in his intangibility, they could not capitalize on it. Within moments, they were all slain. Lord Hokage, an intruder has breached our defenses. An urgent report came from a lookout as Minato Namikaze was assisting Kushina in childbirth. Upon hearing this, Minato was taken aback, hastily entrusting the delivery to a medic before rushing outside to assess the situation. Upon reaching the perimeter of the secure area, he beheld the advancing figure of Obito, cloaked in black and adorned with a yellow mask, rendering his identity unrecognizable. "You despicable wretch, I shall deal with you first," Minato declared, preparing to engage him in combat. At that moment, a dozen figures emerged from the shadows, each clad in wooden armor and exhibiting remarkable agility. Their appearance caught Obito off guard, as he had not anticipated any opponents remaining unharmed. "Return to protect Kushina. We shall handle this," Hashirama Senju instructed. Although Minato was bewildered by the situation, he complied and rushed back to safeguard his wife. Among the sudden arrivals, the future version of Minato stood tall, brandishing a kunai designed for the Flying Thunder God technique, casting a cold gaze at Obito. "Who are you?" Obito inquired, his brow furrowed. "Do not concern yourself with our identities. Merely know that we possess the means to eradicate you," Hashirama replied, charging forward while swiftly forming hand seals. Minato, proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, launched his kunai, which passed through Obito's intangible form. At that moment, Minato activated his technique, teleporting to the kunai's landing point and delivering a powerful strike to Obito's back. A remarkable technique, Obito could not help but praise. Yet, he too became intangible in the next instant. However, Minato did not press the attack. Instead, he swiftly retreated. By this time, Hashirama had completed his hand seals, and a colossal wooden hand emerged from the ground, seizing Obito's legs during the brief interval of his intangibility. As Obito prepared to utilize his intangibility once more to evade, Saratobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of intense flames that engulfed the area where Obito stood. Although Obito managed to evade the flames' relentless burn in the later stages, he was initially struck, his black robe singed and his body charred. "Would release, would golem technique," Hashirama proclaimed. Forming a hand seal as a wooden figure emerged from the earth, relentlessly assaulting Obito. The latter could do nothing but continue to become intangible, unable to retaliate, merely buying time through evasion. However, Hashirama's chakra far exceeded that of the tailed beasts, making any attempt to outlast him a fool's errand. As expected of the first Hokage, such formidable would-release techniques. As Hashirama and his allies continued their relentless assault on Obito, the onlookers could do little more than spectate. In the midst of the wooden golem strikes, Kakashi seized an opportunity to employ Kimui. The golem vanished, reappearing behind Obito, and delivered a punch that sent him hurtling several meters away. Cough, cough. Upon landing, Obito crashed heavily against the rocks, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Shock was the only emotion coursing through him. Why was there someone wielding such powerful wood release? Why was there someone utilizing Kamui? The Uchiha clan had been decimated, and the number of survivors was scant. Why then were there individuals assisting Konoha? Who were these figures clad in wooden armor? Amidst the flurry of questions, Obito was met not with answers, but with Minato, who suddenly appeared behind him. The Rasengan struck out fiercely, yet Obito, ever quick-witted, utilized his intangibility to evade the attack. Minato had not anticipated a direct hit. He sought merely to exploit the fleeting opening in Obito's defense. Now, Kakashi advanced, swiftly employing his ocular technique. Minato vanished with his Rasengan. "Above you." Obito glanced upward, activating his intangibility once more. However, Minato did not descend directly to attack. Instead, he transformed into a golden flash, appearing diagonally above Obito. As Obito's intangibility waned, Minato's strike landed squarely on his back, driving him into the ground. "Curse you, who are you people?" Obito grunted. Struggling to rise from the crater, his expression one of unrestrained fury directed at the figures before him. "We are here specifically to eliminate you," Hiruzen declared, puffing his cheeks before exhaling a wave of scorching flames that engulfed Obito entirely. At this point, battered and unable to rise, Obito was caught off guard by multiple attacks, suffering direct hits from the flames. Congratulations to Minato and his allies for rectifying a regret, earning 300 points. Upon hearing the system notification of their reward, Minato and the others were filled with exhilaration. Obito's invasion of Konoha had been his greatest regret, although this rectification could not alter reality, at the very least. Naruto in this world would no longer be an orphan. Chapter 90. Obito's illusion. He was now quite manageable. This matter had reached its conclusion. Observing the fallen Obito, Minato spoke with a calm demeanor. Long ago, upon learning that Obito was responsible for the invasion of Konoha and the release of the Nine Tails, which had cost both him and Kushina their lives, Minato had been struck with disbelief. Why had the once bright and passionate Obito transformed into this? Yet, from that moment onward, hatred had taken root. Minato harbored no animosity toward any ninja, even those opposed to him, for they fought for their own villages and paths. deserving of respect. However, Obito was an exception. As a child, he had been without family, and Kushina, his mentor, had treated him kindly, only for Obito to betray her by unleashing the Nine Tails during her childbirth. Minato vividly recalled the fury that had consumed him as he glared at Obito after rescuing Kushina and Naruto. Yet, those were matters of the past, and within this timeline, those tragedies would not come to pass. Wait, I sense this situation may not conclude so simply, Hiruzen interjected, approaching Minato and Hashirama with a look of concern. Being among the first to enter the system space, he was aware of the rewards each individual had received. At the outset, Obito's identity was that of the comedic figure, Tobi, within the Akatsuki organization, remaining undisclosed. This allowed him to secure numerous rewards, including a significant enhancement of his ocular techniques. It was prudent to confirm this. Minato Namikaze realized the gravity of the situation and knelt down to remove Obito's mask. At that moment, the figure lying amidst the rubble was indeed Obito. Yet his eyes were wide open, fixated ahead. Stop him. Hashirama Senju, who had battled against Madara, immediately sensed something amiss and called out. However, it was too late. In the next instant, Obito's Sharingan dimmed, ultimately closing, and he vanished entirely. Izanagi, this technique rewrites reality. How could Obito possibly use it at this juncture? Minato exclaimed in shock. Teacher, are you not aware of my greatest regret? It was not destroying Konoha during the Nine Tails rampage, but rather being thwarted by you in that endeavor. Obito spoke with a sinister calmness, slowly removing his mask to reveal his Manjiki Sharingan. Though his attire was still tattered from the flames of Hiruzen Saratobi, his demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, and his eyes were no longer the ordinary Sharingan they once were. This is peculiar. Impossible. The person we just defeated could not have been the real you, Minato insisted, recalling their recent battle and adamantly asserting that it was not the true Obito. Of course not, as you were never part of the fight, Obito sneered, tossing aside his mask. The moment it struck the ground, the world around them shifted. They found themselves in a serene glade within a dense forest, devoid of any combat residue. The surroundings were tranquil, with deer and birds gracing the woods. If a battle had indeed erupted, the destructive power of Hashirama would have rendered the area unrecognizable. Damn it, was all of that an illusion? Minato pondered a possibility. It seemed that Obito had ensnared them all in a jinjutsu, though the moment it had begun remained a mystery. Apologies, I activated a reward I received from the system. But I never anticipated such efficacy, Obito remarked with a smile. I thought you would surely attempt to save Rin during the Great Ninja War. Yet it appears you have traversed to the same timeline as us, Kakashi noted with a furrowed brow. This was an unforeseen circumstance. The system had not indicated that the two groups could not coincide at the same temporal point or that they could not engage in conflict over a chance to rectify something. Obito had clearly seized upon this to catch them off guard. I would certainly like to see Rin, but the existence of this timeline's Rin is inconsequential, as everything will vanish once the system concludes this segment. Thus, why not seize this opportunity to accumulate more points? Obito said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Minato and the others were filled with indignation, and the mention of points startled him, prompting him to check his score. Indeed, the 300 points earned from defeating Obito were absent. This indicated that even the prompt had been simulated by Obito's manipulation of the system's rewards. Even if you mislead us all, what can you accomplish? Can you truly contend with all of us? Hashirama declared, his palms clasped together, poised to strike. No, I have no intention of battling all of you. I merely seek to delay you, allowing Madara to pursue his ambitions, Obito stated calmly. What? Madara is with you? Minato exclaimed in shock, disregarding any thoughts of defeating Obito as he dashed toward Konoha's secure zone. Not only him, but Hiruzen and Hashirama also rushed forward. At this juncture, only Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Tsunade, and Jiraiya remained in the forest. They were either formidable ninjas or new powers like Naruto and Sasuke, and even in a confrontation with Obito, defeat seemed improbable. Obito, let us engage in a true duel, devoid of any system-provided tools or rewards, a genuine battle. Kakashi extended a challenge. No, I shall not fight you. For it is entirely unnecessary, Obito coldly refused, a vortex forming around him as he was gradually drawn in, vanishing from sight. Where will he go? Tsunade inquired. I do not know. We must seek him out, Kakashi replied, shaking his head before hastening toward the village, convinced that Obito was likely aiding Madara. This feeling was not based on concrete evidence, but rather an instinctive sense. Within the village, the Nine Tails had already been summoned. Its massive claws capable of demolishing rows of houses with a single sweep, as countless Konoha villagers screamed in terror, bewildered by the sudden calamity. "You are swift," came Obito's voice, slowly materializing above the Nine Tails. "Well done. Without you, I would have found it quite challenging to unleash the Nine Tails." Madara crossed his arms, his gaze icy as he surveyed the Konoha populace below. In his eyes, they were no longer former villagers, but a group of despicable traitors. "Are we to raze Konoha to the ground?" Obito remarked indifferently, his eyes devoid of hesitation or remorse as he surveyed the village he once called home. Yet, it wasn't born of hatred toward Konoha like Madara's. He understood this was merely a world generated by the system, entirely unrelated to the original world. His singular objective remained the resurrection of Rin, uncomplicated in its essence. Reducing it to rubble is not ideal. We should contemplate alternative methods, such as eliminating these ordinary people first. Madara's face lit up with a fervent smile as he formed hand seals, invoking the name of his technique, Tengai Shinsei. In the next instant, a colossal meteor appeared in the sky, its immense size blotting out the sun. Should this massive meteor strike the ground, not only Konoha but the entire continent would be obliterated. "Are you truly mad, harboring such hatred toward ordinary people?" Obito questioned, his brow furrowing. "Indeed. I loathe everyone in this world. They engage in conflict daily without understanding the reasons behind it. They are foolish and ignorant. Existing in this world is a mistake, and now I shall erase them. They should be grateful to me," Madara proclaimed, his distorted rationale echoing the grievances he had accumulated over decades. Yet Obito merely listened, not intervening in his thoughts. He still viewed this as a simulated space generated by the system, with his primary goal being to acquire rewards to ultimately create a world where Rin existed. The meteor summoned by Tengai Shinsei hurtled downward. The villagers of Konoha fled in panic, while all the village's elite shinobi gathered, powerless against the impending meteor. They could not fathom how one individual could unleash such a formidable technique, perceiving their situation as hopeless. Just as the meteor was about to descend, towering trees suddenly sprouted from the ground, merging into a colossal hand that caught the falling meteor. "Hashirama, you have finally arrived." Upon witnessing the enormous trees, Madara instantly recognized the source of this power, none other than his eternal rival. "Madara, you lunatic. Are you intent on destroying Konoha even in this world?" Hashirama's figure emerged atop the highest structure in Konoha, sternly questioning Madara, who stood atop the Nine Tails. "Indeed, my greatest regret lies not in the destruction of Konoha. I yearn to obliterate this place with my own hands and eliminate those whom you hold dear." Madara's arms crossed over his chest. He expressed his thoughts with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Hashirama Senju found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. He had initially believed that both Obito and Madara harbored their own regrets, and that they would be sent back to the era of the Great Ninja War, or perhaps even earlier. However, the regrets of these two were not rooted in their pasts, but in their failure to annihilate Konoha. There was nothing left to say. Noticing Hashirama's silence, Madara chose not to continue, commanding the Nine Tails to unleash a tailed beast ball. A dark sphere materialized at the mouth of the Nine Tails, swelling larger until it was finally expelled. This was the tailed beast ball, imbued with formidable power. Hashirama, having witnessed the devastation wrought by the tailed beast ball before, understood the magnitude of destruction it could unleash. Even if this world was merely a construct of the system, he could not bear to see the villagers harmed. Yet, that tailed beast ball failed to inflict any damage and vanished mid-flight. Many years ago, I had thwarted a tailed beast ball in a similar manner. A golden flash appeared beside Hashirama. It was Minato Namikaze, who had just used the Flying Thunder God technique to redirect the tailed beast ball. Following Minato's arrival, others who had returned with him also appeared. It seems there exists a technique capable of transferring the tailed beast ball. Truly impressive. Although I remain uncertain if you can withstand this move. In the face of his adversary, Madara, with a mere thought, enveloped the Nine Tails in a blue energy. This energy soon coalesced into armor and a long sword, encasing the Nine Tails entirely. The Nine Tails, now shrouded in blue energy, roared with newfound strength towards Hashirama and the others. Is this a technique that employs Susanoo to assist the tailed beasts in battle? Witnessing the blue Nine Tails, Minato was astounded, never expecting Susanoo to possess such utility. Not only Minato, but the others were equally taken aback. Is this the might of Susanoo? Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew that both he and Madara were qualified to wield Susanoo. Now, with Madara showcasing Susanoo's ability to envelop the Nine Tails, Sasuke's understanding of this power expanded immensely. This is the armored Susanoo, which not only significantly enhances the tailed beast's combat prowess, but also resonates with the tailed beast ball, granting it terrifying power. Hashirama spoke slowly. Having encountered Madara decades ago, and thus aware of the formidable nature of the Susanoo-shrouded Nine Tails. We must exercise caution, Minato warned, vanishing from his position. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the others scattered as well, while Naruto and Sasuke stood at a distance alongside Kushina, unable to intervene in the unfolding battle. Once everyone was in position, the conflict commenced. I shall resolve you all with a single strike. Madara swiftly formed hand seals, then directed his breath skyward, exhaling a great gust that transformed into a fiery meteor hurtling towards the heavens, before crashing down to the ground. Observing these fire meteors, Hashirama quickly performed hand seals, causing great wooden hands to sprout from the earth to catch the meteors. As he obstructed the meteors, a golden kunai flew towards the head of the Nine Tails, with Minato promptly appearing before Madara. However, Madara regarded this junior with disdain, not even glancing his way, merely standing there. Just as Minato prepared to strike, Obito suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, a vortex appeared around both their bodies, causing them to vanish. That insufferable golden flash has departed. Now, it is my battle with you. Madara formed hand seals again, unleashing the Phoenix Fire technique towards Hashirama's position. This ordinary technique could not harm Hashirama, yet it created an opportunity for Madara's subsequent actions. The Nine Tails' mouth opened wide, coalescing a black sphere several times larger than the previous tailed beast ball. Quickly stop him. Hashirama clasped his hands together, issuing a loud command. As the others charged towards the Nine Tails, a wooden figure emerged from the ground, rushing towards the armored Nine Tails. Chapter 92. The Battle of Village Annihilation. The conflict escalated to a fever pitch right from the outset. The enhanced black-tailed beast ball coalesced at the Nine Tails' mouth. But just as it was about to be expelled, the wooden figure reached the Nine Tails, retracting its right arm, gathering strength before delivering a powerful punch that struck the armored Nine Tails' head, causing it to tilt back. Consequently, the newly formed tailed beast ball lost control, soaring into the sky at an alarming speed. Whoosh! A sound of rushing air reverberated as the dark night was suddenly illuminated. The explosion of the armored Nine Tails tailed beast ball transforming the night into day. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed across miles, leaving everyone with ringing ears. The clouds above were directly dispersed by the blast, leaving Konoha village clear of any darkness for miles around. Such terrifying destructive power. Kakashi and Jiraiya, having just reached the midpoint of their charge, witnessed the tailed beast ball being launched, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as dread filled their hearts. Had it not been for Hashirama's intervention with the wooden figure, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You truly intend to destroy Konoha? Hashirama glared at Madara, angrily commanding the wooden figure to launch another attack, channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the armored Nine Tails. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the enormous Nine Tails fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and destroying numerous buildings within Konoha. Observing the destruction, Hashirama's brow furrowed in anguish. Yet, aside from resorting to brute force to stop Madara and the Nine Tails, there were no other options available. Hashirama, you seem to be enjoying yourself. I would have thought you would hesitate to act given that we are in the village. Witnessing the Nine Tails being knocked down, Madara remained unfazed. He merely raised his right hand, exerting control over Susanoo to force the Nine Tails back to its feet. Subsequently, the Nine Tails drew forth the colossal chakra sword bestowed by the armored Susanoo and swung it towards the wooden figure. Crash! Another loud crash resounded as the chakra sword cleaved the wooden figure in two. However, the wood release can regenerate infinitely. As the two halves of the wooden figure lay on the ground, Hashirama quickly formed hand seals, causing the remnants to regenerate into two separate wooden figures, both charging towards the armored Nine Tails. You initiated this war. I will defeat you without hesitation, just as I did last time, Hashirama declared, landing on the ground while swiftly forming hand seals. A wooden dragon emerged from beneath the armored Nine Tails, tightly wrapping around its legs. with the armored Ninetales unable to move. The two wooden figures charged forth, and Madara would not remain passive. He directed the Ninetales to attack the oncoming wooden figures using Susanoo. The chakra sword was raised high, aiming directly at the two wooden figures. This technique, now unleashed by Madara, bore far greater power than that of a century past. As the moment the chakra sword was swung, it sliced through the night sky, growing even larger, engulfing the two wooden figures. Although Hashirama's attempt to flank the two wooden figures failed, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen Saratobi seized the opportunity, charging towards the head of the armored Ninetales. Preparing to launch their assault, Oil of the Toad, Jiraiya, unbeknownst to him, had entered Sage mode, launching varied assaults alongside the two Toad Sages perched upon his shoulders. A torrent of flammable oil erupted from his mouth, enveloping Madara. Concurrently, the two Toad Sages unleashed flames and whirlwinds. "This is a battle you cannot interfere with. Be gone," Madara bellowed, as rib-like structures of Susanoo materialized around him. At that moment, the Toad oil had already coated Madara, with flames and whirlwinds following closely behind, instantly engulfing him. Yet, after such a devastating ninjutsu had passed, Madara not only stood unharmed but also formed hand seals. "This is bad. His Susanoo has withstood our entire onslaught." The Toad Sages discerned the situation but could only warn Jiraiya. In the next instant, Madara took a deep breath and unleashed a scorching inferno towards Jiraiya, ensnaring him in flames. Jiraiya, Saratobi Hiruzen, witnessing his pupil engulfed in fire, gasped while hastily forming seals. Meanwhile, Kakashi, not idle, rushed forward, using Kimui to absorb Hiruzen and release him behind Madara. However, the two, fixated on Madara, overlooked the formidable Ninetales looming beneath them. With a deafening crash, the Ninetales' claws struck down upon its own head, causing it to topple and flatten both Kakashi and Hiruzen. "I told you, this is not a battle for you to meddle in." Madara charged forward, delivering a fierce kick that sent Kakashi and Hiruzen sprawling, before focusing solely on his confrontation with Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya, having been consumed by the great fireball, was not dead but rendered powerless. "Madara, after all these years, you have grown far stronger than before," Hashirama remarked, his hands pressed together. The surrounding environment trembled as a colossal Buddha statue suddenly rose in the vast expanse of Konoha. "Top-tier Buddha, ha ha ha. Hashirama, you've made no progress over the years. Are you still resorting to this technique against me?" Madara laughed at the sight of the Buddha. He had once been thoroughly defeated by the Buddha of the Thousand Hands, but that was in the past. Now, with significant gains from the system's space, he could not be easily subdued. "True Thousand Hands." Hashirama intoned the name of his ninjutsu. Subsequently, the Thousand Hands of the giant Buddha launched towards Madara and the Ninetales. Unfazed by the rain of massive fists, Madara joined his hands together and released a dark sphere. The sphere slowly ascended into the sky, seemingly devoid of power, yet it exerted a tremendous influence on the Buddha beneath Hashirama, causing it to rise skyward, along with the Thousand Hands. "Apologies, but you awoke a bit late. I obtained the Rinnegan through answering questions," Madara spoke with a grin, revealing the Rinnegan in his right eye. He had concealed his eye all along, intending to catch Hashirama off guard in the future. Now he had succeeded. The larger the object for the heavenly obstruction star, the quicker it would be drawn upward. The Buddha was unable to resist its gravitational pull and ascended into the sky. Chapter 93. Turning the Tide. "Damn it. You were hidden too deeply." Hashirama glared at Madara with fury. At this point, it was too late for him to thwart the heavenly obstruction star's activation, yet he had no means to counter the Ninetales without relying on the Buddha, forcing him to launch a full-scale attack on the core of the heavenly obstruction star above. However, this provided Madara with yet another opportunity to strike. "Konoha, I will finally destroy you." Standing atop the Ninetales, Madara cast a cold gaze over everything, filled with hatred and rage. Konoha should have treated the Uchiha clan with respect. Yet Hashirama's brother had always harbored suspicions of the Uchiha seeking power, ultimately leading to oppression against them. Since Konoha could not trust the Uchiha clan, and Hashirama's previous promises of alliance were mere fabrications, it was time to obliterate this place. "It ends now." Madara slowly raised his right hand, with his index and middle fingers extended, chanting the name of his jutsu, Heavenly Obstruction Star. Boom! A heavy gale descended from the heavens, sweeping through every corner of Konoha. This wind pressure did not arise from nowhere. It emanated from the enormous meteor in the sky. The meteor had been summoned by Madara, only to be intercepted by Hashirama. However, that interception was not definitive. The second meteor summoned by Madara struck the first, the tremendous force obliterating the trees supporting it. Now, both meteors plummeted towards the earth. The forest of trees descends. Hashirama quickly executed a jutsu in a bid to halt them. But the force of the two meteors was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what would release could withstand, and they soon descended to the ground. As both meteors crashed down simultaneously, the structures of Konoha stood no chance of resistance, instantly shattering, while the ground trembled beneath the impact. The heavenly obstruction star jutsu even affected the planet on which the ninja world resides, causing gravitational tides to distort, oceans to rise into the sky, and tectonic plates to convulse. Uchiha Madara destroyed Konoha, rectifying his past regrets. Reward points. 500. Haha. Although this world is not real, witnessing Konoha's destruction brings me immense joy. Madara laughed maniacally, fixated on the scene of the meteors colliding with the ground. Damn it. Had you not concealed your Rinnegan, I could have dealt with you. Hashirama retorted, frustrated. The advent of the system space had transformed too many circumstances. Those who had previously perished, such as Minato Namikaze, were resurrected, as was Yahiko, with everyone acquiring powers that were not originally theirs through answering questions. Madara, already enhanced by illusions, disguised himself as another to obtain the Rinnegan, preparing to use it unexpectedly in the future. This was his scheme. Hashirama was not weaker than a century ago, nor was he incapable of defeating the current Uchiha Madara. Yet the nature of top-tier battles changed in an instant, where a single misstep could lead to utter failure. The disparity in intelligence caused Hashirama to miss his opportunity. This was the essence of battles among ninjas. Forgive me, but I was one step ahead, Madara declared, standing with his hands behind his back, laughing heartily. As the two spoke, the two massive meteors had already collided with the ground, shattering rocks and sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Even elite ninjas like Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju would either perish or be gravely injured by this shockwave. Thus no one dared to step forward to obstruct it. Above the Nine Tails, Obito's figure appeared, and in the next moment, the Nine Tails, along with Obito and Madara, were enveloped in a vortex, swiftly disappearing. On the ground, Hashirama and his companions could only brace themselves against the shockwave. Just then, a golden flash appeared beside each person, and they vanished from their location. The shockwave then arrived, obliterating everything within 1,000 miles. Moments later, Hashirama stood atop a distant peak, gazing at the immense crater created by the meteor, his heart heavy with sorrow. The others shared the same grave sentiment. Had it not been for Minato's sudden appearance, they would have endured the shockwave head-on, resulting in a dire fate. Minato, weren't you battling Obito earlier? Why did you return so suddenly? Kushina inquired. I engaged in a protracted struggle with Obito. His aim was merely to delay me. So after earning points, he released me, Minato explained. This time, we have truly been turned against. Senju Hashirama turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a weighty mood enveloping him. From the very beginning, it seemed that everyone had embarked upon a misguided path. Obito did not return to the Ninja World War to save Rin. Instead, he chose to collaborate with Uchiha Madara in the destruction of Konoha. A most unexpected turn of events. This misstep directly led to the collective loss of vigilance, ultimately allowing the Nine Tails to be unleashed. Following this, Uchiha Madara concealed his Rinnegan, striking with an element of surprise. That peculiar elder truly had a knack for hiding. I, who had entered the system space from the outset, failed to detect that he had acquired the Rinnegan. Naruto reflected on the matter of the king, astonished. The Uchiha clan is inherently adept at illusion techniques. This is only to be expected, Hashirama remarked calmly. The group then continued to summarize the recent battle. Meanwhile, Sasuke, deep in thought, stroked his chin. The formidable power displayed by the Uchiha clan was evident. Both Obito and Madara were of his kin. However, Sasuke would not place his trust in them. Rather, he recognized the strength they exhibited and the potential within himself. This further fueled his relentless pursuit of power. We must alter our strategy. Gathering together is no longer viable. We must separate, Hashirama stated as he crouched on the ground, sketching the current points held by Konoha, alongside those possessed by Obito and Madara. Despite their recent failure, their total points still surpass those of Obito and Madara. I believe the first Hokage is correct. it is prudent that we do not assemble in large numbers. It would be more advantageous to act independently, thwarting Obito and Madara from accumulating points while striving to secure points ourselves, suggested Minato Namikaze. Naturally, the others had no objections to the views expressed by him and Hashirama. However, another issue loomed. At the onset of rectifying past regrets, everyone had unanimously chosen the time frame during which the Nine Tails wreaked havoc, and it was likely they would not be able to select another period thereafter. Reminder, a fee of 50 points will grant access to any time frame. The system's prompt appeared promptly, and the group sighed in relief. For the ability to traverse various time periods meant that Minato and Hashirama's plan could be executed. I shall take my leave first. I intend to return to the period of the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya declared, stepping forward to be the first to exchange 50 points for the privilege to travel to another time frame. Chapter 94, Raid on the Wind Country Supply Base during the Second Ninja World War. Country of Rain. The persistent drizzle continued to fall from the heavens, shrouding the sky in a misty haze. This small nation, located in the heart of the five great nations, seemed destined to never witness a clear day. Nagato, our food supply is nearly depleted. We should venture out to seek more, Yahiko said as he exited the dwelling, glancing at Nagato, who leaned against the doorframe. Lost in thought, you and Conan stay here to protect the others. I shall go alone, Nagato replied, turning to leave. However, as he was about to step out, Yahiko seized him by the arm. I am not weak. Allow me to accompany you in the search for food, Yahiko insisted earnestly. Very well. Nagato conceded after a moment's thought, and together they set out towards a supply base of the wind country nearby. Although the country of rain was nominally independent, in reality, most of its territory was under the control of both the wind and fire countries. The armies of the two great nations treated the country of rain as a battleground, engaging in fierce warfare without restraint. To sustain such intense conflict, both nations were compelled to establish supply bases within the country of rain, typically situated in defensible locations to provide food, medicine, and ninja tools to the frontline troops. Nagato and Yahiko's objective was a supply base nestled within a valley in the wind country. Hurry up, you useless scum. Has the incessant rain muddled your brains? Two ninjas from Sunagakure wielding whips relentlessly lashed out at the laborers trudging along the road. These laborers were not from Sunagakure. They were forcibly conscripted and seized from the country of rain. The people of the country of rain had become accustomed to such beatings and taunts. Even if they fell to the ground under the lashes, they would merely rise in a daze and continue on their way. The unending warfare had dulled their spirits. They longed for merely a chance to survive. After all, even if Sunagakure was cruel, it still provided the laborers with food, albeit little, which was far better than starving to death without sustenance. Those despicable wretches, Yahiko seethed as he observed from above the valley, his teeth clenched in indignation. That bastard Hanzo only cares about stirring up conflict, waging war against the Iron Country, Konoha, and Sunagakure, completely disregarding how his own people have fallen to such depths. As Yahiko pointed out, the country of rain, though largely devastated, remained a battlefield, and Hanzo, even when presented with opportunities for peace, would reject them. He sought only victory, caring for nothing else. This is why I will eliminate Hanzo the Salamander after your demise. By then, he will have become a coward. Now, he is nothing but brutal and belligerent. At no time does he exhibit the qualities of a normal person, Nagato remarked, his tone calm. Their aim was not only to strike the wind country supply base to procure food, but also to rescue the ordinary civilians. After Yahiko's death, Nagato had seized control of the country of rain through force, establishing a secure Amigakure, and he intended to continue in this vein. I will descend first. You provide support when the opportunity arises, Nagato commanded before leaping from the valley. The drop from the top of the valley to the bottom was a staggering 500 meters, yet Nagato showed no hesitation as he leapt. As he neared the ground, approximately 10 meters away, his body abruptly halted, then began to descend slowly. Who are you? The Sunagakure ninja, currently beating the civilians, gaped in astonishment at the sudden arrival of Nagato, his expression a mix of vigilance and fury. The other Sunagakure ninjas shared a similar sentiment. This was a supply base of the Wind Country, crucial for its military operations. The sudden appearance of an intruder was bound to incite hostility. I am Pain, Nagato instinctively proclaimed, recalling the name he had once crafted for himself. Yahiko had been Pain. The others, Animal Path, Azura Path, Hungry Ghost Path. and so forth, were all aspects of pain. However, with Yahiko resurrected and Nagato having absorbed the powers of the other paths, he no longer controlled them as separate entities. "Whoever you are, attack him, everyone," the leader of the Sunagakure ninjas shouted, issuing commands. Immediately, all the ninjas within the base surged forth from various directions, hands positioned to form seals, preparing to attack. Once all were assembled, the seals were initiated. The ordinary ninjas of Sunagakure favored a certain group ninjutsu capable of wreaking immense destruction, swiftly vanquishing a formidable foe. It was a clever tactic. Given that the area surrounding the supply base was heavily guarded, the sudden arrival of an enigmatic figure from the sky suggested a powerful adversary. Therefore, employing a group ninjutsu to eliminate the enemy instantaneously was the wisest course of action. Earth-style, stone bullet technique. All the ninjas chanted in unison. And in the next moment, massive stones surged up around Nagato, encircling him in a 360-degree onslaught. In the following instant, the stones morphed into sharp projectiles, hurtling towards Nagato with relentless speed. Amidst the multitude of stones, the assault unleashed resembled a torrential tempest. The ninja of Sunagakure held steadfast confidence, confronted with such a technique. Even the illustrious Golden Flash of Konohagakure would find survival impossible unless he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Shinra Tensei. Nagato slowly raised his hand, and an immediate repulsive force enveloped him, intercepting all the stone projectiles and sending them hurtling back. The sharp stones inflicted no harm upon Nagato, but they took the unsuspecting ninjas by surprise, resulting in a grim fate for many Sunagakure ninjas, who were pierced through before they could react, some tragically becoming mere sieves. What manner of person is this? The surviving ninjas of Sunagakure dared not launch a reckless attack, retreating to a safe distance while watching Nagato with utmost vigilance. Floating effortlessly in midair, Nagato displayed no emotion, treating his enemies as mere insects, utterly insignificant. Indeed, Nagato was formidable. My interference would only complicate matters. Yahiko mused from above the valley. At that moment, he comprehended that Nagato's intention to attack the stronghold alone was not rooted in concern for his comrade's safety, but rather in the recognition that he alone could vanquish a multitude of foes. The Rinnegan was the embodiment of the Sage of Six Paths power, and it was truly awe-inspiring. Chapter 95. The Ninja Village belonging to Nagato. Everyone, proceed with caution in your attacks. The captain of the Sunagakure ninja squad commanded once more. Yet, while he intended to act with prudence, Nagato opted for an offensive approach. He descended to the ground, swiftly forming hand seals before pressing his palms against the earth. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted above the Sunagakure ninjas, and from the heavens descended a fearsome three-headed hellhound, crashing heavily onto the ground. With a resounding roar, the ground was shattered, creating a deep crater, resulting in the immediate demise of numerous Sunagakure ninjas. The three-headed beast rose from the pit, its massive jaws and tail sweeping through the air, inflicting catastrophic damage with mere motions. Summon the ninja tool team, quickly, the captain commanded once more. Soon, 100 ninjas armed with various tools rushed in, converging to hurl shurikens and kunai at Nagato. These kunai were laced with an array of explosive tags. However, akin to the previous attacks, Nagato's Shinra Tensei effortlessly deflected their efforts, rendering them futile. As the ninja tool team prepared for a second volley, Nagato pressed his palms together, uttering the incantation, Bansho Tenin. Nearby, a massive boulder was uprooted from the ground and hurled towards the ninjas. Despite its size, the ninjas' agility granted them an advantage, allowing them to evade the boulder with ease, untouched by its descent. Yet, just as they believed they had successfully avoided danger, they looked up to behold hundreds of colossal rocks hovering above, and in the next moment, they swept towards them. Screams echoed as the Hellhound and Nagato swiftly decimated the ranks of Sunagakure ninjas. Even if a few fortunate souls escaped unscathed, Nagato would command the Hellhound to pursue relentlessly. Nagato, they have already been defeated. Yahiko approached Nagato, suggesting it unnecessary to pursue the fleeing ninjas. I must ensure that none survive to divulge today's events, Nagato replied calmly. He then turned his gaze to another group of living souls within the supply stronghold, the captured citizens of the Land of Rain. Nagato was struck by the transformation in their eyes. The confusion and despair had vanished, replaced by reverence as they knelt before him. At that moment, to the civilians, Nagato appeared as a deity of unparalleled might. Rise, I shall not harm you. Nagato gestured gently for them to stand. However, the civilians remained on their knees, gazing at Nagato with gratitude. They had grown accustomed to bowing to their oppressors, and now, with a savior before them, their only means of expressing gratitude was through prostration. What shall we do with these people? Yahiko inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the civilians. Though he did not propose a solution, his intentions were clear. Undoubtedly, we must rescue these citizens, Nagato declared. Let us escort them back. Together, they commanded the civilians to gather all the food, weapons, and ninja tools from the supply stronghold. A long procession formed as they departed the valley, making their way toward the village where Nagato's parents resided. The arrival of such a multitude left the villagers bewildered, yet, in these tumultuous times, they recognized the necessity of mutual support for survival, graciously welcoming the civilians. Meanwhile, Conan constructed additional shelters using paper, transforming the area into a settlement. Yahiko has corrected a regret, earning a reward of 100 points. Once all preparations were completed, the system's notification resounded in Nagato's ears. Yahiko, is this your regret? Nagato asked, astonished by the unexpected revelation that his act of saving civilians had aided Yahiko in resolving a lingering sorrow. Indeed, during the time Conan and I wandered, we encountered many such civilians. I often pondered how wonderful it would be if they could unite to form a village, Yahiko replied thoughtfully. I too desire to establish a village, yet currently, only you, I, and Conan are capable of fighting. Should word of our actions reach Hanzo of the Salamander or the Wind Country, we may face dire consequences. Thus we must take the initiative. Nagato's expression hardened with resolve. Are you suggesting we eliminate the currently powerful Hanzo of the Salamander? Yahiko regarded Nagato in disbelief. Hanzo of the Salamander, renowned as a demigod among ninjas, was feared for his immense strength. In their memories, the title of the legendary three ninjas was bestowed by Hanzo himself. Nothing is impossible. While Hanzo was indeed once at the pinnacle of the ninja world, that was before even greater talents emerged. Now, he may not even be able to contend with the likes of Obito, Nagato asserted calmly. Yahiko contemplated this and realized the truth in Nagato's words. Hanzo's prowess was undeniable, yet many stronger ninjas had since emerged, such as Uchiha Madara or Jiraiya in Sage Mode. Times have changed. I shall summon a summoning beast to protect these people, and then the three of us will confront Hanzo together, Nagato commanded. A day later, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander stood atop his summoning beast, gazing at the three figures before him, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru of Konohagakure. These three had achieved numerous feats during the Great Ninja War, defeating countless enemies, yet now they appeared beleaguered, leaning on one another, gasping for breath as they faced Hanzo. Though you three cannot defeat me, I sense your formidable strength, Hanzo spoke coldly. Enough banter, let the battle continue. Tsunade insisted, still eager to fight. With that, the trio surged forward, with Jiraiya rushing ahead to attempt a surprise attack from behind. However, Hanzo's summoning beast seemed to share an instinctive bond with its master, striking Jiraiya with its tail before he could unleash his attack, sending him crashing into a distant rock. Jiraiya, Tsunade gasped, dashing forward to deliver a punch aimed at Hanzo's head. Yet, Hanzo countered with a technique that sent Tsunade and the approaching Orochimaru flying away. It is evident that Hanzo had no intention of taking lives. Otherwise, Jiraiya and his companions would have perished long ago. I hold great faith in you. Let this battle conclude here. Hanzo slowly turned away, intending to depart. Hold on, the fight is not over. A voice rang out. Upon glancing back, Hanzo recognized Jiraiya, who had just been sent flying. At that moment, Jiraiya appeared rather peculiar. All his wounds had vanished, and his chakra reserves were ample. His presence no longer resembled that of a fledgling ninja. Chapter 96. Jiraiya vs. Hanzo on the rain-soaked battlefield. Hanzo stood face to face with Jiraiya, while Tsunade and Orochimaru lay incapacitated nearby, unable to assist. Jiraiya, from where do you draw the strength to continue this battle? Hanzo inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze as he scrutinized the white-haired youth. I simply possess the strength, Jiraiya replied nonchalantly. At that moment, he brimmed with confidence. Not only could he contend with Hanzo, but he felt capable of facing two additional jonin. You exhibit considerable courage. Commendable, Hanzo remarked, then leaped down from the back of his salamander, brandishing his scythe, prepared to strike. Jiraiya mirrored this readiness, gripping a kunai, leaning forward, and charging ahead. Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed in alarm, fearing that his bravado might cost him his life. Yet, upon hearing her cry, Jiraiya simply flashed a thumbs up, a smile gracing his face. In the next instant, he hurled a kunai at Hanzo. Trivial trickery, Hanzo scoffed, swinging his scythe to intercept the kunai, intending to disrupt the simple weapon. However, just as his scythe was about to connect, the kunai suddenly multiplied into hundreds, raining down upon Hanzo like a tempest. Cursed! Hanzo exclaimed, startled, quickly retreating and using the salamander's tail to shield himself from the barrage of kunai. After fending off the attack, he turned to locate Jiraiya, but found him nowhere in sight. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiraiya appeared on the back of the salamander, wielding a blue sphere, launching an assault towards Hanzo's back. Hanzo recognized the technique. It was the Rasengan, a jutsu developed by the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. He immediately understood the necessity of evasion and swiftly dodged. Yet, at that moment, the attacking Jiraiya transformed into a block of wood. Substitution technique? Hanzo stared in astonishment at the wooden replica, and the next moment, drawing upon his experience, he swiftly turned to counterattack. The real Jiraiya had utilized the substitution technique to buy time and had swiftly maneuvered to Hanzo's rear, employing the Rasengan once more. Such a fluid sequence of movements was challenging for even Hanzo to withstand. He was struck by the Rasengan, and unable to endure the impact. He was further hit in the chest. Cough! Hanzo spat blood, performing several backflips to distance himself. At this juncture, he realized that the Jiraiya before him was no longer the one he had previously defeated. This Jiraiya possessed extensive combat experience and skill, as well as enhanced jutsu potency. Is this truly you, Jiraiya? Tsunade gasped, astonished by the unfolding battle, struggling to believe her eyes. The fight continued. After successfully hitting Hanzo, Jiraiya did not rush to attack, but instead retreated to create distance. Summoning technique, Gamabunta. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, invoking the summoning jutsu. With a thunderous explosion of smoke, the massive toad, Gamabunta, descended from the sky, brandishing a knife-like weapon aimed at Hanzo's summoned salamander. Boom! The salamander swung its tail, colliding with the weapon, sending a shockwave of dust into the air. Jiraiya, that salamander is quite formidable, Gamabunta remarked as he quickly retreated after his initial attack. That salamander merely boasts exceptional reflexes. Your combat prowess far exceeds its own. Jiraiya surged forward, leaping onto Gamabunta's back, while Hanzo also positioned himself atop his salamander, both warriors entering a brief standoff after their initial exchange. On the ground, Tsunade regained some strength, rising to observe Jiraiya. Her eyes filled with wonder. When did Jiraiya become so powerful? And that summoning creature, a toad from Mount Myaboku, is impressively large. Although the legendary three ninjas had already garnered considerable renown prior to confronting Hanzo, they were acutely aware of each other's capabilities. The sudden escalation of Jiraiya's strength, experience, and skills raised questions in Tsunade's mind. As she pondered, the battle reignited. Gamabunta charged forward, leveraging his size advantage to grapple with the salamander's tail, swinging it around before launching it far away. Boom! The salamander crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Witnessing his companion's plight, Hanzo could not remain passive and immediately formed hand seals, chanting the name of his jutsu, fire release, exploding flame formation. In the next moment, Gamabunta's legs became ensnared with numerous explosive tags, significantly hampering the toad's mobility. Not good. Jiraiya had not anticipated Hanzo's earlier setup of the explosive formation, prompting him to abandon his confrontation with Hanzo and rushed to Gamabunta's side to assist in dismantling the explosive tags. Upon reaching Gamabunta, Jiraiya swiftly wrapped his hair around the toad's legs. In an instant, the impending explosive tags were swept away, detonating in midair. Where did you learn that technique? Hanzo inquired, astonished to see Jiraiya's hair suddenly extend. Hair is merely a part of the human body, not an organ. Its efficiency in chakra absorption and usage is typically low. Yet, Jiraiya had managed to ensnare the massive Gamabunta's legs with his hair, indicating that his mastery of jutsu had surpassed expectations. Hanzo was not a petty individual. He was a demigod within the ninja realm, and as a senior, he admired powerful juniors. This was why he had previously conferred the title of the legendary three ninjas upon Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. However, this admiration had its limits. For a ninja who posed a potential threat, Hanzo would only consider one course of action: elimination. This applied to both Nagato and Yahiko. Hanzo, you truly live up to your reputation as a demigod. Even now, eliminating you would prove quite challenging, Jiraiya remarked calmly, raising his index and middle fingers to his chest. As his eyes transformed into a striking yellow with horizontal markings, an unmistakable sign of Sage Mode activation. You have indeed surprised me greatly, Hanzo chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. He sensed a surge of chakra emanating from Jiraiya, even more potent than during his previous peak state. Yet, Hanzo did not believe he could not contend with Jiraiya. The two combatants surged forward simultaneously, propelling themselves toward one another. Chapter 97. Nagato enters the fray. The second round of battle commenced. The distance between Hanzo and Jiraiya rapidly diminished as they both hurled shuriken at one another. These shuriken caused no harm, merely colliding and neutralizing each other's attacks. In the next moment, Jiraiya and Hanzo stood face to face, both adept in fire release, and simultaneously unleashed their flames. As Jiraiya unleashed his fiery assault alongside Hanzo's blazing flames, a figure suddenly materialized at the epicenter of their impending clash. It was Pain. Nagato swiftly raised his hand, and a formidable repulsive force erupted from his body, dispersing both fire techniques and simultaneously propelling Hanzo and Jiraiya away. With his vast combat experience, Hanzo reacted quickly, retreating while forming hand seals to execute another fire technique. However, as soon as he released the jutsu, it was effortlessly absorbed by Nagato with a single hand. What is happening? Hanzo landed gracefully, puzzled as he gazed at the unexpected visitor. Nagato, I knew you would come, Jiraiya declared, landing steadily upon Fukasaku's back. His expression one of certainty. He was not the original Jiraiya of this timeline, but rather a version who had been transported here by expending points. Taking advantage of the original Jiraiya's unconscious state, he donned his attire to engage in battle, anticipating Nagato's arrival to deal with Hanzo. This battle shall conclude with me, Nagato proclaimed, suspended in the air, his gaze indifferent as he regarded Hanzo. His intent was clear, to eliminate Hanzo. In the moments before entering the system's realm, he had often envisioned returning to the time of the Ninja World War to ensure Hanzo's demise, believing that if he succeeded, Yahiko would be spared, and the Akatsuki organization would remain intact. Failing to eliminate Hanzo earlier was Nagato's greatest regret. Which nation do you serve? Hanzo inquired, his voice grave as he scrutinized Nagato. I hail from the land of rain, and my purpose here is to kill you, Nagato coldly replied. In an instant, he appeared before Hanzo, not from behind but face to face, seeking a direct confrontation with the legendary figure known as the demigod of the ninja world. Damn it! Hanzo swiftly drew his sickle, launching an attack at Nagato. Yet, as soon as he swung the weapon, Nagato seized it, transforming into the Azura Path, sprouting 3 heads and 6 arms, and unleashing a barrage of strikes towards Hanzo. Surprised by the sudden appearance of this monstrous form, Hanzo instinctively retreated to create distance, which played right into Nagato's hands. Azura Path, Rocket Barrage. Nagato lifted his 6 arms, revealing hidden rocket launchers and firing them at the retreating Hanzo. What kind of monster is this? Hanzo exclaimed in shock, hastily attempting to detonate the rockets. However, the rockets did not fire in a straight line. Just as Hanzo was about to reach them, they began to spiral, launching from multiple angles toward him. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds echoed as the fiery blasts illuminated the dark skies of the hidden rain village. Jiraiya, having anticipated the extraordinary scene, remained composed, while Tsunade beside him was utterly astonished. The Azura Path belonged to the power of the Rinnegan, a technique that only those possessing the Rinnegan could wield, rendering it impossible for others to document such jutsu. This was why Tsunade felt such awe. As the explosion subsided, Hanzo's garments lay in tatters, his body marred with burns and blood, gasping for breath. Not dead, Nagato mused, surprised, only to see that the salamander had shielded Hanzo from the majority of the rocket assaults. Annoying trash, Nagato grimaced, and with the power of the Azura Path, his 6 arms transformed once more, becoming 6 particle cannon launchers, unleashing fire. 6 blue projectiles raced toward the salamander, which attempted to defend itself but was pierced through, leaving 6 bloody holes in its body. Mizukage, Hanzo shouted, rushing to his fallen comrade. However, the salamander was already lifeless. The 6 particle projectiles did not cease their flight. They detonated against the mountains behind, obliterating several peaks. The 6 paths of the Rinnegan each possessed unique abilities. The Azura Path's true potency lay in its mechanisms. Whether in its three-headed, six-armed form, the rocket barrage, or the particle cannons, all were part of its arsenal. The terrifying combat prowess of the Azura path left everyone, including Jiraiya, in utter disbelief. Vile scoundrel. Hanzo, consumed by rage, charged at Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's expression remained impassive as he clasped his palms together. The debris from the obliterated mountains soared into the air, crashing down upon Hanzo, who faltered and was ultimately pinned beneath the rubble. Nagato. Jiraiya attempted to intervene, but his words came too late. In the next instant, Nagato employed the Chibaku Tensei, drawing Hanzo into the sky. Die, Nagato chanted, his hands transforming once more into a particle cannon, firing a projectile at the celestial body of the Chibaku Tensei. The moment it was launched, the immense recoil caused Nagato to sink into the ground. The particle cannon struck the Chibaku Tensei, piercing through it and causing a massive explosion that shattered the entire celestial formation. As for Hanzo within, there was no doubt. He was utterly doomed. After eliminating Hanzo, Nagato's monstrous form reverted, returning to his normal appearance. However, he soon appeared weak, his body frail as if drained of vitality. What on earth is wrong with you? At times powerful, and at others, you struggle to walk? Jiraiya approached to support Nagato. Get away from me, Nagato protested, shoving Jiraiya away yet tumbling to the ground himself. Observing this, Jiraiya frowned and asked, if I were to unleash a jutsu, would you return to normal after absorbing it? No, I am in a severely weakened state. Absorbing chakra will not restore me, Nagato replied, shaking his head. Then allow me to assist you, Jiraiya offered, lifting Nagato over his shoulder and moving away from the battlefield. Despite harboring mistrust towards Jiraiya, Nagato, considering his condition, did not refuse the help. Chapter 98. Shivering under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke had each expended 50 points to amend their regrets. On a moonless, windy night, Sasuke donned his samurai's attire, his back adorned with the renowned Kusanagi sword as he made his way toward Konoha village. His greatest regret in life was failing to save his entire clan. Thus, he had returned to the timeline of the Uchiha massacre, determined to prevent the tragedy from unfolding. He could not allow his parents or anyone from the Uchiha clan to perish at the hands of that man. Aware of the man's formidable strength, having awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan at merely 12 years of age and single-handedly annihilating his entire clan by 13, Sasuke understood the stakes. Now, he found himself in a similar age bracket, though the Mangekyou Sharingan was not of his own awakening but a reward from the system. Yet, none of that mattered. With the power of these eyes, he was resolute. Even if it meant a mutually devastating clash, he would stop Itachi Uchiha and rectify his regret tonight. Thus, under the veil of darkness, Sasuke quickened his pace, darting through the woods to reach the outer walls of Konoha. The walls were patrolled by ninjas, and with Konoha's barrier in place, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate. However, having long known the entrance password, Sasuke effortlessly infiltrated Konoha without triggering any barriers. At this moment, the village of Konoha lay in fragments of light, clearly deep into the night. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the time when he had just finished school at the Ninja Academy, unsure whether he was out to play or for some other reason. Ultimately, it was only after nightfall that he returned to the Uchiha clan's residence, where he witnessed a blood-soaked scene. To this day, Sasuke vividly remembers the genjutsu cast by Itachi, through which he not only endured mental torment, but also witnessed the brutal slaughter of his clan members, culminating in the merciless murder of his father, Fugaku, and mother, Mikoto. As he concealed himself in a dimly lit corner of a street near the Uchiha compound, Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. His three-tomo Sharingan spun violently in its sockets, transforming into a kaleidoscope of bladed patterns. Wait, he thought, you will appear soon. He glanced at the sky, where the moon hung like a luminous plate, his figure cloaked in darkness. Rustling sounds came from above, shadows flickered past, and with his keen hearing, he detected fragmented conversations. In 5 minutes, it will be 11 o'clock. The operation is about to commence. Remember the directive. Aside from Uchiha Sasuke, no Uchiha clan member is to be spared. They must all be eradicated. Understood. Then silence enveloped the air once more. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, peering through the walls to discover a squad from Root lying in ambush in the shadows around the corner. This location allowed them to remain concealed while keeping watch over the Uchiha compound. Clearly, this team was there to clean up. Should they spot any Uchiha fleeing the compound, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Sasuke had reason to believe that the entire perimeter of the Uchiha compound was already surrounded by Root and Umbu teams. They all had to be exterminated. Sasuke gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo of Root, who had persistently suppressed the Uchiha clan both overtly and covertly, the clan would not have resorted to rebellion against Konoha. Likewise, Root was his most loathed adversary, especially Danzo, who not only instigated the fateful night of the massacre, but also extracted numerous Sharingan from the Uchiha clan for his own twisted purposes. A gruesome act that filled Sasuke with disgust. Thus, Sasuke resolved to first confront Itachi, then settle accounts with the despicable Danzo, ultimately uprooting the entire organization of Root. Only by obliterating this true malignancy within Konoha could he hope to rescue his clan from the abyss and fulfill what he deemed his tragic destiny. Bang! 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 In the stillness of the night, Sasuke could feel his heartbeat, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. The time was nearly upon him. 11 o'clock marked the beginning of his and Itachi's mission. Yet, before that, he needed to deal with the squad ahead. Had he arrived at the Uchiha compound's exterior earlier and excelled at hiding, he might have already been discovered by those Root ninjas. Clack, clack. The sound of wooden sandals echoed against the stone pavement, growing louder as it approached from the dark alley. Who goes there? The three members of the Root team turned sharply towards the alley, tightening their grips on their weapons, ready to attack. Stepping out of the shadows, the moonlight illuminated Sasuke's strikingly handsome face, casting a stark contrast against his dark cloak. Simultaneously, the three team members beheld his blood-red eyes, an unmistakable sign of the Uchiha clan. Instinctively, they lowered their gazes, aware that those eyes possessed an enchanting power, a formidable ocular jutsu capable of ensnaring the unwary. Yet, their act of averting their eyes would not shield them from fate. Sasuke let out a cold snort. Go, eliminate him. The squad leader, drawing his blade, charged at Sasuke. However, in the next instant, two blades erupted from the leader's chest, glistening in the moonlight, drenched in blood, pooling on the ground. The squad leader glanced back at his two teammates, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he collapsed. Within 3 seconds of hitting the ground, he breathed his last. Sasuke stepped forth from the darkness, advancing deliberately as the remaining two members trembled under the moon's glow. In that moment, they had just slain their own leader. Yet as they did so, their bodies and instincts had compelled them to act in such a manner. You, don't come any closer. The two remaining members of Root took a fearful step back, overwhelmed by dread at the sight of Sasuke's three Tomo eyes. Just a fleeting glance had ensnared them in a jinjutsu, leading them to unwittingly slay their own commander. However, their fear was merely an innate response, for the training at the Root base had transformed them into emotionless killing machines. Thus, after instinctively retreating, the trepidation in their eyes dissipated as they resumed their composure. Thud, thud. They intended to raise their blades against Sasuke, but at the moment they grasped their weapons, they found themselves impulsively driving the blades into each other's throats. Their movements synchronized. They pierced each other's necks, blood spurting forth as they gasped for air, before collapsing to their knees, ultimately succumbing to their injuries. Their hands falling limply to the ground, leaving their blades embedded in one another's throats, blood pooling beneath them. Clack, clack. Sasuke strode emotionlessly past the scene of death, entirely unfazed by the carnage behind him. A simple jinjutsu had caused the Root squad to turn against each other, yet this was their own doing. From the moment they pledged allegiance to Danzo, their existence as human beings had been stripped away. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight, entering the Uchiha compound. Simultaneously, the news of the Root team's demise reached Danzo and the third Hokage in an instant. Was it an Uchiha? Who could it be to return? The two elders found themselves perplexed, for the Uchiha clan members had been observed within their compound by Root and Umbu surveillance. How could there be an Uchiha returning? Indeed, the Uchiha clan has long been marginalized within the village, receiving neither respect nor fair treatment, whether overtly or covertly. Consequently, none of their members were dispatched to the borders or entrusted with missions. So, who is this individual possessing the Sharingan, who strides confidently into the Uchiha stronghold? Never mind. Let Itachi take action. If the resistance within the Uchiha clan proves to be formidable, then the Root will collaborate with the Umbu to exterminate every last member of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, spoke coldly, glancing at the time. The moment to act had arrived. Meanwhile, Atop a utility pole near the Uchiha compound, a ninja suddenly appeared, clad in a sleek ninja outfit, a blade strapped to his back. From the side, his features were strikingly handsome, yet upon closer inspection, his crimson eyes, although adorned with the three tomo, bore no emotion. This individual was undoubtedly Itachi Uchiha. He had come, burdened with the heavy intention of annihilating his entire clan. From the utility pole, Itachi surveyed the Uchiha compound, raising his hand to draw his sword. However, just as he grasped the hilt and unsheathed the blade to reveal a glimmer of silver, he halted. He noticed, not far away, a figure walking gracefully across the rooftops, each step taken without disturbing a single tile. Cloaked in a flowing cape, the figure rustled in the evening breeze. Itachi furrowed his brow, sheathing his sword once more, gazing at the silhouette with a mix of curiosity and confusion. He sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from this person. Without a doubt, they belonged to the Uchiha clan, yet based on their stature and the aura they exuded, Itachi did not recognize them. As Sasuke drew closer and removed his hood, Itachi's expression changed dramatically. The visage before him was strikingly handsome, imbued with a chilling aura. Only the Uchiha clan could embody such a combination of cold beauty and ruthless demeanor. This face, in particular, was more familiar to Itachi than any other. Yet it also felt hauntingly alien, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his younger brother. But his brother was still just a child. Who was this person across from him? Why did he resemble his brother so closely, and why did he evoke such a sense of kinship? Who are you? Itachi inquired of Sasuke. A faint smirk graced Sasuke's lips. After I kill you, I will reveal my identity. Itachi, his elder brother, could be labeled as a sage, but equally as a profoundly foolish man. In the name of peace for the village and the so-called greater good, he had slaughtered his own clan and personally killed his parents. Such a man was unforgivable. Such a man deserved to be mercilessly executed by the Chikudo in Sasuke's grasp. With a swift motion, Sasuke's expression returned to icy calmness as he lunged toward Itachi with relentless ferocity. His long sword struck Itachi with ferocious intent. Yet Itachi's form dissolved into darkness, transformed into a flurry of crows. Clearly, he had employed the crow clone technique, a development Sasuke had anticipated. Standing atop the utility pole, Sasuke gripped his blade firmly, angled downwards at a precise 45 degrees. As the crows filled the sky, they gradually coalesced into the new form of Itachi. His gaze piercing as it fell upon Sasuke. You have mastered the Uchiha sword techniques to a remarkable degree. But who are you? Why have we never crossed paths in combat before? Among the Uchiha, he had sparred with all the skilled individuals during his youth. Of course, he was still youthful now. The boy before him, akin in age and strikingly similar in appearance to his brother, could he be a secret offspring of their father? Had their father nurtured him in secrecy for years, only to present him now? If that were the case, Itachi realized there were many secrets about their father that he remained unaware of. As Sasuke observed Itachi's inquisitive expression, he shrugged nonchalantly. I already told you. After I kill you, you'll know the answer. Chapter 100. The exceptional genius were it not for the constraints imposed by the system. Sasuke Uchiha would have long since divulged everything and charged at Itachi with reckless abandon. However, that was a remnant of his past mindset. Following his earlier experiences, Sasuke had grown increasingly mature, recognizing that he could no longer act like a reckless youth, solely driven by vengeance without understanding the requisite strength or methodology to achieve it. Such impulsive behavior rendered him nothing short of a fool. Whoever you are, the reformed Itachi declared, his eyes suddenly swirling with the three tomo, locking onto Sasuke with unwavering intensity. Since you are of the Uchiha clan, you will die here tonight. Is that so? Sasuke countered, his own tomo spinning furiously within his eyes, bracing against Itachi's Genjutsu assault. I too am of the Uchiha clan. Do you truly believe my skills in Genjutsu are inferior to yours? Sensing Itachi's attempt to overpower him with superior illusions, Sasuke was determined not to succumb. You will not prevail over me. Itachi's brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that his Genjutsu would have no effect on Sasuke. Within their clan, he had always been able to suppress those with identical eyes using merely his three tomo, seldom requiring the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet tonight, he found himself confronted by an adversary against whom his techniques were utterly ineffective. Did this mean that Sasuke had also mastered many of the Uchiha clan's forbidden arts? If so, it was highly probable that he was indeed the secret child their father had abandoned. Otherwise, how could he possibly counter Itachi's genjutsu with such proficiency? This revelation was utterly absurd. Itachi had always been confident that among his peers, there were no rivals, not even among the elder clan members. Yet tonight, he faced an opponent for whom every illusion he cast proved futile. I can wield every genjutsu you can. The ones you cannot use, I can as well, Sasuke stated coldly. In that moment, the two had engaged in a fierce confrontation of illusions, and the outcome was clear. It had ended in a stalemate, with Itachi feeling as though he was at a disadvantage. After all, Sasuke originally possessed no significant proficiency in illusion techniques. However, through previous challenges and confrontations, he achieved several victories, earning rewards that enhanced his understanding of genjutsu. This advancement allowed him to rival the prodigious Uchiha Itachi in the manipulation of such techniques. Frankly speaking, before the same pair of Sharingan, Itachi's mastery of genjutsu was unparalleled within the Uchiha clan. He would dare claim second place, while none could claim first. As the evening breeze tousled his flowing black hair, Itachi withdrew all his illusionary assaults and gracefully unsheathed the long blade resting on his back. Since neither party was willing to concede in the realm of genjutsu, they would settle their differences through a physical confrontation. Itachi harbored an inexplicable confidence in his taijutsu, having outclassed all competitors during his time at the Ninja Academy, with no one able to withstand even a single strike from him. Moreover, he was exceptionally skilled in shuriken throwing. In his youth, he trained fervently, whether scaling mountains or mastering the art of shuriken use, dedicating himself wholeheartedly. Thus, when it came to taijutsu, Itachi brimmed with self-assurance. However, following the onset of his bloodline illness, he seldom employed taijutsu, opting instead to deliver fatal blows using the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, the individual before him ignited Itachi's competitive spirit. For Sasuke's initial strike was a clear manifestation of Uchiha swordsmanship. The technique had reached an extraordinary level. Had Itachi not been prepared and vigilant, he might not have successfully executed the crow substitution in time. Taijutsu, indeed, presented an intriguing challenge. Sasuke discarded his cloak carelessly, allowing it to flutter in the evening wind until it landed atop a roof, unfurling like a banner in the breeze. As the blades met, Itachi and Sasuke, each wielding their swords, engaged in a fierce clash beneath the dark yet luminous moonlight. The sound of their blades colliding echoed through the night, accompanied by sparks that illuminated the air. Their fierce battle quickly roused the entire Uchiha clan. Confusion spread among the clan members. What could possibly be happening in the village? It was evident that something significant had transpired. While some remained oblivious, the more perceptive individuals quickly recognized the struggle from afar as a contest between life and death. Consequently, many Uchiha clan members hastened towards the source of the disturbance. To their surprise, they were intercepted midway by a group of ninjas donning cat-faced masks, converging from all directions. Umbu and Root, what are you planning? One of the Uchiha questioned. What are we planning? Can't you see? Kill them. With that command, the shadowy figures surged toward the Uchiha clan members, armed with either 2 or 3 Tomo Sharingan, igniting a fierce confrontation. Despite the intensity of the battle, as the clock struck 11, the Uchiha clan's stronghold remained enveloped in the protective barriers of Konoha, unbeknownst to the rest of the village. Thus, even amidst the chaos within the Uchiha clan, the normal rest of Konoha's villagers and ninjas remained undisturbed. The skirmish between the Uchiha clan and the Root Umbu did not disrupt the battlefield where Sasuke and Itachi clashed. Many Uchiha clan members had discerned the truth. Itachi was engaged in combat with a very familiar yet unfamiliar member of their clan. It was well known that Itachi held significant connections with the higher-ups of Konoha, leading many to suspect he had betrayed his kin. Now, witnessing this battle, it became evident that Itachi had indeed turned against his clan. As for the identity of the adversary, most Uchiha members were unaware, though many speculated he was a secret weapon of their leader, Fugaku, an asset reserved for critical moments, showcasing the Uchiha clan's hidden prowess. Thus, rather than rushing to assist Itachi, the Uchiha clan members began to engage the Root Umbu in combat. If Konoha does not trust me, why should I remain here? Itachi mused. It is time for a coup. I had not anticipated them to act so swiftly. The cunning leadership of Konoha had indeed orchestrated this ambush, catching them off guard. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was not comprised of the weak. They were inherently a combative clan. Sasuke commanded a plethora of skilled fighters, despite years of oppression by Konoha's elite. Though the clan faced considerable adversity, they still boasted numerous talented ninjas with the 3-tomo Sharingan. While not everyone among them was a prodigy, at least 20 or 30 possessed remarkable skills. Most Uchiha with 3-tomo Sharingan operated at the level of J-nin or beyond, often surpassing their peers. Among them, however, was one exception, a girl named Uchiha Izumi. Though she had awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan, she had yet to reach the J-nin level. At that moment, while assisting her clan in retreat, she cast her gaze toward the rooftop, where two figures fought under the moon's radiant glow. Activating her 3-tomo Sharingan, she observed the clash between Itachi and Sasuke with clarity. The two were locked in a fierce duel, exchanging over 100 strikes of swordsmanship and taijutsu, neither showing signs of fatigue. Rather, they appeared invigorated by the battle. Itachi was astounded by Sasuke's prowess. Such taijutsu and swordplay were seldom seen even within the Uchiha clan or all of Konoha. Having risen to prominence from a young age, Itachi had joined the Umbu and even ascended to the rank of captain, earning a reputation as a genius. Thus, he possessed overwhelming strength across ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Yet, this clan member before him exhibited formidable strength, holding his ground against Itachi's relentless assault with remarkable composure and no discernible weaknesses. Simultaneously, Sasuke was equally astonished, realizing that his brother had achieved such formidable prowess by the age of 13. Had it not been for his various enhancements, he might have already succumbed to Itachi's might. Fortunately, bolstered by his augmentations, Sasuke not only managed to hold his own against Itachi, but also maintained a slight edge in their contest. At this moment, Itachi felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his Mangekyou Sharingan, for when two powers were evenly matched, it was only in a critical moment that the superior abilities of the Mangekyou could suppress an opponent. However, he reserved the use of the Mangekyou for his father, who possessed eyes akin to his own, as well as for the man with whom he had conspired to exterminate their entire clan. However, he has yet to make his appearance. This man, naturally, is Tobi, who has donned a mask to impersonate Uchiha Madara. He has remained hidden in the shadows, observing the sudden emergence of Uchiha Sasuke, while keenly studying his techniques and methods of attack. It is not solely he who is watching. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku, Danzo, and Saratobi Hiruzen are all keenly focused on the battle between these two formidable individuals, pondering who will emerge victorious. Presently, no clear signs of triumph or defeat are discernible. Yet the intensity of their breathtaking taijutsu clash evokes a sense of solemnity among onlookers. Truly, they are the prodigies of the Uchiha clan, two unparalleled talents in martial arts, regrettably unutilized in my endeavors. Tobi, concealed in the shadows, let out a faint sigh of melancholy, for it was evident that Sasuke and Itachi belonged to opposing factions. Uchiha Itachi could be considered a partner, one who could potentially be drawn into the Akatsuki organization, should he manage to recruit this unknown Uchiha clansman as well. It would undoubtedly bolster the organization's power. The confrontation of Genjutsu had already seen a clash of 3-tomo Sharingan, resulting in a stalemate. Clearly, this unfamiliar clansman possessed extraordinary ocular prowess. Otherwise, how could he stand against Uchiha Itachi? Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen, too, were engrossed in the unfolding battle. The remarkable exchange of blows elicited admiration from Hiruzen, who mused on the undeniable brilliance of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, a glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Danzo's eyes. This night, the Uchiha clan must be eradicated without a trace. Otherwise, their potential counterattack would wreak havoc upon Konoha, fracturing the peace and stability of the village. Following Danzo's proclamation, Hiruzen became resolute in executing the plan for annihilation. It appeared that the duel between the two would not yield a victor in the short term, with each combatant holding back. Yet, we cannot afford to wait any longer. We must dispatch all members from the Root and Umbu to eliminate the Uchiha clan. With a command issued, the shadows behind Danzo and Hiruzen, all masked figures, vanished in an instant, racing towards the Uchiha stronghold with the intent to suppress its ninjas. The Uchiha clan had never been a mere easy target. Konoha, if you seek to eradicate us completely, we shall not hold back. Today, if we do not take a few down with us, I would be unworthy of being a Uchiha Jonin. As more Root and Umbu ninjas joined the fray, the Uchiha clan found themselves under greater pressure. Though each member was a battle enthusiast, their combat style was rather singular. They predominantly employed fire release techniques, sending torrents of flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the night with fiery bursts. However, fire release has historically been a technique that fails to claim lives. Aside from the overwhelming Great Fire Annihilation used by Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War, which consumed countless ninja forces, the effectiveness of the Uchiha's fire techniques diminished significantly. Moreover, the ninjas from Root and Umbu exhibited a diverse array of combat styles, having been selected from the elite of various ninja clans. Unlike the Uchiha, whose tactics primarily revolved around taijutsu confrontations, fire release tests, or a few rounds of three-tomo genjutsu, they lacked versatility. Yet, Root and Umbu had already devised strategies against the Uchiha techniques, enabling them to suppress the Uchiha despite the numbers being nearly equal, approximately 50 to 60 on both sides. If not for the Uchiha's united front against the formidable forces of darkness within Konoha, they would have been defeated long ago. Fortunately, the Uchiha were not merely reckless warriors. They engaged in strategic retreats. Damn Root, they even possess a technique to turn around. I just attacked my own brother, one lamented. I thought you were under genjutsu control, but upon reflection, how could we, the Uchiha, be easily manipulated? It was that individual from the mountain clan hiding in the back who controlled you. We are struggling here. Their numbers are overwhelming. Even members of the Nara clan are using shadow bind jutsu, nearly costing me my life. Where's the clan leader? Without him, we are leaderless. A deep, resonant sigh escaped as Uchiha Fugaku, fully donned in battle attire, stood atop his roof, surveying the conflict between his clansmen and the Root and Umbu. After glancing at the clash between Itachi and Sasuke, he sighed, filled with profound disappointment. He felt disheartened by Itachi's betrayal of the clan's ideals. Having been brainwashed by Konoha's higher-ups to stand against the Uchiha, he regretted raising such a treacherous child, wishing he had taken more decisive action years ago. Observing the battle among his kin, it was evident they were being overwhelmed, with several clan members already having sacrificed their lives. Fugaku witnessed some choosing to fight to the death against Root ninjas. Now that is the spirit of the Uchiha clan, the blood of our valiant men. He slapped his thigh, determined to rush to their aid. Yet, just as he was about to leave, a masked figure blocked his path. Who are you? He demanded, encountering yet another unfamiliar presence. Previously, he had not recognized Sasuke from a distance, but sensed his Sharingan, confirming him as kin engaged in fierce combat with his son. The clash was fierce. At that moment, a man emerged from the swirling air, exuding a chilling aura, clearly not a benign presence. I advise you to stay here and wait for Uchiha Itachi to finish his battle before addressing you. Tobi had no desire to interfere in this conflict. It seemed of little benefit to him. However, weakening Konoha, regardless of the casualties among the Uchiha or the Umbu and Root, was a favorable outcome. Only Uchiha Itachi was to be brought back to the organization as a new member, and thus this balanced battle must not be disrupted. If new participants entered, the scales of victory would become uncertain. Of course, Tobi hoped for the complete annihilation of the Uchiha, hence his obstruction of Fugaku. It was clear Fugaku intended to assist his people, and as the clan leader, his combat prowess was formidable. Should he join the fray, the Root and Umbu would surely be overpowered. Who are you? Fugaku inquired, activating his three-tomo Sharingan and questioning Tobi in a low voice. I am, Tobi began. But before he could finish, Fugaku's fist struck him squarely in the face. I never anticipated that I would strike the masked man with such ease. He was utterly oblivious to the need for evasion. As a ninja, does he lack even this fundamental instinct for self-preservation? Or rather, he believes that he can maintain his composure in the face of adversity, confident that he will not be felled by his own fist. How amusing. He is, after all, Uchiha Fugaku, a man who had already awakened the Mangeki Sharingan in his early years. How could an ordinary individual possibly be his match? Especially one who does not even attempt to evade his strikes? Uchiha Fugaku can already envision the outcome. A powerful blow would undoubtedly shatter the mask, revealing the identity of this enigmatic figure. Does he truly think that donning a mask bestows an air of mystery? One may perceive it as remarkable. However, in reality, it is merely a decorative facade. Yet, with unwavering confidence, when a fist was thrown, it did not deliver the tangible sensation of impact that Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated, but rather caused his body to stumble precariously. May I not finish my words? Interrupting others is indeed quite impolite. especially considering your esteemed position as a clan leader." While speaking, Obito allowed Uchiha Fugaku's fist to pass by his face. Fugaku, having thrown a punch that met only air, felt a sense of delay in his own body as it moved past Obito, the force of his action dissipating without impact. Simultaneously, he was filled with a profound sense of astonishment. What on earth is happening? Am I striking at an illusion? Otherwise, how could this fist effortlessly penetrate him? Yet, his words resonated in my ears. Was this form of penetration, which I had just witnessed, a type of ninjutsu I had never encountered before? Chapter 103. The true battle has just begun. Upon encountering the ninjutsu known as intangibility, Fugaku immediately steadied his mind. He realized that his initial assault had failed to inflict any damage upon the masked man, prompting him to swiftly draw his kunai and charge once more at Obito. However, this time, the kunai merely passed through Obito's entire form, returning them both to the original state of confrontation. Fugaku furrowed his brow, his mind racing with various thoughts. The masked figure revealed only a pair of eyes, a set of 3 Tomo Sharingan, leaving him profoundly perplexed. It seemed that such a type of ninjutsu was not present within the Uchiha clan. Could it possibly be a novel form of ninjutsu that he had never encountered before? In my recollection, there seems to be no ninjutsu among the Uchiha clan that possesses the ability to penetrate the body. Yet, what is the situation with this individual before me? Clearly a member of the Uchiha clan, you not only oppose your own kin alongside your son, but the ninjutsu you employ is utterly perplexing. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, much like his son Uchiha Itachi, found himself grappling with a similar perplexity regarding his adversary. However, Sasuke offered no response to this inquiry. Throughout the numerous confrontations with Itachi, he had consistently maintained an upper hand. Itachi realized that persisting in this manner would be futile. It was evident that he needed to unleash a powerful technique. Gently sheathing his blade, he began to gather chakra, directing it into his eyes. At last, after a rapid whirl within their sockets, his 3 Tomo Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern resembling 3 curved scythes. Is it time to get serious? Sasuke smiled faintly. At last, he was witnessing his brother unleash his true prowess in battle against him. In their previous encounters, be it in physical combat or jinjutsu, there had been a contest, and he had slightly held the upper hand. For Sasuke, this moment served to rectify many past regrets, as he had longed in his youth to surpass this extraordinarily talented brother. Today, he finally had the opportunity to engage him as a peer, battling passionately atop this roof. Thus, being able to confront such regrets was indeed a tremendous fortune for Sasuke. Congratulations to Sasuke Uchiha for making amends. You are awarded 50 points. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, bringing Sasuke joy. With a smile gracing his lips, he turned his gaze to his counterpart, Itachi Uchiha, and began to gather chakra, intensifying the output of his Sharingan. In the enveloping darkness, another pair of crimson Sharingan emerged, this time a kaleidoscopic design with 6 points resembling snowflakes. I knew you possessed a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Otherwise, how could you withstand me in Jinjutsu? Itachi remarked calmly. During their previous exchange of Sharingan techniques, he had always held great confidence in his ocular powers and the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan. To his surprise, he encountered a worthy opponent, leading him to suspect that Sasuke's ocular prowess was on par with his own. It was evident that Sasuke too wielded a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Thus began the true battle. In the next moment, their blades clashed once more, this time with a velocity far exceeding their initial encounter. Their strikes infused with a force beyond that of ordinary shinobi. Observing from the sidelines, Shimura Danzo and Saratobi Hiruzen could not help but display astonishment. Another kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The potential of this clan was indeed staggering. As far as they knew, at least 5 pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan already existed. Itachi Uchiha, Fugaku Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and this enigmatic member of the Uchiha clan. Each possessed a remarkably potent kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The strength of their lineage was so formidable that it was imperative to suppress them, ensuring they could not stir up any significant turmoil. At this moment, the battle between Sasuke and Itachi had clearly escalated to a fever pitch. Their combat raged fiercely, with various afterimages cascading from the rooftops to the ground and soaring into the sky. Neither party was willing to concede, both expending their utmost efforts. Impressive, Itachi thought to himself. Even with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, he found himself evenly matched with Sasuke. Was he truly compelled to reveal all his trump cards? Alas, encountering an equally formidable opponent compels one to cast aside all reservations. Thus, one must unleash every technique at their disposal. Susanoo. Before Uchiha Itachi, a series of crimson bones materialized, obstructing the advance of Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. In a swift motion, they transformed into a pair of colossal red hands, intent on seizing him. However, as Itachi's Susanoo hand reached for Sasuke, another violet-blue giant hand appeared seemingly out of nowhere, colliding forcefully with Itachi's Susanoo hand. Boom! The two fists collided with tremendous force, causing both individuals to involuntarily retreat. However, the power emanating from Susanoo's hand was overwhelmingly immense, resulting in both parties being thrust backward. Indeed, you possess Susanoo. To what extent have you mastered it? After stabilizing his body, one could witness the Susanoo of Uchiha Itachi gradually expanding, manifesting shoulders, arms, and a head, swiftly transforming from a skeletal form to one enveloped in sinewy muscle. Eventually, it adorned itself with a resplendent crimson armor, dazzling as it emerged within the stronghold of the Uchiha clan. This fiery-hued Susanoo, despite revealing only half of its form, stood tall and imposing. Consequently, the Uchiha clan, engaged in battle with the Root and the Umbu, became aware of the extraordinary developments occurring in the battlefield between Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Oh my! What a towering giant that is! Could this possibly be the legendary Susanoo? I never imagined that a member of the Uchiha clan could attain such mastery. How distant this history is, a time when our Uchiha ancestors once shone brightest on the battlefield, a sight not seen in many years. No one has practiced this technique for ages, yet today, someone has succeeded. That individual appears to be Uchiha Itachi, our clan's traitor. How infuriating that this traitor possesses such formidable strength. Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful, and Uchiha Itachi has always been a prodigy among us. His innate talent far surpassing that of his kin. Chapter 104. The Legendary Susanoo. Susanoo, a technique almost mythical in nature, is one of the greatest prides of our Uchiha clan, attainable only by the most gifted of individuals. I am astonished that the young Uchiha Itachi has mastered it. Alas, he is a rebellious wretch, a traitor to our clan. I fear that all our clansmen now wish to see him swiftly eliminated. The entire Uchiha clan, regardless of age or gender, desires to see this man torn apart. We, the Uchiha, are a clan of clear affections. We hold our kin in high regard and value our companions deeply. However, betrayal is something that none can forgive, none can accept. I hope that young warrior can defeat Uchiha Itachi, though I am unaware of his lineage. At this moment, he represents hope for us all. That boy is quite handsome, even more so than most of our Uchiha clan members. Once this incident passes, I believe my daughter might find companionship with him. But let us not dwell on that. We must first repel the Root and Umbu forces, as they are truly bothersome. All the ninjas capable of fighting from our clan have already arrived on the battlefield, including Uchiha Q, who is engaged in battle with an Umbu ninja. Initially, she had evacuated our clansmen and returned to the battlefield with several uncles. And thanks to their participation, our formation has stabilized, fiercely clashing with the Root and Umbu. The Root and Umbu are not easily dealt with. Many of their ninjas have trained in combined jutsu and have long executed missions together, thus they are formidable in combat. Had it not been for the fresh combatants from the Uchiha clan and the heightened fury that has erupted among them, we might have found ourselves at a disadvantage against the Root and Umbu. Let us slay them, one for the cost, two for profit. I have long harbored disdain for the Root and Umbu, constantly watching us near our encampment. I have yearned to eliminate them. Indeed, these individuals are thoroughly detestable. All clad in masks, devoid of expressions. Yes, we must shatter their masks and demonstrate the might of the Uchiha clan's fists. Consequently, many Uchiha ninjas recklessly charged forward to engage in battle with those masked foes. Uchiha Fugaku, having attempted several times to strike at Obito, found himself unable to land a hit. However, through his attempts, he gained some insight into Obito's abilities. He is immune to all physical attacks, meaning he is impervious to taijutsu. But can he withstand jinjutsu? As he prepared to cast a jinjutsu, he could not help but chuckle and shake his head. After all, we are all members of the Uchiha clan. In terms of jinjutsu, we are likely evenly matched. Thus, it all comes down to how much forbidden jutsu each side has mastered. In terms of forbidden jutsu, Uchiha Fugaku possesses the most knowledge within our clan. Therefore, he resolved to activate a genjutsu. Yet, just as he was about to do so, a colossal crimson figure ascended into the sky before him. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened, for he beheld the unprecedented sight of Susanoo, which was not only immense, but also appeared to be nearly fully armored. Such a form of Susanoo is something I have yet to master. It seems my son has concealed his true prowess quite deeply. Susanoo manifests in several forms, with the strongest being fully armored, standing tall upon the earth. However, to reach such a towering height, one requires an immense amount of chakra and ocular power. It is utterly unattainable without sufficient resources. Furthermore, merely summoning Susanoo demands a tremendous expenditure of chakra and ocular techniques. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo has only reached the second form, possessing a robust skeletal structure, yet it cannot compare to Uchiha Itachi's muscular form clad in armor. This alone reveals that my son possesses not only remarkable strength and ocular techniques, but also an extraordinary innate talent. Amidst the battle, upon witnessing this, Uchiha Fugaku quickly analyzed numerous aspects and harbored immense hope for Sasuke's Susanoo. Though he has only revealed one arm thus far, I trust he shall not disappoint. Uchiha Fugaku pondered. With Susanoo's appearance on the battlefield, a suppressive aura emanated, allowing Uchiha Fugaku to sense not only his son Uchiha Itachi's chakra, but also the faint presence of Uchiha Sasuke's chakra emanating from Susanoo. Though significantly weaker, it still astonished Uchiha Fugaku. Why does this chakra feel so similar to my younger son's? The same question flickered in Uchiha Itachi's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. His brother was currently outside the village, far from Konoha, so why did he sense a chakra akin to Sasuke's from this individual who appeared to be of similar age? Initially, upon seeing this person's visage, he felt a striking resemblance to his brother, but he quickly dismissed the notion, as his brother was not of such stature. Moreover, his brother had always been affectionate towards him, while this person seemed to attack with a sense of vengeance, as though every strike bore the weight of hatred. Yet, he felt no personal enmity towards this individual. Why then did he radiate such fury? Now, amidst the tempestuous chakra, he could distinctly sense the similarity to his brother's chakra. Uchiha Itachi's doubts intensified. Could it be that this person is truly his half-brother, or perhaps an older sibling? Yet, no answers came forth, as he had inquired of Sasuke countless times, only to be met with silence. As answers eluded him, he resolved to let their battle speak instead. The fiery Susanoo rose high, displacing the surrounding structures, its overwhelming presence exuding an air of arrogance, as if it could dominate the world. Is this truly all you are capable of? Chapter 105. The Fragmented World of Tsukuyami. The Susanoo soared high, lifting itself from the ground to tower above, gazing down at the Susanoo that bore only arms. Uchiha Itachi inquired of Sasuke in a calm tone. Sasuke smiled faintly, his eyes widening suddenly, as the skeletal form enveloping him began to undergo tremendous transformation. The skeletal frame emits a series of cracking sounds, as sinewy muscles envelop the entire body, and a majestic, imposing armor encases the structure. The Susanoo begins to grow increasingly robust and towering, ultimately matching the stature of Uchiha Itachi's own Susanoo, at which point its expansion ceases. Within the Uchiha clan stronghold, two colossal giants lock eyes with one another. One is adorned in fiery red, while the other shimmers in a shade of deep violet blue. A rare spectacle indeed in the annals of history, representing a moment of unparalleled brilliance for our Uchiha clan. Yet, despite the grandeur of this sight, they stand as adversaries. How splendid it would be if Uchiha Itachi were willing to fight for our clan. With these two Susanoo alone, we could incite a tempest of bloodshed throughout Konoha. If we possessed such formidable Susanoo, would we then need to fear Konoha? It would be Konoha that would tremble before us. Regrettably, today, amidst these two titanic forms, a fierce battle is inevitable, the outcome of which remains uncertain. Yet, we fervently hope that the violet-blue giant will subdue the red one with a resounding blow. At this moment, the two enormous figures stand opposed, each exuding an air of impending conflict, yet both exercise remarkable restraint. In contrast, a confrontation of ninjutsu has already commenced between Fugaku and Obito. Given that physical attacks prove ineffective, they resort to various genjutsu, the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan, which may yield unexpected results. Tsuki no Mi. With a swift motion, a pair of Sharingan manifests, instantly ensnaring Obito within an illusionary realm. Obito gazes upon a world shrouded in a desolate yellow haze, a stark and barren landscape, and a smirk crosses his lips. Futile, he declares. Illusions hold no sway over me. Not even the Jinjutsu of the clan leader can exert pressure upon me. Is that so? Fugaku replies with a subtle smile. This is my Suki no Mi world, where time and space bend to my will. With these eyes, no matter how many Sharingan you possess, they cannot compare. Humph. Obito scoffs, his own Manjiki Sharingan manifesting upon his mask. Did you think you were the only one? Do not forget, I too am of the Uchiha clan. Suki no Mi is merely a fundamental Jinjutsu of the Manjiki Sharingan. As long as one awakens the Manjiki Sharingan, they will inevitably grasp this illusion. Thus, Obito feels no surprise or fear regarding Fugaku's Suki no Mi world. Rather, as his own Manjiki Sharingan emerges, he softly utters, Kagami Tenkan. Instantly, the Suki no Mi world disintegrates. Moreover, the shattered dimensions unexpectedly engulf Fugaku. His brows twitch as he feels a sense of astonishment towards Obito. To think you could wield even this forbidden technique. You are indeed remarkable. Kagami Tenkan is an advanced Uchiha clan forbidden technique capable not only of dispelling one's own Jinjutsu, but also of rebounding the effect back upon the opponent. Few can master this ninjutsu, and even fewer are deemed worthy of learning it. Yet, astonishingly, this masked figure before him has mastered the art of reflection. Fugaku deduces that this individual must have thoroughly investigated the Uchiha clan's forbidden Jinjutsu archives. Otherwise, how could he possibly have learned such a high-level illusion? As Fugaku attempts to resist, believing he can easily shatter the rebounding Suki no Mi, he is shocked to discover that this is not merely a reflection of his own Suki no Mi world. Instead, it is Obito's Suki no Mi realm, and its resilience far surpasses his own. I know you can struggle free, but it will come at a cost. Within the Suki no Mi world, Obito understands the profound depth of this technique, which, while rarely practiced, can indeed affect a fellow clansman. He is confident that his Suki no Mi world is far more stable than that of others. Thus, Fugaku will require considerable time and ocular energy to break free. Alas, as Fugaku struggles within the Suki no Mi realm, a sigh escapes him. What a pity, such extraordinary talent. Why do you refuse to return to the clan? Perhaps you are a remnant of the Uchiha left behind from the Third Great Ninja War, yet why do you stand against your kin? Has the Uchiha clan wronged you in some way? In his struggle, Fugaku intends to appeal to Obito's emotions. Believing him to be a child abandoned on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, growing up in isolation. Or perhaps he is an illegitimate child of the Uchiha clan, harboring resentment against his family, leading him to join forces with his son in a bid for retribution against the Uchiha clan. Such speculations are not only directed at Obito, but also at the young man in the distance, whose chakra bears an uncanny resemblance to his son's. Yet, despite their shared lineage, one chooses to aid the Uchiha clan while the other aligns with Konoha. However, these assumptions are swiftly dismissed by Obito. The Uchiha clan has wronged me in no way. Rather, they have treated me well. If there is a debt to be paid, it is this world that owes me. I seek to transform this world, to mold it according to my ideals and understanding. The Uchiha clan has treated him well. Why then does he still choose to resist? What hidden truths lie beneath this conflict? Fugaku is eager to uncover the answers, yet Obito remains tight-lipped. Instead, he kindly advises Fugaku, "You should hasten to break my Suki no Mi, otherwise, it may soon be too late." Very well, if you refuse to share your truths, then let us speak through strength. I shall fight until you concede. Fugaku concentrates all his ocular energy, swiftly unraveling Obito's Suki no Mi world. Upon returning to reality, blood streams from the corner of one eye. Chapter 106. The semi-complete form of Susanoo simultaneously. Blood trickles down Uchiha Itachi's left eye and ultimately falls from the towering Susanoo to the ground below. The two giants finally engage in battle. Surrounding structures are obliterated in the wake of their titanic clash. Despite the earth trembling beneath them, the two titans continue their furious collisions and frictions without yielding. In fact, Uchiha Itachi intensifies the output of his ocular energy, causing blood to seep from his eyes. Maintaining the Susanoo demands an immense reservoir of chakra and ocular power, making it a strenuous endeavor to sustain such a colossal battle. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi has yet to suffer from the hereditary illness, allowing him to endure prolonged combat. However, the youth across from him also maintains his stamina throughout the engagement, showing no signs of ocular fatigue. as Sasuke has yet to shed a drop of blood. Yet on his side, he has already begun to bleed due to the increased strain on his ocular power. My goodness, how formidable. Thankfully, those two giants are not battling in our vicinity. Otherwise, our surroundings would surely be reduced to rubble. Who dares to deny it? Even so, the earth occasionally trembles with a resounding roar. Such vibrations, such intense battles, truly embody the legendary Susanoo. The battle between giants is a visceral clash, with each confrontation embodying raw physicality. The resultant tremors and attention are entirely natural, rendering the gravity of the situation unmistakable. It evokes a sense of cataclysm, as if the very foundations of the earth could crumble, and I feel that a mere punch from such a giant could spell my demise. I once wondered why my eyes remained merely a pair of 3 tomo. I had not anticipated that our vision could evolve to such an extent. Indeed, we must strive to become stronger, for only then can we safeguard our kin. On the battlefield, during the confrontation between the Uchiha clan and the Root many of our clan members experienced breakthroughs. Some who were previously mere 2 tomo holders astonishingly enhanced their ocular prowess, leading to an increasing number of 3 tomo ninjas. Similarly, those with 1 tomo were also undergoing continuous evolution and fortification, as this is the hallmark of the Uchiha clan. In the throes of battle, they grow more valiant and powerful. Otherwise, how could the Uchiha boast such exceptional talent and be revered as the mightiest clan of Konoha? It is because they possess an indomitable spirit, akin to an unyielding cockroach, and their clear distinctions between love and hate fuel their strength, rendering them formidable. At this moment, the alliance of the Umbu and the Root failed to suppress the Uchiha ninjas. Instead, the Uchiha steadfastly held the front line, engaging in a tug-of-war with their adversaries. Sasuke and Itachi, both wielding Susanoo, were unarmed, although Sasuke had weapons at his disposal. However, observing Itachi's restraint, he felt no need to reveal his hidden cards. Thus, after a fierce exchange between the two giants, the battlefield was leveled, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. Finally, at a decisive moment, Itachi resolved to act. With his Susanoo's hands, a vibrant crimson energy began to emanate, swiftly materializing into a long sword and a sealing gourd. Sasuke was taken aback. He had assumed Itachi had not discovered this treasure, the sealing gourd wielded by the Sage of 6 Paths. Yet, it seemed he had indeed acquired such a precious artifact long ago. The Ten-Fist Sword, the Yata Mirror, and the Soul Sealing Gourd, each a legendary artifact boasting unimaginable sealing and defensive capabilities. It appeared that Itachi was no longer holding back, finally willing to unveil his full arsenal in battle. Fortunately, Sasuke was well acquainted with every aspect of Itachi's abilities. Otherwise, ignorance could have led to a critical misstep in combat, resulting in his own defeat. You have finally cast aside all reservations. Very well, then, I shall engage with all my might. With that declaration, Sasuke conjured a bow and arrow, while his body began to ascend, revealing the lower half of his Susanoo. This semi-complete form of Susanoo stood towering like a colossal titan upon the earth, its stature reminiscent of a mountain. This was a semi-complete Susanoo, far exceeding Itachi's mere upper half. Come forth, let us see whose Susanoo reigns supreme. From his elevated vantage point, Sasuke gazed down upon the incomplete Susanoo, experiencing profound satisfaction within, for he felt he had finally surpassed his brother and could step out of his shadow. At this moment, not only did Itachi gaze upon the magnificent Susanoo, but all combatants on the battlefield ceased their skirmishes, turning their attention toward the unforgettable sight of the towering Susanoo. What is this? My heavens, how can there be such a colossal giant? The previous one, towering at a height of 40 or 50 meters, was already astonishing. Yet, unexpectedly, there now stands an even more formidable and fearsome giant, one that also ignites a sense of exhilaration. This Susanoo graces the land before us. It is truly marvelous. Our Uchiha clan now possesses a glimmer of hope. With such a Susanoo in our midst, it shall sweep across the battlefield, unmatched by any adversary. The Uchiha clan is assured a promising future, for from this moment forth, we are blessed with the presence of such a magnificent Susanoo. I fear that the entire Konoha may be turned upside down, and at that time, none of the high-ranking officials in Konoha will be devoid of trepidation. How exhilarating! Is this the Susanoo of that young man? This is indeed the true and complete form of Susanoo, a colossal entity known only through ancient legends. Yet here it stands before us in reality. It appears that our Uchiha clan shall continue to shine brilliantly throughout the entire ninja world. Chapter 107. The Complete Susanoo. I had believed this to be the darkest hour for our Uchiha clan, yet unexpectedly, amid such oppression, we have risen once more, illuminating the entirety of Konoha anew. Indeed, brothers, let us charge forth. Today, we shall not rest until we have turned the world upside down and eliminated every last individual in Konoha who harbors ill will towards our Uchiha clan. We must not relent. Yes, it is true. I have long held a disdain for this village. Remember, during the third, second, and even the first ninja wars, which of those battles did not see our Uchiha clan's ninjas leading the charge? Yet, astonishingly, after several years of peace, many within the village have seemingly forgotten the sacrifices we made, the valor we exhibited on the battlefield. Without us, without the mightiest ninja clan, the Uchiha, would they still enjoy their days of peace? Gratitude may be absent, yet the resentment harbored towards our Uchiha clan is palpable. We are regarded as outcasts, isolated from our kin, and their gazes are laden with hostility. In such a village, where the higher echelons of Konoha conspire against us, fostering discontent among the villagers, it is perhaps time for an upheaval. With a rallying cry, countless Uchiha ninjas are stirred into a fervor. Brothers, follow me. Let us vanquish the Anbu and root, cleansing them from our midst. They lurk in the shadows, setting traps for us and sowing discord. Such loathsome creatures, akin to vermin, deserve nothing less than total eradication. The eyes of the Uchiha ninjas blaze with the fervor of battle. With the emergence of Sasuke and his Susanoo, every member of our clan is invigorated. As if under the influence of a potent elixir, they charge with wild ferocity towards the Anbu and root, striking them down and forcing them into retreat, leaving them disoriented. Damn it! The Uchiha clan has commenced their counterattack, and the emergence of that colossal figure has driven them into a frenzy. Observing the battle from the sidelines, Shimura Danzo and Yuan Furijan finally displayed expressions of concern. They witnessed that the Umbu and Root ninjas were evidently unable to withstand the onslaught, leading to an increasing number of casualties. In contrast, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have become increasingly ferocious in battle, their momentum growing with each confrontation, now nearly pursuing the shinobi of Root and the Umbu into combat. Truly, the Uchiha clan deserves their reputation, and it is no wonder they have been a cornerstone of our Konoha during the numerous ninja world wars. Saratobi Hiruzen could not help but sigh, reminiscing about the Third Great Ninja War, when the Uchiha clan's ninjas surged onto the battlefield, repeatedly repelling enemies and vanquishing formidable foes, instilling fear in the hearts of other villages and solidifying the Uchiha's formidable renown. Once again, history seems to be repeating itself. Initially, the Uchiha clan faced suppression. However, the harder they were pressed, the more fervently they rebounded. Now, after enduring a period of oppression, the entire Uchiha clan, whether Nin or Jinin, with one or two Tomo, are recklessly charging towards the Umbu and Root. Even though these Umbu and Root ninjas have undergone rigorous training and are the elite selected from various clans, they now find themselves unable to withstand the counteroffensive initiated by the Uchiha clan, showing signs of imminent collapse. Upon witnessing this, Saratobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo felt the urge to intervene. Yet, Hiruzen found himself plagued by a critical flaw, his indecisiveness. He began to weigh the potential gains and losses of this encounter, regretting his ruthless oppression of the Uchiha clan and the slaughter of the night. Have I erred in my judgment? The Uchiha clan, renowned for its formidable prowess, has faced exclusion and misunderstanding within the village of Konoha. Nonetheless, they have never retreated in the face of external challenges, earning the admiration of countless onlookers with their remarkable performance on the battlefield. The existence of such a powerful lineage instills a sense of trepidation in other villages towards Konoha. However, should this formidable force be eradicated, it would signify a self-inflicted wound, leading to a significant decline in the overall strength of Konoha. The uncontrollable factors associated with the Uchiha clan are indeed substantial. If they cannot be harnessed, then their annihilation seems the only recourse. Yet, the cost of such destruction appears to be exorbitant. Observing the Umbu and Root ninjas being pursued by the Uchiha, Hiruzen Saratobi finds himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to join the fray to stabilize the balance of battle or to seek negotiations with the Uchiha clan. Retaining the Uchiha poses a considerable risk, while exterminating them would plunge a dagger into the heart of Konoha. Thus, The dilemma of what course of action to take is truly agonizing. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke, embodying the persona of the Mad Laughing Four, unleashes a cacophony of maniacal laughter within the Susanoo, exclaiming, "Ha! Itachi Uchiha! Do you possess any further means? Quickly unleash it. Do you think I am unaware of what you possess? It is merely a 10-fist sword and an artifact capable of sealing souls, is it not? Furthermore, there exists merely a shield that embodies both offense and defense. However, in the presence of my complete Susanoo, I wonder how long you can truly contend with me." Uchiha Itachi lifted his gaze towards the lofty Susanoo, a profound sense of helplessness welling up within him. Each time he unleashed a formidable technique, his opponent retaliated in kind. Time and again, he found himself compelled to reveal his ultimate moves first. Yet now, he could be said to have exhausted all his trump cards. A glance at the opponent's Susanoo, contrasted with his own half-crippled manifestation, revealed an astonishing disparity between individuals, even among the Uchiha clan. At that moment, both Fugaku and Obito ceased their battle, their attention drawn to the battlefield where Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi clashed. Fugaku's eyes sparkled with joy, his heart racing with exhilaration, trembling with anticipation. This was the legendary true Susanoo, fully realized. The magnitude of ocular power and chakra required for such a feat was immense, and he marveled at how such potent strength could reside within that slender frame. Chapter 108. The strongest dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was well versed in the annals of his clan's history, fully cognizant of its intricacies. He understood that such a Susanoo was beyond his own capabilities. He lacked the requisite ocular prowess to manifest it to this extent. Yet the youth not far from him had achieved it, surpassing even his own son in brilliance. He recognized that attaining such a complete Susanoo would require depleting all his chakra and ocular power, and even then, it might not result in a fully realized form. However, this mere adolescent had already harnessed such terrifying ocular strength. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach, if not surpass, the heights of their ancestors. This was reminiscent of Uchiha Madara from the Warring States period, a legendary figure among the clan's former leaders. Though many were unaware of his legendary exploits, most of which had been obscured by the sands of time, his brilliance could not be dimmed. Today, however, that brilliance shone anew upon the battlefield, illuminating the Uchiha clan's stronghold with its resplendence. Uchiha Fugaku was overwhelmed with excitement. Our Uchiha clan has indeed found a successor. Even if I were to perish here today, the future of our clan, under the leadership of this young man, is destined to reclaim its former glory and rise once more, becoming a formidable force that instills fear throughout the entire shinobi world, thereby reaffirming the honor of the Uchiha clan. In Fugaku's eyes, an undeniable thrill flickered, and his heart raced with fervor. The complete Susanoo. With such an extraordinary manifestation of power, there would be no one in the Hidden Leaf capable of standing against it. Initially, Fugaku was astonished at his son's ability to summon a semi-complete Susanoo, recognizing that he was bound to become an even more formidable ninja in the future. Alas, no matter how powerful he became, it would be of little consequence, for he had betrayed his entire clan, inflicting upon them an unbearable anguish. Fortunately, fate took a turn. Another member of the Uchiha clan rose, and though he did not know who he was, his strength was evident to all. As the Uchiha ninjas launched a counterattack against the Root and Umbu, upon witnessing this magnificent Susanoo materialize on the battlefield, everyone instinctively halted their assault. The eyes of the Uchiha clan members glimmered with a fierce crimson light. Truly, this is a magnificent Susanoo in the annals of Uchiha history. From the founding of the Hidden Leaf to the present, I have never witnessed such an astonishing display of our clan's powerful ninjutsu. Who could argue otherwise? I take great pride in being a member of the Uchiha clan. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to have such a powerful wielder of ocular techniques among us. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan were invigorated upon witnessing the emergence of a magnificent and immensely powerful Susanoo within their stronghold. It became evident that the Uchiha clan could not be easily subdued or annihilated by Konoha. Indeed, with such a formidable Susanoo at their disposal, it was likely that even the Hokage would find himself outmatched. Saratobi, Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo furrowed their brows into a profound frown. They were acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's potential and understood that the more they were suppressed, the fiercer their resistance became. Consequently, their defiance could reach heights unattainable by ordinary shinobi. This was exemplified by the colossal Susanoo that now dominated the battlefield, a sight so immense that even the two of them recognized the futility of attempting to subdue it. This entity transcended the realm of typical ninjas, and even the strongest Hokage of the village might have to pay the ultimate price to engage such a formidable Susanoo in combat. All eyes now rested upon Uchiha Itachi, with hopes that he would not disappoint. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. Upon witnessing the fully realized Susanoo, Itachi was instantly engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He knew that even if he expended all his ocular power, he might not attain such a level of mastery. This Susanoo not only reached that extraordinary height, but had done so without a trace of bloodshed in its eyes. Typically, when the Uchiha clan overexerts their ocular techniques, blood would flow from their eyes due to the immense strain. But here stood a fully formed Susanoo, radiating an overwhelming aura that was almost unbearable to withstand. It was evident that its wielder remained in a state of effortless ease, without a single drop of blood marring his eyes, indicating he had yet to exert his full strength and was still brimming with ocular energy. Clenching his fists tightly, Itachi endeavored to amplify his own ocular power, yearning for the ability to summon a fully realized Susanoo onto the battlefield. The intensity of his ocular power surged, instantly rendering him with the sensation of being utterly drained, while his eyes throbbed with a piercing, fiery pain. The excessive exertion of his ocular abilities inevitably imposed a tremendous burden upon his being. Yet, at this moment, should his Susanoo fail to manifest, the incapacitated form of Susanoo would undoubtedly be overpowered by Sasuke, if he did not exhaust every ounce of strength to enhance his Susanoo. It seemed that the ensuing events would be predetermined. Uchiha Itachi had long since become disillusioned with the Uchiha clan, believing that there was no hope for salvation within this lineage. The clan existed solely as a ninja faction within Konoha, prioritizing their identity as Uchiha before considering themselves part of the village. Often, they did not perceive themselves as integral to Konoha, coming and going as they pleased, viewing the village merely as a refuge, rather than a true home. Consequently, the members of the Uchiha clan held their clan in the highest regard, a perspective Itachi considered profoundly myopic. Yet, how could they possibly comprehend? Without a clan, how could he possibly exist? Chapter 109. The limits of suppressing the body. Uchiha Itachi intensified the output of his ocular power, fervently pushing the boundaries of his physical limits. The more he strained, the more blood flowed from him, to the extent that he was compelled to cover his eyes within his Susanoo, allowing blood to saturate his hands. At long last, significant changes began to manifest. Itachi's Susanoo gradually ascended, while his entire being lifted higher, ultimately reaching the apex of the ethereal warrior. The manifestation of Itachi's Susanoo took the form of a crimson warrior, adorned with fearsome horns that exuded an aura of formidable strength and ferocity, yet simultaneously radiated a sense of composure and authority over the world. As all present beheld the gradual elevation of his Susanoo, they witnessed the blood streaming from his eyes, ultimately cascading down to the earth below. Sasuke smiled, contemplating, has he finally grown? Nevertheless, this is indeed a fortunate turn of events. At least we find ourselves once more evenly matched. Two Susanoo from the Uchiha clan surged forth, resolutely determined to pierce through the barrier that enveloped their stronghold. Such is the might of the Uchiha clan. My goodness, to behold two such titans is astonishing. It is no wonder that the higher-ups sought to eradicate the Uchiha, for their potential is simply colossal. The Root and Umbu ninjas were left in utter awe. Indeed, who could possibly stand against such formidable Susanoo? I fear that no one could possibly survive under such formidable ninjutsu. A towering giant, and such a giant is beyond the comparison of ordinary individuals. Thus, to the eyes of a typical ninja, it embodies despair, indeed, a war god that can never be equated with. Yet, this war god stands amidst the Uchiha clan stronghold, truly invigorating for all members of the Uchiha lineage. Damn it, I never anticipated that the white-eyed wolf could attain such heights. Nonetheless, he has always been exceptionally gifted within our clan. Yet, he drifted away from the Uchiha clan, ultimately becoming a traitor. But why does this traitor possess such remarkable talent? I sincerely wish to possess a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With such an endowment, would I not be able to? Can one unleash a formidable and awe-inspiring Susanoo akin to theirs? At that moment, I shall crush all the ninjas from the Dark and Root factions, reducing them to mere remnants. ensuring they will no longer dare to bully us. They must be shown a glimpse of silver. And I intend to ravage that detestable Shimura Danzo, just as I would the third Hokage. Had they not harbored grievances against our Uchiha clan, perhaps we would not have had to endure such hardship. Many clan members reflect on the years of unjust treatment they have faced within the village, being ostracized by its inhabitants. Both the elderly and the young harbor deep-seated prejudices against the Uchiha. Yet, how could they possibly comprehend the Uchiha clan? We have fought valiantly for Konohagakure, often putting our lives on the line to charge into battle. We have inscribed countless war songs upon the battlefield. Yet upon returning to the village, we are denied the reverence befitting heroes. Instead, we are met with disdain and rejection from the villagers, which is profoundly disheartening. Thus, the Uchiha clan's discontent with the village has not arisen overnight. We have long sought to instigate a coup to overthrow the complacent higher-ups of Konoha. To our dismay, a traitor emerged from within our ranks, divulging our clan's affairs to them and, under the cover of night, plotting to strike against our kin. Fortunately, a young boy intervened just in time, awakening us to the reality that the Konoha leadership would act preemptively, igniting our collective fury. Two colossal Susanoo loomed over the earth, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that swept away all structures within a 4-mile radius. Everyone instinctively retreated, shielding themselves from the tumultuous winds and debris. The two Susanoo clashed violently, and I witnessed Sasuke's fist land forcefully upon Itachi's shield, generating a massive shockwave that sent dust and stones flying. My goodness, is this what a battle between giants looks like? This is utterly astonishing and wildly intense. Indeed, I have never experienced such a level of combat before, and I sense that even if we were to maintain a certain distance, we might still be caught in the crossfire. My heavens, what manner of battle is this? Such a confrontation seems utterly unattainable in my lifetime, for the skirmishes I have engaged in merely revolve around the contest of acceleration. Yet, theirs transcends mere swiftness. Indeed, it encompasses ocular techniques and direct clashes among formidable titans. Goodness, were I to find myself amidst such chaos, I would likely be reduced to mere pulp on the spot. Who could argue otherwise? Such a degree of combat, such a level of confrontation, is a spectacle I have never witnessed before. It feels as if they could pierce the very moon, each strike resonating with visceral force, and upon collision, it seems they could tear the heavens asunder. It is not merely the heavens that might be rent. Even when standing before me, I am seized by an unsettling chill, for their ocular techniques, when compared to ours, are worlds apart. We have long considered the Uchiha clan to be formidable. However, I had no true grasp of this until now. The strongest among my companions barely scratched the surface of what I now perceive to be possible, leading me to believe that the mightiest beings in existence must be the tailed beasts. Yet, after witnessing the clash between these two titans, I realize how trivial that notion is. Should these two giants unite, even the tailed beasts would be effortlessly subdued, as they would merely appear as larger-than-life figures in their eyes. I find myself pondering when we might attain such heights, for this level of combat is exhilarating beyond measure. Although it appears that both parties engage in a carefree exchange of blows, the path to reach their level seems arduous, perhaps even impossible. I had always believed that possessing a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan was remarkable, and I took pride in that. However, it is only today that I comprehend the vast potential of the Uchiha clan far exceeds the mere 3 tomos. Chapter 110. The prestige of the Uchiha clan in this fierce battle. The violent clashes between the two giants caused the surrounding structures to collapse, with each strike capable of obliterating an entire building. That was my home. To witness it vanish in an instant brings me profound sorrow, for I had painstakingly saved to purchase such a grand abode, only to now find it utterly lost. While a house can be rebuilt, the loss of human life is irrevocable. Moreover, this time, that blue-purple Susanoo fights on our behalf, delivering a thorough thrashing to the traitor. One cannot help but wonder why this traitor possesses such exceptional talent, capable of transforming into a complete Susanoo. However, I believe he cannot possibly rival that young man, for it seems his ocular prowess is superior, and thus far, no blood has been drawn. In stark contrast, the white-eyed wolf struggles mightily, gasping for breath and bleeding profusely. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha is exhausting every ounce of potential within his body, yet even so, he merely manages to hold on. Each punch from Sasuke lands with tremendous force, striking his face relentlessly, and even with the protective shield of the 8-foot mirror, he cannot withstand the tangible might of Sasuke's Susanoo fists. Is your defense truly impenetrable? How is it that I now find myself unable to withstand this? Come forth and reveal to me your utmost prowess. Let me witness your greatest might. As he spoke, Sasuke delivered a formidable blow straight to Itachi Uchiha's face. The impact sent Itachi's Susanoo staggering backwards several paces, crushing the surrounding structures beneath its weight. Seizing the moment, Sasuke swiftly brandished his bow and unleashed a powerful arrow towards Itachi, a single shot that pierced through the air with the ferocity of 1,000. The Uchiha clan members, along with the covert operatives from Konoha and the Root, had long since ceased their skirmishes, retreating to the periphery. Their decision stemmed from the undeniable fact that the clash between these two titanic figures rendered any participation futile. Their very presence created shockwaves that precluded any attempt to engage. Thus, they maintained a safe distance, their eyes fixated on the unfolding battle, as the outcome between these mighty warriors would inevitably determine the success or failure of their endeavors that night. Though many yearned to assist, the scale of this confrontation was far beyond the reach of ordinary shinobi. A mere flick of a fist could conjure a tempest capable of toppling anyone caught in its path, making it evident that such a struggle was reserved for the exceptional. Thus, they retreated to their respective factions, their focus unwavering on the titanic duel between Itachi and Sasuke. Well done, young man. You are truly magnificent, exemplifying the grandeur of our Uchiha lineage. How shall I articulate this? It truly feels as though this is a civil war within our Uchiha clan. As for whom to support, it is naturally self-evident. We undoubtedly hope that the young man can decisively subdue the traitor of our clan. He should have long been subjected to a rigorous trial by adversity. Moreover, I have never held him in high regard, as he often neglected to attend our clan meetings. Thus, I had foreseen his potential to become a traitor. Why did you not expose him sooner, leading us to witness him standing in opposition to our Uchiha clan? Alas, do you not see? The individual in question is the son of our clan leader, which naturally makes it inappropriate to speak freely. In the past, even as the clan leader, I harbored considerable grievances, as our clan has frequently faced exclusion within Konoha. We once resided in a rather favorable area, only to be driven out by the higher-ups, leaving us now dwelling in the remote outskirts of the village. Despite this marginalization, those insufferable leaders of Konoha persist in their oppression, while our clan leader insists that we endure time and time again. I have long since reached my limit and harbor no affection for the denizens of this village. Thus, my resentment towards our clan leader runs deep. To my astonishment, he has secretly nurtured a formidable weapon. The emergence of this secret weapon has instilled a renewed sense of confidence among our clan members. It is thanks to him that we have learned of Uchiha Itachi, who has already unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan to its fullest potential and can wield the legendary Susanoo of our clan. Were it not for this secret weapon left by our clan leader, we would undoubtedly be unable to contend with him. If he were to infiltrate our Uchiha clan tonight and initiate a massacre, we would all perish at his hands. For none can withstand the power of the Manjiki Sharingan or its eye techniques. This is the highest form of ocular jutsu within our clan, a level no one has attained since the times of our ancestors, yet he has achieved it. Thankfully, we still possess the secret weapon left by our clan leader, otherwise, we would all fall victim to the hands of a traitor. The entire clan is closely monitoring the battle between these two titans, as are the Umbu and Root. They have suffered grievous losses and retreated behind Yuan Firijan and Shimura Danzo. Danzo keenly observes the dynamics of the battlefield, consumed with envy at the clash between these two giants. And he was filled with an insatiable desire and greed for the unimaginable ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan. I must possess their eyes and ensure that they flourish under my dominion. Should I also attain a Susanoo of such caliber, I would undoubtedly find myself unrivaled within the entire shinobi world. At that moment, it would be inevitable for me to ascend as the new Hokage, instilling profound fear in the other major ninja villages towards Konoha. His gaze ignited with avaricious longing. After suppressing it, Shimura Danzo turned to Saratobi Hiruzen and remarked, "Indeed, the Uchiha clan possesses boundless potential. It is a pity that their power has become a hidden peril for the village. Thus, they must be eradicated entirely. We cannot allow them to grow any stronger, for we can no longer contain them." Saratobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow in concern.